During the famine, you found an abandoned baby girl. You raised her as your sister, and the two of you became each other's whole world. In a great battle between immortals and demons, you died in front of the girl while trying to protect her. Since then, the girl has had only one goal, to resurrect her brother. After countless years and fleeting moments, the young girl finally broke through to a realm beyond even the reach of immortal emperors, becoming a presence in the world akin to a deity. In the face of her boundless power, the river of time itself was rewritten by her, and as she once again saw the scene of her time with her elder brother, her thoughts involuntarily drifted back to that distant past. It was a sudden and severe famine. Next to a withered tree, you found a crying baby girl. Against all odds, you bravely became her only hero in her heart. You held the endangered baby girl close to you, treating her like a sister, never leaving her side. You named the baby girl Suemoli, symbolizing a lifetime of inseparability. Fortunately, your luck was good. Before starving to death, you followed a group of hungry people with your sister and successfully arrived at a mortal city. You received life-saving hot porridge from the porridge shed, and in the end, you and your sister survived. After inquiring multiple times, you learned that the name of this city is Blackstone City, where every 5 years, immortals come to test and accept disciples based on their aptitude. However, your luck seems a bit off as the last disciple selection just took place not long ago, so you will have to wait another 5 years for the next opportunity. You decide to stay in Blackstone City and participate in the disciple selection event that occurs once every 5 years. 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and you and your sister have been living in this small wooden house for 4 years. Just as you were pondering, a lively and spirited voice interrupted your thoughts. Brother! With a call of brother, that small figure also jumped onto your back, snuggling affectionately. You were used to this by now. You, always so mischievous, you said helplessly, then effortlessly lifted the girl by the nape of her neck and placed her on the ground. No, brother, you've misunderstood Emily. After landing, the girl retorted somewhat discontentedly. As she spoke, she tugged at your sleeve, straightening out the creases she had just created, as if dealing with something extremely important. When everything was settled, the girl finally revealed a satisfied expression, her smile pure and lovely. At 4 years old, she was like a little angel, making you unable to resist patting her head. You can't touch Emily's head. Listening to the girl's cute resistance, you chuckled. Why not? At this moment, the girl earnestly counted on her fingers. The old lady next door said that if you touch a child's head, they won't grow tall. My brother has touched it many times already. If this continues, what should we do if Molly doesn't grow tall? You curiously asked. What does Xiao Molly plan to do after growing taller? The girl didn't hesitate and spoke directly. Help my elder brother earn lots and lots of money. Is that so? That does sound like something to look forward to. Another year has passed, marking the 5th year of you and your sister being together. The new apprentice recruitment ceremony has also begun. Immortals descended from the sky, joining forces to unleash a large formation designed to assess the spiritual roots of mortals. As the formation activated, individuals with spiritual roots in the city were quickly identified and selected. Suddenly, you felt a strong tremor in your body, and you unexpectedly awakened the highest quality of celestial spirit root. Your sister, Suemoli, was very happy to see this, but at the same time, she felt inferior because she was a pure mortal. When your spiritual root awakened, you were sought after by major sects, all wanting to take you in as their disciple. In the end, you chose the Heaven Sword sect and became the true disciple of Senior Sword Peak, the ancestor of the Yuan Ing stage. After all, in terms of sincerity, the Heaven Sword sect promised that once you entered, you would be a true disciple, providing you with an exclusive cave mansion and abundant cultivation resources. Most importantly, they also agreed that you could bring your younger sister with you. With the blessing of your innate talent, you showed astonishing potential. In just 1 day, you sensed the chi flow, and within 100 days, you broke through to the perfection of the chi refining stage on your own. Everyone in the sect believes you will surely achieve great power at the nascent soul stage, and even have a chance to glimpse the realm of deity transformation. At this moment, the Xinjian Peak was pouring with heavy rain, silver threads cascading from the clouds. The rainy days at Xinjian Peak were somewhat different from those at Blackstone City, but one thing remained the same: someone was always waiting for you. Brother! The adorable little figure struggled to hold up a paper umbrella larger than himself, waving excitedly at you in front of the cave entrance. Didn't I say it? You don't have to wait for me every time. You took the oiled paper umbrella, tilting it to better cover that delicate figure. But the book says that doing this will make my older brother happy. Which book? You asked curiously. Sister Dantang lent me the book 108 Ways to Capture a Man's Heart. You fell silent at the words, then gently ruffled the girl's head with your hand, saying, don't read these kinds of books in the future. They're not good for kids. Your words left the 4-year-old Emily somewhat puzzled. The oiled paper umbrella had a large canopy, enveloping the tiny figure within and shielding them from all wind and rain. Upon returning to the cave dwelling, even the sound of rain was completely shut out. And your cave dwelling is quite simple, similar to the wooden houses in Blackstone City, just much larger in size, with a hint of emptiness and loneliness. You don't seem to mind much about it, but Emily is determined to make changes, often thinking about bringing in some small flowers and grass, wanting to add a bit more vitality to the cave dwelling. And whenever Emily gets tired of playing in the cave, she will run to your side and pester you with endless questions. What does it feel like to cultivate immortality? Can older brother also fly to the sky? You smiled and replied, of course, once I break through to the foundation establishment stage next year, I'll be able to fly with my sword on my own, and then I'll take you with me. And when the girl heard this, her eyes were filled with anticipation. Great! Emily will always wait for her brother. You patted Emily's little head in response. Don't worry, you won't have to wait too long. The girl was very happy, her eyes filled with anticipation. Right after that, you opened your right hand, revealing 2 pieces of hard candy. I bought these when I was out today. Take them and enjoy. The girl became even happier, with stars seemingly twinkling in her eyes. Big brother is the best. Your cultivation journey went smoothly, and soon you welcomed the first winter in the sect with your younger sister. However, you still remember clearly to this day that every winter in Haishi City, there was a small figure waiting persistently at the wooden house door for your return. Upon your arrival, she would vigorously rub her small hands together, cover your frozen purple cheeks, and welcome you home with a smile. The wind is still bitterly cold. It hasn't changed in the slightest, but every day during that time, the Su system was temporarily warmed up and able to move on. Now, with the Su system worshipping the Heavenly Sword sect as a heavenly spiritual root and having an independently functioning cave, there was no longer a need to worry about the cold winds. Just looking at the flying snow outside, he still drifts off for a few moments, remembering how hard it used to be. Brother, the lively voice from the girl interrupted Su system's memories. I'm in. What's wrong? If brother doesn't eat, the food will get cold. 6-year-old Su Emily pretended to be serious and wagged her little finger in admonishment. You can't do that. You have to eat it while it's hot. Department Su froze slightly, then smiled. Good. Chopsticks intertwined, silently pinching each other's food. It's true that the cold winter days are hard to get through until spring arrives, but snuggling up with each other for warmth always makes it possible to wait until springtime arrives. You and your sister had a warm New Year. On the occasion of the New Year's Eve and the New Year's Day, you set a record for the fastest foundation building in the Heavenly Sword sect by swallowing clear chi and forming a perfect Taoist foundation, and you became a foundation cultivator. You have been rewarded by your master, Li Wanshou, with a superb flying sword, and a matching defense artifact. You didn't forget the promise you made, and after you got the flying sword, you carried your sister on a sword flight, and when you asked her how she felt afterwards, she replied that it was a pleasure to fly with you. Winter is gone. Spring is here. Everything is revived. Becoming a foundation establishment cultivator, you took on more responsibilities within the clan, and in order to make your younger sister less bored, while thinking of her future, you sent your younger sister, Su Emily, to the academy. On the first day of school, she looked at you with tearful eyes, mistakenly thinking you were going to abandon her, but fortunately the misunderstanding was eventually cleared up. After a period of time, your sister has learned a lot in the school, and you are pleased that she is smart and quick-witted. But the only thing you are worried about is that she seems to be a bit withdrawn, and has not made any friends of the same age. You're worried about your sister's future. Brother, is life long? Very, very long. Is life short? Brother? Very, very short. Why is it long and short? It feels so weird. Life is like that. The girl was puzzled, frowning her little brow for a long time before giving her own answer. Life is so troublesome. Emily just wants to be with her elder brother. She doesn't need any friends. Girls have their own set of standards. You can't help it. You have to let them go. Time flies. You and the girl spend year after year within the Heavenly Sword sect, becoming closer. In the 7th year of your journey, you are 13 years old and have made another breakthrough in your cultivation. And a girl is 7 years old and has completed all the lessons of the academy in 1 year. In the 8th year of crossing over, you are 14 years old, breaking through the middle stage of foundation establishment, holding the withered vine sword to kill a strong false stand player. Some people have crowned you as a real Jindan person in advance, and there is no wave in your heart. The girl is 8 years old and started to help you with the chores of Mori Kenshin Peak, and is loved by all the disciples of Mori Kenshin Peak due to her cute appearance. In the 9th year of the crossing, you are 15 years old. You have grown up in the true sense of the word, getting rid of the tender appearance of the past. Wherever you go, You will get the praise of the elders and juniors, and you have pushed down the contemporary new talent of the magic path, becoming the rising star of the righteous path. The girl was 9 years old, and with no monastic talent, she was determined to help you in the management of Morikan Peak, which she did, and did well. Crossing year 10, you're 16, girls 10, time passes from year to year, the days get a little bit better. The Su system is happy with this life. It was possible to both keep getting stronger and raise the reward rating of his Sims, as well as to take care of Su Emoli and make this child better, despite knowing that this is a false simulation of the world. But the human experience, and the feelings that derive from it, are real. So, the Su system wants to make things as good as possible for the girl. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it will be the 10th year, and Emoli's 10th birthday has arrived. It always seems like it happened yesterday that I picked her up on the run. The 10th year of coming to the analog world. The Su system is 16 years old. He looked up at the sun in the sky with quite a feeling, and flew his sword in the direction of his cave, ready to give his lovely sister a birthday present. Everything was beautiful. Everything was going well. That's the way it's supposed to be. Brother. Emoli hurts. As Su system entered the cave, he didn't see the lovely figure that was always waiting for him as usual. It took a few more steps to realize the girl was on the ground. The face is very pale. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, coloring his lips a demonic red. It looks bad. It looks dangerous. It looks impossible to ignore. Emoli, rushing to the girl's side as fast as he could, the Su system took out all the items on his body that could heal, all of them to try and do his best to save the girl. Luckily, this is useful. After sleeping for half an hour, the 10-year-old Su Moli woke up leisurely. She weakly looked at Su department, barely revealing a smile. Her voice weak. Emoli knows. Elder brother will definitely come to save Emoli. So Emoli has been waiting for. Great. Emoli finally waited. Chapter 6, Brother, will I die? The girl's health is far more serious than you think. This is not an ordinary mortal disease, nor is it an injury from the outside world, but a shrinking and crumbling from the inside out, and the girl's body is gradually coming to an end. You can't understand and you don't understand why. You can only do your best to find a cure as far as possible, but unfortunately, even the elixir of the immortalists cannot eradicate the girl's illness, but only slow down the decay of her body. You try. You're like a bird of prey desperately flapping its wings, flying wildly through a jungle of thorns and thistles, searching for an infinitesimal hope. But no matter how hard you tried, even with all the bruises and pleading with everyone including your master, you couldn't find the real cause of the girl's illness. You can only watch her suffer more and more. You can only watch her fade away. There's nothing you can do. Reality never changes by human will. You can't be like the hero of a hot-blooded anime and write more about the tragedy and suffering in front of you just by roaring unreasonably. In the face of true tragedy, manpower always seems so insignificant, so small as to be despairing. Every morning greeting, every goodnight farewell, is a sign of approaching death again and again. And you run under such pressure for 4 years and end up with nothing. It's been 4 years. You're 20. The girl's 14. The sweet child who used to follow you around and talk about her brother has grown into a beautiful young woman, but all she can do is lie on her deathbed, like a fragile thing full of cracks that will break at the slightest moment. To some, this sickly pallor is the ultimate beauty, but to you, it is the most desperate, helpless, hateful look. Your seasons seem to be nothing but bitterly cold winters, and it's hard to feel joy and warmth anymore. The young girl took it all in stride, her eyes often filled with self-reproach and guilt. She seems to care more about your growing body than her own pain, and apologizes to you on a regular basis. Sorry, brother. Mori Sword Peak Cave. Several years passed. The interior of the cave has not changed much, still the same few tables and chairs, as well as the flowers and plants that the young girl had transplanted with her own hands, and the faint fragrance is filled with a wordless dead silence. The young girl lay quietly and flat on her back. Hair is black and long and straight. The beautiful eyes were lifeless. The lips were white. There's a touch of fragility. It's fine. We don't need to apologize between us. Su System shook his head and shoved an elixir into the young girl's mouth. This is today's 9 leaves elixir. Eat it and get a good night's sleep. The young girl nodded her head obediently and swallowed the elixir. After eating, the seriously ill maiden smiled at the Su System. Like the morning sun, like a beautiful phantasmagorical dream, like a flawless sky, and demanded a reward from the Su System as she had done when she was a young child. Elder brother. Emoli obediently finished his medicine. With a smile in her eyes, the young girl seemed to have never grown up as she pouted at the Su System. Right here and now. Just then, Su Moli's sickly body and lively voice formed an incomparably strong contrast, giving the onlookers a deep suffocation. It makes you silent. It makes you mourn. Well nah, Emoli is a good boy. Su Department barely squeezed out a smile, forcing back the sourness of the tip of his nose, taking out the candies that had been prepared long ago, and being contained in the young girl's mouth. She savored them as if she were tasting some extremely precious treasure. Is candy really that good? The Su system recalled. Every time he gave Emily candies to eat, Emily would show an expression of incomparable happiness. After eating the candy, the young girl didn't go to sleep as usual, but instead made a request to the Su system, saying that she wanted to go outside and look around, and the Su system agreed. Sword flying was naturally not an option, and speeds that were too fast would destroy an already fragile body. So, the Su system assisted the young girl. Walking out of the cave, he took a few brief walks around the Mori Sword Peak, which was already in autumn, walking very slowly, much slower than the wheel of life flowing years, walking very fine, more fine than the dots in the middle of life. The young girl's face glowed a little more as she strolled across the autumn leaf-covered ground. But, even with such a slow walk, even with such a short distance, the 14-year-old Su Moli still felt extremely burdened, her steps suddenly stopping, clutching the cloth in front of her chest, her face unusually pale. Don't push yourself if you can't walk, like when I was a kid. The Su system carried the young girl on her back and let her rest on her back. The young girl responded softly. I know, brother. Lying on her familiar back, feeling the solidity and steadiness, the young girl's eyes narrowed and she only felt sleepiness growing more and more violent. She asked this before falling asleep. Brother, will Emily die? No, brother will get you back. Well, Emily trusts elder brother. Elder brother won't lie to Emily. Su Moli's voice grew fainter and fainter, and there was blood flowing from the corners of her mouth as she slumped down on top of Su's system, burying her head into Su's system's shoulder as she did her best to try and stay awake. But the blood was still spilling out of her mouth, draining a little of the young girl's strength. Wait until the Su system realizes something is wrong. The young girl had fallen into a coma. You have successfully joined the Heavenly Sword sect. You have become the true disciple of the heavenly spiritual root envied by all. Your future is promising. Your life is wonderful. And you are a well-deserved pride of the immortal cultivation world. But contrary to you, your sister contracted a serious illness that worsened in the fall of her 14th year. You have no way to save it. You can only keep on completing the clan's tasks, as well as learning alchemy and pharmacology on your own, and using pills that all immortal cultivators find incredibly precious to delay and save your sister's death. The 15th year of crossing over. You're 21 and Su Mori is 15. You have successfully broken through to the late stage of foundation establishment. Your strength is further advanced. You are not afraid of unusual Jindan real people, and you collect pills for your sister at a faster rate. But at the same time, Su Moli's condition also worsened. She lost the ability to walk and could only lie in bed all day. In the 16th year of crossing the border, you were 22 years old and Su Moli was 16. You're stressed to the limit, and it's as if you've gone off the deep end, searching for a way to save your sister. Finally, before your sister's life came to an end, you found a description of your sister's illness in an ancient book from overseas, The Doom of Heaven. It is recorded in the ancient books that having a spiritual root in order to cultivate is a well-known common sense in the immortal cultivation world. But among the number of mortals so large that it is impossible to accurately measure them, there are always one or two special ones that do not need a spiritual root in order to absorb spiritual chi. But the spiritual root is the foundation of immortal cultivation. Without the spiritual root to assist in cultivation, the mortal flesh after absorbing a large amount of spiritual chi, but harmful. For this reason, this situation is called Tenno no I, meaning a calamity sent down from heaven. That's exactly what happened to your sister, Mori Su. The heavenly sword sect's abundant aura caused her heaven's doom to come early, and when you learned of this, you stayed inwardly stagnant for a long time as a result. Chapter 7, You've overdrawn everything. The doom of heaven. Spiritual roots. Aura. So that's how it is. A cultivation market within the sphere of influence of the heavenly sword sect. Su's system flipped through the ancient book in his hands, reading the contents of the above word by word. His eyes slightly closed, and a hint of bitterness appeared on his face after a long time. He had never thought that his act of bringing the young girl to the heavenly sword sect would jeopardize her life. Although, according to ancient texts, aura is everywhere. Even in places with the lowest concentration of aura, heaven's doom would not allow to live past 40 years old, despite the fact that from the very beginning, System Su had no knowledge of the heaven's doom, and it was with the idea of protecting the young girl that he brought along into the heavenly sword sect. Though with Mo Lee's character, he definitely wouldn't blame System Su, his older brother. But, wrong is wrong. Su's system sighed in his heart, and that face, which appeared unusually haggard due to years of running around and being busy, became even more disoriented at the moment. Uneasy, guilt, regret. If, after doing something wrong, one only knows how to shift all the blame, Then who can the co-department shift the blame to? It was the sister who had always trusted him since childhood. It is still the aura of heaven and earth that has no self-awareness and has been functioning in this way. It's ridiculous, isn't it? I really am not a competent elder brother. Su System's mood was a little bad, and the imperial sword flew into the sky, aiming directly at the heavenly sword sect. The mistake has been made, and the doom of heaven has come for my sister. It's a good thing there's a salvation in the ancient texts. The so-called heaven's error was essentially someone who was born with a natural affinity for aura, only to not have a spiritual root in their body, causing this gift to turn into a nightmare. And so the solution was simple. It is sufficient to let those who encountered the heavenly error have spiritual roots and begin cultivation, allowing mortals to possess spiritual roots. I've never heard of such a thing. I hope that there's a way on Master's side. As the imperial sword sped through the air and the wind and clouds swirled, Su System stood on the flying sword and frowned. Although there was the method of seizing a body within the immortal cultivation world, in essence, it was just changing a body that also possessed spiritual roots. If it is possible to create something out of nothing, to cause a mortal to give birth to a spiritual root or transplant a spiritual root, the number of immortal cultivators wouldn't be so scarce. You, who learned of the cause of your sister's illness, rushed back to Mori Sword Peak as fast as you could, but instead of returning to your cave, you flew directly into the Mori Sword Hall at the top of the peak. This is the retreat of your master, Li Wanshou. At the same time, this is the second time you've visited the Mori Sword Palace on personal business. Last time, you were asking Master Li Wanshou about the cause of your sister's illness, and this time, you want to ask about how to mold your spiritual roots to help your sister truly regain her health. You entered the Hall of Mori Swords, met Li Wanshou, and directly stated the purpose of your trip and sought the method of shaping the spiritual root. Your master regards you as the successor of the mantle and responds to all your requests. But this time, even he, who is a great cultivator of the Yuaning stage, is not able to give you the answer you want. I have lived for more than 1,000 years, and I have never heard of the method of molding the spiritual root after birth. The spiritual root is formed in heaven, and it is difficult for human beings to change it. Perhaps only that legendary immortal can do such a thing. Mori Sword Peak. In the temple at the top of the hill, the immortal airy old man sighed as he stroked his beard. Apprentice, it's not that the master refuses to help you. Even if a spirit transformation cultivator were to step in, there is likewise no solution to this matter. The Su System didn't say anything, just continued to salute. The old man added, your nature. Alas, I heard that in ancient times, there was the method of external spiritual roots, to use the treasures of the essence of heaven and earth, instead of the spiritual roots of birth, to assist the human body in cultivation. But such a practice is almost impossible to do. Why not? Just because it's too hard. How rare the heavenly materials and treasures were in the world. The great avatars didn't have enough for themselves alone, so how could they have any extra and take it to mortals to mold their spiritual roots? Even the heavenly sword sect of the Yuaning sect didn't have that kind of treasure. The department understands the difficulty of this. It's hard, but it's a way out in the end. Many thanks, teacher. Su System sincerely thanked him and left, leaving the old man alone to look at his back and let out a long sigh, as if he was regretting something, and as if he was reminiscing about something. You were very excited to learn of the existence of the law of external spiritual roots. After returning to the cave, you set up a spirit locking formation for your sister, which largely alleviated her pain and prolonged her life. She still looks at you with warm and trusting eyes, believing in you and relying on you. You start looking for heavenly treasures. You're looking for something incredibly hard. Lower grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures can't play the role of external spiritual roots, and higher grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures are simply not something you, a quasi-Jindan cultivator, can get your hands on. You began to pursue self-help, continuous research and exploration, wanting to find other possibilities of external spiritual roots, such as using formations and artifacts as substitutes. You've overdrawn your energy, triggered a heartbeat, and you've refined your 4 arts of cultivation. You've overdrawn your vital energy, triggering a whim, and you've refined your 4 arts of immortal cultivation. You've overdrawn your soul, triggering a whim, and you've refined your 4 arts of immortal cultivation. You're overdrawn, overdraft, failure over and over and over again. Numerous times the hardships and obstacles have made Su Department thought of giving up, but every time he remembers the trusting eyes, he will get the motivation to continue to move forward again. It's just that reality is too harsh. The law of the external spiritual root is like driftwood for a drowning person, just giving a glimmer of hope of survival. The next instant it raises a monstrous wave that sinks one mercilessly to the bottom of the sea. With Su System's current quasi-Jindan cultivation, he simply didn't have the strength to touch to possess this level of heavenly material, let alone mold it into an external spiritual root. If I must say, if there are any heavenly treasures around the Su system, that would be himself. What belongs to the heavenly spiritual root? Contrary to the doom of heaven, the heavenly spiritual root is simply the favor of the heavenly Tao. Even if the cultivation has been neglected over the years, Su's system is about to step into the Jindan stage without the slightest stagnation. As for the cultivation of the four arts, Su department clearly overestimated the upper limit of the blue words. Even if he continuously triggered the heart's blood, it is impossible for his level to arrive at the level of creating an external spiritual root. Perhaps I should change my mindset and improve my own strength first. After many failures, such thoughts bubbled up in Su's system's mind. He was no longer obsessed with creating an external spiritual root, but first focused on his own cultivation. Wholeheartedly closed-door cultivation, wildly knocking pills, obviously just broke through the late stage of foundation establishment in less than 2 years, then directly broke through the Jindan stage again, with less than 30 years of age. He had achieved the youngest Jindan realist since the establishment of the clan, an awakening of the native aptitude. What rehabilitation? This was a divine ability with an extremely strong life-preserving ability, which could consume Jindan mana and release an incomparably exuberant vitality, restoring the limbs and broken arms without any difficulty. When the vitality is dense to a certain degree, it will even be more divine, and it has a nourishing effect on Jindan cultivators and Yuaning cultivators, healing the soul and healing dark wounds. Frankly, this was a divine ability that could travel across the cultivation world, paired with the cultivation speed of the heavenly spiritual root. Whoever it was would surely become a top great cultivator in the immortal cultivation world in the future. But the Su system saw something more in it, something that could save Su Moli's possibilities. Chapter 8, When you wake up, everything will be better. What is considered a heavenly treasure? Things like the mythological true fire of the great sun and the Taiyin emperor's flowing syrup definitely count. But this divine object is too transcendent, nowhere to be found. And now, the Su system, who had been promoted to the Jindan stage, couldn't help but have an idea pop up in his mind as he looked at the dense vitality released by his divine ability. Is the product of the divine ability of a heavenly spirit root considered a heavenly material? The answer is counting. How could an item that could heal a Jindan cultivator or Yuaning cultivator not be considered a heavenly treasure? What's more, this style of divine ability had no limits. Theoretically, the purer the mana Su system invested and the more Jindan origin it catalyzed, the vitality released by the wood regeneration would also rise, forming even more precious divine objects. That's really something. How should I put it? Worthy of the perks that come with the golden words? In the past, I would have been so happy that I would have felt like the chosen one, right? Under the fading thunderbolt, the Su lineage that had achieved Jindan received blessings from all sides of the heavenly sword sect. Congratulations! Master Su nephew is young and promising. Congratulations to eldest senior brother for condensing the Jindan and ranking as a real person. More and more blessings came. There were seniors from the Yuaning stage of the clan, fellow practitioners from the Jindan stage, and juniors from the foundation establishment and chi refining stages. There was applause, cheers, and celebrations of spirit animals breathing fire like fireworks. There was a hot clamor, and the whole clan was in an uproar, as if accomplishing some astounding feat. After Su's system broke through Jindan, the world in front of him was inexplicably ecstatic, obviously so lively, yet it seemed as if it was separated from Su's system by a thick barrier. You are all welcome, Su responded out of courtesy, facing the mumbling crowd. He did not have much joy in his heart, and even felt lonely and boring. If you have to ask why, that probably lacked the girlish giggle like the morning sun, like a beautiful phantom dream, like a flawless sky, and that one, never-ending elder brother. The 17th year of crossing the border? You're 23 years old. Sumori is 17. Despite the help of the spirit locking formation and the continuation of your sister's vitality, the damage done to her by the heaven's doom is so severe that she is often in a coma, and may even wake up only once every 10 days or so. Your cultivation level has broken through. You've become a Jindan cultivator, and you've awakened the avatar, wood rejuvenation. You decided to use your own divine ability as the basis to create an external spirit root that can be used by mortals. You have no way back, just like a gambler at the end of his rope, clinging to the last glimmer of hope and refusing to let go. You've succeeded, and your research on the avatar is going quite well. On a whim, you keenly perceive the commonality of the four arts of immortal cultivation, and on the basis of this fusion of magical powers, you explore the method of shaping the outer spiritual root. But the joy didn't last long. Success and cost go hand in hand, and you suddenly realize that the vitality of trying to shape the outer spirit root is astronomical. And even if you use all your mana and Jindan origin, it will not be enough to truly shape it, unless you are willing to burn your own cultivation, in the true sense of the word, to burn the celestial root. Spiritual roots are made in heaven. Whether or not there is a spiritual root is something that is predetermined by heaven. In other words, to make a mortal without a spiritual root have a spiritual root that could be cultivated was an uncompromisingly heaven-defying thing. The price is naturally not small. If one had a divine artifact in hand, this heaven-defying price would be borne by the divine artifact itself. But without that sort of thing, the Su system would have to bear it on its own. Although I knew the cost was great, I didn't expect it to be so great that it would require me to burn my entire cultivation and heavenly spirit root. If it does, I'm afraid that not only will you turn back into a mortal, but even your lifespan will be greatly reduced. In that case, this simulation is basically over. Heavenly Sword Sect, Mori Sword Peak, Wooden House Cave, Su system, who had just finished studying the avatar, half-squatted in front of one of the beds and looked at the sickly pale face of the young girl, and couldn't help but recall the winter in Blackstone City, when Emily, who was only 3 or 4 years old, was shivering along with himself. Life was really hard back then, but even so, little Emily would rub her hands together to warm Su system's cheeks. At the thought of this, the Su system couldn't ignore the safety of the young girl's life. This is just a simulation. Department Su could have completely left behind the young girl, left behind this sister who had no blood relations whatsoever, and chose the most utilitarian course of action, to continue adventuring in this world of immortal cultivation and get more simulation evaluation rewards. But, Su department has had enough. Fed up with the reality of that wishy-washy, can't get anything done self. If you can't even be free inside the simulator, if you can't even save the people you are close to, then what is the meaning of such a life? A person's whole life. It's not really something to think about too much. Just do what you think is right. Yes, that's all. Buzz. The Su system stretched out his palm and gently brushed it over the young girl's face, and there was a faint green light that flickered interlacedly, surging into the young girl's body in a specific combination. That was the entire mana of a Jindan stage cultivator. It was the Jindan origin of a Jindan stage cultivator. That's the burning of the original avatar. That's the spontaneous combustion of the heavenly spirit root. Everything that could be driven was transformed into pure vitality by the Su system, and in the rows and rows of array patterns, it was combined into the shape of a seed, perfectly integrating into the heart of the young girl. Brother, half asleep. The young girl's eyes briefly opened that much, but quickly relapsed into lethargy. Go back to sleep. Mori, the Su system spoke softly. When you wake up, everything will change for the better. Brother's word. Pain. Indescribably sharp pain instantly spread throughout the body. System Su could clearly perceive that his body was gradually coming to an end as his cultivation and spiritual roots burned, and the blood gushing from his throat was difficult to control. The expression on his face, however, grew brighter and brighter, with blood, with tears, with a smile. Just look at the young girl on the bed and feel the renewed beating life. That's great. This approach is working. Su system tremblingly stretched out his fingers, smiling miserably, and wiped the corners of the young girl's eyes, which had somehow moistened up even though she had clearly passed out. You made it. You successfully molded the outer spirit root, and in exchange for everything you had, you managed to save your sister Su Moli's life. You who have lost your spiritual roots, you who have lost your cultivation, you are now so weak that even an ordinary mortal can easily knock you down, and you have only 3 short years left to live. You have no regrets about this, willingly, but you know that you need to do something more, or else when the young girl wakes up, she's not going to be able to accept this, and you'll need someone to explain it to the clan for you. You left the cave, took out the flying boat that could be controlled by mortals and hadn't been used for a long time, and flew straight to the temple at the top of Xinjian Peak, where you met Li Wanshou, the master of the first infant. This is the first time you've seen your teacher in a rage. He's angry. You've been scolded. Chapter 9, This is a lie. Adversary, adversary, adversary. Without a spiritual root, how can you cultivate in the future? Mori Sword Hall. The clouds and tigers are painted. The green smoke is misty, and the ancient trees cover the top. Li Wanshou's face was gloomy, and for the first time, he loudly rebuked at the Su system. Being able to make the previously amiable old man scold in this manner, it was evident that he was truly furious this time. It's simple. I just don't practice, sensei. The Su system replied with a faint smile, perhaps because this simulation was already coming to an end, and there was nothing timid about facing the furious Li Wanshou. There was a pause. This time the voice was somewhat calmer. After all, I don't have a few years left to live after this time, so it's the same whether I cultivate or not. Hearing this, Li Wanshou's expression froze. The anger on his face gradually faded and changed into a very complicated look. Just like that, he gazed at his beloved disciple who had lost all his cultivation. Go ahead, tell us exactly what you did, from beginning to end. Yes, sensei, there's no hiding, and there's no need to hide. System Su told how he had researched the outer spirit roots and the move to burn himself to make them without any omissions, allowing Li Wanshou to listen thoroughly. Ah! Li Wanshou's eyes went wide, even missed yanking off a white beard. How could it be? I just casually said it in the first place. And you actually did produce an outer spirit root. Heavenly wizards. Heavenly wizards. Li Wanshou was first overjoyed, and then shook his head regretfully. Unfortunately, you, this child, have cut off your own spiritual roots, or else ascending to immortality would not be impossible. The old man suddenly lapsed into silence, shaking his head again and sighing, hovering and pacing back and forth in the temple. Finally the hater stomped his foot. Angrily, he looked at the Su system. Adverse disciple, why are you so hasty? Do you actually know what you have done? Why don't you talk to master in advance? Enduring the old man's scolding head-on, Department Su shook his head slightly. If I had told you beforehand, you would have stopped me, right? I understand what you're saying. Sensei, you want me to go slow and steady, to save Mo Li's life without hurting myself. But, I can't do it. Can't do it watching your loved one step into death. The old man was speechless. His lips subconsciously quirked twice, but in the end he didn't bother to curse anything. The eyes gradually became relieved, and at the same time a little relieved. It's like seeing a childish child grow up into a man, and the elders can't help but feel emotional. The master understands. Since you made the decision, there's nothing I, as a teacher, can say. All the angry emotions subsided as much as possible, and Li Wanshou said, on the clan side, I'll take care of it for you. I can more or less say a few words, but on Mo Li's side, Li Wanshou wanted to speak and stopped speaking. He knew that the bond between the two siblings was extremely good, and if he let his sister Su Moli know that her elder brother had sacrificed himself to save her, he feared that he would be on the verge of an emotional breakdown. The clear wind came gently, scraping the ancient trees outside the temple to rub together, forming waves of undulating shadows of the sea of leaves, trance and the ancient bells humming. Su System's pupils were hidden and ghostly. I don't intend to tell her the truth, and when some time passes, I'll leave the Heavenly Sword sect. At that time, Mo Li will be left to the teacher's instruction. Sacrificing the life of an older brother so as to live is too harsh a reality. Even a weathered man can blame himself and feel guilty for it. Not to mention, that young girl who, since she was a child, had regarded the Su system as the one she relied on in her heart, and had been with all the time. When all matters had been discussed with his master, System Su slowly left the Sin Sword Hall carrying an ancient wooden sword that the old man had forced upon him. The details are as follows. Get lost, adversary. Take this sword with you, so that you won't be killed by mortals later and lose my face out there. The old man cursed, jumped, and blasted the Su system out of the ancient hall, slammed the door with a bang. It was as if he never wanted to see the Su system again. Su system stood outside the hall, the lapis lazuli paved path winding down. Reaching behind him and grasping the wooden sword hilt tightly, a surging fluctuation of mana was transmitted from within. With the permission of the original owner, even mortals can be driven at will. The disciple leads the way. Returning to the cave, Su Department guarded the bedside for 2 days before the outer spirit root completely fused with the young girl's body, and the original heaven's doom dissipated in an invisible manner. Corresponding to this was the young girl's inexplicable sense of chi that had broken through. It is clear that the practice has not really begun, but with his own talent, he took the first step to transcendence. Brotherhood. Su Moli's voice was rustling with the weakness of a major illness, but she soon found that her body was no longer in pain, and there was even an indescribable relief. Great. As if guessing something, she, on the sickbed, revealed a sweet smile to Department Su. What elder brother promised Mo Li has already been done. Yeah. The Su system gently gripped the young girl's white palm that had regained its warmth, like holding a flying flower. Catch the summer breeze. The tired voice was filled with gentleness. Elder brother promised you that he would definitely save Mo Li and come back. Definitely. The young girl laughed even more, but as she laughed, her eyes reddened uncontrollably, and she could only keep wiping them with the back of her hand. I'm sorry, brother, I don't know what's wrong, but suddenly I feel like crying. It's like something really sad happened. That's weird. Obviously I should be happy right now. Somehow, unknown why. Su Moli clutched the lapel of his coat, his fingers white with exertion, as if something extremely important was going away, something that must never, ever be lost. More important than your own life, more valuable than all the persistence. It is like the root of a tree, the wing of a bird, and the tooth of a beast, a suffocation that would be absolutely impossible to survive without. It's okay. Su Department's soothing voice came from beside him, the palm of his hand gently rubbing the young girl's hair, and only at this moment would the young girl's emptiness from the loss of that which was important to her be briefly replenished. I think it's because little Emily has been sleeping for too long and her body is a little out of sorts. It will get better after a while. Don't worry about it. Is that right? The 17-year-old girl felt that something was not quite right, but on second thought, there was no reason for Department Sue to lie to her, so perhaps it really was because she had been sick for too long before that she could not control her tears. With that thought, her emotions gradually calmed down. Already, there's nothing to be afraid of anymore. No matter what hardships and dangers he encountered, his elder brother would be by his side, and as long as he was there was nothing worth fearing. Yes, as long as the older brother is there. Sue Molly took the initiative to grip Sue Department's hand tightly, gripping it tightly, gripping it hard, holding on tightly and refusing to let go. Will brother leave Emily? Won't. This is a lie. Chapter 10, What Have I Done Wrong? You discuss everything with Master Lee Wansho. You know beyond a shadow of a doubt how bad your health is and that there is no possibility of saving it, and you begin to make arrangements for the aftermath. In order to be able to make your sister's life better, you began to teach each other, including but not limited to cultivation, dealing with people, and cultivating the 4 arts of immortality. Your sister is very dependent on you, but your attitude is starting to get cold, and you want to use this to reduce her dependence on you, as well as to dilute your relationship. You think you're just a dying man, shouldn't be a stumbling block to a young girl's future. With your current relationship, after you leave the Heavenly Sword sect, Sue Emily will definitely go to find you regardless. Therefore, you are taking the initiative to destroy this relationship, trying to make Sue Emily feel less good about you and even hate you. It's the only way she won't look for the missing you. It's the only way she won't find out the truth. It's the only way you can be at ease. Leaving, your demeanor is quite effective. And under your deliberate coldness and neglect, Sue Molly's dependence on you has diminished, but she still treats you with respect and as an older brother. Under your tutelage, Sue Emily officially became a chi refining stage cultivator, and she was so happy that you said 2 words in a gaze full of expectation. General, Sue Emily was aggrieved by your coldness, and instead of consoling her, you arranged for more cultivation courses. You're in a hurry. Theoretically, you have 3 years left to live, but your body is starting to break down. On a certain day, you realize you have a problem with your hearing. You disguised yourself so well that the young girl didn't see your physical abnormality, and you silently accelerated the teaching process, wanting to teach the young girl to become capable of doing her job before your own body completely collapsed. Your overly strict teaching program causes more resentment and aggravation in the young girl, and she begins to suspect that her place in your heart is not important. Why has it become like this? Why has the elder brother who once treated her with love and care become as cold as he is today? More and more aggression, more and more doubts, so that Sue Molly can no longer endure. 6 months later, inside the cave, dusty young girl, the corner of her eyes overflowed with crystal and teardrops, lips pursed, as if there were 10,000 grievances flowing in the heart. The corners of his mouth quivered slightly. Brother, what have I done wrong? Silence, a long silence. Facing his sister's inquiry, Department Sue shook his head. You did nothing wrong. And what exactly does brother do for Emily? Department Sue interrupted the young girl's follow-up question. His eyes slightly closed as if he was remembering something. Do you remember how long we've been living together? The young girl didn't understand why such a question was suddenly asked, but she still subconsciously answered. 17 years. 17 years. This is the total amount of time the Sue department has been conducting simulations in the girl's own age. Yeah, it's been 17 years. The Sue system spoke softly, his voice thick with fatigue and a husky numbness that simply could not be ignored. When I first met you, you were a newborn child, and in order for you to survive, I had to use the last of my rations to trade with someone for some human milk. I was really hungry then, but I still worry about it every day, afraid that you won't be happy, that you won't be dressed warmly, that you won't have enough to eat. You were 10 years old when you had a sudden attack of a vicious disease, and you were cured until this year when you were 17 years old. 7 years in between, and I have been running around moment by moment for 7 years for the sake of your illness. Department Sue's voice was calm, not complaining or blaming. It just revealed a pungent weariness. Emily, if it wasn't for you, my life could have been so much more exciting. I'm human too. I have my own dreams. I can't think of everything for you. I'm not that great. You know, you're 17, no longer a child. It's time to know how to take care of yourself and go live on your own. Tired. A depressing and dull atmosphere permeated the cave. The light became dim and blurred. The young girl's face paled at the words and her eyes were lifeless, as if she wanted to retort something, but in the end she could only come up with one sentence. So, elder brother thinks that Emily is a burden? Heavy-hearted, as if falling into a bottomless abyss. All the emotions are not away, and in the end, you can only run away in a mess. Sumoli choked so hard that she couldn't make a sound. Running fast, ran out of the cave. The only thing left was the Su system, who had lost all his strength and was paralyzed on the wooden chair, not saying a word and lost in thought for a long time. People really are incredibly contradictory creatures. Su system thought in his mind. He had prepared all sorts of sayings early on to use to sabotage his relationship with his sister and erase the impression of being a good older brother in the young girl's mind. But when it is actually implemented, the heart will still feel hard and intolerable. It really hurts. Much more than when I burned my spiritual roots. Su Xiang covered his heart and muttered, but this way, that child will be able to completely detach himself from my influence and live well in the immortal cultivation world, right? Your words are incredibly sharp, like a sword that runs through and tears apart a young girl's heart. She ran away alone for a long time, crying bitterly alone, wiping tears of sorrow alone in no man's corner, with the most pitiful and aggrieved and lonely gesture, forcibly consoling himself, waiting for Su Moli to come back. Her expression has become much colder, looking at you with eyes that are no longer full of respect as before, and no longer complaining about your training. Your heart is aching, your heart is happy. After this incident, the girl's will has become much stronger. You feel emotionally, pretending to cover your mouth inadvertently, so that the girl did not see you coughing out blood. You wholeheartedly assisted the young girl in her cultivation, and the intense mental concentration made your body collapse faster. And one early morning in the 18th year of your travels, you found yourself becoming more and more powerless. You know, it's time for you to go, despite the reluctance in your heart, despite the fact that you still want to witness the growth of the young girl more. If you continue to stay in the Heavenly Sword sect, sooner or later you will be discovered the truth by the young girl. You chose to leave the Heavenly Sword sect without saying goodbye, and left the Heavenly Sword sect on your own in a flying boat, breaking winds and penetrating clouds along the way, sailing to a place far away from the immortal cultivation world. Where to next? You're confused. In the 18 years since you traveled across the world, your goals have always been only to cultivate immortality and take care of your sister. But now, there's no way to continue with either of these goals. You think long and hard and decide to go back to what used to be Black Rock City and live out the rest of your days alone. The immortal world is huge, and there are countless mortal dynasties and places to enjoy, but none of them are as familiar to you as the Black Stone City, which holds 5 years of memories of you and the girl. Phew, the flying boat fell from the sky, without anyone noticing. Without a word, the youth who no longer had any semblance of cultivation or spiritual roots, just like that, with a wooden sword, lived in the old wooden house that used to be there. One lives alone and waits calmly for death. Period. Some of the neighbors who still remembered the youth greeted him, and the youth responded to each of them. When asked how they hadn't seen the girl, they laughed and avoided the question. Chapter 11, The Great Deceiver. Has the elder brother left already? Heavenly Sword Sect, Mori Sword Peak. The cave, which already seemed lonely, became even more silent and cold after only one person was left. The young girl was silent, sitting alone in a chair woven of rattan, with a candle flame swaying beside her, fluttering and flickering, making the young girl's face also obscure continuously in the firelight. Without the sun, plants cannot grow. Without feathers, a bird cannot fly high. Without feet, humans cannot run. For teenage girls, the Su system is such a vital person. The only one who is irreplaceable, and there will never be a second one. But this only has left her. Exactly. Why did it turn out this way? His own injuries were completely cured, and his elder brother's cultivation had broken through to the gene dance stage. Clearly two extremely happy things. So why had it turned into what it was today? Tick-tock, tick-tock. The eyes were hollow, as if they had lost the ability to watch the world, and the tears turned in their sockets for a long time before they finally slid down uncontrollably. Even breathing hurts at the moment. His throat burned and tightened violently. Along with that raging despair, tears slid down the sides of the young girl's cheeks, eventually converging at her chin and wobbling as they crashed to the ground with a crisp reverberation. The tears cracked, as did the reliance of the young girl's heart, which never existed again. Can't cry. I can't cry. Wanting to cry out. Wanting to cry bitterly. Wanting to vent this despair. But the only person who could accept the young girl, the only person who could accept Su Moli, had completely left. Emily was actually very clear. Long ago, after that altercation with the Su system, she then had a premonition in her heart. If nothing else, that one day, Department Su would leave behind her as a liability and completely disappear from her life. Unwillingly, in order to prevent that day from coming, Su Emily did everything she could to study, wanting to impress her older brother with her efforts and make him feel that she wasn't a burden. But, why? 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 Obviously she has tried so hard. Follow the teachings of the Su system and learn all that you need to learn. Why do you still want to leave? Was there something she wasn't doing enough? Was she not well behaved enough? Was her presence upsetting her older brother? Su Moli closed her eyes and let the tears flow freely. When her brother first started disappearing, she took it with a grain of salt, thinking it might just be a brief outing. But after waiting for half a month in a row, even the most obtuse person should realize that the man was not coming back. Leave her behind as a burden, free from useless chains, free to go. Yes, wasn't it only natural? After all, everyone was free. What qualifications did she, a liability, have to ask for the Su system, to be able to be by her side all the time? This ridiculously naive fantasy should have been shattered a long time ago, shouldn't it? Liar, the great deceiver, obviously promised me I wouldn't leave. The weeping maiden cried louder. Clutched tightly in her hand was a storage ring that was left to her by the Su system before they left. Many items are stored inside. For example, a large amount of spirit stones, extremely high-grade spell formation artifacts, a stockpile of talismans as tall as a small mountain, and a large amount of cultivation and healing elixirs. But in Su Moli's eyes, all of this was meaningless. Filled with anger and sadness, she threw the storage ring in her hand vigorously at the wall. After a series of repeated rebounding rattles, the storage ring tumbled down somewhere, and along with the items inside, it was discarded by Su Moli. Pointless. None of this makes any sense. I only want you. I only want you all. The young girl covered her face and cried bitterly, her knuckles white from the force. But no matter how much she wept sadly, no matter how sincere her wishes were, the hero who, in her infancy, braved the sun and hunger and chose to save her when everyone else chose to give up, the older brother that you can never, ever lose, never to return. Yes, never again. Even if one refuses to admit it, even if one is afraid to face reality, this will not change. Choke, as if falling into the deep sea, drowned by endless despair. Su Moli felt that she had lost all her chi. Her brain was so dizzy that she could not think, and in the end, she could only allow herself to keep falling. Maybe, probably, because the sun in her heart disappeared. It's been out of control in such a state, been crying in such despair. I don't know how long it took, but the young girl's cries gradually faded, and by the time she stepped out of the cave, her eyes had lost their usual color and became colder than ever. It was like she had made up her mind about something. Alone, he walked towards the temple of the Mori sword at the top of the mountain. It didn't take long for a piece of news to come out from within the Heavenly Sword sect, that the famous true disciple Su lineage had gone to nowhere, while his younger sister, Su Moli, had become the second true disciple of the Mori sword peak master. Some were puzzled, some were confused, some were surprised. In the midst of the discussions throughout the entire clan, Su Moli's performance was exceptionally bright. Like a bright meteor shining through the air, she exploded with unrivaled talent, even surpassing her older brother, advancing to foundation establishment cultivator at a much faster rate. She doesn't stop for a moment, she keeps moving. It's like to prove something. Su Moli's pace was getting more and more aggressive. Gradually, Su Moli made more and more noise in the immortal cultivation world, either going deeper and deeper into the inheritance land, or crossing over to kill the strongest enemies. The righteous path regarded her as an immortal seed, and the devil's path hated her as a thorn in their side. The commotion was so great that even the mortal cities and towns far away from the immortal cultivation realm had more than a few rumors of young girls. Kenshin, heaven is dying. Immortals reincarnated. These are all compliments to her. In Blackstone City, when System Su heard these comments for the first time, he couldn't help but freeze for a moment, especially the so-called Heaven's Pendant praise, which made him want to laugh quite a bit. And then after that, the Su system breathed a sigh of relief. That emotion of not feeling worried because of the long time away from the young girl was relaxed and relieved. Great, it seems that even without me, Emily can still live well in the immortal cultivation world, so I have nothing to worry about. Feeling the increasingly sluggish and weak body, the Su system smiled. Frankly, he's in a bad, if not tortured, state, much worse than the reality of being in a wheelchair. More than once, the Su system had thought about ending this simulation early by committing suicide. It's just that every time the thought arises, Emily's figure comes to mind. Couldn't help but want to stay a little longer and pay more attention. After all, after the simulation was over, it was unlikely that the two people who were in a different time and space would have the chance to meet again. Chapter 12, The Last Day of Simulation. This body has only 1 year left to live. Let the simulation come to a natural end. The Su system said. Feeble steps on stiff legs, heading back in the direction of home. It's a great relief to learn that your sister is doing well, but you still can't let go of her, and you decide to continue to quietly follow her growth for a limited time. Your body is in bad shape. You burned all of yourself to make the outer spirit root. Your life begins to count down. For many people, life is extremely limited and scarce, and they can't help but harbor fear and trepidation as they move toward the end. But unlike you, you know full well that death is but your return. More than a diminishing life expectancy, you suffer more from the pain and inconvenience of a deteriorating body in your daily life. In the first month of your final year, early in the morning, you wake up and are surprised to find that you have lost all feeling in your left leg, and no matter what stimulation you use, you can't get it to walk properly. You're bitterly happy and feel like you have one leg left to stand on, so at least it's better than the real world. You took out the wooden sword given to you by your master, Lee Wanshou, and used it as a crutch. And since then you have become a weirdo and a cripple in the eyes of others, and it is extraordinarily inconvenient for you to walk. You do not think. Ancient one of the 8 immortals Iron Crutchly. Today there are crutch sword immortal Su department. You cannot help but laugh when you think of this. In the 3rd month of your final year, you realize you laughed too soon. Heavy rain, the wind roars and the rain is fierce. Originally steadily going home, you suddenly encountered half of your body unconscious. You did not react, fell headlong into the mud puddle. The puddle formed by the rain was so small that even a child, not to mention a normal adult, could easily cross it, but for half of the body was paralyzed and powerless. It seemed like an impassable abyss in gully. Struggling, one hand on the ground, slipping again, you repeat this process over and over again, falling to the point where your clothes are soaking wet, before you get back up with great difficulty, and you decide that you will never laugh again because you can't laugh because of the pain. In the 5th month of your last year, you became seldom out of doors. Your coughs became more and more frequent, and every time you coughed there was a great deal of black blood, and you were shaken by the neighborhood. In the 8th month of your last year, your health became worse. You couldn't taste food, your vision became blurred, and you were worse than an old man except for the fact that you were still conscious. Some roving thugs, seeing your weakness, attacked your door in the middle of the night and tried to steal your money, with a wooden sword in your hand. Even though you are blind, deaf, leggy, and unresponsive, you can easily kill them and hang them at the door as a deterrent to those who also harbor malice. Time continues to flow, and by the last month, your life will be like a candle in the wind. It was the turn of fall and winter, and it took you 3 hours of hard work to barely make it to the threshold to bask in the sun against the pain of your heart and lungs tearing. An unexpected figure appears in front of you. This is your master, Yuaning cultivator Li Wanshou. The old man gazed at his beloved disciple, whom he had not seen for a long time, in speechless silence, with a look of regret in his eyes, as well as a flash of grief. Eventually, Li Wanshou asked this. Regret? The Su system shook its head as before. No regrets. Li Wanshou then asked, how does it feel? The Su system answered honestly. It hurts. The Yuaning old man laughed, exasperated by Su system. He waved his hand and struck out multiple spells, healing Su system's body when he knew it was useless. Then a master and his disciples sat on the threshold and chatted. Both of them knew that this was the last conversation, and the atmosphere could hardly hide the silence and sadness as the old man talked about Su Moli's progress, while the Su system talked about his life in Blackstone City. Li Wanshou, that child, Mo Li, is already preparing to break through the Jindan stage. System Su, so fast. I remember when she broke through the foundation establishment stage. It was less than a year, right? Li Wanshou nodded his head. Her talent is even more amazing than you and I expected. In time she might actually be able to ascend to the immortal realm. The Su system smiled, the pain in his body making the smile a little hard to see. That's great. Stay until the sun sets in the west. The old man left with his sword, and in just the blink of an eye, he completely disappeared into the sky. The Su system barely moved so that he was leaning against the right side of the doorframe, relying on his body as he gazed at the beautiful sunset. At this very moment, his life is like this setting sun, is moving towards the end at a rate visible to the naked eye. However, there was nothing worth keeping. To be able to learn about his sister's recent situation from Li Wanshou's mouth at the last moment of his life, the Su system was already very satisfied. This would also allow him to end this simulation with confidence and return to the real world. The penultimate day of my life. You are almost incapacitated. You can only be paralyzed on the bed, staring at the ceiling. You can't cook, but fortunately your spirit is connected to the storage bag, and you are able to take pills out of it to satisfy your hunger. You don't want to die of starvation. The penultimate day of my life. You cough violently, coughing up more than blood and some body tissue you don't recognize, and you have the realization that you're going to die. Last day of life. You lie quietly on your bed, remembering all the things you and your sister have experienced together from the first year of crossing over to now, and all the adventures you've had in the world of immortal cultivation. You regret that the world of immortal cultivation possesses all kinds of splendor, but you have not had the opportunity to explore it, nor have you ever witnessed the immortal world. You don't regret it. You think it's a good thing to trade your life for the survival of your sister Sumoli. You close your eyes, feeling the weakness of spirit and soul, waiting for death. But to your surprise, on this last day, an extremely strong fight suddenly appeared in the sky above the Black Stone City, which collapsed and destroyed the city, killing a large number of mortals. The roof of your family's wooden house was similarly damaged, thanks to which you saw, through the damaged roof, a large number of cultivators fighting in the air. Rumble, rumble, all sorts of spells bombarded the sky, and every now and then, a flying sword broke apart, or a spirit beast was cut down at the waist. Righteousness, the devil's way, clan cultivator, a large number of casuals. An incomprehensible, unbelievable scene appeared in front of Department Su. Is this a war between the righteous and the devil? Su Department was astonished, not expecting to see such a wonderful and spectacular scene at the last moment of his life. Earlier, when he was still in the Heavenly Sword sect, he felt that the friction between the orthodox and demonic paths was getting bigger and bigger. I didn't realize it would actually turn into a war. Suddenly, Department Su thought of Emily, who was preparing to break through the Jindan stage. If it was really a war between the righteous and the devils, then Sumoli, who was the pride of the righteous path and possessed the appearance of an immortal, would definitely become the primary target of the devil cultivators. Chapter 13, The Last Burning. What's that got to do with you? Haven't you done enough for her? Now you can't even walk. What are you going to do to save people? Give it up and just end the simulation. You don't need to fight to this extent for a simulation character that doesn't exist in reality. In a short moment, many thoughts surged through Su System's mind, and each one of them made perfect sense, allowing him to be at peace with himself and ignore this vast battle between the righteous and the devils. The body was convulsing with pain, mental exhaustion, the side effects of burning spiritual roots, burning cultivation, and burning lifespan in the first place, putting the Su system through 3 whole years of torture. In this last day of life, the body is even more declined that even Su Department themselves do not dare to recognize. Pale face, shriveled arms, senseless lower body, as well as an itch that penetrated to the bone, as if countless creepy crawlies were writhing inside. From time to time, there was a tearing sensation in the muscles, as if they were being cut back and forth by extremely sharp pocket knives. It does suck to be in this kind of physical condition. The Su system endured the pain, doing his best to mobilize his body and squeeze the last bit of strength out of this tired body. But even so, he couldn't even complete the movement of getting up. It really hurts, and really want to give up. The constant buzzing in his ears was like a sharp warning, reminding Su system that his body had reached its limits. Gradually, the world before Su system's eyes was filled with the color of blood. The body on the verge of collapse finally couldn't support itself, and blood flowed out of the ears, eyes, mouth and nose, blurring the eyes and staining the teeth. And when the mouth opened slightly, more blood flowed out uncontrollably, soaking the bed beneath him in a cold, demonic flower of blood. Bubbles rose in his throat. Su Xiang really couldn't hold on any longer. Such pain had already surpassed the limits of human endurance. He was really in too much pain and didn't want to hold on for even a second longer. Wanted to let the pain drown out reason. End this simulation once and for all. But in a trance, in the growing blur of vision, a familiar figure dimly appeared. Growing from an infant to a young girl, from health to frailty, Emily is going to help her brother make lots and lots of money. Emily loves her elder brother the most. Brother, will Emily die? Past memories suddenly revealed themselves, ridding Su system's eyes of their cloudiness. Emily is still waiting for me to save her. I can't yet. I can't die here. Su system struggled to sit up from the bed, his pale face twisted with pain. Thin beads of sweat seeped out from his forehead. Su system tried to get out of bed and stand. But when his body was off balance, he tumbled right off the bed. The field of vision suddenly shook. He fell, and it knocked over many of the items next to the bed, falling in bits and pieces all over the floor. Could a body like this, which had difficulty even standing, really be involved in a fight between immortal cultivators? And would Su Moli definitely need his help? The Su system doesn't know. All he knew was that as an older brother, he had promised himself that he would do whatever it took to save his sister. It has nothing to do with doing it or not. It has nothing to do with whether the simulated world is fake or not. The important thing is that it was a promise made in person. Ha 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 dash. Replacing the wail of pain with a loud laugh, the Su system laughed and coughed up blood, falling to the ground and fumbling haphazardly with the palms of his hands, finally gripping the wooden hilt of the sword. As soon as he entered his hand, he felt the stirring yuaning mana inside. This mana obeyed the Su system's will, forcing its way into that broken body that had lost its spiritual roots. squeezing into every fragmented tendon and vein to provide Su's system with a short-lived power. He stood up. He stumbled out of the house. The body began to collapse and disintegrate abnormally due to the forceful infusion of mana, exploding into a cloud of scarlet blood mist. If this continued, there was a good chance that System Su wouldn't even be able to leave his body intact. But what does that matter? Elder brother came to save you. The amazing mana fluctuation rushed straight into the sky. The present cultivators of the righteous and devilish paths were startled, and when they came back to their senses, a sword light had long since flown extremely far away, and rushed in the direction of the heavenly sword sect. You're dying. Your long illness has consumed every ounce of your strength. Your body has long been at the end of its life, but you've achieved an impossible miracle. Your intention exceeds human limits, forcing your body to move. Even if you suffer 1,000 times more in the process than you did in the past, you have no regrets. You long time to ride the sword light. Toward the memory of the direction of the heavenly sword sect rushed. When you returned to the clan, found that this place has long been the devil's way to break through. The protection of the clan array completely lost its effectiveness. Blood, broken limbs, damaged treasure. The war is still going on, but the scene of bloodshed has already been formed. The whole heavenly sword sect has just become a hell on earth. You are shocked and worried about your sister and master. You forcefully drive a wooden sword to kill an enemy, and someone recognizes you, either with surprise or fear. You're killing me. As a Yuaning sect, the heavenly sword sect was not weak. Although it is not the top group in the immortal cultivation world, it is still ranked first class, and it is called a great sect of righteousness with a legacy, and all the disciples of the past and present are proud of the heavenly sword sect. But, in the torrent of dueling between the righteous and the devil, facing a large number of devil cultivators, as strong as the heavenly sword sect, they had to accept defeat. The sword peak collapsed. The main hall is waist deep. A large number of disciples were directly beheaded. The peak veins were surrounded, and even the Yuaning stage great cultivators died several times, which was despairing and made people kill red-eyed with grief. Before the official offense, the devil's side then made a meticulous plan that some people had to be killed. For example, Su Moli. This Mori Sword Peak's second true disciple was simply too shocking, completing foundation building in 1 year and planning to condense the Jindan in 1 year. Countless devils' way-old ancestors straight away called it horrifying as it was. It can be said that the reason why the Heavenly Sword sect was focused on attacking by the Devil's Way, a large part of the reason for this was that Su Moli was too heaven-defying. It made the giants on the side of the Devil's Way unable to resist the urge to recruit and control them, and if they couldn't, they would have to kill them on the spot in order to eliminate any future problems. Surrender. Fairy Moli. If you are willing to join my Heavenly Demon sect, the position of Holy Maiden is within your reach. You're like a bird in a cage. There's no way you can escape. 2 late Jindan, 5 mid Jindan, and 9 early Jindan. This was the number of Devil Dao cultivators that surrounded Su Moli, while loudly urging them to surrender. They looked with scornful eyes at the cool figure directly across from them, holding a long sword and dressed in white. Su Moli was worthy of being a heavenly pride with the reputation of being an immortal, a strong and dominant force. With his foundation establishment cultivation, he had chopped several Jindans in reverse one after another. It was a good thing that she was only a foundation establishment after all, with limited magical power. No matter how heaven-defying she was, it was impossible for her to escape the siege of 10 or so Jindan. Chapter 14. You died in front of a young girl. It's the end of the mountain after all. The calm voice echoed between heaven and earth. Compared to the naivety of childhood, the illness of the young girl, 20-year-old Su Moli's eyes like a deep pool, the appearance of the cold and absolute, between the fluttering of the sleeves like the heavenly court in the dust of the flying fairy. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and was gently pulled back with a jade hairpin. Fingers are slender and hold the sword to defend the enemy. Lingering, strong, sharp. No one knew what experience Su Moli had, and between each move and style, all of them carried terrifying power, killing the devil cultivators to the point where they were chilled to the bone. But manpower has its limits. With the devil cultivators laying down a large formation, Su Moli, who was only at the foundation cultivation level, was soon caught in the predicament of being surrounded and blocked. Dying? Feeling the amount of mana that was no longer there, as well as the nearly shattered flying swords of the magic treasures, he also looked at the dense and impenetrable Devil Dao formation around him. Su Moli laughed softly, killing intent in his smile. Demonic rats, come and fight. Ignoring the so-called persuasion to surrender, in the eyes of the Devil's Way cultivators in shock and anger, the female sword immortal chopped out her final stunning sword, instantly killing 2 early Jindan stages. Then he was bombarded by numerous magic treasures and fell straight down from the air. Teenage girls know, with the way the battle was going, no one was going to come to her aid to save her, but she has no fear or regret. Long ago, she was prepared to die at any time. After all, she was supposed to be the one who had walked through the gates of hell. Only, at the thought of bidding the world farewell, there was more or less some reluctance in his heart. Some towards the Heavenly Sword sect, some towards his master Li Wansho, and also towards Blackstone City, as well as the man who accompanied 89/10 of his life, warm and reassuring, is now long gone. It's been 3 years. Sumoli had experienced many things and traveled to many places, but no amount of brand new scenery can fill the void after that man leaves. What kind of feelings did she harbor for that man? In every late night, Sumoli would ask herself again in her mind, is it hate? I think so. I hate that he left without saying goodbye. Is it love? It's a little bit like it, and not quite like it, different from all the love and affection in the regular population. It's a kind of unspoken emotion that wants to be together forever and ever. But it's come to this, there is no longer any need to think about that. After all, he, himself, was about to die. Inexplicably, when his life was in danger, Sumoli looked at the demonic cultivator who had restored his killing force in the air, and a fortunate thought surfaced in his heart. Fortunately, that man had long since left the Heavenly Sword sect. Otherwise, he would have been in danger today as well, and probably even died. And that was an image the young girl never wanted to see. Rip dash. A sound like cloth tearing echoed abruptly in the sky, causing the young girl who was blithely waiting for her death to come to freeze for a moment. She looked up to the sky, only to find the canopy of despair being cut off by the light of a shocking sword. Looking closely, a familiar bloodstained figure could be seen stumbling towards this. That was the older brother she relied on the most. It was her hero alone. That's the important person she rejoices over and mourns for. But why? Why is that person here? No, don't. Stop. Stop it. No, no, absolutely don't. Don't keep coming over dash. Panic and disorientation instantly took over the young girl's originally cool face. She vaguely foresaw something, an extremely frightening and absolutely unacceptable future. But the Su system is still moving forward. Like before, traveling to the girl when she needed him the most. The most. It hurts. It hurts too much. Your consciousness is overwhelmed by endless pain, and you've almost lost the ability to think. But you still remember clearly that the purpose of your trip is to protect your sister. You drive the wooden sword back to the long-lost Heavenly Sword sect. You saw your clan broken. You saw your brothers and sisters killed. You saw your grown sisters surrounded by demons. Without hesitation, you swing your wooden sword and use the techniques you once used to cut down the villains who try to harm your treasures. You are discovered, and you engage in a fierce battle with the demonic monks. The muscles were wailing. Bones are breaking. The blood is spewing. On the battlefield of the Heavenly Sword sect, Su System's entire body was dyed red with blood, with the appearance that he should have died long ago, but he was still marching on, numbly waving the wooden sword in his hand. The Yuaning mana that didn't belong to him, condensed rainbow pie, stopped and killed a late-stage Jindan, but at the same time, the counterattack from the demonic cultivator caused one of Su System's paws to be sliced off in an unknown direction. He's System Su, the first true disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. Quick, let's all kill him together. Some devil cultivators shouted in fear, recognizing the identity of Su System. The battle record of killing a late Jindan stage in one move was too astonishing, so much so that the demonic cultivators' hearts jumped in fear, and due to the pressure in their hearts, they combined their efforts to attack the Su System. Brother! Sumoli shouted out her long-lost name, her expression more panicked than ever as she wanted to break the big formation and go out to fight with the Su lineage, but she was just too weak. The attack simply couldn't break through the formation. One could only watch, with eyes wide open in despair, as that bloodstained figure fell and rose again and again. Please, no. Another move of swordlight across the sky, for Jindan demonic cultivators perished, and the Su System also paid the price of having both legs broken. He could no longer stand, but crawled on the ground with his hands, advancing in an incredibly slow and comical manner. Both legs bled profusely from the broken wounds. The dirt along the path was soaked with blood, creating long trailing blood trails. The Devil Dao cultivators were chilled to the bone, momentarily unable to tell who was the true Devil Dao, but they still forced themselves to endure their fear and continued to launch a siege at the Su System. This time, the Su System was at the expense of having his entire body burnt to a crisp and completely losing his left arm. Kill all the remaining Jindan demonic cultivators. Don't do this. Why? Obviously I'm just a liability. The young girl's eyes were lifeless as she sat on her knees. She was a crying mess. Tears fell down his cheeks, drop by drop, onto his body, onto his thighs, and it was a look of utter despair and utter disintegration. Please, don't come any closer. Please. Whoa. Snot and tears, shivering with fear, looking at the figure in front of him who was burned to a crisp, with only the upper half of his body left struggling to move forward, crawling on one arm, The despair in his heart then almost buried the mind. Unable to breathe, unable to think, every tiny movement tinged with great sadness. One can only cringe and wait for tragedy to strike. Ka-chow. Finally, the monster that had been burned beyond human shape, with its only remaining right arm leaning on the wooden sword, crawled with difficulty to the front of the big formation that trapped Sumoli. With the last of his strength, with the last of his mana, a sword stabbed through the entire formation. Su's systems dry, cracked lips opened slightly as if he wanted to say something, but his vocal cords had long since burned out and he couldn't make any sound. But Sumoli read what Department Su really wanted to say. Brother has come to your rescue. Mo Lee. Brother didn't lie to you. Boom. Almost at the instant the formation shattered. System Su closed his eyes slightly, only to feel exhaustion surging through him in an instant, no longer able to do anything but fall asleep. In the gaze of the young girl's despairing collapse, Department Su's burnt and charred body dissipated into the wind. Didn't give her the slightest chance to salvage it. Mouth wide open. Wanted to cry but couldn't. All that could be done was to let out a dry howl of despair, hating his own incompetence over and over again. You're dead. Simulation ends. Chapter 15, After you died, she went crazy. You managed to save your sister by your own efforts at the end of your Sim's life. Your heart is so satisfied. You'll die without regret. Though you, who have a heavenly spiritual root, should not stop at this in the future. You have no complaints in your heart and think you have done what is truly right. The simulation is over. Start counting the highlights. In simulation evaluation calculations, simulated incentives being generated at host consciousness returns. Simulation countdown to cool down. Familiar ceiling. It was as if it had been shoved into a washing machine and rolled around dozens of times. In Su's system's mind, a buzzing sound rang out, and when he came to his senses, he realized that he had returned to the real world, sitting in a wheelchair in a semi-reclined position, looking right up at the white ceiling. The Su system looked down slightly and realized that he was still holding the book he had before the simulation began, the cover clean and free of dust. Spend all those years in the simulated world, only to have the real world remain unchanged? It's called time suspension, I think. Su Department was slightly relieved. Fortunately it wasn't that kind of setting where the time of the two worlds were synchronized, or else he would definitely be on the list of missing persons when he came back from the simulation once. Drip drip drip. The simulator beeps non-stop. It seems to be settling the rewards for the first simulation. Department Su ignored it, instead controlling the wheelchair to move to the bed and couch, laboriously using both hands to prop up his body, moving a little bit to the bed to lie down. Close your eyes and just rest. He was just too tired. Although he was detached from the body that was on the verge of collapse after leaving the analog world, Su's system's mental state was not refreshed and restored as a result. So, take a nap first. Clattering dash. Half asleep. There seemed to be the sound of rain coming from outside the house. Heavy rain poured down, as if the heavenly river was pouring down, submerging the entire heavenly sword sect in the majestic vapor. Even the thick smell of blood washed away a little. The rain was ferocious, stirring up a splash of water. But the young girl was unmoved, just kneeling in place like that, staring down at the ground in a dumbfounded manner, his hands slightly cupped, as if trying to hold up something. But under the rain, all that mud and sand that she had cupped up flowed through her fingers. Nothing caught on. The only thing I could find was a tattered rag, the only relic left behind after the man's death, originally white in color, blackened by blood. Not even a rainstorm can wash it away. The young girl was just as still, her eyes empty and desperate, clutching the cloth and not letting go, despite any reluctance to admit it, despite refusing to believe it any longer. The tearing pain, the heartbreaking remorse, the raging hatred, all told Su Moli plainly that her elder brother had died in front of her in the most miserable manner. The older brother who would build her a fire to keep her warm in the cold winter is dead. The older brother who would run around and hustle all day, buying her candy with his hard-earned money, died. The older brother who had stayed with her and cared for her during her coma was dead. Brother, he, really dead. The hero that belonged to him alone, the sun that was always bright and warm in his heart, could never come back. Not a brief separation, but an eternal farewell. Su Moli's heartbeat grew weaker and weaker in the noisy rainy sky, as if it would stop at any time, and there were no tears in his eyes for a long time, only dried up sadness and despair. It's so tempting to just die and be done with it, but even such a thought is a luxury, because this life was saved by his elder brother, and if he were to die so hastily, then his brother's death would become meaningless. Thus, Su Moli decided to give up on herself and allow herself to be overwhelmed by despair. The fight is raging outside. It seemed that other righteous sects had come to their aid, meeting up with the Heavenly Sword sect's cultivators in the nick of time, and together they repelled the devil cultivators, who were so terrified that they could only flee in haste. These no longer had anything to do with Su Moli, the righteous way or the devil's way. She wasn't even in the mood for it anymore. It was only in the midst of that fierce fighting sound that the young girl's originally godless pupils wavered for a moment, and she heard someone mention her older brother. Damn! These moralistic hypocrites actually came so fast. The plan has failed. Retreat! Oh, anyway, enough of this. This time, in addition to killing 3 Yuaning, there is also a Sky Sword sect's first true bias. I remember what is called Su lineage. What a monster! Actually killing a dozen Jindans by himself. Luckily he died in the end. Genius? Just a lucky bastard. Unforgivable. 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 Unable to forgive such wanton denigration of his brother's thieves. Unable to forgive such incompetence in himself. Something must be done. Bang! Thunder shook the air. There was a flash of thunder in the dimly lit sky and earth, illuminating 100 miles around. Su Moli got up against the raging storm, with tear stains at the corners of his eyes, seeming to cry and not cry, seeming to laugh and not laugh, completely without his own will, only traveling with an obsession. She silently picked up the cloth soaked in the blood of her greatest love. Use it to tie your long hair behind you. With green silk flying in killing intent, he carried his elder brother's wooden sword in his hand and killed the devil Dao cultivators who were trying to escape alone. With one sword, heaven and earth were shocked. One sword, the ghosts and gods weep. One sword, and the golden Dan condenses. I want you to bury your elder brother. The young girl cried and laughed, and said this cold to the extreme, with killing intent into the Tao. Depending on the foundation bottleneck is nothing. The Jindan instantly becomes. Wherever the wooden blade went, everything was cut down. Whether it's Jindan, or Yuaning, Tong Tong chopped it with a sword. Someone came out and shouted for the crowd not to panic. Since they could kill Department Su, they could naturally kill Department Su's sister. But as soon as he spoke, he felt his vision go askew and rolled several times with a grunt. The last moment of her life. She saw a blurred figure who had killed until her white clothes were stained red and she was carrying a wooden sword. And she killed even more fiercely. Kill, kill again, keep killing, kill until all the detractors of your brother cease to exist. Ha 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 dash. Su Moli let out a sickly laugh. His stunningly beautiful face covered in blood as he cocked his head to look at the remaining devil Dao cultivators, pacing in the void. It may seem like going extremely slow, but each step can span extreme distances. The scalp of the demonic cultivators present was shocked. They wanted to escape, but they couldn't escape at all. And no matter how far they escaped, they would be caught up by the astonishing sword light, and feel their vitality fade away in the extreme tearing. There were righteous cultivators arriving who were prepared to help in the chase, but seeing that mountain of demonic corpses, there was a shiver. It didn't dare to approach Su Moli at all. That sight was too horrifying. Broken limbs and arms constantly falling from the air, blood mixing with the rain to form a shocking and boundless rain of blood. In the center of the rain of blood, the young girl stood alone, with a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood cast by her own hands under her feet. Chapter 16, A Sinner Stained with Brother's Blood. Kill all the demonic cultivators that invaded the Heavenly Sword sect. The endless despair in Su Moli's heart finally got a moment's relief. She calmly scanned the surroundings and looked towards the late arriving reinforcements from the righteous path. No one dared to meet their eyes. Even the acquaintances from the Heavenly Sword sect were shocked and took a few steps back. What a look that was! Anger? Sorrow? No, it's more extreme than that. The empty nothingness of everything being completely lost. At the same time, one cannot help but wonder if the girl in front of him is really still considered a human being, described as a living corpse, maybe even a little more appropriate. Su Moli's face was expressionless, not paying the slightest attention to these righteous cultivators as he took to the air with his sword and returned in the direction of the Heavenly Sword sect. Brother, what really happened 3 years ago? The young girl said silently in her mind. She wasn't stupid, and after avenging her elder brother's death, she was keenly aware of one thing: if the Su system truly felt that she was a liability, there was no way she could have arrived at the rescue so coincidentally. This showed that from the beginning to the end, Department Su had been silently paying attention to the young girl. But, since I'm so concerned, why did he still make a desperate face back then, even leaving the Heavenly Sword sect and severing the connection between the two? Carrying doubts and incomprehension, Su Moli flew straight to the Heavenly Sword sect's Mori Sword Peak, and if there was anyone who could answer the questions and solve the puzzles, then there was no doubt that it was only the teacher of the two siblings, Li Wanshou. It didn't take long. Su Moli met the old man who was recuperating from his injuries after the great battle. Everything that had happened earlier was told to the old man. Li Wanshou was silent for a long time, and finally sighed. It's just, what's the use of hiding and covering up nowadays? Since he appeared before you, I think he is also prepared to be known by you in full. Looking at the bloodstained wooden sword in Su Moli's hand, Li Wanshou stroked his beard and shook his head, revealing the full picture of what happened when Su's system sacrificed everything to make an external spirit root in order to save Moli, while choosing to leave without saying goodbye in order to prevent Moli from finding out. Such a truth, such a fact, obviously greatly exceeded Su Moli's expectations. She couldn't have imagined it. A condition that has plagued you for 7 years. The cost of its healing was actually all that the older brother had. The elder brother who had burned his life, burned his cultivation, burned his spiritual roots, and lived in such agony, could not imagine what kind of mindset he held to spend his days. Even on the last day of his life, he had to drag his broken body to save his sister's life. Su Moli's pupils trembled violently. The tragic scene before her brother's death kept replaying before her eyes, deepening her despair and making her heart ache. It hurts. There was a sharp pain coming from all over his body. The stomach, in particular, was throbbing with pain. My eyes were sore and seemed to want to weep, but the tears had long since dried up, so it hurt more and more, and it hurt so much that I couldn't see my hands. Looking down at his hands and feet, he only felt that they were covered in sinful blood. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. If it wasn't for her, her elder brother would have been able to live well, enjoying the adoring gazes from others as the #1 heavenly pride in the limelight, and not as it is now. There are no bones left. Yes, it was all her fault. She was a liability. She was a sinner stained with her brother's blood. Brotherhood. The young girl who learned the truth about everything, lost her mind and left the top of Mori Sword Peak, returned to the cave where the two siblings had lived together for 12 years, and rummaged through every corner of the place like she was mad. After rummaging for a long time, he found a small storage ring. It contained a large amount of cultivation materials. It was left behind by the Su department back in the day. The young girl didn't care how many of those resources were there. She cared that it was one of the few items her older brother had left in the world. And even more so, it was a gift with a special meaning. Going forward, the young girl locked herself up in her cave, neither cultivating nor paying attention to the sex summons, just sitting quietly crouched in the deepest room of the cave. Opening her storage ring, she poured out as many items inside as she could, letting the items, which were tainted with the Su system's aura, completely submerge her. As if by doing so, it will create the atmosphere that the Su system is still around. But pouring on, Su Moli suddenly found a distinctive item amongst the many items he had poured out. It was neither a resource for cultivation nor any extremely rare treasure. Instead, it's a jar of candy, a jar stuffed to the brim with candy. This is, Su Moli's originally lifeless eyes regained a little bit of their luster, and she picked up the candy jar with a slightly stiff arm, taking out a piece of hard candy from it and putting it in her mouth. The flavor is familiar, but then again, something was wrong. It seems to be because it was stored for too long. It's no longer edible. No, it's not that it's been stored too long, it's that I realized it too late. The young girl's tears fell silently once more. Had she found the jar of candy in the first year of Su's system's departure, she would surely have been able to savor the cleanliness at its best. But she didn't. She was so useless that she hated herself for it. I will atone for my sins. I must bring my brother back to life, whatever the cost of. There was a sob and determination in the spirit-crushing voice. Day 2. Su Moli's figure disappeared from the Heavenly Sword sect, without any announcement or words left behind. It just disappeared without a trace. It was said that someone had accidentally seen Su Moli's figure in a mortal city called Blackstone City, and at that time, she had moved a wooden house with her great magical power, shedding tears of blood and appearing to be crying in pain. Then later, when someone saw Su Moli, it was in an inheritance cave. Her cultivation had already entered the Yuanying stage. Acting strongly, he beheaded a god realization cultivator against his will. The name of Kill Immortal shocked the entire immortal cultivation world. Kill, never-endingly kill. Kill until the entire demonic path is destroyed for it. It was as if she had an unbreakable grudge against the Devil Dao cultivators, killing the Devil Dao to the point of near extinction with her own strength, causing the Devil Dao giants of the transitional stage to make a move. But she still escaped. Not only that, by the time Su Moli appeared once again, she had actually broken through to the transitional succession stage as well. With a single sword, that transitional devil cultivator, along with the top Devil Dao sect behind him, was decimated from the world with a great divine power. What happened further on was unknown to the cultivators. Su Moli's natural talent was too demonic and heaven-defying. The lower world no longer had room for her. She also didn't care to remain in the immortal cultivation world, as if there was nothing she wanted here. So she opened the heavenly gate with her sword, and before her own cultivation reached the requirements for ascension, she opened the path to ascension with her supreme attacking and destructive aptitude and intruded into the immortal realm with only her own body. Unbridled, mundane beings, How dare you trespass into the immortal realm? If you meet an immortal and don't worship him, your name is on the tablet of the past life. Mere mortals, seeing me is like a frog in a well looking at the bright moon, when you enter the immortal path. Seeing this emperor should be like a mayfly peering into the blue sky, killing along the way, breaking through the cultivation level along the way, meet countless strong enemies, but with only a wooden sword. Suemoli killed to the immortal world no one dared to call crazy, once in the lower realm of the fierce reputation of killing immortals, in the immortal world also swept spread. In the end, even the lofty immortal emperor cannot escape that kill the sky sword. Chapter 17 Simulated Reward Settlement. Brother, I can finally make amends. The heavens tremble. The sea of boundaries churned. I don't know how many years had passed, but a clear and cold figure with a killing machine that pierced through the ancient and modern worlds and eyes that pressed across the 10,000 realms walked out from the immortal realm, carrying a blood-stained wooden sword. Take a step and step into the light of day. Under its terrifying pressure, the river waters symbolizing the past, the current world, and the future boiled as much as it could, erupting into monstrous splashes, each drop carrying the heaviness of a small world on one side. Buzz. Suemoli gently raised her hand. Time and light reversed in her hand, and the years were rewritten because of her. How much time has actually passed since the death of the elder brother? Suemoli was a little hard to remember. All she knew was that from that day on, she had lost all hope and reliance, leaving only the obsession of resurrecting her elder brother to drive her body to keep cultivating. Finally, she had broken through to above the immortal emperor, achieving a supremacy that had never been seen before, and could ignore karma and reverse the years. With this greatness above the immortal emperor, she would surely be able to save her elder brother from the past. When he thought of this, the attractive face that had never aged could not help but show a few smiles. Rumble, rumble, the years are blocked. The white jade-like hand traveled upstream against the current, pinching up a small world with a familiar scent with precision from the endless world water droplets. The very same small world that Suemoli had before he ascended. The passing years are drawn out and transformed into images of real manifestation. Time is far away. Suemoli saw that familiar face once again, watching his elder brother raise his young self in a gentle and considerate manner in the past time and space. And I saw the 17-year-old year when my older brother forced himself to save the young girl of that year at the cost of his own life. Brother, a whisper filled with 1,000 thoughts. The years shook, and supreme greatness was exerted on his fingertips, gently grasping at the system of the passing years, trying to forcefully catch it to his side. But, accompanied by the crisp sound of bubbles bursting, the clear and cold woman's finger passed directly through the system, failing to affect it in the slightest, unable to touch it in the slightest even with all her might. No, that's not possible. Suemoli was a bit flustered. She tried to fish for something else from the past time. Everything was going well, and in front of her greatness that overrode the heavens and the worlds, the limitations of the years could not stop her in the slightest, but she was unable to touch her elder brother. Again and again, over and over again, over and over again. No matter how many times one tries, one can only see the system living in the past, and cannot truly touch him. It's like the moon in the water and the flower in the mirror. Although it can be visualized, it is actually separated by an infinite distance, and there is no possibility of touching it at all. Why? Why did it come to this? It shouldn't be like this. Why don't you give me a chance to make up for my mistakes? Finally, Suemoli gave up that move that she had tried countless times, deeply realizing that she would never be able to save her beloved elder brother. Looking at the memories that belonged between two people in the river of time and space, she sobbed for the first time in a long time. It was a silent cry. It's quiet and sad. No sound was made, just a steady stream of tears falling and mixing into the river of years. But the teardrops of grief condensed even as they were washed away by time and not cut back a bit. Brother, I'm sorry. In the end, the maiden who transcended countless beings and arrived at the shore of the impossible. Curl yourself into a tiny little ball, letting the consciousness fall silent and into endless darkness as a means of escaping the desperate truth that cannot be rewritten. Opening his eyes, the darkness was broken by the warmth of the sun. Unlike before when he woke up in the immortal cultivation realm, this time around, system woke up in a room in the real world. It always feels like a very long dream. The sun was shining and it was still daylight. Shining through the window, illuminates everything in the room. It wasn't that Sue had slept too little, but he had slept for about 10 hours straight, coming into the early morning hours of the next day. After all, what he did before the end of the simulation was completely beyond the limits of human tolerance, and the burden on the spirit was simply too great. I also wonder how that child, Emily, is doing after my death. With her talent, there shouldn't be any need for me to worry, and the thought of not seeing that child again is still a bit inexplicably sentimental. The system sat up from the bed, catching the sunlight in his palm for warmth and comfort, and lamented. he's actually a partial geek. Especially after being crippled in both legs, he rarely dealt with outsiders anymore. With this simulation experience, he had enjoyed a normal life for 17 long years, and to be honest, Su's system was really satisfied in his heart. Just the thought of the young girl's weeping, desperate face at the end of the simulation. Department Su couldn't help but sigh, feeling relieved in his heart. The Sims? It does have a second life-like experience just like the simulator said. It just doesn't match up with the good life that was said at the beginning is all. The Su system sked lightly. With that, he began to check up on the system alerts that he hadn't been able to check up on since the end of the simulation because he was too sleepy and tired to do so. Ding dong. First simulation completed. Congratulations to the host for activating the following achievements. 1 man's hero. 4 arts changemaker, dying young. The man behind him. One's hero, you are the hero of her alone and the light of her heart. For arts changemaker, your attainments in the 4 arts of immortal cultivation have the achievement of starting a school, and you have accomplished a change without anyone knowing it. Died young, your future could have been brighter, but you died a little fast. The man behind him, your existence is inconsequential to the world, but you indirectly facilitated his birth. And some call you the man behind the unspeakable taboo. Su's system? The first 3 achievements are pretty normal. How come the last one draws a sudden change? Judging from the description, the so-called he refers to Emoli, right? The Su system pondered. It seems that after my death, that child Emoli seems to have become something extraordinary. The heart's concern for the young girl diminished a little. The Su system continued to view the simulator panel. Simulation summary, you have completely wasted your talent, and although you have an excellent heavenly spirit root, your cultivation ultimately stops at the Jindan stage, which is, without a doubt, a waste, but correspondingly, at the cost of your own life, you have indirectly accomplished another great deed, and have thus been called that man by all the heavens and all the world, and your existence is remembered by the world. No. 01 Simulation Final Evaluation, S-. Reward generation in progress. Drops. Please select any 3 of the following 5 rewards. They will be issued immediately after selection. 1. Peak cultivation within the Sims. 2. All of the doctrines in the Sims. 3. Wooden spiritual roots. 4. Storage ring full of cultivation resources. 5. A jar of candy that never expires. Chapter 18. Please recharge Anchor Media. The simulator had thoughtfully given a specific description of each reward, allowing Su to be more intuitive, judging the pros and cons of each reward. As in option 1's peak cultivation, when Su's system chose it, he would gain the Jindan cultivation within the Sims, so that the real-world him could directly have the ability to defend himself, instead of being miserable and starting over from the chi refining stage. An S rating is able to choose 3 rewards, and by that reckoning, the rewards for A and B ratings should become 2 and 1. Or perhaps the rewards are greatly reduced. In that case, it looks like we'll have to try to ensure high ratings when we conduct simulations in the future. The Su system pondered in deep thought. Eyes scanned back and forth over the 5 rewards. Quickly identify options 1 and 3. I.e. Peak cultivation and celestial spiritual root. Choosing a cultivation level would save time and get to the Jindan stage in 1 step, while the heavenly spirit root would be a guarantee for subsequent strength gains, both of which were the most needed by the Su system at the moment. As for the 3rd reward, Su department looked at that last option, the sugar jar that looked incredibly ordinary compared to the other rewards. The jars are just regular jars and the candy is just regular candy. The Su system knows this all too well. After all, the jar of candy was the one he had bought at the Mortal Bazaar. Department Su hadn't expected that this jar of candy, which he had left inside his storage ring as a reparation gift to make his sister happy, would still be able to appear in the simulation rewards, and it's specifically labeled never expires again. That is to say, did it ever expire once? Su's system's expression was a bit complicated. It seems that what I did really annoyed Emoli, leaving her without a single bite of candy. Laughing to himself in this way, the youth chose the candy cane as his last reward. He had all the memories of his cultivation, and the Tao or whatever could be practiced from scratch, and the resources could be recollected in reality. The only thing that can never be reproduced is this not so great, even somewhat mediocre candy, a treasure from another world with a special meaning. Even if it didn't come in handy, the Su system wanted to keep it as a souvenir, in memory of the maiden who was never likely to meet again. Ding! The reward selection is complete, and the distribution process will begin, accompanied by a refresh of the simulator light screen. Su system suddenly felt his body lighten up, and that powerful feeling that he had originally only experienced within the simulation world instantly filled his entire body. Quickly skipping the chi cultivation and foundation building stages to form a rounded and flawless perfect Jindan. Wooden celestial spirit roots were rooted in the inner orifices of the body. As for the last candy jar, it appeared out of nowhere in Sue's system's hand. Candy jars are cylindrical ceramic pieces with a slightly reflective pale green surface, and when you gently lift the lid, you can see the many kinds of candies inside. There are soft candies, short candies, hard candies, and dried fruit candies. When they lived in Blackstone City, the two siblings were really struggling to make ends meet, so at that time, Department Sue could only buy some shoddy candies for his sister to satisfy her cravings, and as a result, for this last candy giveaway, the Sue system bought very finely and packed some of all the candies they could get their hands on. It's just a shame that candy didn't wait for the one who ate it. The Sue system spoke in a regretful tone. Holding the candy cane in his hand, he placed it on the nightstand, moving it back slightly to avoid direct sunlight. After doing so, System Sue took a deep breath and operated the Jindan in his body with a skillful gesture, practicing exhalation in reality for the first time. As the gentle aura rushed and circulated through his tendons and veins, the Jindan cultivation level was there, the wood spirit root was there, and as a matter of course, the innate divine aptitude, wood regeneration, also appeared. Wooden rehabilitations capable of restoring limbs and broken arms. Of course it would also restore the limp that the Sue system had in the real world. Good. As expected, the real world, which has already had its aura revived, is not very different from the simulated immortal cultivation world in terms of cultivation, and in this way, I will be able to use my innate divine ability. The excitement pressed on. At as fast a speed as possible, the Sue system continuously absorbed the aura in the air and transformed it into its own mana reserves. Then he operated the Jindan innate avatar, wood rejuvenation. Make a go at the legs you've been limping on for years. Z. A slight sound of bubbles bursting rang out as a steady stream of vitality merged into the leg, healing, blending, and remodeling it to restore it to its intact stance. As the Sue system tried to move his legs after a long time, his legs went down to the ground unhindered. Walking, jumping, crouching, everything is so smooth, not different from the norm. Finally this day has come. In the room where he was the only one, Department Sue couldn't help but cover his face and laugh for a while before regaining his composure. I don't blame him for being so out of sorts, it's just that limping is so stifling. In the old days, a small step could make things difficult for the Sue system for a long time, often having to take the long way around or ask passersby for help. And now, a brand new life opens its doors to the co-department, all thanks to the simulator. If we could have a few more simulations, I'm sure Sue's life would have been completely changed, and he would have gone on to an unimaginable new future. The problem is that the simulation isn't able to start whenever it wants to. Walking with his legs after a long time, Sue's system put away the wheelchair he used to use before and held a slightly yellowed apple in his hand, and with a turn of wood-affiliated mana, the apple returned to its freshest state. One bite is crunchy and sweet. Out of the corner of his eye, he looked at the simulator panel. On that virtual light screen, which only he could see and which was light blue in color, Sue's system could see a textual prompt that simulated cooling refresh time, 9,999 days and 6 hours, minus the time the Sue system was asleep before. It can be concluded that the natural cooling rate of the simulator is to recover the number of simulations every 10,000 days. This number is more or less appalling, and it's good that the simulator provides a second way to keep the Sue system from literally waiting 10,000 days. Recharge Anchor Medium to get a new number of simulations. Please recharge more and live a good life soon. Ignore the ad-libbied words of the simulator. The Sue system's eyes focused on the words Anchor Medium. Anchor Media. It sounds as if it's something like a locator. Sue's system pondered, and after asking the simulator a few more questions to make sure that it was an item that could be found in the real world, he silently made a mental note of it. He wasn't in a hurry. Having just finished the first simulation, the Sue system was still in a state of digestion and was in no hurry to start the second. You have to eat your food one bite at a time, and you have to take one step at a time. The reasoning, it's universal when you put it in. As for now, Sue's system intends to practice Taoism at home, to restore the Jindan stage due to the combat power, and then after that is to go out to sea, to appreciate their own cripple during the period, due to the recovery of the aura of high-speed development of the real world. I used to have mobility problems, and although I could use my cell phone to learn a thing or two, it was ultimately limited. Now, become a Jindan cultivator legs healed Sue system, is considered to be truly qualified to understand the true nature of this brand new era. Chapter 19, Cultivation is more than just fighting and killing. The aura is revived. The myth returns. Transcendental awakening. Human evolution. This brand new era has different names in different people's mouths. And the consensus of all is that the beginning of this brand new era was born out of the cataclysmic events of 5 years ago. That cataclysm shattered mankind's dream of supremacy, and many transcendent things, fantasy existences that could never have appeared. suddenly appeared in the real world, causing major destruction. To this day, this anomaly occurs from time to time, but it is also thanks to this, humans on Earth began to master transcendent powers, and individual lucky ones or those with great enlightenment were even able to ascend to the heavens in one step and become strong in the true sense of the word. Now, 5 years later, the presence of transcendentalists is even more the norm, with formal legally mandated benefits and obligations. Some people are envious and feel that the transcendentalists are human beings. Some sighed and felt that the mortality rate of transcendentalists was high. But there's no doubt that it's a truly wonderful time. A big time with endless possibilities in waves. Half a month later, Su's system, who had quickly mastered the Tao by virtue of his analog memories, walked on his legs after a 5-year absence, leaving his home and slowly observing the streets of the city. Taiji Bun Shop, Nunri Haircut House, Fighting Horse Vocational Training School, looking at the stores of all shapes and sizes on both sides of the street, combining Earth's native and transcendental systems. System Su couldn't help but be in a mental trance for a moment. The technological tree of Earth's human population is kind of completely skewed right now. Shades of superhuman power everywhere. Of course, in just 5 years, there were a lot more human transcendence on Earth, but it wasn't to the point of universal transcendence. Most of these storefronts on the street were renamed to rub it in. A true transcendentalist basically joined the transcendental omnibus to enjoy the high level of treatment and access to resources granted by the state government. In contrast, the officials would issue some missions and cooperative projects that the transcendents would need to fulfill. Of course, for a fee. It is a win-win situation with mutual benefits for both sides. Perhaps I should join the transcendental omnibus as well, if I remember correctly. There is a branch office nearby. Su's system walked down the road and bought a breakfast on the way. The big meat buns were thin and stuffed and juicy on the inside. Overall the flavor was delicious and incidentally, the merchant gave a bowl of sweet tofu brain. Cultivation isn't just about fighting and killing. It's also about the human condition. With my Jindan stage strength joining the Omnibus Bureau, I think I'll get some attention. And then I'll be able to use the Omnibus Bureau's channels to find the so-called anchor medium. Even if you can't find it, you can still use the resources of the omnibus to enhance your strength. Take a bite of the meatloaf. Feel the warm gravy burst on your tongue. The Seuss system pondered slightly. He didn't intend to imitate those Dragon Pride protagonists who, as soon as they had a golden finger, defied the existence of the country, thinking that sooner or later they would reach the top. This behavior has been proven to be stupid and wrong. Back in the early days of the aura recovery, there are just a lot of lucky people who have obtained extraordinary powers, with such a mentality, secretly hiding among the ordinary people, thinking that they are the children of heaven's destiny. As a result, when the official information was thoroughly released, these so-called protagonists were shocked to realize that they were already far behind. One man's wisdom. It simply doesn't compare to the roar of the state apparatus. The matter of cultivation can be explained by accidentally obtaining an inheritance, something that has happened more than 100 times since the recovery of aura. I don't have to cover anything up at all. Without further delay, join the omnibus today. After eating and drinking, Department Sue opened his cell phone and searched for the location of the Transcendental Omnibus Bureau's branch. Lock position. Step away. The arrival of the Transcendent Era has provided humanity with more sources of energy, and along with that, transportation has seen a renewal of its speed, much faster than before. However, it had been too long since the Sue system had walked, plus the mana makes its own cycle. Not the least bit tired. He then walked slowly for over 2 hours, stopping now and then to look at the new buildings that had been erected, and observing the cabs of magical vein aura mixing furnaces that flew past him. I waited until close to noon to arrive at the destination of the trip, branch office of the Supremacy Omnibus Bureau, Diffractive City. What came into view was a rather spectacular towering building, resembling a lofty mountain peak, while carrying a dense flow of mysterious aura. As expected, as one of the gathering places for transcendence, the omnibus has its own means of defense. The Sue system looked at it curiously for a moment. With that, he walked through the doors of the omnibus. Compared to the grandeur of the exterior, the interior of the Omnibus Bureau is even more massive, with crowds of people moving around and intersecting passages in the vast space. It was the first time Sue's system had come here, so naturally he wasn't sure how to get around. So he pulled a male staff member who was passing by and asked, "Excuse me, this is my first time here. Where do I go to register for transcendent status?" "Oh, you're going to the registration room, right? I just happened to be on my way, so I'll take you there with me." The male staff was very welcoming. "Walk ahead and lead the way." While holding the thick folder of information, he couldn't help but inquire, "By the way, brother, what kind of transcendent power do you possess? Did you awaken it on your own?" Department Sue smiled. "Sort of an immortal cultivator. Lucky, got an inheritance while lying asleep at home." As soon as these words came out, The staff's expressions became visibly envious. I envy you. Not only can you awaken transcendent powers, but you're also the cultivator with the highest reputation. Brother, this is really too outrageous for you. You can cultivate immortality by sleeping. The staff's tone was hardly acidic. In this era, there are many transcendent powers that can be awakened, including but not limited to metaphysics, immortal cultivation, martial arts, magic, fighting qi, and so on. But to say that the Chinese people are the most enthusiastic and eager for transcendent power, no doubt about it. Definitely a cultivator. How many people have not fantasized about flying with a sword during their childhood? It was obvious that the male staff member leading the way was an avid fan of the cultivation system, while leading the way for the Su system. While looking enviously at the Su system, that mournful and longing look stared straight at the Su system that he couldn't stand it. Ahem. Good luck, said System Su. I've only just set foot on the path of cultivation. My strength is feeble, and I still have a long way to go before I become an immortal. Fair enough. Listening to Department Su's explanation, the staff member's expression improved a bit. Just as the two were about to reach the registration room, suddenly, there were cries of alarm and help, and the roar of a frenzied beast from the hallway on the right. Not good. Get out of the way in front. There's a Foundation establishment demonic beast that broke free from the Imperial Beast Ring and ran towards your place. The crowd was in chaos, scattering in all directions. The physical strength of the Foundation establishment demonic beast was terrifyingly large. A red-eyed angry tiger that easily crashed the sides of the corridor between its forepaws running. Even a transcendent at the same level would find it difficult to face the onslaught of a Foundation establishment tiger demon head-on. Moment of truth. The Su system stepped forward, 5 fingers in a false grip. Boom! A slight air-breaking tearing sound rang out. The surging airflow turned into an invisible cage, suppressing the rebellious tiger demon to death and crouching down on all 4 paws. Staff? Is that what you call weak? Chapter 20, Joining the Transcendental Omnibus. As per normal, the registration process for transcendence is cumbersome. It needs to be subjected to a series of official tests, confirmation of whether you really have mastered transcendent powers and which transcendent system you are affiliated with, and then finally classify the ranks and determine the specific treatment. But there are exceptions to everything. In full view of everyone, Su System's single-handed suppression of the Foundation establishment demonic beast, its performance and its sense of oppression all caused the jaws of the crowd present to drop. It's close to sucking in cold air and calling it horrible as hell. And so it was. A few minutes later, Department Su was respectfully invited to the office of the division chief, and there was a person who toasted hot tea, saying that the division chief would be arriving soon. It was an unexpected time saver. Inside the office, Department Su sat in the soft leather chair of hospitality, taking a light sip of hot tea and slurping it, though he didn't mind following the rules and regulations and registering slowly, step by step, but it can be skipped right over if you can. It's never been better. After all, no one wants to waste time. Su System's eyes were slightly closed as he recalled the earlier situation. The Foundation establishment demonic beast escaped, but the people from the Omnibus Bureau couldn't subdue it in the first place, and they treated me with respect. It's not hard to tell from this. Jin Dan stage, or transcendent at Jin Dan stage level. It's still relatively rare in the real world, at least in the city of diffusion. After some rough projections, Su Department of the real world situation is considered a simple bottom. The next, just waiting for the arrival of the diffractive Municipal City Omnibus Bureau's subdirector, waited about 10 minutes. A middle-aged man with a country face hurriedly pushed the door in, looking very excited. Long time no see, Mr. Su. I'm the director of the Transcendent Unification Bureau of Diffractive City, Zhang Yaogua. Facing Zhang Yaogua's outstretched hand, Department Su similarly rose and reached out, politely shaking hands together. First time, Director Zhang. I'm Department Su. Seeing the Su system this gentle and polite, the middle-aged man's face visibly soothed quite a bit. As the subdirector of the Transcendent Omnibus Bureau, over the years, Zhang Yaogua had already seen too many people who were self-possessed in their abilities and had arrogant and domineering personalities. Therefore, after hearing that a Jindan stage immortal cultivation transcendent had come to the omnibus, while Zhang Yaogua was excited, he was worried about Su Department's character. Now look, there is a lot of room for cooperation between the two sides. Mr. Su, please have a seat. Both parties took their seats across the pitch-black colored desk. Director Zhang endeavored to calm his inner excitement, putting on his usual rigorous and serious working state, and opened his mouth to Department Su, saying, I've already understood all of the specifics of what happened. For Mr. Su's assistance, I would like to express my gratitude on behalf of the Diffractive City Omnibus Bureau. Also, I heard that Mr. Su is planning to join the omnibus? I'm happy to welcome Mr. Su on board. But according to the rules, I need to ask some basic questions. The Su system nodded. I do want to join the omnibus, so feel free to ask any questions you have. Zhang Yaogui was overjoyed. Aura recovery for 5 years. Although the country has emerged a lot of strong, but this branch accounted for a little bit, that branch accounted for a little bit, and finally the capital's general directorate to take more than a little bit, there would be very few strong men left. This was why, when a mere Foundation establishment Tiger Demon escaped, the Diffractive Mountain Omnibus failed to recapture it in the first place, simply because there's really no one available. If the Su lineage joined the Omnibus Bureau, with such a Jindan cultivator in attendance, the Diffractive Mountain Omnibus Bureau's strength and ranking would greatly increase. Then Zhang Yaogui began to ask questions. Zhang Yaogui, may I ask how Mr. Su awakened? Department of Su, when I was sleeping at home, I suddenly received the inheritance of an immortal cultivator, and I made a breakthrough overnight and condensed into Jindan. Zhang Yaogui, Mr. Su's luck is really extraordinary. Does Mr. Su know the identity of that immortal cultivator? System Su, I only know that it comes from an immortal cultivation sect called the Heavenly Sword Sect, but I'm not sure about the rest. Zhang Yaogui, last question. Can I ask Mr. Su to demonstrate his Jindan cultivation? Department of Su, of course. Su system spread out his palms, his mana running to hook up with the Jindan in his body, echoing and reflecting, using the Jindan to manifest his innate aptitude. There were even wisps of golden Dan Qi coming out through the body, and the golden light shone brightly. There is no need to question it, nor can it be questioned. The unique innate divine ability of a Jindan realist, as well as the Xiaxia Jindan Qi of the Jindan in his body, was enough to prove that System Su was a genuine Jindan Grand Cultivator. Sure enough, it's a Jindan cultivation. The joy on Director Shang's face intensified. After witnessing it with his own eyes, the last trace of concern in his heart was dispelled, and he hastened to discuss the treatment and benefits, as well as the various things he might have to face after joining the Omnibus Bureau. With the Su system, monthly salary is guaranteed at 30 WAC, with new payouts for completing tasks or making other official collaborations. And, within the Omnibus there is a shopping network exclusively for Transcendentalists. The name is House of Transcendence. Only points circulating within the Omnibus can be used for trading. As a Jindan cultivator, Su's system had the benefit of 1,000 points per month, which could be traded freely within the House of Transcendence in exchange for the cultivation resources he wanted. Similarly, points can be used and exchanged for information within the House of Transcendence. All in all very versatile. Department Su pondered. If you do the math like this, the Transcendent House's 1,000 points is very cost effective. Far better than the 300,000 Huaxia coins per month mentioned earlier. There was not the slightest problem, and the Su system was satisfied with this. I offer force. You provide the payoff. Both sides get what they want. Win-win, big win. After symbolically signing the contract and entering his identity information, Su's system officially became a member of the Transcendent Unity Bureau of Diffractive City, and Zhang Yaogui's face was pleasing to the naked eye. Ha ha ha, we'll be colleagues from now on. Mr. Su. Zhang Yaogui smiled broadly, and compared to earlier, he was now obviously much more amiable, and the eyes that looked at Department Su also had more of the approval of one of their own. With you on board, we at the Diffractive Mountain Omnibus will have a much better time, and we will no longer need to constantly ask for help from the general administration. The first month's 300,000 Chinese coins and 1,000 points will be credited to your account soon. Besides, it's a small personal token of my appreciation. It's a small return gift for joining the Diffractive Mountain Omnibus Bureau and for stepping in to suppress that Foundation establishment Tiger Demon. Director Zhang smiled and handed out a storage ring to Department Su. Aha! The storage ring was really small, but there's no telling what's stored inside. After slightly checking the contents of the ring, Su's system raised his eyebrows. Too corrupt, too much of a look down on his fixation. He would take it home and criticize it. Thus, System Su decisively accepted the storage ring, smiling at each other with Zhang Yaogui. Brother Zhang, you're a good person once I see you. Ha ha, elder brother Su is really wise, to be able to awaken so quickly to become a Jindan cultivator. Elder brother Su is also a dragon among men. The two laughed again. The air is filled with rapturous sounds. Chapter 21, a place always reserved for her. After talking about joining the Transcendental Omnibus, the Su system didn't leave right away. Instead, he stayed inside the director's office and continued to talk with Zhang Yaogui, learning about some of the Transcendentalists and the aura recovery. In this regard, Zhang Yaogui, who was the subdirector of the Omnibus Bureau, undoubtedly knew more than the Su system. Aura revival? The sun shines into the office. It fell on the middle-aged man's face. setting off a touch of despondency. Zhang Yaoguo let out a long sigh. Department Su, regarding the cataclysm 5 years ago, how much do you know specifically? Department Su shook his head. I don't know much, except that many transcendent beings appeared overnight, causing major destruction all over the world. I was one of those who were there, and I'm afraid I wouldn't be sitting here today if I hadn't been lucky enough to get my life back. Director Zhang looked surprised. I didn't expect Elder Brother Su to have this kind of experience. It's true that there will be a blessing after a great calamity, and it's no wonder that Elder Brother Su was able to obtain the immortal cultivator inheritance. He paused, then continued. Most people's impression of the cataclysm is actually similar to yours, only knowing that a lot of transcendent beings appeared, as well as people awakening to become transcendents one after another later on. The existence that originally existed only in works of fantasy, suddenly appearing in reality in a real way. This kind of thing is truly incredible. That's why most people call the New Age the aura recovery. The word revival is more or less inappropriate. Zhang Yaoguo had a bitter smile on his face. Those things, those abilities, from the beginning to the end, were not native to Earth. It's more of an invasion than a revival and awakening. Immortal cultivation, magic, martial arts, metaphysical illusions, and even more unbelievable existences have appeared on Earth in a wave. Aggression? Listening to Zhang Yaoguo's explanation, Department Su frowned slightly. He had envisioned many truths, but the words that came out of Zhang Yaoguo's mouth still startled him. Director Zhang, do you mean that those transcendental creatures are actively invading us? About that. That's not necessarily true. Facing a question from the Su department, the middle-aged man weighed his words and spoke. In the operations I've been involved in before, I've met some transcendent beings that can communicate, even humans from other worlds. They also can't seem to understand why they are on Earth. And it's not just transcendental creatures that are appearing on the planet. There are other things too, such as large landscapes, entirely new species, and abundant transcendental resources. These otherworldly products play a big role in the transcendental omnibus being able to grow to the size it is today. Speaking of which, the man in front of Department Su had a very complicated expression. On the one hand, he resents the invasion of other worlds that have changed the Earth as he knows it. On the other hand, he was genuinely happy that with the help of these transcendental powers, his country was moving towards a more prosperous future. Finally, Zhang Yaoguo concluded, invasion or recovery, it's really not that relevant to us, and we can't change anything. All we can do is try to improve our strength to avoid ourselves, and others, from being affected by the sudden appearance of a transcendent disaster. The Department of Science and Technology of Hong Kong is deeply convinced and agrees very much with Secretary Matthew Chung's viewpoint. Thanks for the explanation. I've benefited a lot today. Get the information you want. The Su system got up to say goodbye. Having learned the truth about the revival of the aura, as well as successfully joining the Transcendental Omnibus, he now has a lot he wants to do. Director Zhang warmly escorted Su out of the door and arranged for a staff member to act as Su's guide, helping Su familiarize himself with the internal structure of the Omnibus Bureau. For example, a storage room dedicated to items purchased by the House of Transcendence. Considering that most of the items in the House of Transcendence are harmful to ordinary people, the purchases are uniformly sent to the local Umbrella Bureau. It is then picked up in person by the purchaser. Beyond that, in order to help newcomers who had just embarked on the path of transcendence to become proficient in the power, there were a variety of transcendence courses within the Omnibus Bureau. But of course, this one was completely useless to the Su system. After briefly strolling through the Omnibus Bureau and roughly knowing the locations of the various departments, Department Su walked out of the Omnibus Bureau's gate, while walking in the direction of home, while looking at his cell phone. The House of Transcendence is a trading network within the Omnibus though, but if you want to use it, you can do it wherever you want. Buying, selling, trading, searching for information, taking missions, all of these can be done at home, which is much more convenient than I thought. Watching the activation of the Tide cell phone through the UCB, the Su system was very satisfied. That way, he wouldn't have to go back and forth between his house and the umbrella as often. However, it's really unexpected that the truth of the so-called aura revival is an invasion from other worlds, and it's taking place in multiple worlds at the same time. At this rate, perhaps Earth will merge with other worlds? The Su system was a bit out of his mind as he thought about it, but soon gave a self-deprecating laugh. What if it's really what you think it is? He was nothing but a lucky guy who accidentally had a simulator. Pathetically weak and helpless, unable to do anything. It couldn't be possible that this so-called aura revival still had something to do with him, could it? That sort of thing is certainly out of the question. Anyway, it's better to go home now. In the storage ring that Zhang Yaoguo gave me, there are quite a few things that are useful to me. It's just the right time to perfect my battle power. When the strength is solidified, Then we will use the intelligence channels of the omnibus to slowly collect anchor mediums and open a new simulation. Think of it this way. The Su system's footsteps quickened a bit. Tick-tock dash. But he was a bit unlucky. He had only just stepped out of the omnibus not long before the sky clouded over at a very fast speed. And even more raindrops landed. Fine rain and water vapor. The pavement, which had been scorched by the sun, cooled down at a very rapid rate, with a series of splashes on the surface. Between the shrugs of his nose, Su's system could still feel the wetness entering his nose. He was originally going to use his mana to hold up a barrier and insulate himself from the rain all the way home, but after thinking about it, he turned around and walked into a department store and bought a new umbrella. Open your umbrella and continue walking home. The rain hit the surface of the umbrella with a crisp thud. The Su system liked the sound of that. Like a dream, like a fantasy, like a lullaby. Speaking of which, the last time I rushed through the real world with an umbrella like this was 5 years ago. Time flies. 5 years in a wheelchair all at once. As Su's system lamented, he suddenly realized that his left shoulder was slightly wet, so he adjusted the umbrella he was holding in his right hand, so that the surface of the umbrella moved a little towards the left. But it didn't take long. Beans of rain struck the left shoulder again. It was then that Su's system realized that he would always unconsciously tilt to the right when holding his umbrella, subconsciously wanting to shield some non-existent figure from the wind and rain. There was a moment of silence as the Su system stopped correcting the posture, thus maintaining, in the eyes of others, a somewhat strange posture, the umbrella all the way forward. Allow your left shoulder to get wet. Su department knows that he cannot change this habit for a while, and does not intend to change. If you want to ask why, perhaps in anticipation of a certain impossible miracle. Chapter 22, I don't value money at all. Ding! When he returned home, Su's system just put away his umbrella. There was then an extremely crisp beeping sound beside his ears, not from the simulator, but from the phone. Your debit card account 9527, on today's date, earns 300,000 yuan in Chinese currency, with an available balance of 333,000 yuan. That fast? Took out his cell phone and looked at it. Department Su raised an eyebrow, not expecting the omnibus to be so fast. However, if you think about it, 300,000 Huaxia coins was really nothing compared to a Jindan cultivator, and it was normal for the transcendental omnibus to be uptight about it. Department Su didn't pay much attention to this amount of Chinese coins. After changing into clean clothes, then he leaned back on the couch and opened the House of Transcendence from his cell phone and went through heavy authentication to access the trading network that only Transcendents were qualified to manipulate. Talismans, fighting techniques, Qi and blood martial arts, ghost cultivation secret methods, and the great work of harmony. Meteorite iron bow, alchemy furnace, holy light enchanted gatling, heavenly thunder enhanced armor piercing shells, dense, Celine bags outlet. As the official trading network set up by Huaxia, the variety of goods in the House of Transcendence far exceeded Su's system's expectations, and he hadn't expected that the gang up there had even come up with enchanted thermal weapons. That's probably what's called keeping up with the times. After lamenting a sentence like this, the Su system began to search for the items they wanted. As an immortal cultivator, there was nothing more important than feats and Dao techniques, but neither of these two things were lacking in the Su system. Having experienced the life of an immortal cultivator once, he had quite a few of the Heavenly Sword sect's secret techniques in his head. The House of Transcendence has a recycling function that grants varying amounts of points depending on the preciousness of the recycled item. So perhaps, I can find some time to sell the Heavenly Sword sect's secret books of feats. That way, I'll have enough points to buy other items, as well as the information I want. The Su system pondered. Slide your finger across the phone screen. It focuses on screening the 4 arts of cultivation. That is, the 4 major categories of Dan, weapon, array and talisman. Pills can assist in cultivation. Artifacts can increase a cultivator's offensive and defensive capabilities. Formations are versatile, and talismans are instantaneous and concise. As a former leader in the 4 arts of cultivation, the Su system certainly wants to shine this talent, not to be wasted. Therefore, System Su was prepared to purchase materials from the House of Transcendence and refine a complete Dan weapon array symbol system on his own, integrating cultivation, body protection, and offense. As for why you don't just buy the finished product, the answer is also simple. It's expensive. In the House of Transcendence, the price between the finished product and the material is often several times different, and not always the finished product you want exists. 5 years is too little after all. At this point in time, the Transcendent Omnibus probably doesn't have many official alchemists, refiners, array makers, or talisman makers. Su's system's mind flowed, and he quickly figured out the reason for this awkward situation. after I refine the items I need, assuming there's enough time. It's entirely possible to purchase the materials yourself, then make the finished product and hang it up for sale on the House of Transcendence. And one way or another, it's a stable channel for earning points. Su Xiang muttered to himself, his eyes quickly scanning the screen of his cell phone and tapping the materials he had his eye on into the shopping cart. What red fox eye pupils, Jiao long bones, and thundering gold essence. Buy through. It wasn't until the display showed that there were not enough points that Department Su stopped with interest. 1,000 points is still a bit less. It's simply not enough for me to spend. Looking at the other items in the House of Transcendence, Su's system's gaze regretted. In addition to the goodies on the cultivation side, there are quite a few other products of the transcendental system in there. The Su system really wanted to buy a few to study and research. It was a pity that his hand was limited, so he could only prioritize the purchase of the needed Dan weapon array talisman materials. Let's leave it at that this time. There's still plenty of time. There's no rush. Close the House of Transcendence page. The Su system closed its eyes and tuned in. Time passed, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month's time, System Su gradually became accustomed to the brand new life of recovering his legs, and most of the time, he would stay at home and cultivate, occasionally going out for a walk. With the delivery of the Dan weapon array talisman materials, System Su had refined a full set of spirit gathering arrays for himself, as well as a large amount of yellow dragon Dan to boost his cultivation speed. In addition, use the intrinsic avatar wood rejuvenation to spawn a 500-point gnarled dragon vine, refining vines into swords. Forge the Mori Sword Peak lineage's original magic treasure, the Withered Vine Sword. In the end, Su's system drew many talismans, and even though they were no more powerful than if he had done it himself, being prepared was a good thing, and Su's system didn't intend to waste his talent. Joining the Transcendental Omnibus hadn't made the Su system any busier. During the month, the Su system struck just twice. Once was to kill a mutated raptor that suddenly appeared. It seemed to be from some metaphysical world, spreading its wings to cover the sky, covering a small half of the downtown area in shadows. Su's system held the withered vine sword and chopped out a green-colored swordlight from afar, split it in two. Afterwards, in addition to the raptor's flesh and blood materials, he was also paid by the Omnibus Bureau 1 million Chinese coins and 500 points. The second strike was the eerie sight of 100 ghosts walking at night in the middle of the month. This 100 ghosts night march was so powerful and the ghosts were so numerous that it forced the transcendence of the Omnibus Bureau to scramble, but they were still annihilated under the light of Su's system's sword. His wood mana was full of vitality and very much restrained this kind of ghostly creature. The reward afterward was 1.5 million Chinese coins and 900 points. After these two battles, Su Xiang sincerely sighed that money was really just a string of numbers, and he didn't value it at all anymore. For the vast city of Yanshan, there were actually more than 2 transcendent disasters in a month's time, though some were low threat and had other transcendents to deal with them. In the words of director Zhang Yaogua, good steel should be put to good use. As one of the few Jindan combatants in the Diffractive Mountain Omnibus, all the Su system had to do was to nurture its strength and deal with the really high-threat mutations, ordinary transcendent disasters. Just leave it to the weaker transcendents to deal with, or to hone their strength. The Su system readily agreed to this. The current pace was just right, neither affecting his own cultivation nor earning points from missions. But the thing about points is that you can't have too many of them. Recently, I've been looking at a few more good things, and I don't quite have enough points. So since I can't brush quests to earn them, I'll have to start with the 4 arts of immortal cultivation. Of the 4 fields of Dan weaponry formation and talisman, Dan has the widest applicability. Not only can immortal cultivators use it, but other transcendents also use it without hindrance, especially transcendents of the Xianxian and Martial Dalvanes, whose demand for elixirs is extremely huge. I'm perfectly capable of refining pills to earn my first bucket of gold, and then keep snowballing. Home. Department Su swiped through the merchandise page of the House of Transcendence. He had just purchased a large amount of spiritual materials and was preparing to use them for alchemy when he suddenly received an urgent transmission from Zhang Yaogua. Danger! Come quickly! Chapter 23 Heavenly Sword Sect Boundary Ruins. After joining the Transcendental Omnibus, the Su system was already known. What descended on Earth was not only a wide variety of transcendental beings, but also some of them were fragments from transcendental worlds with otherworldly landforms, buildings, and so on. This otherworldly debris was officially named Realm Ruins. The hidden value of the Realm Ruins was extremely high, and by studying the Realm Ruins, it was possible to decipher more information about the Transcendent system and even obtain the unique Transcendent products within. The reason for the wide range of merchandise in the House of Superlatives, to a large extent, it was taken from the Boundary Ruins. However, the appearance of Boundary Ruins does not mean that it is a good thing. Some of them are so dangerous that not only is it difficult to profit from them, but they can also be harmful to the neighborhood where they land. It was this particular situation that the Su system was now dealing with. It's actually the cultivation side of the realm ruins, suburban area of the city of Diffractive Hill. After receiving Zhang Yaogua's summons, the Su system got here as fast as it could. From afar, the azure sky was covered by a bloody rain, and mountains of corpses and seas of blood loomed in the rain, filled with nameless fear and monstrous terror. It was hard to imagine just how many people had died within the boundary ruins. It's what creates this Rakshasa ghost territory. Vaguely, System Su was able to see that some of the corpses within the realm ruins were dressed in a way that closely resembled the costumes of the immortal cultivators he was familiar with. Can it be that the source of this realm ruin is the immortal cultivation world that I simulated? No, not necessarily. There's more than one in the cultivation world. The Su system looked out into the distance, observed for a long time. Then he looked at Zhang Yaogua beside him. How is the situation now? It's bad. Zhang Yaogua looked grave, his face incomparably ugly. This boundary ruin appeared an hour ago. It's expanding very quickly. If it continues like this, sooner or later, it will enter the downtown area of Diffractive Mountain. I've asked the General Directorate for help. Until then, everything is up to us. Zhang Yaogua's voice grew heavier, vigilant, apprehensive, repressed. This middle-aged man who was the director of the Transcendental Omnibus Bureau of Diffractive City, and who had dedicated most of his life to the country, subconsciously clenched his fists and stared directly at the unnameable light of the boundary ruins. The boundary ruins in front of him were too terrifying, with blood raining down and ghostly howls echoing. Just one look at the mountain of corpses inside. Anyone with a weak will loses the courage to fight against it. More crucially, Su's system sensed from it that there was a large amount of ghostly aura in the interior, and it was very likely that some kind of evil demonic ghosts had been bred. Or maybe it's those dead immortal cultivators whose souls have turned into ghost cultivators. That's tough. Su's system's eyes narrowed slightly. Although he was good at killing his enemies across the ranks, and the withered vine sword restrained ghosts, just that there was ultimately an upper limit. The scale of the Blood Rain Realm ruins in front of him was really a bit too huge, and I don't know which god of killers, creating such an exaggerated mountain of corpses. Fortunately, although this Shi was astonishing, it was still within the range of acceptance, and even if it was impossible to annihilate the boundary ruins, with the means of the Su system, it was still possible to safely detach from it if they wanted to. Thinking of this, Department Su said to Zhang Yaogua, "Let everyone below Foundation Establishment leave. This incident is too dangerous. Only transcendents of Foundation Establishment and above can possess the ability to defend themselves in the boundary ruins." Good. Zhang Yaogui responded decisively. You're a Jinden cultivator. You're more familiar with the cultivation side of the realm ruins than we are. You can just decide in this regard. Soon, a large portion of the transcendents that had gathered at the scene dispersed. The rest of them, all of them were Foundation cultivators, or transcendentalists at the same level as Foundation cultivators, such as innate martial artists in martial arts and formal mages in magic. Transcendents who have reached this realm have already left their green novice state and are able to utilize their transcendent powers as they please. Sort of a reliable warhorse. Beyond that, due to the excessive threat of the boundary ruins that had appeared this time, Zhang Yaogua, who was the director, had also summoned another top combatant from the Transcendent Unification Bureau of Diffractive City, on the same level as a Jinden cultivator, a strong martial zone practitioner who cultivated the Qi and blood martial Dao. Wang vigorously, a rather tall and muscular-looking man. Ha ha ha, my superintelligence is telling me that it's time to use my superpower to save the world. Tall and strong, with powerful arms and a steady pace like that of a heavy truck striding forward. Wang Dali laughed loudly. Sound like a drum. He walked over to Su's system, flashed a mouthful of large white teeth at him, and said boldly, "Long time no see, Brother Su." The Su system nodded. It's been a long time. It wasn't the first time that Department Su and Wang Dali had met. They had crossed paths a few times in the past month at the Transcendental Omnibus. Honestly speaking, Department Su's perception of this burly man was still quite good, honest and upright as a person, and his aura as a martial artist was also sufficient. The 4 words Qi and blood martial Dao were interpreted to the fullest. After resting in place for a moment and confirming their readiness for battle, all the transcendents of the Transcendent Omnibus Bureau of Diffractive Mountain City followed the Su system's lead and took the initiative to approach the boundary ruins. As the distance closes, the terror of that mountain of corpses and sea of blood became more and more obvious. The sky and the earth were dyed crimson with a foul odor, and red blood fell from the sky, quickly forming small puddles of soaked and softened body parts, fascia tangled, hair tangled, and pieces of bone dug deep into rotting flesh. Transcendentals in the ranks. There were people with weak mental capacity who stared violently and covered their chests to vomit violently. The scene in front of me was too challenging. Body after body in tatters, with miserable dead looks, layered into a tall mountain of corpses, emitting an unimaginable stench. Hate, shock, anger, fear. A myriad of complex emotions presented themselves on faces that were so rotten they were blurred. Makes it impossible to imagine what really happened. Die, die. The mutation was sudden. There were hateful dead bodies that suddenly acted and hissed as they pounced on the crowd. And there were also shadowy cultivator spirits that laughed as they tried to take over the bodies of the transcendentalists. Under the vigilance of the Seuss system, these evil spirits and ghosts were directly decimated by him. However, the doubt on Seuss system's face became even deeper. Seuss system half squatted on the ground and fished out a piece of cultivator's clothing from the bloody water. His brows furrowed. This clothing was too familiar to him. When he ended the first simulation, those demon cult cultivators who were his enemies were wearing this kind of clothing. If memory serves, it was a sect called the Heavenly Devil Sect. Is there a problem, Brother Sue? Wang Dali was on guard. No, it's fine. Let's move on. System Sue shook his head and continued to lead the group forward. While they went deeper into the interior of the realm ruins, they used their respective transcendent powers to remove the blood and water in corpses to avoid a vicious cycle that would contaminate the outskirts of the city of Diffractive City. But soon, the Seuss system has made another unexpected discovery. He found the corpse of a Heavenly Sword sect cultivator in a pool of blood, and both his attire and the token on his waist were identical to Seuss system's memories. A bold guess jumped to mind. This is the battlefield between the Heavenly Sword sect and the Heavenly Demon sect? The source of this realm ruin is the immortal cultivation realm that I simulated. Chapter 24, Found You, Brother. The Great Hand Seal of the Sky Covering. Martial Technique Wind Chasing Leg. Magic Fireball. As it gets deeper and deeper into the boundary ruins, the enemies that Seuss Systems Group had met had also become more and more powerful and difficult to deal with. The smell of blood filled the air, and a casual step underfoot was a withered bone, and the blood gathered into a river and flowed recklessly over the scorched earth, soaking a corpse until it was so swollen that its face was indistinguishable. Along the way, more and more corpses of devil cult cultivators appeared, occasionally interspersed with the corpses of Heavenly Sword sect cultivators. It caused the Seuss Systems brows to furrow. Most people experience dreaming, but whether it's a beautiful dream or a nightmare, even if the memory is as deep as it is, it's still just a phantom dream. If the dream comes true, one then finds it grotesque and absurd. The Seuss system was, right now, in this very state of scalp numbness. How could he not have imagined that what he thought was a false simulation experience would actually be true to reality and present itself in the form of the realm ruins? Outrageous. So outrageous. No, it's too soon to jump to any direct conclusions. I need to gather more evidence to verify that this realm ruin is from that immortal cultivation realm that I simulated. Seuss system thought in his mind. More and more confusion is emerging. He turned to Wang Dali. Dali, I'll leave this place to you. I'm going to delve deeper and probe the dangers within the boundary ruins alone. Wang Dali scratched his head. Brother Sue, are you okay with being alone? Department Sue replied. It's fine. I have a way to come back even if I can't beat them. Wang Dali came to a realization, then struck a muscle-showing pose and smiled broadly. Fine. Go ahead. The bond between me and my muscles is invincible. I'm here, so you can rest easy. Strike that. Wang Dali then led the other transcendents in a headlong rush towards the dead body ghost cultivator. Both fists roared. His chi and blood boiled, blasting all evil spirits with pure violence. It can be a killer. Looks like I don't need to worry about it here for a while. The Seuss system nodded. The golden Dan in his body flowed, and he flew on his sword with deep mana. His feet on the withered vine sword rushing into the depths of the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, constantly scanning the surroundings along the way, searching for the evidence he wanted. Acting alone, the Seuss system searched with incomparable speed. Diverse evidence was soon found again. For example, the corpses of the other demon cult cultivators who had besieged the Heavenly Sword sect together, the Heavenly Sword sect's standardized flying sword, as well as standardized storage bags, etc. Sure enough, in the blood-drenched sky, the withered vine sword raised a mana barrier, completely blocking the rain of blood in the air, and Seuss system looked at the evidence and fell into deep thought. This realm ruin is indeed from my simulated immortal cultivation realm. It's clearly impossible to dash. It actually came from the world I simulated traveling through, the one that was supposed to be false. The Seuss system was silent. At first, when he saw the realm ruins, he thought that they came from other immortal cultivation realms, and then later, he thought that they came from similar worlds, but verified by all the evidence. The source of this boundary ruin was, without a doubt, the immortal cultivation realm after that Sue lineage traversed the simulation. How is that possible? Isn't that a simulated fake world? How did it become a real fact and take the form of a boundary ruin, above the earth? At this moment, System Sue suddenly recalled. The simulator never said that the Sims were fake from the beginning. It was just that he subconsciously felt that since it was a simulation, it must be a fantasy that didn't exist. Now think carefully. Since the simulator is able to distribute the celestial spirit roots within the Sims, in their real form, push from point to point, it is certainly possible that the life experiences within the simulation are real, but the Sue system was just previously unaware of them. Yes, that's it. Department Sue was overwhelmed with emotion. He could not have imagined in any way that the golden finger he had accidentally obtained would actually be such a heaven-defying plugin. The ability to turn a simulated experience into reality, and directly affects the real world. In that case, that child, Emily, is also a real living person with flesh and blood. She truly exists. She who I saved in the simulation should have a good life now, right? Or maybe she's already dead. After letting out a long sigh, Department Sue continued to fly with his sword. Once again, he searched the sea of corpses and blood. The source of the boundary ruins has been identified, but how to exterminate or stop the expansion of this filthy place was still a huge problem. And in this battlefield between the Heavenly Demons sect and the Heavenly Sword sect, one might be able to find some information, like who, exactly, created this evil scene back then. I remember when the simulation ended, Emily was still very weak. I hope she wasn't hurt by the ripple effects of this war. After all, she was still very weak at the time. Subconsciously, he worried for the girl. Sue's system harnessed his flying sword and flew towards the top of Corpse Mountain. There were many ghost cultivators attacking along the way. All of them were the dead Devil Dao cultivators from back then, and there was no shortage of Yuaning level souls among them. Chop! The Sue system pinched the spell. The withered vine sword split into thousands, forming a Mori Sea sword formation in an instant, surrounding those furious ghost cultivators and evil spirits. Then a large number of talismans were thrown out, blasting over with a furious storm. Easily open up a front path. Up, 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 and over. Under Sue's system's full-speed Imperial sword flight, he quickly flew to the very top of the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, and there he saw a cool figure with its back to him. Broken limbs fell from her side, piling up thousands of bones. Fresh blood dripped from the tip of her sword, building into a monstrous rain of blood. One man, one sword, standing on top of a mountain of corpses, kill thousands of demonic cultivators. That's who. The icy cold killing machine made the Sue system that looked at its back. A sense of horror could not help but rise in his heart, and his body stiffened for a moment. But the killing intent came and went quickly, disappearing cleanly in the blink of an eye. What came with it was inexplicably familiar. Sue's system's heart was alerted, and subconsciously, he wanted to pull away from this place of wrongdoing. However, his neck had just turned, and before the withered vine sword had a chance to fly far away, the figure standing on top of the mountain of corpses and sea of blood looked as if it had sensed something, and turned back to look at Department Sue, revealing a face familiar to the Sue system. Her vermilion lips lightly opened. Found you, brother. The stunningly beautiful face was covered in blood, and the young girl revealed a bright smile to Department Sue. The plant gets its roots back and can continue to grow. When a bird finds its feathers, it can fly high again. When the beast finds its sharp teeth, it can be brave. In the same way, when a young girl finds her favorite, there is once again a light in her eyes that is longing, joy, and a heaviness that she will never let go of. Emily? The Sue system's pupils contracted. He tried to do something about it, but realized he couldn't move his body. He could only watch as the young girl walked towards him, stepping over the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, reaching out his blood-stained white hands and gently encircling his body, gradually hugging him tightly. Brother, never again. This time, will I let you go? The young girl's voice echoed beside Sue System's ears. She hugged tighter. The overly large force pressed Sue System's chest and ribs a little painfully. Sue System was in disbelief, only feeling that what had suddenly happened was too bizarre, and he was about to say something when the Sue Emoli in front of him suddenly collapsed into a roiling point of light, and with a slight clattering sound, dissipated into nothingness. Only one crystal item in the shape of a water drop remains. It landed in his palm. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special item, Eternal Teardrop. Chapter 25, What's Wrong with Me Eating My Sister's Soft Food? Eternal Teardrop. Item description: his sorrow, his tears, his grief, his injuries, his hatred, and his repentance are all gathered here. Item effect: the effect of aura cultivation is increased by 10 times. The speed of refinement of the 4 arts of immortal cultivation is increased by 10 times. The power of the Tao is increased by 10 times. The sense of heaven and earth is increased by 10 times. The effect of the way of the sword is increased by 10 times. The effect of the divine power is increased by 10 times. And the damage to the evil demon and the foreigner is increased by 10 times. Once a day, the body protection aura is refreshed. which can withstand the full force of an immortal emperor-level strike. Once a day, it refreshes to the living spirit machine, which automatically heals all injuries to the body and increases the lifespan by a small amount. Requirements for use: only you. Only you. The light red droplet-shaped crystals slid into Sue's system's palm, delicate to the touch. Surface bright fluorescent, like the intimate rubbing of a little girl, or the remorseful wailing of a young girl. It was cool in the hand, and the rubbing was cold before it was hot. Teardrops? The answer to whose tears is self-evident. Sue's system gazed down at the tears of blood, only to feel that everything had happened so suddenly that his mind was filled with all sorts of confusion. Why did the figure of a young girl exist in this boundary ruin? And why, again, would it suddenly change into an eternal teardrop? After the death of his analog world self, what exactly happened to Su Moli to cause the horrifying sight of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood? Confusion is too much. It's cut and dried. The Su system frowned in thought while gazing at the eternal teardrops. Steeply, the teardrops glowed with radiance, as if responding to the Su system's thoughts, displaying the sadness and despair within. That's the story after the death of the Su system. It was an overcast day with heavy rain pouring down. The young girl who witnessed the death of her older brother falls into a state of overwhelming regret and despair. She knelt for a long time, on the ground where her brother had dissipated, hoping for a miracle of resurrection. But the young girl did not wait for a miracle, but only for the abuse of others for her brother. Expressions were crumbling, hearts were pumping, and breathing was about to stop. In that extreme hatred, the young girl's expression cried and laughed, completely out of control. Hate myself for not being able to do anything about it. Hating others for mocking their older brother. Hate the world where no older brother exists anymore. Unforgivable. The tears flowing from the young girl mixed with the rain, tying her long hair with a blood-stained cloth. She held a wooden sword and killed those demonic cultivators alone. The blunt edge of the wooden sword easily wiped across the enemy's neck. Exhausted bodies driven by hate never tire again. Kill, keep killing, kill all these enemies who killed your brother. Su Moli completely killed crazy, to kill into the Tao. Whether it is Jindan Demon Cultivator, or the first baby demon cultivator, all become her sword under the dead soul. The corpses kept piling up, and a large number of them formed a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. That's the truth. The truth about the emergence of a mountain of corpses. It wasn't some vicious demonic plague of bloodshed, just the desperate revenge of a young girl. That's all. The scene continues, seemingly describing the future of the young girl, but it's just too blurry, and at the end it just cuts off. Only the final scene of the young girl left alone in tears. The tears sank in the boundary sea, wandered and flowed in the chaos, suffered from being washed away in the river of years, and finally fused together with this boundary ruin, appearing together in the outskirts of Diffractive Mountain City. That's what it's all about and the truth. The Su system silently gripped the eternal teardrop. After my death, so many things actually happened. That kid Moli, how did he get through all these years? It must have been exhausting. The Su system let out a long sigh. He knew that he held a very high place in the girl's heart, and witnessing his death would surely be very stimulating for the girl. But even if time could be turned back, the Su system would still make the same decision, because if he didn't die, it would be Moli who would die. Unlike the Su system where you can return to the real world when you die, Su Moli is dead. That is really dead. There is no such thing as rebirth. So, the Su system never regretted its decision. The Moli we saw earlier was just an illusion of the eternal teardrop, not herself, which is why she suddenly dissipated. I don't know if we'll ever see each other again at some point in the future. Hold the blood and tears in your hands. Su system's fingers flexed slightly, outlining mana to form a lanyard that passed right through the center of the teardrop, crafting a chic bracelet that he wore on his hand. This is not only because of the special significance of the eternal teardrop, even more so because it comes with all sorts of counterintuitive effects. To be honest, it was hard for System Su to imagine just how powerful his sister had become. In order for a single tear to possess the ability to withstand an immortal emperor's attack, for the Jindan stage Su system, even the most humble immortal in terms of strength was an existence that was currently difficult to look up to. Does that mean that the script I picked up wasn't a traditional upgrade to get stronger? Instead, you're eating your own sister's soft food? The Su system lamented, wearing the eternal teardrop. Just for a moment, he then clearly felt that his whole body was gushing out a constant stream of power, that powerful feeling of fullness, as if he could yank down the real dragon as a jump rope and fling it. System Su didn't take this seriously, knowing that it was an illusion after his power had skyrocketed. However, with my current Jindan stage cultivation, with the increase of the eternal teardrop, I should have the battle power of a late Yuaning. On top of that, using sword Dao techniques to attack against evil demons and foreigners definitely has the damage of a transformation spirit cultivator. The Su system scad lightly, One should know that eternal teardrops could also increase the speed of cultivation. This also meant that it wouldn't take too long for System Su's realm to break through at an extremely fast rate, and at that time, the increase in battle power would become even more exaggerated. It's good to eat soft food. The Su system sends out sincere comments. Then, he looked at the mountain of corpses and sea of blood at his feet, and then looked up at the scarlet sky. Perhaps because of the loss of the suppression of the eternal teardrop, those ghost cultivators and evil spirits became even more foolish. And in just a few minutes, the obscene chi within the boundary ruins doubled several times. There was even a single evil creature awakening, letting out sharp and ear-piercing howls. Su's system held the withered vine sword in his hand, his gaze gleaming as his original intention before entering the realm ruins was to delay the expansion of the realm ruins as much as possible to gain the support of the Directorate General of the Transcendent Omnibus Bureau. But now, with the blessing of the eternal teardrop, he has not yet been able to fight. Heavenly sword style. Chop. The Su system lightly drank, and the withered vine sword condensed 1,000 feet of sword awnings, flickering in a ghostly green color, chopping the boundless sea of blood along with the scarlet sky into 2 clear cuts. There were even some evil demons and ghosts that died on the spot just by being grazed by the sword. Another sword slashed out harshly. The rain of blood subsides. The mountain of corpses collapsed. The entire realm ruins rumbled and shook, and the blood mist that filled every place evaporated, causing the field of vision to open up quite a bit at once, exposing the evil spirits hidden in the shadows. Department Su also saw Wang Dali and the others who had separated earlier. At this moment, the crowd was dumbstruck, stunned by this earth-shattering greatness. Soft food. It smells so good. The corners of Su system's mouth rose slightly. Chapter 26, Magic Side Anchor Medium. A sword swings heaven and earth. 2 swords eliminate evil spirits. With the eternal teardrops boost, System Su easily destroyed the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. But the battle wasn't over yet. In the ruins of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, there were still quite a few evil demons and devils, and only when they were completely eradicated could the battle truly draw down the curtain. Rip dash. In the vault of the sky, there was a popping sound of air. Thunder shook, winds whistled and clouds surged, and an eye-catching sword split heaven and earth in 2, cutting off the foundation of the existence of this boundary ruin from the source. That is, the roiling ghostly, demonic, bloody, and resentful auras. His robes bulged and his long sword slammed through the sun. The Su system rushed towards the direction of Wang Dali's group, the sword blade in his hand hardly ever stopping, and every time he struck, he would overpower large swaths of evil spirits and ghosts. Junior of the Heavenly Sword Sect, how dare you? Let's see old ancestor me seize your flesh and then carry out the great cause of the devil's way. Jia. A mere junior. How dare you be so arrogant? Those devil cultivators who had been killed by Su Moli, their own souls were nourished by the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, and now they manifested themselves as ghost cultivators, each using their own means to attack the Su system. Roar! A 10 or so meter long blood auger soared into the sky, its vertical pupils deep black with murderous intent, pouncing towards the Su system. Between the fluttering of the auger tail, it blasted the mountains and rocks, but the Su system is unmoved. Noisy. With a simple and pristine swing of his fist, the blood auger was blasted out of thin air, bursting into a sky full of blood and water that crackled and fell quickly to the ground, dissolving in the mud and sand at his feet. Then, with his 2 fingers together in the shape of a sword, he chopped at a yawning ghost body through the air. Its sword is pale green. Thunder rolls. The vitality flourished to the extreme, but it had the power to destroy everything, chopping that yawning ghost body into pieces, without any soul remaining. Jin Dan? Yuaniing? Not enough to worry about. The current Su lineage was bloated, and unless a transformation god evil thing appeared, he wasn't under any pressure at all. Damn it, where on earth did this junior of yours come out from, to be as terrifying as this? Gentlemen, together, today either he dies or we die. The attack of the evil spirits and ghosts became even more frantic, their faces showing fear, their eyes looking at the Su system were filled with scorn, and all sorts of supremely evil magical treasures blasted towards the Su system. Among them are the murderous and infamous 10,000 people, the corpse bone view, and the human skin scroll. The Su system shook its head. This kind of magic treasure is made by killing people's lives. It was already restrained by him, not to mention, now there were multiple gain buffs from the Eternal Teardrop set. I've been walking on thin ice all my life, and I've relied on my own hard work. Eternal Teardrop, help me. Avatar Wood Rejuvenation. Kendo Heavenly Sword Style. The bright to the point of not being able to see straight. The Mori green sword awnings, centered on the Su system itself, chopped down the heavenly dome and the bones of the earth, destroying the thousands of evil demons and ghosts under the swordlight. Taking advantage of this gap, Department Su accelerated and rushed to Wang Dali's group. They were in a sorry state of appearance. a number of people were injured. This was normal, after all, except for Su System and Wang Dali. The strength of the others present was only at the level of Foundation establishment, and if they slightly bumped into a Jindan evil thing, they would face the dilemma of not being able to defeat it. Brother Su, you just... Looking at the returning Su department, Wang Dali had a look of having seen a ghost. The muscular and fierce man who used to be the most heroic in the past, after seeing the image of killing a Yuaning like a dog just now, also became stuttering and was obviously scared to death. Oh, it's nothing, a sudden little breakthrough. Department Su smiled and said, "You guys leave first, just leave this place to me. I'll get rid of all the evil things." A small breakthrough? You call this a little breakthrough? The transcendents on the scene looked as if they wanted to say something and stop saying something, but in the end, they obediently obeyed Su System's words, supporting each other's injured teammates, and under Wang Dali's protection, they evacuated in a direction away from the boundary ruins. They knew that continuing to stay here would only drag the Su System down and wouldn't help them at all. Elder Su, I'm grateful. I'll leave it to you then, Brother Su. Soon, all of the combatants of the Transcendent Omnibus Bureau of Yenshan City, with the exception of the Su System itself, had evacuated the realm ruins. This is the time to strike out with impunity. The Su System said, turn your attention to the remnants of the evil spirits. There were those who kowtowed and begged for forgiveness, those who had lost their minds by the fury, those who tried to escape, and those who were thinking of dying with the Su System. Chop! A calm voice echoed through the heavens and earth. The withered vine sword slashed horizontally, and at first it was just a shimmering light, like the morning sunrise, bright but very tiny. Yet a few breaths later, the sword light was like a big sun at noon, so bright that it illuminated the entire interior of the world market. The living were more alive, the dead were dead, and all the evil demons and ghosts were destroyed in peace. Time seemed to have come to a standstill and all was silent. It coincided with a fresh breeze. All the evil demonic creatures turned into fragments and dissipated into the wind in the calm. The entire world market interior, no longer the previous horrific appearance. Only harmless pieces of magic treasure and part of the cultivator's relics. Su System simply look at. Most of the broken cannot be broken again. Also did not pick up the mind of the leakage. Just as he was about to leave, out of the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of something unusual. Not quite a product of the cultivation side. Is this a wand from the magic side of? Su System picked it up and examined it, suddenly reacting that it should have been left behind by those magical transcendents in the ranks of the diffractive mountain omnibus. There is a huge gap between the cultivation side and the magic side. The same transcendent power, but two completely different paths. System Su had little interest in studying it and was about to drop the wand in his hand when a beep from the simulator stopped him in his tracks. Ding! Magic side anchor medium detected. Do you want to recharge? Hint, anchor medium will be completely destroyed after recharge. Magic side anchor medium? On the wind sand flecked brown earth. Su System first glanced at the simulator panel that suddenly popped up, then at the wand in his hand, and came to a realization. By anchor medium, I mean a transcendental item. But if that's the case, why didn't I trigger the simulator's prompts when I was studying the Dan weapon formation talisman before? The Su System muttered to itself. It didn't take long to figure out the answer. Dan weaponry array talismans were transcendent items that belonged to the cultivation side of the immortal, and the world he first simulated belonged to the same cultivation side. I see. The same type of simulation world that can only be performed once? It's no wonder the simulator emphasizes being an anchor medium for the magic side. If the anchor medium were universal, it wouldn't be specifically emphasized. The Su System pondered. Select confirm recharge for the simulator panel in front of you. Immediately afterward, under Su System's witness, the wand disappeared from his hand at an extremely fast speed, completely disappearing as if it had been swallowed up by something. Ding! Magic side anchor media loading, 1%. Please try your best to recharge your batteries and live a good life as soon as possible. Chapter 27, Brother, I'll see you soon. After confirming that no more demons and evil spirits exist, the Su System left the realm ruins. Once this news was confirmed, it immediately caused a huge stir. No one had expected that the mountain of corpses and sea of blood that had originally required the hand of the Directorate General of the Transcendent Omnibus Bureau in order to barely suppress it would actually be solved by the Su System alone. How is that possible? The weakest of the evil creatures in there were all at the Foundation establishment level, and there were quite a few at the Jindan and Yuanying stages as well. With a Jindan stage cultivation, it was only right that Su System could not destroy the enemy alone. Hiss! There was a loud intake of breath. The crowd all revealed shocked faces as they looked incredulously at Department Su. I see. Elder Su is a hidden god transformation cultivator. The Jindan cultivation is just an illusion for us, just like in novels, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. From the first moment I saw Elder Su, I knew he was a thumper. Righteous father. Still missing the thigh pendant? Ahem. I actually have a sister. Facing the excited crowd, System Sue helplessly explained. I'm really just a Jindan cultivator. However, this truth is not believed by anyone. Even the most naive Wang Dali had an expression of "you're teasing me." In the end, System Sue could only allow the crowd to misunderstand him. After all, with the eternal teardrop in his hand, his battle power did far exceed that of an ordinary Jindan. Things have come to a perfect end. The transcendents from the general administration who had originally rushed to support them also hit the road halfway, leaving only a small group of transcendents and research scholars to remain in place to collect the boundary ruins. Afterward, Zhang Yaogua asked Su what he wanted to be paid. This time, the boundary ruins were extremely harmful, and Su's system was able to solve them ahead of time with great credit, and for a while, they didn't really know how to reward them. I'd like to exchange them all for transcendental items if I can. Yes, just all of them, and I don't need transcendental items on the cultivation side. There's no claiming of wasps. No points were claimed either. Department Su made such a rare and bizarre request amidst Zhang Yaogua's dismayed expression. Okay, I get it. Although he didn't know what System Su, as an immortal cultivator, would want transcendent items from other systems for, Zhang Yaogua agreed with alacrity. It didn't take long for Department Su to receive over 1,000 transcendent items. The quality varies from high to low, damaged to intact. The Su system recharged them all into the emulator, improving the loading progress a lot. Unfortunately, due to the overwhelming variety of transcendental items and the varying progress of the anchor medium's increase, at the end of the day, none of the loading degrees reached 100%. This also meant that the Su system would need to keep working on smashing more transcendent items into the simulator. The highest loaded right now is the anchor medium on the magic side, a full 83%. In that case, let's start with the magic side. Back home, the Su system began the great business of alchemy without stopping. Purchase raw materials from the House of Transcendence, refine the finished dan, hang it on the House of Transcendence and sell it. The points earned continue to purchase materials. With this cycle going on and on, constantly squeezing the rest out of himself, the Su system finally came to the final moments of the harvest. Bang! 20 or so days later, night time, as the copper lid of the alchemy furnace flew up, dozens of yellowish pills were suspended in the air, and the Su system gently threw the porcelain bottle, and the pills flew into the bottle on their own, and all of them were sealed up. Phew! Exhaling a long, cloudy breath. On Su system's face was an exhaustion that was hard to hide. This is the last of the yellow dragon dan. If I sell them tomorrow, my points will be able to purchase another batch of magic side items to pile up the remaining magic side progress. Finally, these days, refining pills day after day, night after night, it feels like I'm being refined. Shaking the porcelain bottle in his hand, he listened to the sound of the pills clashing against each other. The Su system once again sighed long and hard. Afterwards, he collected all the pills into his storage ring. He glanced out the window and saw the bright moon high in the sky, so he stopped suppressing his sleepiness and went all the way to the bed to lie down peacefully. Immortal cultivators at the Jindan stage have long since replaced ordinary sleep with meditation and cultivation. It can be done without sleep. However, System Su was simply too tired, and the 20 or so long days of continuous alchemy had left his spirit incomparably haggard, wanting nothing more than to fall into a deep sleep and never care about anything else. It didn't take long. There was a slight sound of breathing in the quiet room, highlighting the owner's entrance into sleep. The moon is like water, and the darkness is serene. It was an extremely quiet and peaceful evening. The white moonlight, cold and cool, pale and soft, twinkled with the light of the stars. The moonlight wasn't as bright as the sunlight, nor did it have that blazing temperature. But on the bleak nights of the human world, the moonlight that passes through the windows and pierces the gaps in those thick curtains instantly illuminates the entire room. With unparalleled gentleness, gilds the room with a silvery white sheen, including the cool figure that appeared at an unknown time and stood quietly at the head of the bed. The ends of the black hair were also drenched in a silver halo. Brotherhood, she called out in this way. The voice trembled lightly, with infinite attachment. Fingertips rested against the Su system's chest, bending over and tilting his head sideways as he had done as a child, so that he lay sprawled in his older brother's arms, feeling the familiar chest, the familiar body heat, the familiar smell. It took some calming of that troubled and guilty heart. Brother is back. The brother is really back. Witnessing his elder brother's existence with his own eyes, touching his elder brother's existence with his own hands, and listening to his elder brother's existence with his own ears, Su Emoli finally got that desired answer. The hero who was uniquely hers, uniquely her son, true to form. It's back. Brother, we will meet soon. Surely, laying down on her brother's body, the young girl whispered thus. It was a good thing to find the elder brother he had longed for. But for some reason, the elder brother had appeared in this weak and insignificant part of space and time. So much for that. Su Moli's main body couldn't even enter this place. If it came down by force, it would only hold up everything and destroy everything. She didn't want to do something that would annoy her older brother. Thus, on the infinitely distant other side of space and time, Su Moli, who had already achieved the level above Immortal Emperor, was destroying each and every immortal cultivation world at an extremely fast speed, fusing their fragments with the Earth's space and time. Prepare to raise the carrying capacity of the Earth itself in this way, until it was enough for her essence to descend. At that time, the young girl will be able to fulfill her wish and live with her brother again. Just, the fact that the main body couldn't descend didn't mean that it couldn't be contacted, and with the help of the eternal teardrop worn by Su's system, Su Moli could sense Su's system's presence at any time, and a strand of power descended beside Su's system. It's the same as it is now. A single strand of power, a single thought, can construct a body that can be walked on. The reason why, for so long, he had not dared to recognize and make contact with the Su system was more because of the fear in his heart. Fear that his older brother will not accept his greatly changed self. Fear that my brother will complain about me. Fear that his older brother will not welcome him. Chapter 28, Start of the Second Simulation. Knowing full well that the elder brother is not such a person, most loving and caring. But, Su Moli's heart is to feel uneasy, afraid of that kind of thing, so can only in the dead of night, while the Su department fell into a deep sleep, only to dare to secretly appear to touch. Good night, brother. Resting on Su's system's chest, the young girl bathed in the moonlight and slowly closed her eyes. She's not asleep, just trying to experience as much of this serenity as possible. Enjoy the precious moments with your older siblings that you have not had in a long time. So lying down, pillowed, pressed, lasted until the next day's sun rose, before the reluctant faded figure dissipated into the air. Before you leave, the girl who has grown up to be absolutely stunning, looked toward the magic side transcendental item in the corner of the house. A light frown. For some reason, she suddenly had a bad feeling. Not fatal, not dangerous, but annoying. It's like that nasty feeling you get when you're a kid and someone your own age tries to steal her candy. Half an hour later, the morning sunlight broke through the curtains, and the blazing heat that was overly bright compared to the moonlight awakened the Su system from its sleep. Strange how the body is so tired. Open your eyes. The Su system sensed that something was wrong with his body. The entire upper body, especially the chest, inexplicably had a dull feeling, as if it had been pressed down by something heavy all night. Can't it be that he, a Jindan cultivator, can still encounter ghosts suppressing his bed? Su's system puzzled, but did not take it seriously, only thought it was alchemy too much work, resulting in a bit of physical aftereffects. The first order of business is to sell the pills first. Get up and wash. A simple breakfast. Su's system opened the House of Transcendence as fast as he could, lightly putting up the elixir, and it didn't take long for a familiar customer to buy the elixir. The Su system turned the page and opened the purchase page for the transcendent items on the magic side. Pick out the items you want to buy ahead of time. Add them to the cart one by one. Then, all that's missing is a trip to the transcendental omnibus, said the Su system, leaving the house. The withered vine sword rose against the wind, carrying the Su system as it flew towards the Transcendental Omnibus Bureau of Diffractive City. The House of Transcendence is very convenient. The sale and purchase of any item can be completed through the operation of cell phones or computers, but the issuance and signing of specific items need to go to the Transcendence Omnibus Bureau to complete. Within the omnibus, there is a specialized transport department, responsible for merchandise trading in the House of Transcendence. This was also why, when Department Su first went to the Transcendent Omnibus, he saw so many people. Team up, team up. I'm a great duelist on the metaphysical side. Come on Milk Lightan. Newbie Transcendentals beg for a group. Beg for a big brother to take me. Ha 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 ha. My son has the appearance of an immortal. He's actually a 3-spirit root. The hall of the Transcendent Omnibus Bureau in Diffuse City was filled with all sorts of sounds, from the voices of transcendence calling out for a team to be formed, to the ecstasy of ordinary people verifying their transcendent qualifications. Occasionally, even a more novelty style of painting can be seen to exist. Transcendence and technology combine. Ancient and modern overlap. This, then, is the revival of the aura. This, then, is a whole new era. It's not the first time I've seen it, but every time I see it, there's a new kind of shock. The Su system lamented, walking quickly inside the omnibus in the midst of the others' respectful greetings of Senior Su. Trade, sell, confirm, and trade again. Repeat this several times, waiting from early morning until noon. The Su system finally realized all of the elixirs on hand into the needed magic side transcendent items and stowed them all away inside their storage rings. He didn't want to delay for a moment, and flew back home at full speed with his sword. Will all magic side transcendental items recharge into the simulator in one fell swoop? Ding! Magic side anchor medium loading, plus 1%, plus 1%, plus 1%, plus 1%. The progress bar rises slowly, and with each magic side transcendent item that disappears, there is a subtle increase in the loading of the anchor medium, slowly, but surely, creeping towards the end. Finally, that last little gap in the progress bar was stuffed to the gills. Magic side anchor media loading complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the number of simulations. Please ask if you want to carry out the simulation and start a wonderful simulated life. Number of simulations currently available, 1. Finally. Worked. A joyous expression appeared on Sue System's face. Nearly 2 months had passed since the end of the last simulation, and Department Sue had long since digested the rewards of the first simulation. Now, the second simulation comes at the right time. The gap between the magic side and the cultivation side is so great that it can even be said to be irrelevant, and I don't know what I can benefit from this simulation. I hope the end result won't disappoint me. Calls out the loaded emulator panel. The Sue System laughed softly and decisively pressed the button to turn on the simulation. Simulation in progress. World line projections in progress. Locked traversable worlds. Analyzed as magic side worlds. Word generation in progress. Word generation complete. Please host choose 3 words for the Sims character talent. Word levels are white, green, blue, purple, gold, red. Melee mage, blue is a competent mage. Your melee skills are breathtaking, and you can go 50-50 with a knight even if he gets close. Elemental perception, purple you possess very excellent elemental perception, and even have a chance to establish a contract with an elemental spirit, perhaps. You will become an elemental mage who leads the age. Dream murmurings, gold you dream of incredible murmurings from time to time and can benefit greatly from them. But your sanity fades with great speed. Sprint, white you're a fast runner, much faster than the rhubarb next door. Mortal intelligence, red your research skills are excellent, and you can learn anything if you want to, but everything you do is only within the realm of the mortal. Observer, violet your attention is sharper than normal and you can see through appearances to the essence. The Sue System schemes over the words. Found the words extraordinarily powerful this time around. The highest level of red words appear. Mortal wisdom. Learns everything. Is it not a different kind of heavenly ordained son? The Sue System pondered, quickly selecting the 3 words this time, namely, elemental perception, purple, mortal wisdom, red, and observer, purple. Although dream ravings were golden words, that sanity-crushing side effect was a bit too much for Department Sue to take in. The Sims are 100% real. He wasn't interested in being a muddled lunatic. Word selection complete. Will the simulation begin? Okay. The familiar sense of consciousness detachment came. And in a trance, Sue System, who was a Gendan cultivator, only felt that his surroundings were glowing and bright, and then he broke through space and time in an uncontrollable shaking posture. Number 02 simulation officially begins. Today's weather is extraordinarily gloomy, and it's suddenly raining heavily outside, so you're staying at home without the slightest intention of going out. The roar of a heavy truck comes from outside the house, and you don't think you're outside the house, so there's no way you could have been hit. You were careless and didn't flash. On a rainy day when the road is too slippery, the tires of a heavy truck of the brand DIYUN suddenly skid and crash straight into your house, and you are right in front of the truck's front route. Once again, you hit the big time, and got knocked off hard. Chapter 29, Steam and Machinery, Magic and Mystery. You experienced a painless crossing. When you open your eyes, you find yourself in a world of steam and magic, and your body changes to that of a 15-year-old. Weak and common. You have no identification. You don't have any money. You don't even have a bowl to start with. As a traveler, you don't panic too much, and you explore the surrounding situation unhurriedly, preparing to start a new business in this world. Although your 15-year-old body is not yet fully developed, it already has the ability to stand on its own feet, which is your greatest capital and bottom line. You cheered for yourself in your mind and struggled to climb out of the sewage. Booming steam, biting gears, efficient magic. At night, steel and steam, magic and mystery come together to form the central hub of the massive city. What woke the Sue System up was the unmistakable sound of an unmistakably shrill, narrow steam whistle. Dash. Open your eyes. The left and right sides were obscured by towering red walls, leaving the center alone, revealing the dull sky and the slightly yellowed glow of streetlights. Steeply, fiery white steam erupted from nowhere, strike high into the sky, collision reaction with the cold evening wind, forming dense, drifting droplets of water that spread across the immediate site. Then collapsing back into mist, it slowly but evenly surged to all corners of the city. This fog was very much obscuring the view, and every now and then, there was a tirade of abuse coming from all parts of the city. And so, The Sioux department saw it. There was a figure wearing a vestment and holding a wand floating in the air, waving it at will, and a huge storm of flames appeared in the air, devouring those mists cleanly. The city was once again quiet. Praise the almighty magic and the honorable Vulcan. People prayed like this. This era is so amazing. The faith of the gods spread all over the land, exalting the greatness of magic and the convenience of steam. Just in the corners of greatness, there are also some overlooked darkness. What's the word? Can I get a good start on the analog crossover? The Sioux system struggled. With great effort, he rose from the alley. This alley was covered in black and dirty water, the stench of which was unpleasant and inexplicably corrosive at the same time, and the misery was comparable to that of the last simulation's starving people's opening. The Sioux system wondered if the simulator was deliberately messing with itself. All in all, let's figure out the most basic food, clothing, and shelter first, and then consider delving into magic. After standing up, the Sioux system stumbled out of the alley. In this new analog world, he didn't have an ounce of transcendent power, much less an eternal teardrop in his possession to eat his sister's soft food. The good thing is that with 3-word talents, you can still fend for yourself. You've taken the first difficult step. Through inquiring, you learn that you are located in the city of Ellenson on the north side of the world, a large city equipped with efficiently running steam machinery, with a major belief in the god of fire, the god of blacksmiths and the goddess of harvest. If you're new to the country, you choose to make your first buck with manual labor. You succeeded, and though half exhausted, you earned your first meal by the sweat of your brow, and your first paltry pittance, a full 3 copper coins. You've been counting for 10 minutes. You're incredibly relieved that everything is going according to your plan. You choose to stay rooted in the slums for a while, where the food is good and cheap, and you don't need to rent a house. 2 or 3 pieces of tin find a dirt floor, and it becomes your new residence. A year has passed in which you have managed to grasp the basic intelligence of the world and know what to do next. This is a time ruled by the gods. Countless people rely on faith in the gods to obtain the ability to manipulate magic. The deeper the faith, the stronger the level of magic, and even more people will be chosen as the god surrogate, known as demigods. Magicians who do not rely on faith in the gods and choose to cultivate on their own also exist and are known to the world as elemental mages. By sensing everything and establishing a connection with the elements, we can unleash magic. This is an extremely difficult path. Belief in the gods, as long as they are pious enough and pay their mind to belong, they can achieve greatness in a short period of time. But elemental mages can only take one difficult step at a time, and very few people choose to. You laugh. You happen to have a very good talent for elemental perception. At the same time, you have no interest in believing in gods. You spent all of your savings from a year of hard work and went to a store in the center of town and purchased a bottle of the lowest grade of slime, which is known to be the worst of the worst magical transcendental materials, and the only item you could afford to buy. 1 year later, slums. Ignoring the stench that permeated the surroundings, System Sioux sat expressionlessly in his home. If only the patchwork toy sitting on a dirt road, cobbled together from a few pieces of sheet metal, could be considered a home. A year TSK. Although in the simulated world, senses are not as sharp as in the real world, I did have enough of living in the slums for a year. The Sioux system lamented, shaking the clear, colorless slime in his hand. The goo was contained in clear bottles that were well sealed. Following the shaking motions of the Sioux system as it slowly turned upside down. Practice with slime. It's an impossible thing, but the Sioux system is different. As early as a long time ago, when the Sioux system selected the magic side as a new analog world, they had prepared for it for a long time, preparing meditation methods for practicing magic in advance, as well as reading various matters of cultivation. And in this simulation, he had the special phrase elemental perception. So, an impossible miracle was born in the slums. You became an apprentice magician. Through meditation, you managed to perceive the element of life in the slime, and with a surprisingly calm brain, you reached the upper limit of what a mortal can possess, and engraved this elemental fluctuation in your mental consciousness. You have thus learned level 0 magic, life slime generation. You leave the slums and head to the Wizards Guild in the center of Ellenson, registering and enrolling as a wizard's apprentice with the benefit of 10 silver coins per month. Your life improves and starts to get really good. You crossed the ranks, from slumdog to honored magical apprentice, and everyone was shocked at you and thought you were a devout follower of the goddess of life, because in this world, the existence of elemental mages is extremely rare. Even if someone wants to learn, it is difficult to sense the elements, and is known as an existence only found in stories. You smiled, neither admitting nor denying. In an age when all men believe in gods, atheists would be considered heretics, and the misunderstanding that the multitudes have about you is just enough to make you safer. Chapter 30, Your First Encounter with Her. You left the slums, but your legend lives on forever in the slums. and you're known as the man of legend. After you left, some of the darker forces of the slums ingratiated themselves with you and taught the scavengers with whom you had trouble a lesson, and you were feared and dreaded. Known as the invisible godfather of the slums, you moved into an area close to the city center. The downtown area is beautiful, with neither disgusting odors nor messy discharges of sewage. Your mood becomes so pleasant that you study magic faster, and you trigger elemental perception, mortal wisdom, and observer, mastering more attributes in your third year. This year, you're 17 years old. You have become a composite elemental mage with multiple attributes such as earth, wind, water, fire, thunder, light, darkness, life, death, etc. You have no shortcomings except for time and space, which are the most difficult to control. That is the realm of the gods. No, more accurately, it is the realm of the Most High God, far beyond the reach of mortal wisdom. You have no regrets about this and feel that you have been very happy to have mastered so many elements. You collect your thoughts and focus all your attention on the realm of magic. The realms of magicians are divided into magic apprentice, formal mage, elite mage, grand magician, sanctuary magician, and demigod. Your talent is extraordinary, and you're advancing at an appalling rate. In the fourth year of the simulation, you were 18 years old, and you were successfully promoted to full mage. In the fifth year of the simulation, you are 19 years old and have successfully mastered all attributes of level 1 to 3 basic magic. You have established a contract with a number of elemental elves. You can mobilize magic from the elemental planes to supplement yourself, and your magic capacity is 10 times that of a normal person, which seems to be a kind of blessing from the underworld. In the sixth year of the simulation, you're 20 years old, and you've made another breakthrough in your realm. You became an elite mage. From now on, you can master level 4 to 5 magic, and you can overthrow towns whenever you want, and destroy cities if you have enough time. For the sake of understatement, you didn't announce the realm of an elite mage, but claim to have just broken through to full mage. A new sensation has begun, and even though you've kept a low profile enough, paired with your slum background, your name instantly spreads throughout Allison. Everyone in Ellenson, from nobles to beggars, knows of your existence, a shining star breaking through the muck. Your story spreads and is celebrated by wandering poets in farther regions. You are seen as a role model by many who live in poverty. Nobles begin to invite you to banquets, and you are in the limelight. The simulation went well, obviously. Sequentially, the first simulation is a newbie benefit. However, this second simulation granted Sue's system an unprecedented feeling of exhilaration, and the three words paired with each other had an effect that went far beyond 1 + 1 + 1 is equal to 3. At the mere age of 20 is an elite mage. Department Sue was certain that before this simulation ended, he would officially step into the realm of a Saint Domain Magus, or even a glimpse of a god. After this simulation is over, if I can completely replicate the realm within the simulation to reality just like last time, then I will truly be invincible. If I remember correctly, the demigod level of the magic system is equivalent to a loose immortal on the cultivation side. If I can become a holy domain magician, the analogy would be Mahayana, a man walking down the street. The Sioux system walked at a slow pace, absent-mindedly chewing on bread as they contemplated what would happen after the simulation was over. In order to return home faster for a new round of magical research, the Sioux system turned the corner into a small path. Boots stomped in muddy hollows, splashing dark brown, and that clean, neat outfit stood in stark contrast to the stinking surroundings. Occasionally, the stomping of boots shook down the rough cover. Underneath the cracked masonry, dried blood showed through. The city was never pretty. The high nobles struggled with power and the lower classes resorted to the most primitive violence. So blood was common here, but it has nothing to do with the Sioux system. After all, everyone in the city knew him, and no one would be stupid enough to mess with a full-fledged mage. Stop! Stop! Hand over the bread! Hand over! Hand over! A trembling voice came from the front, stuttering in its trembling, as if the person who had uttered the words had himself been frightened to death. The Sioux system stopped in its tracks and looked at the tiny figure in front of it. It's the end of October. The weather is turning cooler, but the dirty figure had a tattered shortcoat on the upper half of his body, and on the lower half of his body an overly fat and at the same time unattractive pair of dark green wide pants, which, judging by their raggedness, might have been picked up from the garbage. His hair was full of dirt from being soaked in dirty mud and water, and the scar on his forehead was faintly visible. The eyes were a pale golden color, but there was no joy, no sadness, just empty nothingness and fear of the unknown. So much so that it gave the illusion of being black pupils. No matter which way you look at it, you can only feel the emptiness and lightlessness. The Sioux system's gaze shifted downward, saw the knife clutched in her hand. Obviously his body was shaking with fear. Obviously his hands were shaking like crazy. but he still clung to the only sharp instrument. Just trying to rob the official mage with a pocket knife. Is it too much to think about? The Su system frowned as the observer's words activated, seeing more of the strangeness of the tiny figure in front of him, the bizarre things that set it apart from the norm, like hidden in the hair, mangled horns, scales that are hidden on the surface of the skin and are impossible for normal humans to possess. I see. Is it a hybrid combining human and demon bloodlines? Judging from this appearance, it should have been abandoned and recently escaped to Ellenson City. No wonder you dared to come and rob me, so you don't know me at all. The Su system took a few steps forward, the scars on the girl's face, the bruises on her arms, her shivering, fearful legs, her whole body was more clearly reflected in her eyes. Is pathetic. Su system's brows lowered as he sighed softly in his heart. Since this world had gods who ruled over all living beings, it was only natural that there were also demons who fought against the gods. Most of the demon races are large and ugly, but there are very few races that look similar to humans, causing strange sexual interest in some people. And so it was. The hybrid offspring with impure bloodline, inhuman and devilish, was born. Such offspring will hardly be recognized. 99% of the first moments of birth will be discarded outright. Only a very few individuals will be left behind to train and cultivate and use as alternative soldiers because of their strength. Obviously, judging from the young girl's expression of trembling and fear, she belonged to that absolutely inferior category, having neither the power of a demon nor the normal appearance of a human that could fit into regular life. It belongs to the most miserable category. No, don't come over. The demonic girl looked even more terrified in the face of Su system's approach. Chapter 31, The Witch is Saved by You. The girl clutched the knife in both hands, her only source of security, and the overly fat, even pants that dragged down to the ground, dark green wide pants, drummed and rattled from the constant shaking of her legs. Clearly a mugger in his own right, but the unease, the fear, was more like that of a tormented victim who looks unintimidating. Stop. Give me the bread. The girl realized her shortcomings. Trying hard to put on a menacing face, she turned the sharp tip of her blade on Su system, like a young animal with its new teeth bared, while shouting loudly and hysterically for Su system to stop approaching her. Her gaze was filled with longing, firmly locked on the white bread covered with teeth marks and half bitten in Su's hand. Can't help it. A voice that has long been dry and devoid of moisture, swallowed hard. To be honest, the atmosphere of the scene was weird. One might even say dramatically grotesque and ridiculous. In the early morning hours, the great steam engines of the city of Ellenson were roaring to life, and the mighty, vast vapor, which covered the dome with a miraculous gesture. Now and then a mage figure flew through it. In a remote alleyway where no one has noticed, a half-demon girl, a human-demon hybrid, armed with a ridiculous-as-hell knife, tries to rob the windbag of Ellenson City. The Su line that claimed to be a full-fledged mage to the outside world, but was in fact an elite mage by name. Things like that. More illogical than the mythological epics sung by wandering poets. Even putting aside Su's status as a mage, the physical qualities of an adult male alone could easily subdue this weak demon girl. But the Su system didn't do that. Hungry? Without releasing a spell to punish this demonic maiden who had been so disrespectful to him, or making a harsh reprimand, the Su system merely looked at her calmly and asked. The girl paused slightly in her movements and nodded softly. Here. Su Xiang tore off the topmost bitten portion and handed the remaining bread to the girl, who didn't catch it right away but looked at Su Xiang warily from afar. Dazed and confused eyes flashed. She never seemed to think that she would get food so easily. 1 step, 2 steps. The girl carefully moved her feet, holding the knife in one hand and grasping towards the bread with the other, approaching the Su system a little bit with an extremely cautious stance. After grabbing the bread, he fled back into the depths of the alley with speed, hunkered down on a rotting wooden crate in the corner of the alley wall, feet in yellow, greasy, muddy puddles. Under the watchful eye of Su department, he first tasted it in small bites, and after confirming that there was no problem, he immediately swallowed it in big gulps. I've heard that true pure-blooded demons have extraordinarily strong body organs that can endure up to a year of starvation, in which they can survive normally on magic power alone. According to this, a half-demon race with a human-demon hybrid should also inherit part of the ability to endure hunger. Look at the girl who wolfed it down. The Su system shook its head. He couldn't imagine how long the girl had been in exile, and what kind of experiences she had had, to become this miserable mess of filth and bruises all over her body. After a while, the demon girl finished the white bread in her hand. She once again looked at Su Xiang, or more accurately, stared with those empty, lifeless eyes at the crumbly piece of bread with Su Xiang's bite mark on it that she had just torn out of his hand. Only at this time, the sight of food brought only a slight craving to her eyes. Give to me. Perhaps it was the act of giving food by the Su system that had boosted some of her goodwill, and instead of threatening with a knife this time, the girl stuttered and inquired, unconscious, with so much as a hint of ingratiation and begging. The skinny, bony body rose from the rotting wooden crate, stumbling toward the Sioux system with its bare paws in the muddy water and dirt and sand, trying to grab the breadcrumb slice in the Sioux system's hand. However, Sioux department simply ignored the girl, directly throwing the crumbly piece of bread into his mouth, and then, without looking back, left the alley, leaving the girl with a distant back. Why? The girl froze. The eyes that had been flooded with a bit of brightness once again turned back to listlessness and dullness. With an unbalanced foot, the whole person fell to the ground, landing on the slippery and stinky alleyway, pain coming on, and even bright red blood coming out from his forehead. The girl did not wail, for she had long been accustomed to it. She didn't get up either, remaining in the position she fell in, lost in the muddy water. Mom, did I do it wrong again? Mom, why is this happening? I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. Mom. The hunger struck again, and the fatal convulsions that twisted her abdomen, far more intense than the pain of a bleeding forehead, caused the girl to wail all at once. She curled up, her hands over her belly, and kept tossing and turning in the muddy water, as if that would make it less painful. Wanted to cry, but that emotion had been lost long ago, completely damaged in one desperate attempt. In the end, he could only end up with a crumbling look, eyes lifeless and dull, lying in the muddy water looking up at the sky, quietly waiting for death to come. Die so you don't starve. Such pristine thoughts flashed through her mind. But just then, a sound of footsteps came from a short distance away, getting closer and closer until they came up to the demonic girl. Large, warm, strong hands pulled the young girl to her feet, and she saw that the owner of the hands was the young man from before, who had not only returned, but had brought back new bread. Eat. The previous bread was not very clean as I had bitten into it, so you eat these new ones, the Sioux system said. Didn't care about the stench of the girl's body and the muddy water dripping from all over her body. Stretching out his palm, he released level 5 life magic, utilizing the massive life magic to restore the girl's wounds. Then he lifted the girl off the ground again, let her sit in a cleaner spot and eat her bread. The girl was bewildered throughout, seemingly unable to comprehend the developments, until the Sioux system handed her the bread. It took her a moment to respond, taking one bite after another, mechanically biting into the bread to eat. The bag of bread was quickly wiped out. Using water magic again, the Sioux system summoned a large ball of water, which was used to rehydrate the girl as well as clean the dirt off her body. Finally, the Sioux system half crouched down so that her eyes were level with the girl's. Do your best to appear mild-mannered, reaching out to the girl who was also flesh and blood, who really existed, in a stinking alleyway so full of filth and chaos that even rats didn't want to inhabit it. Send a simple invitation like this. Come with me. The girl, who had been as quiet as a doll, looked at Department Sioux with lifeless eyes, like a puppet doll to be manipulated, not a trace of self visible on her face. She still hadn't comprehended what was happening, but there was that inner urge that drove her, that told her. So she did as she was told. Hands slowly clasped the palms of the man in front of her. Good. The voice trembled. Chapter 32 Krisa Christina. Autumn winds bring the message of falling leaves, and winter is coming to the north. On your way home, you accidentally meet a demonic maiden with an impure bloodline. Her body is full of scars, and she is even thinner than the homeless people you saw in the slums. You treated her. You gave her food. You brought her home. You don't think you're so noble, let alone great. You're just releasing a little bit of goodwill as far as you can. Though for her it was a salvation that shone like the sun. Boots with thick soles, tread on the dry fallen leaves of the road. It made a crisp, subtle sound. The Sioux system took the girl by the hand and led her through the dark alley, away from the unpleasant stench of decay, across a small canal, and up a few more steps. The white and brown courtyard appeared in front of him, clean and peaceful. This was Sioux System's residence in Ellenson City. Get in. Facing the clean courtyard, the demonic girl looked a bit coward, so Sioux System slightly increased his strength and half-dragged, half-pulled her into the interior of the courtyard. Splat, splat, treading on the stone path in the courtyard. There is the sound of footsteps echoing in the ears, which makes the courtyard even more empty and secluded. The girl, exposed to the sunlight, looked unnatural, constantly squinting her eyes in an attempt to look down and escape the brightness that was so blinding that it made her uncomfortable. Her small hand, which was held tightly by the Sioux system, was unable to escape away like before. Gradually, she tried to open her eyes. What comes into view is the soft sunlight that passes through the brickwork and fences, and is scattered and cut by the plants and flowers in a beautiful light. Hazy, intermittent spots of light shining on the road. There were insects chirping in the silence. If you listen closely, you can still hear the whirring whine of the steam engines downtown. It's so beautiful. The girl's eyes reflected the Sioux system, realizing for the first time that the world of light was so beautiful, and for the first time that she could stand in the sunlight too. Just grab this man's hand and work up the courage yourself. You brought the demon girl home, and the first thing you did was to take the girl inside the bathroom and give her a thorough cleansing. The girl has been wandering for too long, mixing with garbage for years, and the water magic you released earlier is not enough to wash her thoroughly. You have summoned the water elemental spirit to join you in releasing the water purification magic. You made it. The filth of the girl's body is completely purified and eradicated by you. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Inside the bathroom, the sound of water impacting was heard one after another. Sue Department pressed the valve, and along with the snorting noise unique to mechanical operation, bubbling hot water flowed out of the pipe, controlled by Sue Department to pour on top of the girl's head. So it's gray hair. The Sue system let out a soft eep. He rubbed the top of the girl's head with the palm of his hand, washing away the clumps that had solidified from the mud and water, and waited until the hair was cleaned, revealing long gray-silver hair. The hair was dull and rough to the touch, like dried straw. This is a sign of extreme nutritional deprivation. Rightfully so. No need to be surprised at all. After all, the girl's body was skinny and bony, with raised bones clearly visible through her skin, a reflection of weakness that had the strong impact of being ready to die at any moment. In such a physical condition, it would be a miracle just to be alive. And certainly there would be no extra nutrition to distribute to the hair. It's pathetic. Sighing softly again in his heart, Sue's system helped the girl wash her hair and hands, and then proceeded to hand over the tube of hot water to the girl in her bewildered gaze. Next you wash yourself. Can you do that? The Sue system opened its mouth. Hair and hands were places he could help wash, but for the more private body parts, Department Sue decided it was better for the girl to do it herself. After all, anymore, the girl is grown up, not a wailing baby. Concepts need to be established from now on. Good. The girl nodded with a slight amplitude. After handing her the hot water hose, the Sue system left the bathroom, taking advantage of the girl's lull and rinsing alone to make another trip out to buy some clothes. He lived alone before. There are no clothes in the house that little girls can wear. What the girl was wearing earlier could not be considered clothes at all. It would be more accurate to call them rags, and they had been burned off by a fire in Sue's lineage early on. The girl came back from shopping for clothes just as the girl finished washing, alone with the hot water pipe. She stood still in the bathroom, motionless, like a hardened statue, the pipe in her hand still bubbling a steady stream of hot water that disappeared down the drain. Eyes are lifeless. He looked over at the Sue system as soon as he appeared. Like a robot, he waited for the next command from the Sue system. Come on out and wipe yourself down in the meantime. The hot water has to be turned off by pressing here. In the girl's bewildered expression, Sue system pressed the valve on the bathroom wall, and a few seconds later, the hot water pipe in the girl's hand stopped producing water. Then she was covered with a wide towel by the Sue system and her wet body was wiped down. Hair doesn't fall out naturally. With his left hand of fire magic and his right hand of wind magic, Department Sue catalyzed a unique warm wind that blew the girl's hair clean, leaving no droplets of water behind. Followed by new clothes. The dresses bought for the girls were not in such a pretty style. Even so, after the girl had changed her clothes, there was still a sense of newness in her eyes. If I have to describe it, it is probably a feeling of finally becoming a human being, not a piece of garbage that can be discarded at will, not a dead leaf that no one cares about, but a human being who is really standing here, looking at such a refreshed girl. A smile appeared on Sue Department's face. Well, that's much more refreshing. Take the girl's hand again. The Sue system was ready to take her to the room where she lived. The corridor ran straight inward, not very long, and at the end was the room for the girl. With his hand on the doorknob, a second before he pushed the door to enter, Department Sue looked down at the girl as if he suddenly remembered something. Do you have a name? Krissa, the demon girl, who had remained quiet, finally responded as she looked up to meet Sue's system. Krissa Christina. The eyes remained vacant and lifeless. There is no feedback to the human world to be seen in it, but vaguely, Sue Department seems to see some expectation from it. Krissa? That's a lovely name, Sue said softly, rubbing his palm over the girl's hair as he pushed open the wooden door to the room and led the girl inside. You've learned the demon girl's real name. Krissa Christina. It's a nice name. You think it in your mind and say it at the same time. You put everything in place for Krissa, and as of today, you have officially adopted her. Adopted a witch. Chapter 33, The Witch Begins to Learn Magic. Your life has changed a little since you adopted the witch. In the past, you were busy conducting various magical researches in addition to delving into magic, but after adopting Krissa, part of your time was spent on teaching each other. You don't see anything wrong with that. Your attainments in the field of magic have already reached a very high level, and it's only a matter of time before your strength level rises. So teaching a girl is a good way to help you spend your free time. The girl is very perceptive. Far more than you'd expect. Even though what you taught was just some common sense of normal life in the human world and the basics of how to deal with people, the girl was able to get the hang of it in just 1 week. Because of her tragic past, she still looks a little weird, but can already hold a normal conversation with you. You are relieved and compliment Krisha. It's just that while relieved, you are worried about the future of the witch, because in every day's time together, you realize that Krisha is missing something very crucial. It's not just the impurity of the demon blood, the broken horns on the top of the head, the mutilated skin scales. What's more critical is the girl's lost feelings. No joy, no sorrow, no anger, only fear. In the upheaval of the past, the girl experienced countless insults and vandalism, heartbreaking pain and suffocating despair, so that she learned to paralyze herself and forget unnecessary feelings. Won't smile, won't cry. All that's left is a physical instinct created by pain, a fearful cowering from the inside in the face of beatings. Once, when you and Krisha were in the same room, you held out your arm to take the black tea, but Krisha screamed in terror, mistaking you for someone who was going to hit her, and cowered in the corner in fear. Since then, you've been consciously easing your body movements, and gradually, the young witch has gotten used to being with you. Time flies, in the blink of an eye. You have adopted the witch for half a month. In these 15 days, through your careful teaching, the girl behaved more and more well-behaved, and even able to help some in life. You thought long and hard about the girl's future, but finally decided to let the girl choose what she wanted to do with her life. 1. Keep the girl in the house to continue living as a maid and take care of your life. 2. Let the girl recognize you as her mentor. Teach the girl magic, make her a real magical girl, and change her life. 3. Leave and start a new life, and you'll give the girl plenty of money for the journey. On a cold, windy afternoon in the coming fall, you call out to Krisha, present her with 3 different options, and leave the girl to make her own judgmental decision. City of Allentown. The cold winds of fall were howling, fierce and strong, and easily swept up large quantities of dead leaves. In the courtyard, far from the slums and slightly closer to the city center, the girl of about 11 or 12 years old still had a blank stare, like a machine without self-will. In front of her, 3 things lay. The first is the maid's attire. The second is the attire of a magical apprentice. The third sample was a bulging bag of coins. These 3 items represent 3 life paths. Without any hesitation, Krisha skimmed right over the bag of coins, not moving for a moment despite the fact that the bulging bag of coins could make her life carefree down the road. Maid, the mouth murmured. Krisha's eyes rested on the maid's outfit. She has no interest in superhuman powers and has never wanted to become powerful. To be able to stay by Sue's system's side all the time as a maid, as a personal item, the girl felt that this could not be a happier outcome. With that in mind, Krisha reached her hand towards the maid's outfit, but suddenly, she noticed it, and there seemed to be a small amount of disappointment in the Sue system's eyes. Not wanting to disappoint the Sue system more than herself, the witch put her hand tentatively, again, at the magical apprentice's clothes. This time, she saw it. What showed in the Sue system's eyes was relief. So, without further hesitation, the witch grabbed the magical apprentice's attire with her hand. Mentor, I've chosen. Krisha said so, her tone flat and without any ups and downs. The black magic apprentice dress was worn by her, with her long gray silver hair, quite a mysterious aura. Krisha, start coming to the meditation room tomorrow and I'll teach you from the very basics of meditation. With an apologetic look on his face, Department Sue stroked the girl's long hair, which was beginning to regain its luster. He could see that Krisha didn't want to learn magic on her own, but rather chose the path of magic of her own accord because of his ideas. Department Sue felt a little guilty, but at the same time, his heart was relieved. In this magical world, you can't control your destiny without power. Compared to humans, the lifespan of the demon race is long, a veritable species of longevity, even a half-human, half-demon, half-blooded which will have no problem living for hundreds or thousands of years in the future. Department Sue didn't know exactly how many years he'd live in this simulation, but figured it wouldn't be as long as the girl's. To prevent yourself from leaving, the girl was again subjected to dehumanizing abuse, even to the point of dying a horrible death at the hands of others. The Sue system felt that it was necessary for him to teach the girl the power that would truly allow her to defend herself, namely magic. With Krisha's demonic bloodline, trying to use magic by believing in the gods is a thing that is simply impossible. Luckily I am an elemental mage myself and can teach her to sense the elements. Sue system muttered to himself in his mind, looking up at the large tree in the courtyard. As the weather turns cooler, the once pale green leaves have all fallen off, leaving only bare branches, swaying back and forth in the cold wind. Flowers bloom and fall, trees flourish and wither. In all things, if you wait until it happens and then regret it, It's really too late. Come inside. Krisha, it's easy to catch a cold out there in the wind. Yes, Lord. Mentor. The girl followed closely behind the Sue system. Inseparable. The next day, in the deepest part of the courtyard house, in the room used by Sue's system as a meditation room, the light was obscure and the fire candles fluttered as Sue's system and Krisha both sat down. Special magic formations were inscribed inside the meditation room. The ability to focus more and improve one's perception of the elements is just right for a novice like a girl. Krisha, empty your mind, think of nothing, and sense the elements in their most natural state. Meditation room. The Sue system held a tan wand and waved it slightly, and the dark, icy air became sultry with a faint burning smell. Clear spirit herb, a herb from the bountiful land outside the city. Legend has it that it was one of the miracles that came down from the goddess of the harvest. It has a rather magical enlightenment effect on mage apprentices who are new to magic, and will make it easier to sense and understand the presence of magic. In the Sue system's vision, after receiving a month's continuous fumigation of the clearing herb, coupled with the concentration boosting effect of the magic array, the girl should be able to successfully become a magic apprentice without believing in the gods. Take your time. There's no rush. Sue's system looked calm, ready to fight a protracted battle. After all, there were already few elemental mages in this world who didn't believe in gods. Demons who become mages are even more unheard of. In a sense, the Ko system is trying to work miracles. Mentor, I'm better. Chapter 34, The Witch's Past. If doubts can be materialized. Now, then, Sue Department's head was bound to be densely packed with question marks, in order for Krisha to succeed in her meditation. Long before today, the Sue system had prepared a number of programs for this purpose and was ready to attack it for a long period of time. How he didn't expect it. The girl actually succeeded in her first meditation. Krisha, tell me what it's like to meditate. The Sue system inquired to the girl, just to be on the safe side. Yes, I saw. Krisha replied good-naturedly, stumbling over her words occasionally, but much better compared to when they first met. Elements, magic, spirituality. Through Krisha's description, Department Sue could ascertain that she had indeed succeeded in her meditation. But why on earth? Inside the dimly lit meditation room, the smell of burning clear spirit grass still filled the air, somewhat choking and pungent, and the demonic girl, dressed in pitch-black magical apprentice robes, quietly waited for the Sue system's next order. The Sue system looked at the girl, lost in disbelief and thought, I was able to meditate successfully and change directly from an ordinary person to a magical apprentice because I had the highest level of red words, plus 2 purple words to assist me. With 3 words in my hand and my own hang-ups, it was a matter of course that I would succeed in my first meditation. But the kid actually, as well, the Sue system mused. Think about the elements that will determine the success of this meditation. Apart from the most basic talent and enlightenment, there must be something unnoticed, a unique advantage not found in other demon races. Not even in humans. So that's it, is it? Looking at the tiny figure in front of him, Department Sue suddenly fell into silence. He understands. The magical girl in front of her was indeed no genius. Neither did she have the powerful physical body of a pure-blooded demon race. Nor did she have a spirit that was even more superior than that of a human. She was weak and tortured and beaten by others. Her spirit is like stagnant water, close to herself in a long period of despair, ignorant of emotions, joys and sorrows. However, this is the very truth that Krisha, in her first meditation, reached with flying colors. The so-called meditation, which was essentially the caster's mental power to reach out and perceive the elements of everything, was extremely demanding on the mind. Ordinary people fail because of mood swings and hesitate because they think too much. But not Krisha. Without feelings, there is no fluctuation. Without thinking, there is no hesitation. Only when suffering pain and devastation did the girl, a human-demon hybrid, briefly show fearful dread because of the intense pain. This truth, it's pretty harsh. The Sue system clenched its wand in silence. Krisha has the gift of magecraft, which is an excellent thing, except that the cost behind this gift is so tragic as to make one look at it in silence. Sue's system sighed lightly in his heart, and to verify that this idea was correct, he had the girl perform a few more tests. Everything was smooth and everything flowed. Same with the meditation attempts. In the next process of sensing the elements, establishing connections, and absorbing magic, Krisha both have super talented performances. Well done, Krisha. The Sue system crouched down and complimented the demonic girl who had remained quiet. Do you feel any discomfort? No, mentor. Krisha Christina shook her head. Small face expressionless, without half of the child should be innocent and lively. There is only a kind of, as if to the light gold eyes for the swallowed gray. It was an indescribable nothingness. Calls for silence. In a sense, the girl is a complete failure. And in addition to her physical deficiencies, Even her emotions are sorely lacking, unable to give others the response they want. But it was also this lack that made the girl accidentally possess the qualifications of an elemental mage. The Sue system suspended the girl's cultivation. Mentor? Krissa cocked her head at him dully, seemingly a little confused. Sit down, Krissa, Sue said, sitting cross-legged on the ground while palming the seat beside her, signaling the girl to sit beside her. The Sue system is found. There are more important things to do than make a girl strong. That is to understand the girl's past, to understand the girl's experiences, and only by understanding that, can we better help the girl into the future? Suppose nothing is known. What one thinks is a well-intentioned demeanor is likely to cause secondary damage to the girl. Krissa obediently sat down. The magical apprentice's robe slightly too wide for her thin body, covering her legs right up the moment she sat down. Overgrown gray-silver hair, which touched the ground somewhat at the end, lay in a gentle, slow motion on the floor tiles of the meditation room. There was a breeze on Krisha's cheek. It was the hot air that was exhaled by the Sue system from the close proximity. Strange feelings flooded the girl's mind, making her inexplicably at ease. Then, Department Sue spoke up and asked, Krisha, can you tell me about your past? You mean, anything? I want to get to know you. I understand. Mentor. The girl didn't really understand what she had to know about herself, but she knew that she could just listen to the Sue system. As a personal object, it's essential that you listen to your master. And so, under Sue system's gaze, the demonic girl, who was only 11 or 12 years old, slowly recounted a story from a long time ago, a true one that had happened far before Sue system came to this world. The year she was born, the girl met her real mother. It was a female demon named Phantom Demon by humans, with huge curved horns, a hot human-like body, and a huge iron ring firmly locked around her neck. She looked lovingly at the infant Krisha with gentle, as if water could seep out of her eyes. Krisha never met her father, because from the first day of her life, she was hidden from her own mother. After hiding for about 3 or 4 years, Krisha finally saw her father for the first and last time. Father yanked her viciously out of the room and threw her out the window, into the wilderness, into the middle of nowhere. The mother tried to resist, but the father looked at him with disgust. What qualification does the mongrel have to die? At that time, Krisha didn't hear what her father said, but only knew that her mother's head was thrown away with her. To this day, Krissa still vividly remembered how miserably her mother's head had been seared, rough to the touch, the hardened surface of burnt carbonization, and the huge twin horns had been mercilessly severed. Escape. Demons are tenacious, even decapitated, even burned. The mother's head spoke to the young Krisha in the last moments of her life. So, obediently, Krisha fled, away from that home. Chapter 35, I won't abandon you. Krisha cried as she fled. She fled far away. Far, far away. So far away that the knight sent out by her father could not find her. Since then, young Krisha has been a wanderer, constantly, consistently, switching back and forth between half-dead and near-dead. Her demonic identity was just too recognizable. Well-meaning people who had wanted to adopt Krisha made horrified noises and quickly fled when they saw the horns above their heads. Why? Why? Young Krisha didn't understand until she was a little older when she realized the reason for people's fear. It was a great age ruled by the gods. The gods were benevolent and generous, sheltering humans with their supreme divine power, while the demons were evil fools, always killing humans to fight against the gods. As a result, people loathed the demon race from the bottom of their hearts. Get out! Get out! Great sun god! Send down your blazing fire and burn this witch to death. People either drive them away in disgust or chase them with swords. Krisha couldn't find a place to settle down. So, all she could do was heed her mom's last words and continue to run away. Farther away, to a place where even she could survive. With this in mind, Krisha wandered for a long time. She has laughed at picking up naturally fallen fruit on the side of the road and biting into it to sweeten it into her heart. She had cried and tried to join in the games of human children, only to be ostracized and bruised with stones. And then later, laughing and crying are gone. All that's left is fear. The older she grew, the more pronounced Krisha's demonic features became. Just a little closer, one could clearly see the horns on top of her head, the scales on her body, which were the very symbols of demons. And so more violence descended. They hit the girl far above her head with hard stones, and rotting, smelly food, making her covered in stench and wounds. They were happy to pour out force, either kicking or whipping, taking pleasure in the girl's pleas and screams. It was even a matter of tying the girl to the back of the wagon and letting the wagon drag her and rub her against the ground. Mom! Here's why exactly. The light in the girl's eyes disappeared completely during one of the ordeals, and since then she has been emotionally flawed. I don't know what joy is. I don't know where sorrow comes from. Actually, that's kind of a good thing. Krisha said this, her eyes staring blankly ahead. No ripples, just an eternal void. Not being sad means not crying, which saves a lot of energy. And after the lack of emotion, she escapes much faster than before. If you run fast enough, you won't get hit. Krisha shared her experience of escaping to the SU system. And as she said this, her face was expressionless and her tone didn't rise or fall in the slightest. She couldn't feel the cold. She couldn't feel the heat. She couldn't feel the temperature of her heart. It's like a robot. State your past. She told Department Sue that the muddy water wasn't good to drink because it had a lot of sand and gravel in it, which made it hard on the stomach. In comparison, city drains are probably better, and the rats in them can still be used to feed the hungry. That's enough. Krisha, the SU system snapped out, interrupting the girl's words. He took a deep breath, his voice unprecedentedly heavy. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I am very sorry for making you recall so many painful things. The sound of self-recrimination broke the silence in the air, especially after meeting Krisha's empty, lifeless eyes. That remorse and guilt. It gets deeper. Sorry. The demonic girl looked confused. She couldn't understand why System Sue was apologizing to her. Was it because she had said something she shouldn't have? The Lord can do no wrong, and the Son that redeemed her can do no wrong. Krisha felt that way from the bottom of her heart. Since the SU system is correct, then the fault should be your own, right? Thinking of this, Krisha looked towards Department Sue and suggested in a sincere tone, I must be pretty useless for making things so difficult for you, so please discard me. Useless items should be thrown away. That's what the girl had in mind. After all, that's how she was thrown out by her father. The witch thought of herself as having few virtues, except that she excelled in obedience. As much as she loved Su Xiang, as much as she wanted to stay by his side for the rest of her life, as much as she never wanted to go wandering again, if Su Xiang chose to discard her, then she would definitely leave far away. Like once her mother told her to run away and she obeyed for a long time. Yes, just do as you're told. Krisha sat regimentedly in place, fingers crossed and pressed against her thighs, waiting for the SU system to pronounce judgment and tell her to get the hell out of this wonderful, dreamy home. It's a bit of a bummer, but it can't be helped. After all, he was so ugly, incompetent and lowly. It's only natural to be discarded. To have such a period of being treated with tenderness, one should be contented. How can one ask for more? Krisha sat still with the same empty, godless face, but the crossed 10 fingers were unconsciously rubbing together. What was clearly only a few seconds of waiting seemed to stretch out infinitely. It made even the young girl who had lost her feelings inexplicably uneasy. Finally, she waited for the final judgment. Warm, familiar, large, broad hands gently covered Kris's head, moving from side to side to fondle it, a faint heat and comfort passing through. I am not going to abandon Krisha. The SU system said this. His voice was soft, but his tone was firm, and at the same time full of heartache and compassion. The result was clearly beyond the girl's expectations, and she let out a flat surprised sound. Unexpectedly adorable. Looking up at the SU system. Really, mentor? She asked. Well, really, the SU system replied. The doom that had loomed over us since birth suddenly disappeared, and the beauty that had only been dreamed of now truly shone into reality. It's like a light for the girl. Krisha fumed for a long time. She thought that if it were the old days, she would have laughed with joy or been moved to tears. But after the emotional defect, she never experienced either emotion again. Thanks. Silence in the meditation room. The girl suddenly felt the tip of her nose go a little sour. Maybe she was tired from practicing meditation. She thought so. The witch's talent amazes you. But what concerns you more is the witch's past and experience. Ravaged, bullied, hunted, abused, tortured. Every evil you can imagine. Krisha has suffered almost everything. Her life has been full of suffering. And if not for her young age, there is even the possibility of something irreparable. You can't help but wonder if man's malice exceeds that of the demons in the abyss. You realize that it's not enough to cultivate Krisha's power. You also need to develop Krisha's personality so that she becomes an independent person who can live well even if she leaves you. Chapter 36, Krisha Training Program. The day ends in meditation. After dinner, the SU system sent Krisha back to her room. Then, alone, he crossed the silent corridor and entered the study located on the outer side of the courtyard. Twisting the knob, several glass lamps inlaid with light crystals emitted soft light, illuminating the otherwise dark room. It's kind of hard to do with that kid thing. The loss of emotion created by such an extreme past is almost impossible to recover. It can only be a matter of doing the best you can. The voice echoed in the empty study. Department Sue walked to the table, pulled out a chair, sat down and took out a dense stack of paper. On it was a record of the SU system's research into new magic, with basically every attribute covered, inclusive and creative in a whole new way. It was a unique underpinning that the Su system had created for itself based on the red phrase, mortal wisdom. Even if there were no bonus options regarding these new magics after the simulation settled, the Su system can also be reproduced in the real world one by one through memory. But tonight, the Su system wasn't about to delve into new magic. After a brief glance at the information on the new magic, he placed the paper in a cabinet and turned to a blank new sheet of paper, pausing now and then to think, sometimes putting down his pen to inscribe his handwriting. There can't be too much of a rush to develop a sound personality for Krisha. That child is still in a sensitive period, and too much exposure to too many things will only cause her to be fearful and scared, and to hunker down even more in her grief over the past. Well, let's just start teaching her magic gradually at the current pace. Having transcendent powers is the first step in developing her self-confidence, and then after that it's step 2 and 3, slowly filling the hole inside her until she's able to survive on her own without me. Blazing steam surged through the room pipes. Provide plenty of warmth for the HUI system. Wrist rotation. The tip of the pen touches the paper, as if the rain slides through the window. The continuous rustling sound in the night is particularly clear, with a different kind of peace. It wasn't until late at night that the Su system put the pen down. The paper was filled with his future arrangements for Krisha. Outside the house, the sound of a sharp, narrow siren drew the attention of the Su system. He subconsciously looked out the window, and what he saw was dark clouds obscuring the bright moon, and the entire city of Ellenson deep in the darkness that surrounded it. The buildings made of magical masonry still towered. Steam-roaring water spray still fills the sky, but under the cover of darkness, the whole city seemed, in an instant, to be transformed into a dark forest of twisted hideousness, and the vapor spewed by the steam engines into a nightmarish mist. Occasionally, the windows of a few homes emit a little light, but it is even more silent and eerie. Steam, magic, gods, elementals, demons. This world has a bit too many elements. Looking out the window into the darkness, the Su system scanned lightly. He felt that this magic side of the analog world, just like the city of Ellenson in front of him, had many mysterious unknowns buried in the darkness, which he had never seen before. The last cultivation side of the analog world was actually pretty much the same, only Su system died too early. The cultivation stopped at the Jindan stage. Even the legendary immortal world did not go on once. Hopefully this second simulation will be a breakthrough. At least don't die so soon. Well, at least until Krisha had the ability to defend herself, the Su system would be able to leave without worry. Your training of Krisha has officially begun. In the magic system, meditation is just a brick to establish a connection with the world. The real key is how to communicate with the elements and manipulate the corresponding magic. The girl wants to be a master of magic with nearly all attributes, like you, but she obviously doesn't have your talent. You smiled and told the girl to start practicing from the very basics of earth, wind, water and fire. Your first subject is geomancy. Krisha, empty your mind to feel the earth beneath your feet. Sense, communicate, release, follow the steps slowly. In the courtyard where the autumn wind was howling, the little girl in the robes of a magical apprentice struggled to mobilize the magical power in her body, gathering small mounds of earth after a minute. The mounds of dirt were small and scattered. It's a level 0 magic for magic apprentices to try their hand at clay gathering. Honestly, Krisha had performed well, releasing her magic successfully on her first try, and despite some imperfections, the Su system didn't mince its words of praise. Well done, Krisha. Remember, the trick to releasing earth magic is to be calm, slow and slow, thick and heavy. The Su system spoke in a warm voice. Crouching down, he helped the girl pat the dust off her clothes. The dirt had just gathered, and in addition to forming a small mound, the girl herself was covered in a number of clods and looked a little worse for wear. I understand, mentor, she responded good-naturedly. Your second subject is wind magic. Once he was skilled in earth magic and managed to gather mounds of earth without being affected himself, the Su system taught the level 0 magic of the wind attribute. Wind blade. This is one of the simplest and at the same time widespread wind magic. The killing power is limited and the attack distance is not too far. However, many of the big-name wind magics were derived from this very move. The wind blade, which belonged to the basics of the basics, and was a necessary skill for wind magicians. Compression, immobilization, and finally, launch. Department Su slowed down his movements and displayed the entire process of releasing the wind blade in front of Krisha. The girl looked puzzled, seemed to understand. After mobilizing the wind element for half a day, he finally compressed a decent wind blade and tried to launch it facing the tree, but the blade dissipated on its own halfway through. Well, keep up the good work, the Su department said politely. Your third item teaches water magic. Of the 4 natural elements, what Krisha seemed to specialize in the most was the element of water. The Su department teaches level 0 magic water generation. In just 10 minutes, Krissa had learned the use of water generation and mastered another water-based level 0 magic water arrow without a teacher. System Su couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. My disciple, Krisia, has the appearance of a water-saint magician? The words just came out. The girl then lost control of the freshly generated water due to the depletion of her magic, causing it to snap and drench her entire body. So the girl that day got a light knock on the head from the Su system, being admonished not to be sloppy. The last thing you taught was the element of fire, which is violent and dangerous. Among the many elements of magic, fire elementals are considered to be in the more dangerous category. Because the flames were extremely unstable, the caster himself would be burned by the flames if he was not careful. Thus, Department Su first allowed Krisia to become proficient in the other 3 elements and to be able to utilize them freely before beginning to teach the basic fire magic. Level 0 Magic Firebomb. This is the predecessor of the Level 1 Magic Fireball. It has the advantages of quick release, high power, and some impact penetration. The drawbacks were also obvious. The only people who could release Level 0 magic were magical apprentices, and magical apprentices often couldn't control their magic well enough, causing the firebombs to injure themselves. Good on. Thanks to the Su department's paved education, Krissa eventually became proficient with firebombs. Thus, the witch's path of elemental cultivation had taken its first step indeed. All that needed to be done in the future was to continue to improve on this foundation, making the weak sapling grow into a big tree, and until that day came, the Su system would keep its eyes on the girl. Chapter 37 The last day before the new year. You've been very successful in teaching the witch. She is skilled in the 4 elements of earth, wind, water and fire. Emotional defects make the witch different from normal people, but they also make her magic practice extremely fast, and in some ways, she has a unique understanding of magic. You're relieved because it means that the witch's talent isn't bad. You feel that such growth and progress can, to some extent, fill Krisia's fragile and sensitive heart. You begin to teach her more and more about magic. Krissa has studied very hard, taking all of your teachings to heart, while treating you with the utmost respect, and in addition to studying magic, she has taken it upon herself to perform household chores. You didn't stop it, because you clearly know that to restore a broken heart to normalcy, you have to give presents in addition to confidence. Helping a girl, showing her kindness and love without any reservation, will not make her normal, but will only make her confused and overwhelmed. Thus, you give the girl value for her existence. Through the hustle and bustle of the housework, the girl is made to feel wanted and valuable, not just a piece of trash that you'll throw away at any moment. This will effectively enhance the sense of security in a girl's mind. Time flies, and before you know it, 2 months have passed since you adopted the witch. It's the end of December. Your popularity in Ellenson City has dropped slightly, but you are still a household name and popular topic among the commoners of the lower classes, and people often discuss how devout your faith is that you were able to move the goddess of life to send down her divine grace. You laugh it off because you're not a believer in the goddess of life. Allison City is located on the northern side of the world, where winter comes earlier and cooler than in other cities, and snowflakes begin to fall from the sky, and pedestrians shiver on the streets. The snow is heavy and cold. In such an extreme environment, even breathing becomes an incomparable pain. The cold airflow mercilessly cuts open the nose, running into the human body, and damaging it with reckless impacts. But it's none of your business. Your house is fully equipped with steam, and you can heat it yourself with fire magic. You have accidentally learned from the Wizards Guild in the center of town that an Orcish onslaught is underway in the border towns further north from Aronson. The harsh winter tortures not only humans, but also these unusually fit foreigners. This matter did not cause waves in Ellenson. The border is stationed in a number of mage legions, and there are a number of divine churches to assist in the defense. There is no possibility of breaking through the defense. A new year is approaching. From the nobles down to the commoners, all begin to prepare for the first day of the new year. This day is known as the Day of Creation, which in many churches of the gods is a great day for the creation of the world by the gods, and a day of enthusiastic celebration in the middle of winter. Hilarious, hustle, as well as noisy. The Su system sat in the warm and suitable study, quietly listening to the playful sounds coming from the outside world. It had been a long time since the weather had turned cold and he had not heard such lively sounds of children playing and adults laughing, adding a little color to this cold and silent winter. In previous years, the Su system had been spent alone, but this year is different. The Su system has a magical girl by its side. Mentor, please. Calm voices rang in his ears, without intense ups and downs, and containing no emotion, like a babbling brook, or a light wind sweeping through the treetops. This is a beautiful tone that belongs to Krisia and only her. Thanks, Krisia. The Su system looked to the right. After 2 months of nutritional supplementation, the little girl who was skinny, bony and miserable looking at first, has regained the barest hint of blood color and physique. Her long gray-silver hair was so silky that it flowed naturally like a waterfall, and she was dressed in a black and white magical apprentice outfit, standing quietly with a cup of hot drink resting in her hand. Shaka. This is a magical drink that has been passed down in human society. The Seuss system interprets this as coffee in the wizarding world. Taking it from the girl's hand, he took a sip of it, and as it flowed warmly into his throat and moisturized his body, he could feel his spirit becoming clearer and his perception of magic deepening. This is the effect of Shaka. 1 cup for 1 gold coin. Blackheart. The Seuss system smacked its lips, thinking that this so-called Shaka was nothing more than that. Nowhere near as good as his 3 words. When you think about it, though, the native mages of the analog world don't have word bonuses, and it's not unfathomable to speculate on Shaka at this price for the 1 drop of bonus it provides. Shake your head. The Seuss system no longer cares. He put the cup back on the tray and got up. Krisha, I'm going out, so I'll leave the house in your care. Yes, please. Dressed in the robes of a formal mage, Seuss system slipped on the barrier of wind and the warmth of fire, followed by a gust of wind spell, riding the air currents and flying out of the courtyard. The girl, on the other hand, stood at the entrance to the courtyard, silently watching the distant back, until it is completely invisible, before returning home to continue their chores. Today is the last day of the old year. Department Sue was preparing to head to the Wizard Association in the city center to settle some commissions, acquire some new magic books, and show his face in the meantime. Sue wasn't keen on socializing, but the heat from his status as a slum mage was too high, and many mages rushed to make friends with Sue with a curious attitude. Through these human channels, Department Sue had obtained quite a few useful transcendent materials and learned quite a bit of information. It was from this that the news of the orc invasion of the border was known. So gradually, the Sue system had gotten into the habit of making a trip to the Wizards Guild once in a while. Yo, Sue, long time no see. If it isn't the famous Slumdog Light, come on, drink up, mud, tide off you old thing. Cheating with wind magic again to move my dice. Your tricks are most useless. Ha, can the mage thing be considered cheating? Upon entering the Wizards Guild in Ellenson City, there were familiar faces who greeted the Sue system, and strangers who indulged in the entertainment. Than usual, the association hall was much colder. It seems that most people have gone back for the new year. Sue system thoughtfully nodded in response to those he knew, then skillfully walked inside the association to settle some of the commissions that he had previously taken on. The commission arrives and the wallet is instantly much bigger. The Sue system acquired some transcendental materials, as well as magical books that had not yet been read. Through the red phrase mortal wisdom, System Sue was able to blend transcendent materials and transcendent knowledge at an extremely fast pace, transforming them into his own stock of knowledge as he traveled further and further along the path of a mage. There is a famous saying in this world, the stronger you are, the more knowledgeable you are. It means that powerful mages have great knowledge. The flip side of this can also be interpreted to mean that the more knowledgeable a mage is, the more powerful they are. Chapter 38, You're the only one in her world. The amount of mental power and knowledge is especially critical in the advancement of the magic system. The former is the key to the mage's connection to the world, and the latter is the presentation of the mage's understanding of the world. The combination of the two, catalyzed and released with magic as the energy source, is what the public knows as magic. Now me. There is still a long way to go on the transcendent path of magic. Ellenson City, Wizards Guild. After Sue's system exchanged the required items, his palm brushed against the cover of the magic book, feeling the frosted texture, and he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Any transcendent path was not a good one to follow, and luck and talent were indispensable. Good thing he had the simulator to help him, as long as he could live to the end of his life, not to mention becoming a god. He thought that a holy domain magician was still available. Think of it this way. Department Sue stowed the transcendent materials and magical books into his spatial ring and turned back to the exquisite wall candles around him, lit with a valuable smoky incense from the far south. That smelled good, much like the clearing herb, and cleared the mind. At the same time it was possible to faintly hear, from the second floor of the association overhead, a lilting female voice that mesmerized. The sound is great. Mostly noble wizards having a party. Sue System's footsteps as he prepared to leave paused, not attracted by the voice, but through it, remembering a certain girl who was waiting for her return home. That kid, Krisha, is supposed to be cleaning up right now, right? Always felt a bit relieved. Before you go back, buy her a New Year's gift. After all, she's been training magic very hard. Return of the Sue System. Once again, he walked towards the trading window of the Wizards Guild. After a careful selection, he selected a necklace that was white on the outside and blue on the inside. The silver outer bezel ring glowing brightly with broken pieces of glittering starstone set at small intervals for an attention-grabbing look. Inside, grooves held deep blue beads of aquamarine. a transcendent material from the waters of the Lesser Levantine that looked gorgeous. When the light hits it, it shimmers and ebbs and flows like a real tide, refracts a halo of light that immerses you in it. I hope Krisha will like it, Sue said as she looked at the necklace in her hands. From his personal point of view, he felt that this necklace was a good match for the magical girl and would look good on her. While the water attribute aquamarine bead could also provide some water magic bonuses, an extremely useful effect. But a gift is such a thing. Whether you like it or not is still up to the person in question. After delivering the gold coins for purchasing the necklace, Department Sue left the Magician's Guild, and he was politely declined by someone who sent him an invitation to attend the banquet being held on the second floor together. Then, the Sue system rushed in the direction of the market. Get ready to buy some more ingredients, and other needed everyday items. Buzz, buzz. Steam snorted and cold wind whistled. In this winter, which has been harsher than usual, the steam plant of the city of Allison is running faster. Like a million birds of prey hissing, steam and cold air collide and erupt, converging into a huge cluster of clouds. However, it won't take long. These clouds would then be either smashed apart by huge steamships or torn apart by mages flying at high speeds. Steam and magic in Two Blossoms is truly magical. I also wonder how the humans of this world came to be on this path of strange coexistence. The Sue system lamented. Once again, you're putting multiple layers of protection on yourself. Fly to the market in the center of the city using the royal wind technique. He was so fast that the items he needed were quickly procured, so he turned his body around and flew in the direction of his own courtyard. Landing. A small figure had been waiting for a long time. Mentor, welcome back. The girl with long silver gray hair said so, slightly standing on her tiptoes to help Sue System take off his white vestments while patting down the snowflakes on them with her small hands a few times. The expression was stern, like he was on to something big. Well, I'm back, Sue responded with a smile. This world is big, so big that even the gods can contain it. It's a small world, so small that Krisha only sees you. After cleaning your home, the young witch stands at the patio door, waiting for your return. She waited for you as she wished, helped you out of your vestments, prepared your soft shoes, and took from you the ingredients for the night. Ready to make the New Year's Eve meal alone. You think about it and cut the girl off. After all, the girl has only recently started trying to cook and often makes all sorts of slip-ups, which in normal times you wouldn't care about. But tonight is New Year's Eve and you feel the need to keep your stomach safe. You timed your trip to the kitchen perfectly and managed to stop a kitchen explosion. You start cooking yourself. Mortal wisdom in action. Observer in action. You know all the recipes. You've observed the details of the ingredients. And from now on, pots and pans will all bow down to you, and your cooking skills will be elevated to the master level. You ask a girl what she likes to eat, and she responds by saying that she likes whatever you make. You have a shiver and a feeling that there's a gaze on you from the underworld. You ignored it and continued to bury your head in cooking, and soon you made a fragrant four-course soup, with a trace of golden light flashing when you lifted the lid. I'm improving my cooking skills again. Night time. In the city of Ellenson in winter, there are very few pedestrians on the streets. The cold fog wrapped around everything, shrouding and hiding everything, but the laughter of the people, and the joy of celebration, were connected and communicated with each other, in praise of the god of fire, in praise of the god of blacksmithing, in praise of the harvest goddess, his glory, his greatness, his light, all gathered here in gratitude, led by the three churches of God in the city. Salutations rang out from all over Ellenson. In stark contrast, is the Sue system home that cold? Empty. Every corner is filled with winter cold. The only place where there is that little bit of life is at the table filled with good food. The Sue system sat at the main table, with Krisha to her right, and several glass lamps flooded with bright light, illuminating the grease on the surface of the dishes and illuminating the detailed textures of the wide dining table. Another year has passed, and next year will be the 7th year in this analog world. Suddenly, the Sue system was in a bit of a trance. Life simulations are just too real, though in the back of your mind, there are still memories of the real world and the first simulation, and the ability to call out the simulator panel at any time. But after living in Ellenson for a long time, the Sue system would always subconsciously forget that it was a simulation. Not a bad thing. When I was a kid, I always fantasized about being able to travel across the world, and now it's kind of an alternative dream come true. The Sue system let out a light breath, its expression relaxed and at ease. Chapter 39, unable to abandon her for help. The sumptuous dinner began. The meat is tender and smooth and the vegetables are crisp and flavorful. The hot soup was also extremely flavorful. In this magical world, people commonly use knives and forks, but Sue system was more accustomed to using chopsticks, so he sharpened 2 of his own for his own use. Krisha originally used a knife and fork as well, but after seeing Department Sue use chopsticks, she somehow became wanting to learn how to use them. And so, An odd scene takes place in the Su family's home. While everyone else is using knives and forks and happily spending New Year's Eve, the tiny witch is constantly battling with her chopsticks, repeating the embarrassing situation of picking up and dropping them. She blinked blankly. Hard to use. Krisha couldn't figure out why. After more than half a month of learning, she still hadn't gotten a handle on the two little sticks. It was obviously just a normal wooden stick, but it was even harder to learn than magic. Krisha, take your time. The Su system soothed and demonstrated to Krisha in slow motion. And so another 10 minutes passed before the girl struggled to pick up the first piece of meat with her chopsticks. Like she had accomplished some ultimate goal, she sighed with relief. Chopsticks, the enemy of a lifetime. To prevent her dinner from getting cold, the girl eventually gave up fighting with her chopsticks in favor of her familiar knife and fork, and began to savor the delicacies made by the Su system. Is it good? The Su system asked. Yummy. Mentor. Krisha's eyes widened slightly. Knives and forks clash with dinner plates. The sound of teeth chewing food and tongue rolling. It happened simultaneously in this moment. There was no doubt that judging from this display, the girl was really enjoying the meal cooked by Department Su. But after taking the first bite, she immediately stopped moving and turned to look at Department Su with those empty eyes, as if waiting for something. Okay, I'll eat too. The Su system laughed and similarly began to eat. A large and a small in the light of the light, reflecting the oblique long shadow, the blazing white light, dark shadow, is so clear-cut, but perfect harmony. The New Year's Eve dinner for just two people was quiet, nowhere near as lively as the average house in town, but Su felt that this was enough. Isn't having good food and company more than enough? Whoa dash. Whoa dash. A strong wind slapped against the window. Outside the house is a world full of snow. The once beautiful courtyard with flowers and plants in full bloom now had only deepening snow, including the withered tree whose branches were covered with sinking clumps of snow. Su system sat in the house, a mouthful of hot soup in his belly, feeling inexplicably warm, and not just because of the steamy warmth flowing through the house, and because of the girl sitting next to her. There is the atmosphere of home. Looking out the window of the drifting snow, Su Department of the Heart floated out such a thought. For this New Year's Eve dinner, Department Su had put a lot of effort into trying to give Krisha an unforgettable New Year's Eve. But a four-course meal was obviously a bit much for two people. Even though the girl was of demonic blood, her appetite was a little larger than normal. After half an hour's conquest, there was still a lot of food left on the table. Krisha stood up and took it upon herself to gather up the dishes, wanting to take them to be cleaned, but was stopped by the Su system. Wait, Krisha. Mentor. Amidst the girl's bewildered expression, Su system's finger wiped across the spatial ring, from which he took out the aquamarine necklace that he had prepared earlier, as well as a gold coin. The aquamarine necklace is placed on the girl's left hand. Gold coins are placed in the girl's right hand. Her expression became more confused. The Su system explains, where I come from, there is a tradition of blessing children with gifts every time the new year changes over. So, I picked out this necklace for you. I think it would look great on Krisha. And the aquamarine beads within the necklace have an increasing effect on your water magic. As for this gold coin, it's New Year's pressure money for you. The moral is to wish you peace and safety. The Su system spoke in a warm voice. Wait for Krisha to accept the gift. However, the young witch neither accepted nor refused, but merely stood frozen in place, gazing at the Su system's figure with those still hollow and still lightless eyes. The room was quiet, but Krisha's eyes were quieter, like a fragile mirror, bright and brittle. The mirror had shattered many times, over and over and over again, so many times that even Krisha herself had forgotten exactly how many times it had happened. And today, this fragile mirror, these godless eyes, only the silhouette of the Su system alone was reflected, occupy the world in front of you in its entirety. Somehow, Krisha suddenly felt that her throat was a bit dry, and her lips opened and closed many times before she extremely barely managed to utter a complete sentence. Why did you give me, need a reason? Department Su stretched out his palm and gently rubbed the girl's hair. After 2 months of rest and conditioning, the hair that was once as dry as straw had become soft and smooth. But, the girl's eyes were filled with confusion. But a cheap bastard like me doesn't deserve a gift. Obviously it should be discarded and belongs to the useless and annoying scrap. But the warmth of the sun shines and we live in the light. It was enough to be happy. It was enough to be happy. And as long as she could maintain this life, the witch was content from the bottom of her heart. Yes, how could a flawed failure like her go and ask for more? No buts. Krisha. Su Department's words interrupted the girl's bewilderment and helplessness. Those words had a warmth to them, like a flickering candle flame, attracting people struggling in the darkness, unconsciously wanting to come closer. Here's what he said. In one's life, one doesn't really need to think too much, and there aren't that many whys. If you like it, do it. If you don't do it. Krisha is usually very good and obedient, so I like Krisha and would like to give Krisha a present. Likewise, Krisha, if she likes a gift from me, just take it, unless, of course, Krisha doesn't like dash. Hear this. The girl shook her head in a hurry, holding the necklace and gold coins tightly in both hands. Show your love for both gifts with action. Love the gift of mentors. Really? That would be great. Hearing the witch's reply, a smile appeared on Sue System's face. The soft and slim Krisha looked very quiet and well-behaved, but her expressionless face and empty, lifeless eyes still made people subconsciously worry about her. But, compared to 2 months ago, it's much better, isn't it? Sue System's eyelids closed slightly, and his mind drifted back to the girl's miserable appearance when he first met her 2 months ago. The dirty alleyway with sewage, the battered and broken body, the blood-stained young face, the shivering and fearful weak legs. At that time Krisha was armed with a pocket knife and mugged the co-system. What the Danish system has seen and heard, but it was a clear cry for help. Save me. It was a cry for help that even the witch herself hadn't realized, a longing hidden in the depths of her eyes, a prayer hidden in every wound, a cry for help hidden in every bit of pain, longing for someone to see her, praying that someone will take her out of her despair, a silent plea for help to everyone he meets. The Sue System saw and listened to all of it, so he saved Krisha at the time. I can't give up a witch who cries out for help like that. Chapter 40, The Witch Thinks of You as the Sun. Boom! A roaring explosion came from outside. It was high-level fire magic where the flames rose high into the air and focused on a single point to burst. The bright firelight even illuminated the night. Within the city of Ellenson, the 3 major divine churches of the god of fire, the god of blacksmiths, and the goddess of harvest, and the magicians under their command, were constantly releasing all sorts of powerful magic as a way of manifesting the greatness of the gods. This is the time of year when the Church of God secretly climbs on top of each other. Whoever can win from this will get more devotees in the coming year. Rumble, rumble. The intense sound caused by the various magical bombardments in the distant sky interrupted Sue System's memories. He looked to his side, and the young witch had a confused expression, clutching her necklace and gold coins in her hands, still with that vacant, lifeless, quiet look. The magic outside the house was just too bright. Flare until the light enters the house, illuminating Chris's half-white cheeks, her long silvery gray silky hair, and her small, softly lined nose, and the hands that couldn't help but keep rubbing the necklace. Krisha seemed to want to wear the necklace, but she didn't know how to go about it because, in her past miserable life, there was always only pain and suffering, and her knowledge of the necklace was limited to looking at it. The white fingertips touched the necklace loop, awkwardly, carefully, gently touching it and withdrawing it instantly, fear of accidentally damaging it. The movements are green and the fingers are clueless, which makes you look at them with pity. Krisha, let me help you. Good. The Sue System reached out and took the aquamarine necklace from the girl's hands, stepping behind her and grabbing the secret silver bands at each end of the necklace and passing them across her neck in as gentle a motion as possible. Wearing process. The Sue System's fingers grazed the nape of the girl's neck. It was an amazing feeling that made Krissa a little ticklish, and a little hot, as well as a little likable. She subconsciously rubbed against it, her neck bumping against the chain straps on either side with a pleasant clatter. But the girl quickly realized that this would cause unnecessary trouble for the Sue System, so she regained her footing. Feeling warm hands pick up the long hair between them, they tugged the 2 secret silver chain bands to cross at the back of the neck, finally pressing down on the silver clasp and clicking it to secure the aquamarine necklace in place. The snow was heavy and the house was bustling with activity and clamor. Under the man's gentle hold, the secret silver necklace inlaid with aquamarine beads just settled on the young girl's slightly hot neck. Why is it hot? The witch wondered. It was an experience she had never had before. Not bad, not bad. Sue System took a few steps back and looked up and down at Krisha, who was wearing the necklace with a satisfied look on her face. As I originally expected, this necklace really suits you, Krisha. The Sue System smiled, exclaimed from the bottom of my heart. Winter is stern and cold, and that doesn't change even on a lively New Year's Eve. But right here, right now, the Sue System felt like it saw enough beauty to make winter melt away. Long gray silver hair slightly covered her snow-white neck. The scars that had once been there disappeared, replaced by delicacy and softness. The emotionally deprived witch bowed her head and cupped her hands around the aquamarine necklace that dangled down from the nape of her neck. Refraction, reflections, inverted reflection. At the same time that Krisha was gazing at the aquamarine necklace, the hazy, dreamy blue glow was reflected in Krisha's empty eyes in the midst of the shaking. At first glance, the pair of eyes seemed to have regained their animation, though only for a brief moment. It soon dissipated as the light became unstable. However, the Sue System still felt that the moment was beyond gorgeous. Such pride was born in his heart, such a feeling that my witch was so good-looking. Then, the Sue System inquired to the expressionless girl, Krisha, how does it feel? Do you like it? The girl nodded softly. Love it. Then added politely. Thank you. It's late at night. The New Year's Eve arrived at the time of separation. After presenting the New Year's gifts and the New Year's money, Department Sue left the kitchen. Heading in the direction of the study, he prepared to meditate on another breakthrough and breaking through his mental power before he went to bed tonight. After he was gone, Krisha was left alone and fuming for a long time. A long time, longer than the entire memory of the past. It was messy, more so than the chaotic thoughts within, waiting for Krisha to come back to her senses. Only then did she realize that she had unconsciously cleaned up the dishes and gone back inside her room. She was alone, curled up in the corner of the bed with her knees in her arms, fidgeting for a long time. Gifts. I, too, have my own gift. A subtle sound echoed through the air. It's very flat, no ups and downs. To this day, in fact, Krisha still felt that an object like her that could be discarded it will had no business receiving a gift, and a liking from its owner. Objects have to have the self-awareness of objects. One shouldn't ask for more things that don't belong to them. But, listening to your master is also a must. The master told himself to take it, so there was no refusing it, and Krisha held the dark blue necklace on her chest, her eyes confused with a few ripples. Love it, loved the gift. Sinking thoughts continued to accumulate in his chest, growing heavier and more disorganized, but he couldn't figure out exactly what they were. It was too difficult for a witch who had lost her feelings to try to understand those thoughts. Not a big problem though. Krisha had her own solution. She needed neither understanding nor catharsis. It was enough for her to stay by Sue's side all the time and follow his words and commands. Cheer. Sunlight from the window caught Krisha's attention. That's when she realized that she'd been fuming in her room all night, so much so that she hadn't even noticed the sun rising. The first day of the new year. The sun's light has never been stronger. With a brutal and violent gesture, it forcefully penetrated the curtains and fell on the fuming demon girl, as if it were the salvation that the man had made 2 months ago. Praise be to the great sun god. May the sun god always shelter you and me. Outside the house, citizens of the city of Ellenson, one after another, came out of their homes and prayed on this first day of the new year facing the sun, hoping that the sun god would shelter them. Sun, Krisha bowed her head and buried her cheek between her legs, said in a volume only she could hear. Thanks to the sun, not thanking the gods. Rather, she was thankful for the sun that had broken into her world, brought her out of the quagmire of despair, brought her light and hope, and belonged to her alone. In repeating the plea for help over and over again, he was the only one who heard the witch's voice and was willing to extend a warm palm. That warmth, that pity, it had been etched so deeply into the witch's heart that it could not be forgotten. For this reason, the future of the witch will only live for the sun, and if she loses that gentle light, that gaze, then the witch will completely lose the meaning of her existence, fall into an abyss that even you are afraid of. Chapter 41, Wanting to be just like you. In the 7th year of the simulation, you're 21 years old, and you're getting further and further along the path of an elite mage, with both mental and magical power, and your hidden strength is breathtaking. The first day of the new year arrives, and you realize that the witch is a bit more human than usual. You're relieved and sorry at the same time. It is comforting to know that there is still the possibility of repairing the witch's crippled and broken heart. Unfortunately, the difficulty of fixing it is hellish, and your efforts to patch it up for 2 months have only made the witch a little more volatile. It's a good thing that the witch's body, which was on the verge of breaking down, has been saved by you. After your treatment and 2 months of nutritional supplements, the witch's weak body gradually returned to its normal state. No longer the skin and bones it was at the beginning. Spring leaves emerge and the earth recovers. Spring has arrived in the new year. You live a 3-pointed life, cycling between meditating on spirituality, delving into new magic, teaching Krisha. Only on rare occasions do you head to the Wizards Guild in the center of town, to buy some transcendental materials and listen to the intelligence of others. And you hear the well-deserved news that the foreigners on the border have been repelled by the Church of the Divine. You go home and continue to study magic. You begin to explore and think about how to go further in nurturing the witch so that she can survive in the world peacefully even after she leaves you. Winter snow melts and spring bursts forth. The snow that once flooded the city of Allentown has completely disappeared. The bright spring light pours freely, and the brilliant sunshine falls from the sky, falling on all the people and things in need of sunshine, including the withered trees in the corners of the courtyard, also sprouting new shoots in a silent way. The Sioux system sat at the entrance to the courtyard. The gate bridge overhead creates just the right amount of natural shelter, blocking the sunlight for the Sioux system and casting a cool shadow. The first step in training Krisha was to help her have the ability to defend herself, and now that goal is about to be accomplished. In another 6 months, Krisha will be able to advance to a full-fledged mage. Formal mages are able to learn level 1 to 3 magic, and unless a higher level mage makes a move, Krisha's talent makes her almost invincible at the same level. There's even less to say about ordinary people. Even the current Krisha can handle it with ease. Then it's time to prepare for step 2. In the shadows under the gate bridge, Su System held a thick magic book in his hands, his eyes slightly closed in contemplation. If you want Krissa to have an independent and autonomous personality, and to be able to live alone and strong after the end of your own simulation, no longer to be hostile and hunted by others, you have to prepare for it in advance. There are some issues that need to be addressed before it's too late. For example, the issue of Krisha's demonic bloodline. Objectively speaking, Krissa is well-behaved and obedient, never wanting to hurt anyone, and feeling uneasy about even being near a stranger, let alone inflicting harm. But the world is unreasonable. The gods rule the earth and the church as his eyes and ears. In a world where all people believed in the gods and regarded the demons as enemies, as long as one had the slightest connection with the demons, one would be recognized as an enemy. Krissa's attempt to integrate into human society is a near impossible task, unless strong enough to quell any disobedience, or to make the others think that Krissa has no connection to the demons. The Su System muttered to itself. The former was too difficult to achieve, and even if this life went smoothly, System Su wasn't sure that he could cultivate into a god, let alone power over all the gods. As for the latter, a certain degree of feasibility exists. This world has an unexpectedly primitive and rudimentary way of identifying demons. At first, I thought there would be searches and identifications for souls, for bloodlines, and even for concepts, but from what I've looked through in the meantime, whether it's the Wizards Guild or the Church of Divinity, the way they identify demons is by their appearance. In other words, as long as I can conceal Krisha's demonic traits, I'll be able to make her appear brightly. And there's never been an instance of a demon taking control of magic before. Even if she's suspected, Krisha can use her magic to clear herself. The Su System mused. Think it's quite feasible. Of course, he wasn't foolish enough to think that such a cover-up could be hidden from the world. Even if it could be hidden from humans, it certainly could not be hidden from the gods on high. But the Su System is not too demanding. He just wanted Krisha to be able to walk around in the outside world, to be exposed to more people and things, so that fragile and sensitive heart wouldn't become unassertive if it left him for a little while. Therefore, by limiting the range of Krisha's activities, the possibility of being discovered can be reduced. Ask the boy what he thinks. Simulation Year 7. Spring. The witch is getting stronger and stronger, and in order to solve the possibility of the witch being discovered, you begin to think about how to hide the characteristics of the witch's bloodline. You ask Krisha for her opinion, and if she insists on not hiding it, you respect her choice, but the answer she gives surprises you. Wants to be just like his mentor. It's not that you want to become a human being yourself, but because you are a human being, the witch wants to become a human being too. Summer. 7th year of simulation. Krisha's realm was broken through, raising her mental power in constant meditation, arriving at the standard line of a full-fledged mage. Your witch is promoted to full mage. 7th year of simulation. Fall. You have self-reasoned a method to effectively hide the characteristics of the demon race through uninterrupted study of ancient texts, as well as self-study of the magic of the life attribute. You called the witch into the meditation room, and in this place where there were only the two of you, began the unknown surgery to hide the demonic traits. Krissa doesn't have many demonic traits, neither broad wings nor a slender tail. From that point on, the Su System is lucky, because it meant that he only had to deal with the horns on top of Krissa's head, as well as the surface scales of some of her skin, and when it was over, Krissa would have a normal human stance. I hope everything goes well. The slightly dimmed meditation room was cool and silent, claustrophobic and soundless, like the place of some cult sacrifice. Click. The Su System turned off the underpowered vapor lamps, and instead manipulated the magic itself to gather a light source to illuminate the space. Not far from him, it was Krissa who lay calmly on the slab. Krisha, this might hurt a little next. I trust the mentor. Pale golden pupils, no fluctuation about any emotion, but through that hollow layer, the presence of trust could be felt. The operation has begun. You use wind magic, coalescing into a cutting wind blade that meticulously abrades the stump of the girl's head, leaving only the root, which is connected to the nerves, hidden in the hair. You used level 3 magic earth shaping. You used level 4 magic water isolation. You used a level 4 magic fire isolation. You used a level 5 spell life mimicry. You redeem high-quality shapeshifter slime from the Wizards Guild, mold them to the color of human skin, and slowly apply them to the scales on the witch's body, hiding them with subtlety. And you've imbued the shapeshifter slime with water and fire resistance and life-giving properties so that they don't easily fall off and are more like human skin. Your disguise experiment was a success. From the outside, Krisha no longer has any demonic features, Chapter 42 Krisha is a bad liar. Is there any part of you that feels uncomfortable? Krisha. Meditation room. There was a slight ticking sound echoing. It originated from a mechanical clock that hung on the wall. The hands crossed the scale with a steady, elegant tick, each cluck and swirl bringing time to a more precise next moment. The Sue system reached out and wrapped its hands around Kris's arms and waist side, helping the hapless girl to help her sit up. The girl's response was slightly delayed, and it took a moment before she shook her head dumbly. No. Well, that's a relief. The frown soothed. The Sue system helped the girl back up and took out a roll of homemade blocking bandages, loop after loop, and wrapped them finally around the girl's body. Those demonic signs that had been hidden were in a very sensitive state, and if they were not dealt with, they were likely to show up again. In more serious cases, it can even affect the girl's control over her body. So, the Sue system wrapped a circle of blocking bandages around it, utilizing a prop made of this magical material to finally seal the remnants of Kris's horns and scales, causing them to fall completely silent. Lap after lap, white bandages wrapped around most of Kris's body. The stump of the head, in particular, was wrapped tightly in bandages, leaving not a single gap. The Sue system reached out and touched it, then took a few steps back to examine it, making sure it wasn't missing before letting the girl stand up. Krisha, keep the bandage on for a few days, and remember to let me know if anything is uncomfortable. The Sue system barked. Yes, I'll remember that. Krisa responded softly. The small, expressionless face, already pitiful and lifeless, became especially pronounced after the bandages were wrapped around it. That sense of fragmented fragility, as if it were a toy that had been ripped and broken and forcibly stitched and pieced together. Hollow eyes, whitish lips, thin body, every part has suffered silently. Though those wounds had long since healed, the pain that had been there was still etched deep into the unseen, making the bandaged witch even more pathetic. Without anything else in her eyes, Krisha kept her eyes on Sue system's figure, and after the operation was done, Sue system began to pack up the props and materials. That was originally what Krisha was going to do, but the Sue system disagreed, insisted that Krisha, who had surgery, continue to rest. He really became a human being. Krisa bowed her head slightly and reached up to the top of her hornless head, unable to believe that the magic horns that had brought her bad luck had disappeared so easily. In the old days, when people saw the mutilated and twisted horns, they would rage and beat the girl. Countless days and nights of excruciating pain. The girl had fantasized in this way, making the magic horn that brought bad luck disappear. But, dreams come true today with no ups and downs inside. It's not so much an emotional deficiency as it is a taken-for-granted feeling that this kind of thing is not worth being happy about at all. Whether it's the human race or the demon race, that kind of thing. The girl had long since stopped caring. The reason why she wanted to become human, was simply that she felt that such a gesture would be more appropriate to stand beside that man. If you become human yourself, you should be able to get closer to him, right? Krisha's thoughts are that simple. Just a little bit closer, so she could be more aware, to feel that warmth, that light. Subconscious. Krisha reached out her hand in the direction of the Sue system. Tentatively, hesitantly, he reached out the small, bandaged, constantly shaking hand. For the first time, the girl who had long been as quiet as a mannequin, without self-will, had so much as a desire to do something, only to have her hand reach out midway and retract back in silence. It's not allowed. As an object, how can you approach the owner without authorization? Krisa thought this and slowly withdrew her small hand. As much as she loved the Sue system and wanted to stay closer, she had to recognize her status as a person before she could do so. Krisha? Suddenly, the Sue system noticed Krisha's movements, looking at the girl's hand frozen in midair, like a half-open mimosa, neither in nor out. He seemed to misunderstand something. Offering to take the girl's hand, his tone contained an apology. Sorry for the long delay today. Krisha must be exhausted. I'll take you to your room. Having said that, the Sue system led Krisha along the ground, step by step, carefully and gently, towards the bedroom that was exclusively the girl's. Several times midway through, Krisha tried to speak, said she wasn't actually tired, said she could walk alone, but somehow, feeling the heat from the palm of his hand, all the words clogged up in his throat and he couldn't utter a single word. Just want to go and feel more. Just want to go and experience more. Even wanting to stop time for eternity at this moment. I'm sorry, Mom. Krisha turned into a lying bad boy. While surfacing this thought, Krisha subconsciously gripped that big warm hand even more tightly. Only this moment. Definitely don't want to get loose. You have succeeded in transforming the outer appearance of the witch. And after 4 days of tight bandages, you remove Krisha's bandages. And what appears before you is the appearance of a very beautiful human girl. No deformed and twisted double horns. no unsightly raised scales. Krisha, from top to bottom, cannot see half of the physical characteristics of the demon race? No matter who sees her will only think that it is a human girl. You're happy, because it means that from today on, Krisha's life will change forever. You adopted Krisha for almost a year, even though in that year she never expressed a desire to go out or to reach out to anyone other than you. But you've always felt that Krisha's life should be richer than this little courtyard. While you're at it, you've decided to give a wand to Krisha. The witch who has been promoted to a full mage is in desperate need of a handy wand to bring out her proper strength. The wand is tan. The main body is carved from ash wood, slender and elegant. It is also embedded with multiple magic gems, which can store a large amount of magic power in advance as a strategic reserve for the mage. This wand, called Grey Rekindling, was not cheap, but Sue felt that it was worth the high price. So, the Sue system bought the Grey Rekindling and gave it to Krisha. Beyond that, another separate space ring was purchased. As a magician, wands and space rings were indispensable necessities. Thank you, I love it. The moment she received the gift, Krisha remained expressionless, but judging from the slight fluttering of her eyelashes, Department Sue felt that she should like it. Try and see if it fits. The Sue system smiled, and began to teach Krisha how to maneuver her wand more easily, and the various lessons a wizard needed to know. Chapter 43, Great Magician. Instant breakthrough. Krisha treasures your gift of the wand and finds it useful. She's become more dependent on you. With the power of the wand, Krisha's strength has greatly increased, and her ability to manipulate magic has grown significantly, which you are pleased about and have begun to teach more magic. In the past, Krisha, who was only a magic apprentice, could only learn the most basic level 0 magic, and now, you can teach her first, second, and third level magic. After 2 months of teaching, Krisha learns more new magic from you and masters the technique of using a combination of fire and wind magic. The witch has mastered your whim's hair dryer technique. From now on, Krisha can do fire magic with her left hand and wind magic with her right hand, compounding the release of warm hot air. Until now, you've been using this technique to help the girl blow dry her wet hair after a shower, and now the girl can do it alone. You're relieved, but for some reason the girl's emotions are a little lost. You don't know what you're talking about. Simulation Year 8, Spring, You're 22. Krisha is 14, and the witch is a year older. It's been a long time since you first met Krisha, and you feel happy for her growth. In addition to the progress in magic, the most important thing is the growth in Krisha's mind. Thanks to your help, the girl has managed to remove all her demonic traits and is able to walk around as a human. With your encouragement, Krisha finally found the courage to step out of the courtyard, and since then, Krisha is no longer afraid of the presence of others, but she still only wants to stay with you. The only time Krisha goes out is when she needs to make a purchase. According to the girl, such chores should not be done by you, so she took over full responsibility for replenishing the yard with daily supplies, ingredients, and clothing, just like your maid. The white and brown patio doorway in the sunshine. Looking out at the outside world, the witch looked a little wary, not quite daring to step outside, but just as she had been pulled into the courtyard by Sutai back then. This time, Sutai similarly took the demoness by the hand and inspired her to walk beyond the courtyard. Krisha, look, there's nothing to be afraid of. After the walk, the Sue system relieved in a soft voice. The witch was in a bit of a trance, looking at her legs that had already made it out of the courtyard, and then back to the courtyard gate, when something suddenly dawned on her. As long as Department Sue was by her side, then she wouldn't be afraid no matter where she was. The fear in his heart had dissipated. In its place, the sun, which is always present in her heart, brings her courage. I've become fearless, thank you. After your careful teaching, and the addition of her own talent, Krisha's strength has become especially amazing. Looking at the entire Alanson city, you can count on one hand the mages of the same level who can compete with the girl. It is not that their talent exceeds that of the witch, but that their cultivation time is so long that it is far beyond that of a witch who has been practicing for a year and a half. To be on the safe side, and to avoid recognition of the witch's true identity, you did not allow Krisha to join the Wizards Guild in Alanson City. Krisha has no problem with that. She just wants to be with you and has no interest in anything else. Life between you two is so peaceful. There are neither thrilling adventures nor hot-blooded legends, but you feel that such a calm and peaceful life is the most valuable. You have only one goal, and that is to practice as much as you can so that you can break through to a higher realm soon and watch the girl grow up safely. There's nothing else you can ask for. Time passes again. 9th year of simulation. You're 23 years old. Krisha is 15, and you've developed a unique perspective on magic. Mortal wisdom active. Observer active. You're coming to understand the truth of how the world works. Your mental power begins to increase at a high rate, and your use of magic is further advanced. You sense you're about to break through. The 10th year of the simulation. Chun. You're 24 and Krisha is 16. 3.5 years have passed since you adopted the witch. And during this time life has been peaceful and beautiful, an extremely long experience. Yet it seems to have been quick as a flash. You're used to living with Krisha. She has never disappointed you or made you angry. And your only regret is that after all this time, Krisha's emotional deficiencies still haven't gotten better. You still haven't seen her joy, much less her weeping. With your hard work and cultivation, your spiritual power has finally reached its limit and you're ready to start breaking through. City of Allentown. In the courtyard near the center of town. The deepest, most secretive meditation room. The light was obscure and the lamps flickered. Su System sat cross-legged, gazing down at his left palm, on which a fluorescent light floated, sometimes transforming into raging flames, sometimes into waves of fury, and sometimes into whistling gales. It's already the limit. System Su muttered. Through mortal wisdom and elemental perception, I have already cultivated the magic that I can control in the realm of elite mage to perfection. It's time to advance to grand mage. The cultivation system is different from the magic system. Despite having the experience of breaking through the Jindan stage, the Su system still reported 200% caution and prudence towards this realm promotion. He was incomparably serious, and based on the handbook of experience he had found in the Magicians Association, he gathered all of his spiritual power to communicate and sense the elements between worlds. Sense, reach out, make connections. It was different from the simple control of elemental power in the past. This time, what System Su was trying to do was to fuse his spiritual power with the elements, without separating them. In the association's recorded information, this step has been difficult for many magical geniuses, causing them to stop at the realm of elite mages. That's why the number of elemental mages is getting smaller and smaller, compared to the Church of God, where one can make a breakthrough just by devoutly believing in the gods. The path of an elemental mage is just too torturous. However, I have the phrase elemental perception, and that is not difficult for me. The Su system mused. Mobilize your spiritual energy to merge into the earth, wind, water and fire around you. Everything was as expected. No, it's even easier than expected. System Su didn't feel any hindrance at all. It was as smooth as drinking and eating. His spiritual energy perfectly integrated into the elements, forming a rapport that didn't distinguish between you and me. Great magician. Breakthrough in a moment. Phew. Spiritual energy that surged like a wave, wrapped with a large amount of world elements, crazily rolled back into Su System's body. At this moment, System Su's body transformed into a bridge. Make a connection with the elements of all things. It was an extremely special, difficult to describe in words, euphoric to the point of making one's eyes light up with pleasure. In the past, using magic required mental energy to painstakingly mobilize the elements and then make them arrange themselves into the shape they wanted. Whereas now, it seems that with a single thought, you can make the elements line up on their own, and the whole thing has become much more efficient and convenient. Inside the meditation room, after the breakthrough, Su's system was surrounded by a variety of elements. It dawned on him. No wonder the names of the realms of the magic system were so simple and crude. Grand Wizard, Upgraded and Enhanced Wizard. It's very nuclear. The promotion of the Great Magician has made it easier for me to manipulate the elements. And with this trend of enhancement, mages of higher realms are bound to be even more comfortable, or even, in control of the elements of the world. The Su system's movements paused slightly, remembering the gods that were above the world. Perhaps those gods in the sky are not so mysterious and great in their nature. He is also the lawgiver, only the strongest mage standing at the apex of the magical world. This world, indeed, harbors many secrets. Hopefully there will be opportunities for deeper exploration in the future. And as for now, it's time to take Krissa and leave Ellenson. Chapter 44, Reflections of 4 Years. The Su system met Krisha in the late fall of the 6th year of the simulation. It is now the 10th year of the simulation. In other words, it had been nearly 4 years since Su had rescued Krisha, taken her out of the filthy alleyway, and given her a human life. 4 years together. How heavy a weight is that? Even the Su system, who was a pro. It is also impossible to give a precise answer. Splat, splat, pushing open the door to the meditation room. The successfully promoted Su system walked down the corridor, the soles of his slightly thicker boots making a heavy muffled sound that constantly echoed in the air. The buzzing is repeated and continuous. Steep. The Su system stopped in its tracks and raised its head slightly, looking out at the azure sky and bright big sun on the outside of the porch. The sun is really shining today. The overly harsh sunlight evaporated all of the watery fog that had hovered over Ellenson City all day long, and the sun was so shiny that the Su system subconsciously squinted its eyes. The halo drives back memories. Between the haze of his vision, System Su remembered many things that had happened to him since he had arrived in the analog world. For a total of 10 years of simulation, The Su system spent 6 years on its own, and the last 4 years living with a witch. It's amazing. Obviously the former is much longer than the latter. Without remembering much of what happened in detail, all that is remembered is the daily routine with the witch. For example, 2 years ago, Krisha had practiced cooking hard and finally made a decent dish, and despite a somewhat charred surface and a slightly bitter taste, Department Su ate it all. Another example is that a year ago, Krissa practiced level 3 water magic, and because her water elemental talent was too strong, it caused a large flood of water to wash over the courtyard, leaving all the flowers and plants bare. She herself was drenched and dripping all over. Krisha immediately apologized to the Su system. The Su system smiled, not blaming or scolding the young girl, but simply taking her to change into clean clothes and using the wind and fire composite magic for the first time in a long time to help the young girl blow dry her wet hair. One every day. Just the little insignificant things in life. Yet it is like a faint miracle that shimmers through the mundane years and makes you feel warm and good. It's just a shame to have to say goodbye to that life for a while. Su system's eyes were still focused on the sky. The clear blue sky was beautiful, like a beautiful painting, evenly spread out with no annoying water vapor. But it was precisely this that caused a strong sense of crisis to rise in the Su system. This situation is not normal. In order to supply the entire city, the underground steam plant in downtown Ellenson was extremely large, and that kind of power, that amount of steam, was far more raging than what we see today. But in the last month, the downtown steam engine has been moving less and less, and the steamships were out frequently, transporting some of the men away from Ellenson. There are questions. There's definitely something wrong. Department Su had traveled to the Magicians Association to pry for information, but to his dismay, the top brass of the association had disappeared at some point. Just like the nobles, only some of the most basic personnel are left to take care of the normal functioning of the Wizards Guild. From this, Department Su came to the conclusion that something is going to happen in Ellenson City. There's not enough intel to tell what's going on, but you can't go wrong with staying away. I've already broken through to Grand Magician. Even if I live in a different city, I won't have any financial problems. I must evacuate as soon as possible. Su's system pondered in his mind. A magical shield stood in front of him, shielding him from the overly harsh sunlight. It wasn't Su's own magic. Thanks, Krisha, that was a good use of your magic shield. The Su system looked to his right. At some point the 16-year-old magical girl had walked up to him. 4 years had passed, and the witch had long since ceased to be that scrawny, pathetic look. She's gotten a lot taller. Exquisite features. Gray-silver long hair hanging over the neck and shoulders, like overlapping and intersecting water light. When there is a wind blowing, it is like the water surface slightly flicked, lightly rippling. She didn't have that vivacity that young girls of her age have. The expression was calm, without joy or sorrow, but that doesn't take away from how good-looking and attractive she is. Light white long skirt wearing the whole body, light blue outer lining short coat to add a few gradient. Not too much fancy dress. The girl's dress is very simple. Coupled with the Su department gift of the aquamarine necklace, it is easy to outshine the so-called aristocratic Shinjin of the same age. The beauty of the natural world is all the more beautiful and unique when it has been polished by malice. You flatter me. It's what I should do. Krisha stood beside the Su system, crossing her arms in front of the small of her back and acting rather quiet. The voice is the same as the face, contains no emotion. Looking at such a well-behaved magical girl, Su system felt regret in his heart. He had tried many times over the past 4 years, but still had not been able to recover the magical girl's emotions. Krisha, has there been any news out there while I was gone? Walking on the road leading to the living room, Department Su opened his mouth and asked, in accordance with your instructions, I kept an eye out for the use of the steamships, the last 3 of which left in the morning. Morning? This morning? Yes. Listening to Krisha's calm voice of reply, Su system's footsteps paused, the sense of crisis in his heart stronger than ever. Something's not right. I can't believe there's not a single one left. Is this a complete abandonment of Ellenson City? It looks like we have to leave too. Krisha, leave today. The Su system took a deep breath, and his eyes closed slightly before finally opening. He turned to the young girl. Krisha, you will now make a trip to the market and purchase enough food and household items, as much as you can, and load them into your space ring and bring them back. There's no need to hide your magic anymore. Go ahead and use the gust of wind to fly straight through. Yes, at your service. Didn't ask why. Krisha nodded softly, then took out her wand, gray rekindling, and with a wave of her arm, the wind element wrapped around her body and rushed into the sky. As for Department Su, he walked quickly into the study on the outer side of the courtyard, pulled 2 magic books from the shelf. The sense of crisis in his heart grew stronger. Intuition told Department Su that relying on level 4 or 5 magic alone would never be able to cope with that unknown danger. Therefore, He had to take advantage of this short period of time that Krisha was procuring to learn the level 6 and 7 magic that could only be utilized by an archmage. Adding to the next evacuation. The atmosphere in Ellenson City is getting weird. What are you keenly observing? Observer's word in motion. Ongoing. You sensed that the crisis that lay behind the events, the departure of all the steamships, made you realize that it might not be long. Even today, before the crisis came to the city of Allentown, you send out the witch to urgently procure living supplies. You have begun to learn magic to increase the viability of the evacuation. Mortal wisdom continues to be activated. You observe the workings of the world, and as your understanding of magic efficiently improves, you learn your first level 7 magic, and you learn your second level 7 magic. You begin to create new magic. Chapter 45, Him and Him Alone. Hilarious. Hustle. Noisy. The city of Allentown is still as bustling as ever today. At the steel and gear forged clearance gates, merchants came in and out in steam magic wagons with smiles and joy on their faces, and the residents chatted with their families and friends as usual. None of them have found out. In the crowds entering and exiting the city of Ellenson today, there was not a single great nobleman in sight. To ordinary people, great nobles were incomparably rare existences, so even if the great nobles disappeared, few people would notice. Now, here and now, the city of steam that stands on the north side of the world, all that's left internally is a large number of civilians, and a middle class that isn't qualified enough to know what's going on. The real top brass is long gone. I'm going to get the good stuff as soon as I can. The skies over Ellenson City. Krissa no longer hid it, and using her maximum magic output, she released her wind sentry to make herself fly faster, and rushed straight to the busy market in the center of the city. When she landed, it was an immediate surprise. About Krisha, about the girl with the pretty face. The market vendors knew that she was related to a full-fledged mage, suspected of having a relative or something like that, or being the mage's personal maid. It was also because of this elusive relationship that the witch was not harassed in any way. But today, witness Krisha using magic. The commoner vendors in the market were overwhelmed with shock, staring wide-eyed at the wand-wielding Krisha, their tones becoming trembling. Wizard, that kid is actually a wizard? Hiss, if I had known that, I should have been more polite before. Goddess of the harvest above. This is incredible. People are talking. Some were envious, some were jealous, and some were completely lost in thought. But soon, as if they were united, all of them uttered all kinds of praises from their mouths, praising Krisha to the skies, saying that she was beautiful, that she was kind, and that she was benevolent. What's more, they have the audacity to give away free merchandise. There are small, delicate mechanical pocket watches, raw, crunchy and delicious vegetables and fruits, and women's clothing that is too gorgeous to be true. The traders put up a fight. Scramble. The look was frenzied, taking the best items each could muster. They tried to force them on Krisha. Boring. Krisha calmly gazed at the farce before her. Is it because of the loss of the massive vapor cover of the steam engine? Somehow the hideousness and ugliness on people's faces became unmistakable in what was clearly the same market. The same vendors, the same buildings, everyone crowded into the same space, fawning over her to please her. But, wasn't this the scene he used to want the most? No one beat her. No one spat on her. Everyone fought to be her friend. Everyone grabbed to be close to her. And wasn't this the kind of life she used to dream of? Why is it that by now, it's become incredibly distasteful? Ah, that's right. Looking down at her white hands and then at the delicate and unusual wand, Krisha suddenly came to her senses. The people on the scene, the crowds that swarmed around them, were not attracted to Krissa, but to a beautiful female mage named Krissa. A mage with a brighter outlook than the average person. It wasn't the witch they liked, much less Krissa herself. From start to finish, the one who will reach out to the witch, who will embrace her like the sun and give her warmth and hope. It's always just the one. He, and he alone, would not care if his hands were stained with sludge. Take the foul-smelling witch by the hand, and gently bring her home. I'm going to do my mentor's bidding as soon as possible. Krissa thought to herself as she waved her wand and used wind magic to forcefully disperse the vendors that had surrounded her. As the vendors cower in fear, Krisha quickly locks onto a wide variety of items. Food, household goods, clothing props, using wind magic to sweep it up, categorize and divide it into areas, and then store it in a unified manner with a spatial ring. The whole process took less than 3 minutes. Magic is such a convenient thing, so that you can go back. Krissa glanced at the spatial ring, sensing the stuffed space within, and nodded down lightly, flinging out another bag of coins and distributing them to the various vendors. Equivalent exchange. This was the first lesson that the Seuss system taught the witch. The witch took it to heart. Gust of wind. Gather. Without giving the vendors any chance to strike up a conversation, Krissa waved her wand and the whistling element of wind once again wrapped around her as she flew up and rushed back towards the location of the courtyard. She completed the task quickly, adding up to less than 10 minutes round trip. Maybe get a compliment from your mentor? With that thought flashing through her mind, Krissa increased her magic output, making the wind fiercer, making the flight faster, and couldn't wait to get back to the Sioux system. But why? The chest would sink like this. Who dash? In the sky, a strong wind whistled. Krissa flew on the gale, approaching the courtyard at an increasing speed. Almost there, obviously almost there, but the unease in her heart was growing more and more pronounced. She covered her chest, her eyes blank. Uncertainty, not knowing why, only knowing that his heart was so oppressed that he subconsciously sped up his flight. This long-lost pain, causing the witch to panic. Back to the mentor. As long as there is a mentor, everything can be solved. The witch, who couldn't understand what was happening, subconsciously chose to rely on the person she trusted the most. The Sioux department, her mentor, her son. As soon as she returned to the Sioux system, any uneasiness or pain would go away. Krissa felt that way from the bottom of her heart. Soon, flying at high speed, Krissa saw the familiar courtyard. The thought of the man in the courtyard lessened the depression in his heart by a few points. And so, Krissa picked up speed, rushing towards the courtyard with an urgency she didn't even know why. As if she was desperate, even forgetting the caution that the Sioux system had always taught her. Hurry up. Faster. A little faster, please. The witch frantically activated her royal wind technique. And finally, she flew near the courtyard as she had hoped. But that's when the sky, dark, bang, overwhelming swarms of fireballs fell from the sky like millions of falling meteors, appearing suddenly over the city of Allison. It roared and raged and raced. High-speed impact breaks everything. And one of the bursts of fireballs crashed down in the very courtyard that Krissa was trying to reach. No! Wait! Don't! No! Anticipating something terrible, Krissa's pupils constricted and she let out a panicked sound she had never heard before. So panicked that her voice turned shaky. The sinking pain in his chest peaked at that moment. Chapter 46, When Happiness Begins. Grief counts down. Disaster struck. There was no sign. There's no sign of it. Very suddenly, the sky, which was blue and clear 1 second, was burned by a horrible magic power in an instant. It was a hellish sight. Crimson meteors of fire appearing out of nowhere in great numbers, like an infinite sea of blood, coloring the entire sky a low scarlet of despair. Snort! Snort! The fire of heaven snorted. What you hear in your ears, and what you see before you, is the frightening scene of a meteor swarm falling from a high altitude. Buildings were constantly being blasted into rubble. Countless people have uttered terrified cries for help in the face of death. Too late to think. Before the witch could think clearly about what was happening, her body took the first step to start acting. Like a moth fighting a flame, she took the initiative to rush towards the fireball that was approaching the courtyard. Wave your wand. Release the magic. Guardian of water. Everything is useless. How can a weak moth shake a fierce flame? The water magic that had been poured out with all its might, even using the backup magic of its wand, was easily shattered by the meteorite's impact. Krissa failed. A complete and utter failure. All she could do was watch the meteor fall, and there was nothing she could do about it. Bang dash! A loud, deafening boom. The flames that fell from the sky brought about extinction, and the instantaneous explosion of the airwaves set off thousands of impacts, and the courtyard with countless beautiful memories collapsed and disappeared in an instant. Even Krissa herself was lifted out an extremely long distance by the airwave. It crashed, tumbled, and finally came to a stop against a brick wall. It hurts, a lot. The witch fell to the ground. Her body flooded with endless pain, wailing emanating from every bone, every part of her muscles tearing and bleeding. The struggle, the torture, hurt the 16-year-old witch so much that she could barely breathe. But, physical pain was nothing compared to the inside of the chest, to that part of the heart, to the heartache that tore at sanity. It was despair in the truest sense of the word, and just the slightest imagining of it would cause the personality to crumble and collapse. Mentor. The ruins of the blazing brick wall were filled with black smoke and dusty mist. The young witch staggered to her feet. Her eyes were still vacant and lifeless. Her face still expressionless. But inexplicably, a few moments of anxiety and panic could be seen in it. She grabbed her wand, which was no longer delicate and even missing a corner, and cast her magic again. Mikado. A chiming voice rang out in calmness as the wind element wrapped around Krissa once more, rising that injured body with difficulty and flying in the direction of the courtyard explosion. The shockwave of the previous explosion lifted Krissa a long way, so she had to get back on the road. It wasn't a long road, it was short, but to Krissa, who was already injured, it seemed like a never-ending road to the abyss of heaven. Exploding houses, collapsing ruins, and a large number of dead and injured ordinary people. That was all the witch saw. It's gruesome. It's horrible. She picked up speed and flew to the courtyard. Suddenly, the witch's body felt a sharp pain, and the release of the Mikado technique was interrupted as a result. She fell heavily from the air and rolled several times on the ground. Not only did her clothes become tattered, but even her delicate skin was full of abrasions. Face, hands, legs, wherever there are wounds, look beyond miserable. The blur of flesh and blood was caked with gritty dust, but the witch didn't care about that. Mentor, 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 she mouthed the words, her gaze pure, with only the burning ruins in the distance, doing everything she could to get closer there. Since magic can't be used, we'll walk there. If you can't even walk, then crawl across. Definitely. Be sure to see him again. With that conviction, Krissa struggled to her feet once more, not bothering to look for her lost wand as she walked at a shaky pace towards the courtyard. All that was on his mind was the well-being of the Sioux system. No injuries, no deaths, no slip-ups, not even a little wound. The young girl would never allow that to happen. Obviously even a cheap bastard like her, even a discarded scrap like her, could live on in this world. How could the one who had the warmth of the sun die just like that? Just imagining something like that made the heart contract violently, delivering an agony that made the young girl shudder for it. Faster, faster, not fast enough. Krissa picked up the pace. This sudden acceleration caused the injured body to lose balance and tumble to the ground in a tumble. But it doesn't matter. This kind of thing doesn't matter anymore. Ignoring the sharp pain in my calves from the fall, the cuts on my cheeks from the small stones, and the fact that my body had started to twitch up without realizing it, the witch moved on. If you fall, you get up. And if you fall again, you get up again. Finally, after skirting a large chunk of rubble from a collapsed building, she came upon the courtyard she wanted to reach. Not as quiet and beautiful as it used to be. There are no lush flowers or trees, much less the only person in your heart who was attached to it. As far as the eye could see, there was a blazing fire. No more half-familiar memories of the crumbling ruins, and even the strongest meditation room inside had been blown to pieces. The flames raged and raced, the smoke rushed high into the air and radiated and spread. And the wind that blew in his face was a whistling hot wind that made his face dry. The dead silence is deep. Nothing. Yeah, there's nothing left. It was as if his whole body had been drained of its strength in an instant. Krissa suddenly stopped advancing and fell to her knees with paralyzed legs, staring blankly at the ruins in the distance, the firelight rising and reflecting on her face. Hot and cold, her eyes remained flat, because she is a witch who knows no joy or sorrow and has no feelings. But is there really no feeling at all in that beautiful, fragile skin, in that lonely, cowering soul? Krissa doesn't know, for the only one who could give an answer, the only sun that could give the witch courage, was no longer visible. Here's why. The young witch knelt straight in place, gazing into the burning courtyard with those even more hollow, lifeless eyes, trying to discern an answer from the raging sea of flames that churned. Why is she still alive as a personal item when her owner is dead? Why hadn't she been quicker, harder to block that fireball? Why can't the one who died be replaced with her? Here's why. Exactly. Without its owner, the object has no need to exist. Without the sun, the witch has no so-called future. Without that warm watching gaze, Krissa can't take half a step forward. Her person, her soul, are all kept alive by the presence of that person. If that person no longer existed, even if the witch survived, her life would be meaningless. Witch shuddered and reached out, covering herself at her chest cavity and, feel the sinking pain that cries out, original. So is she. It's going to be sad. Chapter 47, You reunited with the witch. Great sadness filled the witch's heart, sadder than the falling leaves of fall. It hurts more than the sunset's afterglow. Obviously, she was in the blazing scene of flames churning, but all the witch who had a huge hole inside could feel was cold, and drowning like suffocation. She lost the meaning of her existence, even her soul, drowning in the ocean called despair. Allow your thoughts and sanity to continue to descend. It's my fault. If I could have come back faster, she let out, as if broken, gazing listlessly at the still burning courtyard in the distance. Heartstrings break and only regret remains. It had hurt so much that I couldn't breathe. It had hurt so much that I couldn't think. The devastation from within completely overshadowed the physical injuries. At this moment, Krissa wanted to shed tears so badly, but her eyes remained empty and lifeless, with not a bit of wetness to speak of. That immense grief was completely trapped in her chest, torturing her heart repeatedly, letting that powerlessness and numbness spread to her limbs, and finally causing her to fall into endless self-blame. Why? Me? Can't even shed a tear for my mentor. What qualifies me to live like this? This incompetent me. Krissa, 16, sat on her knees with bleary eyes. The pupils quivered and flashed with pain. she clutched her head, hitting the hard ground again and again, hating her emotionally flawed body more than ever. 1, 2, 3, 4. The witch continued to crash as if she couldn't feel the pain. Or rather, she purposely used this way of torturing herself to replace the tears of sadness and dilute the self-doubt and breakdown in her heart. But this is ultimately useless. No matter what moves are made, the only person who matters in your heart won't come back. Upon cognizance of this, Krissa stopped banging her head, blood dripping from her forehead, sliding across the corners of her eyes, across her cheeks, and across her nose. It finally converges at the chin. What looked like blood-colored tears slowly dripped to the ground. Finally, the despair overwhelmed the personality called Krissa, making the light golden eyes become dark. That's not a description of a mental state, but a write-up in the physical sense. The pale golden eyes turned black from the inside out, like a black hole that swallowed everything, devouring the original golden color, as well as the young girl's thoughts and mind. Just disappear. Just fall silent. It doesn't matter anymore. A world without mentors means nothing. The young girl thought in this stagnant manner, remaining motionless in her kneeling position, and remained unmoved even as the flames spread towards her. One might even say that she expected the flames to consume her. But just then, a palm appeared. Separate yourself from the searing fire that was getting closer. Broad, warm palms appeared before the young girl in a miraculous gesture, uncaring of the dirt and mess, and helped the desperate Krissa to her feet. Along with it came the unmistakable sound of a familiar voice. What is it, Krissa? Is it hurt? Get up first, I'll heal you. Familiar voices awaken self-imposed consciousness. A miracle. It's a miracle. The witch raised her head dully, looking at the Sioux system that appeared in front of her, her half-golden, half-dark pupils trembling slightly, slowly regaining their composure as if they had been saved. That's great. That's just great. The mentor is safe and sound. Broken heartstrings were renewed. Souls were restored to themselves out of despair, and even the great sadness trapped in the chest dissipated into nothingness with each breath. There was no reason, no need for a reason, just the reappearance of the sun. I'm fine, mentor. As long as I have you, I won't have any problems. Fearing that it was a phantom dream, fearing that it was an illusion, slightly trembling hands gripped the palms of the man in front of them tightly, reluctant to part. This Sioux department is somewhat silent, looking at Krisha's miserable appearance, as well as the pair of eyes that had become strange. He could not conclude that it's okay. Earlier, the Sioux system was alone in the study practicing magic. The observer word suddenly activated on its own, allowing Department Sioux to notice the attack from the sky. So he launched his defense magic in time and managed to shield himself. Considering that Krisha was still out there, the Sioux system immediately flew to the market to look for it again. The search turned out to be fruitless. Eventually, he decided to return to the courtyard ruins and wait before he saw Krissa, alone and on her knees, that full of wounds, and dirty blood, and a look of relief. Everything points to that Krisha had been through something earlier. Buzz, the palm of his hand bloomed with a light green shimmering light, and Sioux department used life magic to heal Krisha's injuries, and then Sioux department began to ask what had happened, and Krisha didn't hide it, telling all of the things, mistakenly thinking that the Sioux system is dead. A man in ruins blaming himself for his regrets, as well as being the first to start seeing the fireball and making the move to stop it. Perhaps because Sioux was with her, the young girl's face was no longer strange, and she changed back to her usual flat and expressionless face. But it was this very gesture that silenced the Sioux system even more. Crackle dash. The surrounding flames were still blazing. Fire snakes hissed and coiled around the building, charring the outer walls, and every now and then, a large piece of mechanical equipment exploded from overheating, creating an even more frightening explosion. In this intense firelight, in this rolling black smoke, the witch's figure appeared so small. Her clothes were burned through by the flames, her body limbs were full of tiny wounds, and her face was even left with the remaining color of despair and helplessness, which was pitiful. I'm sorry, Krisha. I should have come sooner. It's my fault as a mentor for letting you worry alone for so long. Gently rubbing the demoness' hair, and with gentle and delicate movements, helping the demoness wipe away the blood from her face, Department Sioux said with apologies. He could have done better. Let yourself and Krisha avoid this crisis. But Department Sioux had underestimated Allison's gang of executives too much, and he could never have imagined, no matter what, that the purpose of those people leaving was actually to exterminate the city, overwhelm the entire Allison, and the hundreds of thousands of inhabitants living within. Can't figure it out. Can't figure out what good this will do at all. It's really counterintuitive. Wrong judgment brought wrong results. And it was precisely because Sioux's system hadn't expected an extinction of the city that led to this series of twists and turns as he and Krisha were caught in the crossfire. It's okay, mentor. Krisha said this, shaking her head gently. She doesn't care about the rest. As long as the Su system came back to her and watched her again, she would be satisfied. This is the consciousness of being an object. If there were more thoughts, if there were unnecessary caprices, then the object would be an invisible burden to its owner. And Krisha didn't want to be a burden to the Su system. In the face of such a stubborn Krisha, there wasn't much Su department could do but take care of the young girl in her own way. He summoned a stream of water and helped the young girl to scrub her face delicately, restoring the neatness of the small, blackened face. The whole thing, Krisha all acted quiet, like an exquisite porcelain doll. She allowed Department Su to wipe her face. The ebony soot was wiped away, revealing a delicate face restored to whiteness. Then again, the Su system looked to the sky. He had originally thought that the most critical aspect of leaving Ellenson City would be solving the problem of resupply on the way to the other cities. Instead, the difficulty now seems to be getting out of Ellenson safely. The overwhelming meteor shower attack was just the beginning. The Fae that came out of nowhere and hissed their way into Ellenson was really the biggest problem. Orcs, goblins, purebloods, wraiths. What were those high-ranking Ellensons who have left plotting to have the Fae attack their city? Chapter 48, The Fallen City of Steam. Observer word launch in progress. You were keenly aware of the danger, released your defense magic in time, and survived the dangerous attack. You set out to find signs of the witch, and you searched the city of Ellenson for a long time, and finally found the witch in the ruins of the courtyard. There's more going on in Allison than you can imagine. Goblins, centaurs, dog heads, wraith species, sub-dragon species, pure-blood demons. Those alien races that should have been far away from human cities and driven to the edge of the world, incredibly appeared within the city of Ellenson. You even saw the army of orcs that should have been stopped at the border by the Church of God. You made a snap decision to leave Allentown. There are limits to what an individual can do. Even though Su System's talent was extraordinary, with 10 times the magical power that surpassed that of a mage of the same rank, as well as having contracted a large number of elemental elves, at the end of the day, he was just an archmage, neither an archmage nor a sanctuary wizard, much less a demigod with the power of a god. There is no resistance to massive legions. Thus, in the face of the wave of foreigners invading Ellenson, Department Su acted very decisively and directly brought Krisha with him to rush far away. Level 7 Magic Chain Thunderstorm. Level 7 Magic Cthulhu Hurricane. Level 7 Magic Light Blade Maker Blink. Shoo, 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 shoo. On the ruins of the collapsed and burning courtyard, the Su system looked up into the blood-red somber sky and the hideous Fae that were frantically emerging, wands stuttering to the ground as the elements roared. In the space of a breath, raging and furious high-level magic struck forward. Lightning and storms intertwined, creating a wheel dance of light, easily annihilating countless foreigners as well as opening up paths to move forward, including the obstacles in the sky. All of them were purged and killed. The power of level 7 magic is indeed much stronger than level 5. The Su system nodded slightly, pleased with his new power after being promoted to Grand Wizard. He glanced at the remnants of the slain Fae, and without lingering too long, he once again unleashed a powerful wind magic, mobilizing the element of wind to wrap around him and Krisha. Without any hesitation, he rushed straight into the high sky. In the process, a constant stream of flying demons hissed and attacked. Instead, they were directly torn apart by the raging storm of magical power. There were stronger demons that noticed the area, but the speeding strong wind was too swift, and they vanished out of the boundaries of the city of Ellenson before they could encircle them. Incredibly fast. You have used a level 3 magic Gust of Wind. You used level 5 magic Wind Swiftness. You used level 5 magic Earth's Guardian. You used level 5 magic Water Rapids. You used level 5 magic Fire Charge. You used level 7 magic Holy Light Blessing. You wave your wand and unleash the surging magical power in your body. Your wind sentry has been strengthened and increased like never before. You were so fast with your windsurfing that you took Krisha out of Ellenson before the real encirclement was formed. You and the witch were successfully evacuated. The wind blowing in the face was no longer the hot wind that filled the air with destruction, but was refreshing and comfortable, a cool breeze that belonged to the normal world. The Su system controlled the wind elemental flight while doing so. A look back at the city of Allentown. Reflected in his eyes was the light of the fire, somewhat blurred by the distance. The crimson-red color enveloped the city of steam, slowly eroding and gradually devouring it, little by little burning the prosperity to nothingness. The huge and towering steam tower in the center of the city collapsed in a blaze of fire, sizzling and reddening from the flames and stirring up thousands of ashes. The city where I've lived for 10 years just fell. The fall is ridiculous. The fall was inexplicable. Just, what has happened? Su Department whispered softly, his eyes flickering. Honestly, regarding the matter of the fall of Ellenson City, Department Su didn't have a single thought. From the information I was previously informed of, The noble forces of Ellenson have always been committed to developing the city, so it's clear that they are truly operating this city as a basic disk. From a personal interest standpoint, they should be reluctant to give up Ellenson. Even if one knows of a foreign invasion, one cannot be defenseless. Unless, the Sioux system paused, pondering, there was something that made them have to abandon Ellenson City and had to choose to flee alone. What on earth could it be? The Sioux system was curious. With the help of the observer's words, he vaguely perceived the essence that hid beneath the surface. Therefore, the Sioux system decided not to travel to the next city for the time being. He was going to stay nearby and continue to observe the changes in Ellenson City to see what kind of changes would occur after the Fae had overrun the city. Earlier, I asked Krisha to procure supplies, and there are more than enough food and living supplies within the space ring, so even if we sleep out in the wild, we don't need to worry about anything. The mind thinks this way. Sue tied with Krisha and flew at high speed all the way until he met a small mountain before stopping. It's a long way from Ellenson City, but there are still some views to be observed. The reason why I chose this place, it is necessary for risk prevention. Even if there really was some subsequent change in Ellenson City, Department Sue would be able to take Krisha with him in time to evacuate by virtue of the distance advantage. Krisha, we're going to be here for a while next. I understand. Mentor. The young girl responded obediently. After Sue's system's earlier treatment, all of the injuries on her body had healed and she had regained control of her body. She took the initiative to step into the top of the hill, her striding feet flattening the green grass as those empty, lifeless eyes scanned from side to side, quickly locking onto a flat spot. Push with both palms flat. Magic release. The whistling wind element shaved the lawn clean. The bare, dry ground is just perfect for a resting place. As for the Sioux system, it had set up a large amount of alert magic nearby, then flew high into the sky to check if the place was safe enough. The girl gazed silently at the figure in the air. Watch him fly away. Watch him fly closer. It wasn't until the Sioux system landed back on the ground that the girl with the long gray silver hair averted her eyes, as if relieved of something, and refocused on the matter at hand. You realize there's an ulterior motive behind the fall of the city. You decided to postpone your plans to move to a new city. You searched for a closer place and stayed with the witch, ready to witness the subsequent end of the city of Ellenson. Is it a machination of infighting among humans? Is it the Church of God fighting with each other? Or maybe it's the strong rise of the foreigners that's forcing humans to retreat? A lot of confusion surfaces in your mind. Suddenly leaving the city where you have lived for 10 years makes you slightly uncomfortable. Thankfully, you have the familiar witch by your side. She looks at you as you look at her. Chapter 49, She Can Only See You. The nighttime mountain breeze is a bit lonesome. It's still a little cold. Blowing the sea of trees rustles and presses the heads of the grasses low. It had been a long time since the Sioux system had had an experience like this, when they lived in Ellenson City, except for the first year when they were forced to slum. They had lived in warm courtyards from then on. Even in the harshest of winters, steam equipment provides plenty of warmth. Good on. Despite the destruction of the courtyard and the annihilation of Ellenson, the Sioux system was still able to use fire magic, and with the activation of the level 3 magic fire warmth, a light red barrier shielded the camp. The cold is banished, the strong winds are blocked, and warmth returns to this world once again. Mentor, please. The calm sounds like an evenly flowing river. The rhythms are serene, calm and steady, clearly without any ups and downs, but with a unique beauty. There was only one possessor of this kind of voice that Department Sue recognized. Hard work, Krisha. The Sioux system took the hot soup from the girl. The hot soup, which was piping hot and had splashes of oil floating on the surface, had a lot of ingredients in it, and the thick amount of meat alone stuffed the small soup bowl tightly. The odor is slightly pungent. It seems to be in consideration of the cold nights. Add some cold repellent adjuncts to it. Without those lamps in the courtyard, the light was inevitably dim, and Sue's system turned the soup bowl in his hand, adjusting the angle several times before he could see the hot soup clearly with the bright light of the campfire, and realized that the surface had been sprinkled with crushed leaves of the fireleaf grass. It's a pungent plant, popular with people in the wizarding world. Gulp dash. Taking a small, light sip, the hot soup first flowed over the tip of his tongue, then slowly fell into his throat, and straightened up all the way to his stomach. Department Sue could clearly feel that his body heated up all of a sudden. Fireweed is highly effective. Very well done. Krisha, your cooking is getting better and better. A smile appeared on Sue's face as he complimented the magical girl beside him, who was waiting for her evaluation. Chris is not exactly gifted as a cook, and once had an embarrassing incident where the kitchen exploded, but she knows the shame. After 4 years of non-stop hard work, her cooking skills finally reaped success and possessed a decent standard. And of course, the Sioux system's stomach possessed a decent poison resistance. A windfall of sorts. Yes, thank you for the compliment. Krissa stood silently, Her long gray-silver hair all the more mysterious in the bleak night, silhouetted by the campfire with a flowing smoothness. The original clothes that had been worn by the flames had long since been replaced with the black and white magical apprentice outfit from before. Due to the wide robes, it still fits the grown-up witch when she wears it. Then, Krisia, who had been complimented, as if she had finally accomplished something, scooped up the same bowl of broth for herself and sat down beside the Sioux system to eat quietly. Spoons and forks were used. To this day, chopsticks remain a lifelong enemy of the witch and cannot be used well. There's something funny about a scene like that, and every time I see it, I can't help but laugh out loud. It always seems that you are thinking of something very bad. The witch's intuition was surprisingly sharp. That would be Krisia's delusion. The Sioux system responded calmly. Is that right? The girl cocked her head in bewilderment. It could be. After all, her master had little reason to lie to her, and with that thought in mind, she buried her head in the bowl again, taking small bites and chewing on the cooked meat, teeth snapping off chunks of meat, tongue curling around hot soup. A cold dinner for just two people begins. Tonight, more than ever before, it seemed cold and silent, a complete open-air setting, with neither warm, cozy steam nor bright enough glass lamps. But, the Sioux system doesn't hate this kind of atmosphere. Who dash? Lips pressed to the rim of the bowl, blowing gently to make the hot, freshly brewed soup mild before taking small sips into her belly. The heat erupted from the body and flowed to all the limbs, bringing a little warmth to this dreary night. Such an experience is rare. Sioux system thought to himself that perhaps it would be hard to see such a scene if he searched the entire magical world. A great wizard in his mid-20s with a 16-year-old witch, sitting squatting together on a remote hilltop, eating broth without a care in the world. No matter how one thinks about it, this picture is all with a bit of outrageousness. Splat, splat, sparks burst and dead branches burn. By the campfire, a large and a small shadow were stretched out, blending evenly into the darkness of the night, blending in with the shadows of the flowers and trees, indistinguishable from each other. Dinner was eaten quickly. The two weren't very hungry themselves. It was just a special meal made for the sake of maintaining energy and calories. Krisia stood up and volunteered to use water and wind magic to scrub the stains off the boiler and dishes. This is not only efficient, but also convenient. It's not the first time she's done this. Very skillful. The gusts of wind swirled the currents, easily scraping the grease from the surface of the utensils, at a cost to the young girl of only some magic. This was also the reason why, while Krisia took the initiative to take charge of many of the household chores, the Sioux system did not object to it. It was not that he deliberately made the girl suffer, but with the presence of magic, everything would become much easier. Krisia, come here for a second. The late-night wind became more howling. The whimpering in his ears went on and on. Sioux system glanced in the direction of Ellenson City, where fires still burned, the unquenchable light of the fires especially striking in the night, and even more heavy demonic shadows raging. But all in all, everything was normal, nothing out of the ordinary. And so, the Sioux system summoned the girl to her side. He wanted to check Krisia's eyes. The half-golden, half-dark pupils were undoubtedly very problematic compared to their usual pale gold color. In fact, as early as the rendezvous with Krisia, System Sioux had sensed that something was wrong. It was just a tight situation and I didn't have time to check it out. Now, he finally had time to explore a bit. Krisia, sit across from me and let me look into your eyes. I understand, mentor. The girl was obedient, calmly sitting directly opposite Sioux system, and under the illumination of the campfire, Sioux system could clearly see the delicate features, as well as the slight movement of her nose as she breathed. The witch seemed eager to help the Sioux system, so she struggled to keep her eyes open. Only, paired with that joyless face, it looked more or less dull. I'll do it, Krisia. Listening to the words of the Sioux system, the young girl obediently stopped that unnecessary effort and sat quietly in her place. Next, Sioux's left hand uses light magic to release a level 0 illumination spell, at a brightness that won't hurt your eyes. Slowly, she approached Krisia. With his right hand, he extended his thumb and forefinger to manually flick open the girl's tender eyelids, revealing the fragile eyeballs within. In the past, the witch's eyes were a light golden color with a brilliant beauty. But now, what Sioux system saw was not only golden, but also a deep, dark black. It occupies the center of the pupil of the eye quite abruptly. The gold parts, the black parts, the gap between the two is so wide that it's like forcing things that are completely unrelated to each other to be sewn together. But one thing is the same. They all clearly reflected the figure of the Sioux system. As before, unchanged. Chapter 50, The Witch Who Sleeps Peacefully. The Sioux system has been with the witch for 4 years. In those 4 years, the witch was the one he watched grow up. Everything about the witch, everything about Krisia, Sioux system felt that no one would be more familiar with it than him. But even with this familiarity, There were not many times when the Sue system had looked hard into Krisha's eyes. What words to use to describe it? The campfire burned in the darkness. Warmth and shimmering light intertwined. The weather flooded with cold. Exhaling into fog. Bright, fragile eyes blinking slightly. That pair of eyes wasn't as nice as the fictional biographies that describe the protagonist. No mystery and radiant colors. There is no fearlessness of firmness and decisiveness. There is no beauty of innocence and goodness. Those things, those descriptions, have nothing to do with emotionally deficient magical girls. All Sue system was able to see was empty and godless eyes, without a trace of life, not mixed with any emotions, like dead things without any sense of existence. The only way to feel that the owner of the eye is alive is in the moment of blinking. The eyelashes fluttered gently, and the watery light that covered the surface of her eyes, illuminated by the campfire, further amplified that calmness and indifference. Department Sue was curious. It was said that the eyes were the windows to the soul, so what would Krisha's soul be like? He fixed his eyes on it, looked at it carefully, looked at it intently, but no matter how he observed, what Sue system saw in those eyes was always only his figure and nothing else. That's normal. After all, the Sue system was locking eyes with Krisha, and rightfully so. Krisha only had the Sue system in her field of vision. It looks like that claim was false. The Sue system is slightly regrettable. He didn't see through the eyes of the witch. Without further delay, the Sue system began to carefully observe the entangled gold and black colors within Krisha's eyes. The two colors are intertwined and entwined, like the stars that reflect each other in the night sky, in a gesture that Sue system cannot understand. It is hard to give up and be inseparable as one. It wasn't pretty. One might even say it was scary. Distorted colors make people psychologically ill. Krisha, can you describe to me when your eyes changed? The Sue system inquired. It was before you came back, the girl replied in a calm tone. Regarding the mutation of the eyes, the witch herself was not sure. However, through her elaboration and the various questions she pursued, Department Sue quickly realized the root cause of the eye mutation. Despair and sadness? No. More specifically, overpowering and irritating emotions. The reason Kris's eyes are a light golden color is because there is half of the demon bloodline in her body. So, thinking about it from another angle, does the change in her eyes correspond to the change in her bloodline? Looking at the young girl who was motionless and as quiet as a doll, the Sue system was in deep thought. He had envisioned many possibilities, but among those countless possibilities, only the demon bloodline was the most suspicious. Thus, the Sue system reached out and gently covered Kris's head with his palm, rubbing the location of the twin horns that had previously been disposed of. A little rough, some bumps, there is so much regrowth. Sure enough, Sue Department's suspicions were confirmed. There was the sound of the wind drumming in his ears, and as the night wore on, the evening breeze was becoming more violent, but it was blocked by the magical barrier. Only the voice remains for a reluctant echo. Regarding the demon race system, Sue didn't know much about it, only from the books of the Wizard Association. He had briefly seen some words, such as the demon race was born without magic, but possessed a powerful physical body, and was a pest of the world loathed by the gods. These accounts are too subjective and not more detailed. So, the Sue system couldn't tell if Krisha's change was good or bad. Krisa, does it feel like you're different anywhere? Sue asked the owner of the eyes as he withdrew his illumination spell. She shook her head. Gray silver hair followed its sway. Mentor, I don't feel that way. Krisha answered truthfully. She felt neither unwell nor better anywhere. Everything remained the same as usual except for the discoloration of her pupils. Is that so? The campfire blazed and rose, and the Sue system gave up on probing his eyes. He knew so little about the demons that he was practically a blank slate, and with such a dearth of intelligence, the wisdom of observers and mortals couldn't offer much help. If you want to gain insight into the truth behind it, one can only travel to other cities to access more books of demonic information, as well as observe the girl's daily changes. Thankfully, the change didn't cause Krisa any pain. The only problem is that the eyes look oozy. The Sue system doesn't mind this. Krisha doesn't care about this, so there's nothing to worry about with this issue. Next time, the Sue system and Krisha sat around the campfire, guarded by the barrier of the warmth of fire. No strong wind could blow in, much less extinguish the makeshift bonfire. It's a very subtle feeling, sitting quietly inside, drinking lightly of hot water, watching nature roar with angry winds not far away. It is as if you are cut off from the world, transcending the boundaries of life and death. Look up and you can see a sky full of stars. Look down and you can see the vast wilderness. With a sideways glance, he could see the burning Alanson. Mentor, mentor, mentor. In such an environment, Krisha still tried to do something for the Sue system every now and then, as she always did, like boiling hot water, or organizing the contents of a space ring. She can't be idle, always thinking of doing something to help the Sue system. It was only when the Su system finally spoke up and told the girl to sit down and rest that she settled down. Krissa, it's not in Ellenson. You can relax. Looking at the young girl who was still somewhat unable to sit still, Department Su decided to talk about something to help distract the young girl. He spoke a lot and in a variety of ways. There are mythological stories from Earth, tips and tricks for practicing magic, or, perhaps, just the idle routines of ordinary people as they live their lives. Krissa listened intently. Is it because the story is really good? Or is it because the person telling it is from the Su family? Or maybe, is neither? Halfway through Su system's speech, he realized that at some point, the young girl had fallen deeply asleep, breathing steadily, sleeping sweetly, making slight gurgling noises. His delicate features had a unique cool prettiness under the moonlight. It's a kid after all. The Su system smiled helplessly. Standing up, he walked over to the sleeping young girl and covered her with a thick, warm blanket. It seemed to have sensed the Su system's movements in a dream. The young girl let out a slurred murmur, looking adorable. Honestly speaking, when he first met Krissa, Department Su hadn't thought at all that the skinny girl covered in sludge would grow into what she is today. Is this a good life simulator or a little girl raising simulator? Under the stars, System Su summoned the analog panel and fell into deep thought. Call for knife and knife music. Hopefully more interesting knife themes will be provided, and the right ones will be used in the new simulation. Chapter 51, Does God Love the World? The day after you leave Ellenson City, you wake up to Krisha's apologetic good morning. She's sorry for falling asleep without permission last night while you were talking, and she hopes you'll discipline her for it. You said you didn't care, but the girl insisted. Whereupon you bent your index finger slightly and tapped it on the maiden's forehead, claiming that this was your punishment for her. You start washing up. You start eating. You look out from the top of the hill at the distant city of Ellenson and realize that the city is still in a state of demonic rampage, with twisted and mournful flames that show no sign of dissipating to this day. You decide to keep waiting, communicating with the elements at the top of the mountain, trying to create a wider and more comprehensive magic. Elemental perception sustained launch. Mortal wisdom sustained launch. Your understanding of magic is furthered. On the third day after leaving Ellenson City, the weather was overcast, and a heavy rain came on suddenly. The rain was so heavy that the fire in Ellenson City was extinguished as a result, but the demons wandering around the city didn't disperse. As if waiting for something, you're equally patient. At the same time, you notice a change in Krisha's eyes. The originally mixed black and gold colors seem to be metamorphosing towards an orderly gesture, and you vaguely feel that the girl's eyes are becoming better looking. In your spare time, you choose to read magic books to pass the time, and try to develop your own magic props. On the fourth day after leaving Ellenson City, the weather returned to clear. You begin to wonder if your judgment has been wrong. Under your observation, the city of Ellenson remains the same ruins as it was when it was ravaged by the demons. You choose to stay here. There's plenty of food in the ring, enough for you and the girl to survive for a long time. But life in the wilderness is a little less peaceful after all. Krisha accompanies you and takes it upon herself to train up her magic. Feeling she is too weak to help you, the witch's practice has accelerated. On the fifth day after leaving Ellenson City, your wait finally pays off and you see a new change. The earth is in turmoil. The mountains trembled. Black waves appear on the horizon. Rolling wheels mercilessly crushed the landscape. And there were thousands of steam-armored magical vehicles appearing, spewing oozing vapor into looming white pillars that shot up into the sky. Underneath the rising and falling shrill whistles was a neatly organized stamping of iron boots, muffled and oppressive at the same time. The gears of steel turn at this point. Blazing steam is high in the air at the moment. Legions bearing the emblems of the different divine churches roared forward, and high in the sky even more mages stood at attention, saluting the glory of the gods. Prayers, booms, running stampedes. 10,000 voices overlapped. 10,000 voices chanted in unison, eventually turning into a synchronized chant. Gods above, destroy these heretics. The blackened steam cannons began to build up their energy, and the elementally converging wands began to prepare their magic. War. And so it began. The legions from the human kingdoms and the Church of Divinity launched a lightning-like attack on the demonic creatures within the city of Ellenson with an extremely ironic stance, and all sorts of explosions rang out wildly. Just the first wave of the flush bombardment killed thousands of powerful demons. The record looks quite promising. But the Su system, however, frowned deeply. The scene in front of him seemed normal, with human legions and mages who believed in the gods joining forces to deal with the foreigners. But in reality, it hid a number of suspicions and oddities. For example, the orcs that appeared within the city of Ellenson were supposed to be blocked by the Church of God. Why did you break through the defense? Another example is why the legion's arrival was so slow, with days passing and almost no survivors to speak of within the city of Ellenson. As well as, last but not least, Su System's voice was ghostly. It's impossible to achieve victory with this kind of steam weapon alone, and a legion of mages of this strength. Evacuation of the city of Allentown. Department Sue had a brief encounter with those demons. For the most part, the Sue system was able to win with overwhelming strength, but among the large number of enemies, there were also special individuals that the Sue system felt were dangerous. That was at least an enemy at the level of a Grand Magus, or perhaps even a Holy Realm Magus, and according to Sue's observation, the biggest blow these legions that came to conquer the demons could give was the equivalent of an archmage, which at best served to clear out the stragglers and couldn't really recapture the city of Ellenson. There's no way those at the top, those who are actually in power, wouldn't know about it before. What, exactly, is this trying to do? Sue's system looked away from the distant battlefield with a solemn expression, feeling that the truth was getting closer and closer to him. You saw a scene that surprised you. Countless legions come from afar, inscribed with the emblems of different human powers, as well as of different divine churches, with a mighty and astonishing attack. But you frown and think it's not so simple. You watch patiently, and notice that the battle between the human legions grows stalemated, and they discover to their horror that the weapons they are so proud of are not able to penetrate the defenses of the demons. A huge and hideous subdragon species rushes into the caravan with an unstoppable momentum. With a slap, a fling, and a stomp, the tall armored vehicles were blown to pieces. The mages who soar in the sky with their wind magic are also infested by flying demons such as poisonous flying dragons and blood wasps. They quickly counterattack and destroy many of the demons, but they are heavily surrounded. The situation is reversed and there is a lot of wailing. You're getting more and more unable to understand that those higher-ups sent their legions here specifically to send them to their deaths? You're puzzled. You don't understand. You're silent. Suddenly, you hear fierce prayers coming from the battlefield. More and more soldiers are breaking down under the strong stimulation of death and praying to the gods to save their lives. So you see, the so-called God, save me, great gods who created the world, please save me, I don't want to die. Atona, Atona, no, don't, somebody help him, don't come any closer, monster, the cries for help, the anger, the panic, on a battlefield where blood and flesh were flying, whether it was an ordinary soldier or a mage who mastered the elements. Fear would flow in the face of death, and the spirit would be weak and helpless. They called out for mercy from the gods, save their humble lives. But can the gods on high really hear the prayers of mortals? Sue could not give a precise answer, but at least, at this time and in this place, he did see the coming of God. The heavens and the earth changed color and were dimmed. Thunder rolled through the clouds and lightning lit up the earth. There is an infinitely small, yet illuminating grain of light that slowly falls from the vault of the sky and presses the earth to collapse in silence. The moment. All is silent. Hear the gospel of God. Chapter 52. The answer is no. What is God? Greatness over mortal things. Control of the world's bits and pieces. Unnameable sublime. God said, let there be light. A world shrouded in darkness would be nothing but blazing white, with everything sinking in and out of the light. Warm and burning. Thunder in the clouds. The sun in the sky. The sprawling earth. The rising vapor. The howling storm. All are lost in pure light. 3 days later, with Krisia in tow, Sue appears in a new city called Wagner, which Sue has chosen as his new place of residence. In the newly purchased house, Krisia is checking to see what other furniture she needs to buy. The Sue system, on the other hand, was sitting in a soft chair in the living room, recalling the divine punishment of 3 days ago. Incredible. Should I say it's worthy of a god, to have done that kind of thing with ease, wiping out the demonic creatures in Ellenson City with a single blow, while shielding the remaining soldiers. The topography of the landscape, centered on the city of Ellenson, almost re-evolved once. How much power was used? 10%? No, maybe not even 1%. The Sue system contemplated with closed eyes, holding, in his hands, the wand that was shattered almost beyond recognition. On that day, the main target of the god's attack was the demons, but his attack was so grandiose that even though they were far apart, the violent shockwaves forced the Sue system's bottom cards to come out in full force. Dozens of level 7 spells were released in succession. Only then was it able to counteract the fallout from the landing of the light, protecting himself and the witch. Such an experience was truly dangerous and awful, but it was worth it, and by witnessing the descent of the gods and the frenzy of the rescued soldiers, the Sue system finally sorted things out. Extra! Extra! Outside, in the street, there was the sound of newsboys shouting excitedly. The city of Allenson in the north has been tragically invaded by demons, and with the defeat of several great legions, the city of Allenson is nearly destroyed. The great God of Light stepped in and saved the survivors. Extra! Extra! The God of Light has sent down a divine favor. The shouts spread farther and farther, and more pedestrians noticed the news and rushed to buy newspapers and watch with curious eagerness. Seeing the city of Ellenson invaded, they look sad. Seeing the human legions defeated, they looked fearful. Seeing the God of light descending into the world, their faces were wild. Praise be to the great God of light. Praise be to the Lord of infinite light. May the light live forever and shelter the weak until death. Thank you for saving us once again. There are followers of the God of light who salute and sing praises on the spot. People lamented and prayed, their faces gradually becoming devout. The agitated were in tears. Even those who are not believers are inevitably affected by this frenzied atmosphere and meditate a few words of thanksgiving and praise of the gods. All of it. It was all taken in by the Su system. He saw through the machinations of the gods, taking the initiative to create a situation of demonic invasion, and then letting the human legions send themselves to their deaths, further setting off the power of the demons, and the critical nature of the situation. In the end, it was the hand of the gods on high that not only harvested the faith of mankind, but also made them report in awe. The Su system pondered and let out this sentiment. What a ruthless tactic. The gods have a psychological hold on humanity, apparently to an extremely high degree. He knew full well that if humans were allowed to be too comfortable, no one would believe in the gods. So the gods take the initiative to create danger, to create disaster, and then to help as saviors when humanity is struggling and desperate. In this way the faith of the people is harvested and the devotion and love of the believers is ensured. Have to say, this trick does work. Within the Su system's line of sight, there were already quite a few people who had chosen to join the Church of the Divine, wanting to feel the greatness of the gods more closely, as well as becoming magicians who believed in the gods. Perhaps that is one of his purposes. The Su system said. The index finger tapped lightly on the arm of the chair, making a slight reverberation. Faith mage and elemental mage. The same ability to unleash magic has a very different path. The source of a faith mage's power comes from that deity he believes in, and as much as the deity graces the mage with, the mage has. Thus, the highest point of this path is the demigod, and it cannot go any further. It is impossible for the dependents to outnumber the master. This is the supreme truth of how the world works. But elemental mages are different. Mages of this faction observe the world and have insight into the truth, and can truly ignite the divine fire and exalt the world's authority. The gods seemed unwilling to have the birth of a new god, so they publicized the convenience of faith mages little by little through various subtle methods to reduce the survival space of elemental mages. So much for that. The gods can then sit firmly in the clouds and look down on the muddy beings. If that's the case, then we'll have to be a bit more careful when we act in the future. Su's system sked lightly. He had a hunch. In this magic world, he was most likely the strongest elemental mage, and if his strength continued to rise, he would most likely attract the attention of the gods. That kind of result wasn't something that Department Su wanted to see. He didn't want to wake up and realize that he, who was merely a great magician, needed to face dozens or even hundreds of true gods. I hit the gods. Really? The scene was so amusingly desperate that Department Su didn't want to face it at all. Ignorance. It's a blessing. The Su system slowly got up as he stretched in place, his eyes looking through the window to see the streets outside filled with excited followers of the gods. The believers thought that the gods loved the world, but in reality, the gods love only themselves. Such a lie, such a well-woven deception, does not make it bad. The people provided the faith, the gods provided the power, and it was meant to be a mutually beneficial transaction. 99% of the people, destined to not be able to walk the path of elemental mages. If you can rely on the fervor of the faith, from the gods in exchange for higher achievements. On the contrary, it is a good thing, if there is any price to pay. That is, from time to time, you need to be afraid of becoming a victim of a miracle. Like this time in Ellenson City, the death toll of local citizens plus supporting legionnaires plummeted to nearly 1 million. Sadly, the steam hissed. There is a light mist of water that fills the new house. Facing her was Krisha, who activated the steam equipment for the new house. Mentor, everything is packed properly and no deficiencies have been found. Hard work, Krisha. Looking at the girl with long silver gray hair, Su's system subconsciously looked towards those eyes. And just like last time, the only thing that could be seen from them was still Su's system's own figure. Come on, I'll cook today. The witch was a bit surprised, but still obediently followed Su's system. Time passes. Home is not the home it once was, and the surroundings are completely unfamiliar. But because there is a familiar figure in sight, so don't feel scared. On the way to the kitchen, Krissa heard, too, those frantic cries from the outside world, offering blessings to the gods. She ignored it and followed the god that was all hers. Chapter 53, walking with you to the end of the world. To celebrate the first day in your new house, you decided to cook. Mortal wisdom in action. Observer in action. You cook a delicious meal with unparalleled precision. Your cooking skills have improved, and you are more comfortable with the use of kitchen utensils. You're sorry that the concept of cannibalism doesn't exist in this world, Or you might give it a try. At the table, Krisha commented favorably on your cooking. Mentor cooks the best. She uttered such compliments in a flat but sincere tone, having eaten too quickly, resulting in soup stains on her lips. You carefully wiped the girl clean. This was a very enjoyable dinner. Not only because the food was delicious, but also because you were out of the wilderness and back in a house for the first time in a long time. During the time of casual conversation after the meal, you expounded the information about the gods to the witch, claiming that it is possible to be an enemy of the gods in the future. The witch is slow-witted and not very good at understanding you, but in her mind, there can only ever be one answer. She'll be around as long as you need her. The witch's answer is as bland as ever, but this time it's full of firmness. Even if you're the enemy of the world, she'll accompany you to the end of the world. Krisha, this whole thing is dangerous. I know, Mentor. So you don't need to think about it? No need. Mentor. There is no need to consider the danger or to hesitate. That sort of thing was a word that simply didn't exist for the witch who had grown up deep in the quagmire of malice and had been tortured nearly to death. All she had to do, all she could do, it is to accompany that son. The witch has her own set of rules to act by. Very firm and decisive. And you're glad for it, but at the same time you're worried that Krisha is being targeted by the gods. You decided to protect Krisha more carefully in the future. You continue talking to her. You popularized much of the knowledge of the gods so that the girl was able to understand the enemy and not know anything about it. She is amazed at the power of the gods, and remembers the last time she was near Ellenson and witnessed the punishment of the god of light. The witch asks you the question whether in this world there exists a power more powerful than the gods. You've been thinking about this for a long time. Finally gives a joking answer. Perhaps the power of love can. After all, there are times when the power of emotion is infinite. You say this with a smile, recalling the many hot-blooded anime you used to see before you traveled across the world, where the protagonists shouted about friendship and bonding, love and justice, and just beat their enemies through and through. It's just a pity that the real world is cruel and strength needs to be cycled through. You can't beat the gods in such a way. The years go by and the year begins again. The 11th year of the simulation. You're 25 and Krisha is 17. Time flies, and in a flash, you and Krisha have been living in Wagner for a year, and instead of using the identities you once had, you've made up false identities. A year is enough time for the strangeness and uncertainty to wear off, and you return to the routine you once had, living peacefully in the city of Waghorn, as you did in the city of Ellenson. In the spring, you'll take Krisha with you to enjoy the fragrance of the mountain flowers and grasses. In the summer, you'd listen to the cicadas on the patio while Krisha poured you an ice-cold juice. In the fall, when the weather begins to cool, the steam plant runs all day long, rumbling, and you and Krisha watch the fall leaves fall away. In winter, when the snow is deep and white, you love to sip a hot drink made by Krisha and read books on magic. Everything is so beautiful. Everything is so harmonious. You want this kind of daily life to last forever. And with your talent, you can rise to a higher level with enough time. And, to your delight, in this new year, Krisha has broken through from full mage to elite mage. Waiga City. Inside the new courtyard where I've lived for a year. Su Xiang looked at the gray-haired witch, who was already 17 years old, and nodded slightly. He could feel Krisha's spiritual power metamorphosing towards a deeper scale. This meant that Krisha was about to break through to elite mage. Strength is stronger, more adequate self-preservation. In this world, there were certainly a lot of strong people, but they weren't all over the place. The elite mage is strong enough for Krisha to stand alone. Krisha, relax a little more and allow your mental powers to sense the elements as best you can. The Su system voiced its guidance, and above his head was a huge canopy of trees, their leaves rubbing and mingling with each other in the wind, creating staggering patches of light. The young girl was standing just below. The cold, delicate face lighted and darkened. Yes, Mentor, she responded softly, focusing on mobilizing her mental power and feeling the surging earth, wind, water and fire around her with all her heart. The dirt underfoot, the flow of air, the whistling steam, the burning daylight, the four basic elements hidden in everything. Gradually it was synchronized and captured by Krisha's mental powers. But that was when, without Krisha herself noticing, her eyes changed extremely quickly, the mixed black and gold colors rapidly intermingling, like a vortex rotating. Dash. Mental power breakthrough success, which promoted to elite mage. At the same time, she fell straight down into a coma for unknown reasons. Krisha? Su System's complexion changed slightly as he quickly rushed over to inspect it. You rejoice in the witch's progress. You think, at the rate the witch is practicing now, you can definitely train her to become an archmagus before you leave this world. A witch with that kind of power can protect herself even if you're not around. You have the future in your mind and have prepared books of level 4 to 5 magic in advance to teach new magic to a 17-year-old witch. But you never thought The moment the promotion succeeded, the eyes that had been unperturbed for a year unexpectedly changed again and caused the witch to fall into a deep coma. You release life magic in a hurry, only to realize that the witch is not injured and the magic has no effect. You're surprised. You're confused. Observer in progress. Continuing in progress. You recall the witch's eyes and guess that the cause of this coma may be a change in the demon bloodline in the girl's body, and you have a new direction for your research. As fast as you can, send the witch to the meditation room to rest, and at the same time, look up the demon books you've collected in the past. You felt it was far from enough, and traveled to the Wizards Guild, and after inquiring, found 2 more ancient books. Mortal wisdom continues to launch. Demon research in progress. Chapter 54. Have I caused you any trouble? Compared to the old meditation room in Allentown, the new meditation room is not so dim, with the glow of secret silver, the splendor of dazzling gold, and the white vapor rising from the steam equipment. Everything in the room was in a phantasmagoric atmosphere. Click! The Sue system twisted the knob and turned on the glass lamp set with light crystals. The light was slightly dispersed by the vapor, soft and hazy, and fell just right on Sue, and the gray-haired girl lying unconscious and flat not far away. Occasionally, the young girl would show a look of pain and briefly come to her senses, but soon, it will fall into a coma again. It goes back and forth, continually, like an eternally unending torture. However, here is where the weirdness comes in. As thrilling as it seems, the young girl's life is safe and sound, with no sign of death. The Sue department has already checked. Both the life attribute magic and the death attribute magic showed that Krisha was in perfect condition. But why is this happening? Those eyes, and the demonic bloodline. What exactly is happening inside Krisha? It is certainly good news that Krisha's life is not in danger, but staying in such an agonizing coma was obviously not an option either. Su Xiang turned his head slightly and looked towards the corner of the meditation room, where the young witch who did not know joy and would not weep in sorrow was now pale and lying unconscious on a makeshift magical stone slab. A fine sweat covered his forehead. Breathing is disorganized and rapid. Fingers trembled unconsciously. Trance looked at this frail 17-year-old witch. Su department of a long time to recall again. That in the stink of filth in the alleyway, tattered and bruised, stepping on the mud and water, hollow eyes, in desperation praying for salvation of the little girl. The moment. In the eyes of the Sue system, the grown-up witch, the childhood witch, the two figures slowly rejoined together. It's all so full of helplessness. That's so reassuring. Krisha. The Sue system sighed softly. The voice echoed lazily in the empty meditation room. Subsequently, accompanied by the clicking sound of a mechanical chain running, Department Sue opened the tables and chairs embedded in the walls, sat down, placed several ancient books on the desktop, and began flipping through them in search of information on the demon race. Occasionally, he would get up to observe and note the girl's physical condition, companion for a few moments of conversation during the brief moments of its awakening. But more than that, it was sitting alone at a table, flipping through a book, pen in hand, excerpting and marking accounts of the demons under a glass lamp that was neither bright nor dim. I see. There's actually such a thing. Long before the gods came into existence, there were demons active in the world. It looks like the divine creation theory propagated by the Church of God is not worth going to trust, and the gods are only a product of the birth of the world. Talk to yourself and record quickly. With the help of the mortal's wisdom, the Sue system's research and thinking abilities were fully enhanced. His understanding of the demon race was gradually deepening. You're worried about the unconscious witch. You started working on the demon data. You, who were supposed to help the witch out of her coma, accidentally discovered the truth of the world that you didn't know from various ancient books. The creation myth of the magical world. In 2 versions, one is familiar to the general public. The gods of the heavenly realm worked together to open up the world, created everything, created the sky and the earth, and therefore the gods are the masters of the world. The other, hidden in the cold books. Very few people know the original theory. The world was born in the chaos. The elements derive everything by themselves. The so-called gods are just the later, even later than the demon race. While you're surprised, keep checking the details of the demons. Your research is slowed down by the fact that the material is so obscure and the language used is so cold. Mortal wisdom continues to be launched. You've learned Egregorian. You've learned Jinsokyo. You've learned English. Your research on the demon race is starting to go well, and you know more about the demon race, and you are starting to familiarize yourself with the mating habits, natural abilities, and racial characteristics of the demon race. Busy flipping, busy learning. When you're hungry, you temporarily endure. When you're thirsty, you quench your thirst with water magic. And when you're sleepy, you meditate to stay awake. Except for a couple of necessary feedings, the Sue system has stayed that way. His mental power was so strong that this level of burden was nothing to him at all. It was just inevitable that he would feel a little haggard. Mentor, am I giving you trouble? Midway, Krisha woke up briefly once. She saw such a labored Sue system, her eyes empty and her tone blank. Even a young girl who had lost her feelings would still hold concern for those she valued, and she was unwilling and did not want to have the Sue lineage so haggardly laboring over her. It's okay, Krisha is very good and never gives me any trouble. The man's voice was always gentle. The palm of his hand was broad and reassuring as always, gently caressing the top of the magical girl's head, bringing a faint but welcome warmth to it. It was warm, cozy, and allowed the mentally drained witch to return to slumber once more. Subsequently, after checking once more to make sure that Krisha's body remained unharmed, Sue's system once again plunged himself into his research on the demons, and he was on the verge of getting something out of it. One day after another, the sun rises, the moon sets, and the cycle is repeated. So for 9 consecutive days, Department Sue finally finished going through all the information on the demon race, clearing up the most basic thoughts and making some guesses about the reason for Krisha's coma. It's just that his brain is too confused. In order to avoid an unconscious brain, which would affect the subsequent thinking and planning, the Sue system decided to rest for a while first, so that the body that had been working for many days could sleep. He did not return to the bedroom and slept on the soft bed. An overworked body just wants to rest right away. Sleepiness came like a tidal wave, engulfing Sue's system's consciousness and causing him to fall deeply asleep in a sitting position, looking very peaceful. Growling dash, lose the rustle of writing words and the clatter of flipping through paper. The only sounds left in the large meditation room were the sound of steam gushing and hovering, and the hazy yellow-white light, with the occasional faint buzzing from outside. It was the mega steam plant downtown that was powering the entire city with the roar of a behemoth. 1 hour later, inside the meditation room, the stone slab engraved with life restoration magic shook slightly. It was Krisha, who was unconscious up there, who woke up. The young girl opened her eyes, the black and gold colors within them still swirling and twisting, like a spiral that would not stop, continuing upward without end. Subconsciously, she looked in the direction of the Sue system. That's the only person she cares about. Every time she'd woken up in the past, Krisha had heard the sound of Sue's department or the sound of carefully flipping through materials, but this time it was surprisingly quiet. The witch, who didn't know that the Sue system had gone to sleep, subconsciously became worried, scared, whether or not the Sue system has been overworked, resulting in a physical accident. The moment such a thought occurred, it made it impossible for the witch to calm down, so she braced her arms against the stone floor and forced her weakened body to stand up. Chapter 55, Light and Shadow. They go hand in hand. Mentor, weak legs that seemed ready to fall at any moment, moving through the shaking, pacing through the trembling. Weakness, the voice is subtle. Krisha's physical condition was bad, she was too weak, so weak that walking was a problem, and she could only move her feet with difficulty one step at a time, slowly approaching the Sue system amidst the sound of rapid breathing. The images are quiet and silent, yet carry the power to touch the heart. The witch proved one thing with her actions. In the presence of true will, a sickly body doesn't stop it in the slightest. The light fell on the young girl, further illuminating the bloodless, pale face as she trembled, reaching out her own slender 5 fingers to rest on the chair Sue system was sitting on. With this pivot, the pressure on her traveling plummeted considerably, and she was able to walk to the front of the Sue system. Then, Krisha saw it, the familiar face that was currently deep in sleep due to excessive emaciation. Mentor is fine. She cocked her head and blinked. The truth of the matter was not quite as imagined. Nothing had happened to the Sue system. Merely a simple sleep. Nothing more than that. Great. A calm voice echoed through the air. Inside his chest, all the accumulated sadness and worry also dissipated, changing back to his usual empty posture. What should do next? Krisha was a bit confused. After confirming that Sue's system was fine, she suddenly didn't know what to do. Was she going to lie back on the stone slab and patiently wait for Sue's system to wake up? Light and shadow go hand in hand. When the light appears, the shadow follows in step, for once out of the range of the light's illumination, the shadow becomes impossible to exist. Then, when the light falls silent, where should the shadow go? About this question, Krisha didn't know how to answer. Her life, her everything, had long been accustomed to staying by the side of the Sue system. Anything beyond that was of no interest to the witch. Only, with the witch's current physical condition, even if she was awake, what could she do? She even struggles to take care of herself, not to mention the rest. So Krisha gave up those unrealistic thoughts of helping with the chores as usual. In a very quiet stance, her face calm and indifferent, her arms crossed in front of the small of her back, she leaned on the edge of the table and stood silent and watchful over the sleeping Sue system. The room was dim, the light hazy, disoriented and disillusioned, as if it had become a touch of old times, delicate and gentle. It enveloped the figures of man and maiden in it. The former is asleep. The latter stands. It was the only thing the witch thought of. The only thing she could do at this stage. At the same time, it was the only thing she wanted to do. Since the light is sleeping, the shadow stands guard until the light warms the world again and provides the shadow with its existence. But, how should I put it? The feeling was a little subtle, and a little peculiar. Mentor's face. Krisha muttered. She is not as tall as Sue Department. Usually, although she can see Sue Department's full face, but she has not observed too many details. And now, the Sue system was sitting and asleep, just in time for the standing young girl to get a full view. This was the first time she had ever observed the Sue system so closely. The witch saw it. The eyes puffy with overwork from long hours of poring over books. The witch saw it. The fingers that were scribbling all the time, leading to a familiar sleep that kept their grip on the pen. The witch saw it. The haggard face that was so overworked that her lips were a little white, and weariness meant quite a lot. She saw it. She saw everything. See the years passing at the temples. See the breath churning at the nose. Seeing the Sue system sleeping deeply. The depth of that deepness behind everything that had been given. Ah, is that so? Is that what it turns out to be? The sinking feeling seemed to run through Krisha's heart for a split second, causing her pupils to dilate slightly. In the original time, the witch thought that when the light fell silent, she would lose the shelter of the shadow. But now, the facts tell the witch. Even when the light falls silent and the sun briefly goes out, that residual warmth still penetrates deep into the soul and provides the shadow with a path to follow. The witch didn't know what kind of words to use, what kind of actions to take to deserve that blazing, warm light. As her mind gradually built up and her thoughts became more and more confused, and more urges piled up inside her chest, the witch was so clumsy she had no idea how to do it. And so, the witch made the best of what she could think of based on her understanding. She carefully stretched out her 10 fingers, and in as gentle a motion as possible, she slightly cupped Sue System's cheeks, leaning down so that forehead was pressed against forehead, so that the tip of her nose touched the tip of her nose. Gray silver hair hung down, a few strands sliding across the man's face. May you be well. Christina prayed softly. There seemed to be a moment in the calm, undulating voice that flashed with a mix of emotions, but the overly calm words made one wonder if it was an illusion. Stick it, touch it, feel the temperature of the light. Time seemed to have come to a standstill. A few short seconds, but as if experiencing extremely long changes, countless never-before experienced feelings burst out in the heart of the witch. And what exactly is that? Feeling guilty, Krisha kept her forehead pressed against hers, not wanting to let go of the warmth and closeness, even though she knew that as a personal object she shouldn't be able to transgress in such a way. Steep. It seemed that Krisha's movements had disturbed the man's sleep. The Sue System frowned slightly and let out a muffled grunt, a small sound that frightened the 17-year-old witch into fleeing. With her weak and feeble legs, the witch froze and ran at a breakneck speed that she hadn't seen before. She climbed back onto the slab as if fleeing, grabbing the bedding that the Sue System had prepared for her. Jump in and hide. Curl your body into a ball. Like a silkworm that closes itself off, it wraps itself tightly, leaving no gaps, afraid to leave the outside world the slightest space for observation, gently chirping and slightly squirming. It's adorable. The heart was beating violently, bringing about attention like never before. The witch didn't know why she was so scared. She had trespassed but simply plastered her forehead. Yet, her mind just panicked to no end. Mentor? Waited a long time for nothing, much less waiting for a reprimand from the owner. Krisha cautiously poked her head out, letting her eyes venture out of the bedding, and only after realizing that the Sue System was still asleep did that nervousness settle down and turn back to its usual emptiness. It's weird. It's hot. Confused. Krisha brushed her palms over her snow-white cheeks and realized that the sides of her cheeks were burning. The witch suspected that she might be running a fever. Was this the price of trespassing on her master? The witch's knowledge has increased. She felt that this was an acceptable price to pay, as long as her master didn't find out. Chapter 56 The Way of Equilibrium is Within. In the city of Vagar, rumbling upward steam towers run through the clouds like an alternative steel volcano, spewing out enough mist to envelop the entire city. Engines roar and gears fly. The speeding bullets cut through the dark night sky. Shining magic illuminates the dull stars. At night, the sound of loud bells echoed within the steel city, shaking away the layers of water and fog and scaring off the meddlesome creatures that hid in the darkness. At this moment, 15 hours had already passed since Department Sue had fallen asleep in the meditation chamber. A feeling of thirst that stems from the body's instincts let him wake up leisurely. I didn't realize that I slept for so long this time. Opening his eyes, the familiar environment of the meditation room came into view, and System Sue couldn't help but let out an exclamation as he glanced at the mechanical wall clock on the wall. But it was normal. Who made him work 9 days and nights at once? Gollum. casually summoning a large mass of fresh water. Department Su rehydrated while moving his slightly stiff body. Overall, the Su system was pleased with the results of the sleep. All but the physical aspects of fatigue are eliminated. The depressed spirit was also restored. It's time to carry out the next step. After going through so many historical records, I finally have a clue. Su Xiang looked back at the corner of the meditation room. There, on the makeshift magical stone slabs, the young girl with long gray-silver hair was still sleeping quietly. The Su system walked over, checked it briefly. After confirming that Chris's vital status remained unharmed, she returned to her work table with a sense of relief, setting her eyes on the stacks of handwritten bullet points. The text is fine and densely written. Lists details of the demonic races categorized in different ways. It could be said that the current Su system had reached a very in-depth point in terms of relevant knowledge regarding the demon race. Some of the obscure, unknown, or mutilated knowledge was also understood and filled in with the help of the two phrases, observer, and mortal wisdom. The name Demon Clan is the definition of the humans themselves, and to be more serious, it should actually be called the Ancient Clan or the original one. The meditation room is more empty and secluded at late night. The Su system resumed its seat. From the bottom of one of the many drafts, pull out a fresh sheet of blank paper and write new points on it. The claim that the gods created the world is clearly false. If the gods were truly that great, they would not need the faith of a mere human. Therefore, the correct history would be as written in the biography of the Mage of Rebgever, where the world was born out of chaos and the elements gave rise to all things, and the so-called demons were the first beings of this world, possessing incredibly powerful physical bodies, gifted with natural abilities gifted by the world. From birth, they have extraordinary strength that surpasses that of other races, and the strongest of them are able to contend with the gods. The only flaw is that the emotions and desires of pure-blooded demons are extremely unstable, causing them to completely cut off mages from the path of cultivation. The only exceptions are those like Krissa, whose demonic bloodline is not deep while crumbling emotions, who are able to learn magic unaffected by it. Steam surged, now and then rushing through the copper top. It made a snapping echo. Along with it is the delicate and soft rustling sound of the pen tip rubbing the paper rapidly, as if a light wind were sweeping through 10,000 leaves. Looking at the information he had recorded about the demon race, System Su fell into deep thought. Perhaps, the flaws of the demon race were not an accident. The development of things, development of the world, always follow the most basic laws. That is, from nothing to something, from chaos to regularity. When the magic world was first born, even the world itself was crippled, and the so-called demon race was actually a manifestation of the world's disorder. This is why the demons were replaced by the gods at a later date. For the gods symbolize orderliness, lawfulness, the embodiment of the functioning of the world order. When you look at it that way, the reason for Krisha's coma is clear. The Su system put down its pen. Looking at the undried handwriting on the paper, he looked up slightly and let out a sigh as he stared at the dim, lightless ceiling. It's neither a disease nor a curse of any kind. The cause of the witch's unconsciousness was that the demon bloodline was fighting with the mage's spiritual power, which represented disorder and order respectively, and were incompatible, unable to spare each other. In the past, the witch was weak, pitiful and helpless, physically weak and mentally depleted. So naturally she didn't need to worry about any of this. But the mutation in Ellenson City, the massive influx of grief and despair, has activated the demon bloodline. After being promoted to elite mage, there was also an unprecedented breakthrough in mental power. So, body and spirit, disorder and order, devil and god, fate, symbolizing two different paths, battled fiercely within Krissa's body, slowing and slowing, so much so that Krissa, as the owner of the body, repeatedly jumped sideways between two states, unconscious and awake. Just because it's not life-threatening now doesn't mean it won't be later. Difficulty. Fingers gently rubbed the inflamed temples. The Su system had a complicated expression. Although the cause of the coma was understood, it was still a huge problem to solve and how to go about it. Frankly, this kind of realm involving gods and demons is more or less ahead of its time for an archmage. But Krissa wasn't really a god or a demon inside her, and the Su system wasn't an ordinary archmage. So with the greatness of the word, things had some chance of turning around. You found out the truth about the witch's coma. Your knowledge of the wizarding world has deepened. You've seen the truth of the world. Excellent performance. Keen observation. Your observer's word has been improved somewhat, and the scope of what you can observe has been expanded. You begin to think about how to properly and effectively rescue the witch, for which you envision two methods. The first, alone, grows the demonic bloodline or spiritual power, so that it completely devours the other side, and in this way, the witch without opposition will awaken. The second, balancing disorder and order, allowing the power of the devil and the gods to coexist within the girl. You pondered for a long time and finally chose the second method. For a witch, for Krisha Christina, both body and mind are indispensable, and whichever is missing, she will suffer severely, and you can't bear to see that. Mortal wisdom in progress, observer in progress. You begin to explore the true meaning of equilibrium. You are pleased to discover that, unconsciously, Krisha instinctively reconciles the two forces, making them entwined, which is why her eyes evolve into a rotation of black and gold. You made an immediate decision to set up a unique magic formation within the meditation room to suppress Krisha's demonic bloodline, at the same time, igniting the clear spirit herb, awakening the young girl's cluelessness, allowing her to control her spiritual power, to guide, to dominate, to manipulate the neutralization of the two forces. The way of balance is in it. Chapter 57, The Witch's Body No Longer Changes. Overlay. Staggered. Mix. Under the watchful eye of the Seuss system, Krissa managed to wake up and get out of the chaotic state of passing out from time to time. But it doesn't end here. As soon as the magic array was withdrawn and the effects of the clearing herb wore off, the clash of order and disorder would still cause Krisha to fall into a coma. The problem must be solved quickly while there is time. Krisha, listen to your instincts and relax your mind to pull. If anything goes wrong, tell me right away. The Seuss system instructed from the sidelines. Keep watch just in case. Yes, mentor. The witch answered obediently, her face still pale, missing the healthy redness of the past, filled with a broken beauty, channeling spiritual energy and calming the blood vessels in the body. Create a middle band of détente between the two by your own will, so that water and fire can coexist, so that God and the devil can merge. It makes the mind and body perfectly harmonized. With the help of the Seuss system, and through the ideas provided by mortal wisdom, Krissa stumbled along the way, guiding the two forces to intersect within her body. Eventually, balance was born. Seuss system actually saw that the witch's pair of black and gold eyes were calming down at a slow pace, no longer as colorful and terrifying as they had originally been. Black is the core and gold is the ring. The dark part was like a sea of stars, with shimmering lights that hid infinite unknowns and mysteries. The pale and brilliant golden part, on the other hand, is indescribably honorable, a ring that binds the stars and firmly seals off the sea of dark stars. The only thing that stands out is, right in the middle of the two calm eyes, there were tiny imperceptible blank gaps that made the black and gold colors not completely merge, as if something was still missing. But that doesn't stop the witch from rising and transforming. Emotionally flawed hollow eyes, a calm expression without joy or sorrow. What had been a picture that was too familiar to be true? Now that he was looking at it, he had a completely different feeling, reminding Seuss system of the god of light that he had once seen. Divinity? No. And on top of that, Department Sue couldn't help but let out a sigh of exclamation. A magical girl who had both body and spirit, perfectly balancing disorder and order, was bound to surpass the gods in terms of future accomplishments. Just until then, it will take a long time to develop. When the time comes, the miracle of surpassing the gods will shock the whole world. Mentor, am I okay? The calm voice was tinged with bewilderment and hesitation. Krissa sat on the magical stone slab, looking at her hands and then at the Seuss system's face, filled with helplessness. Even after becoming a miracle beyond the gods, even after accomplishing greatness never seen before, the witch still looks to the one she trusts the most at the first sign of trouble. Her eyes, like a bright mirror, reflected the figure of Seuss system. Well, it's been fine, Krisha. The Seuss system soothed. Gently take the witch's cold palm. Use your own hands to spread a little warmth. It's been hard, Krisha. It's been hard to stay here all this time. Now, we can go home together. The Seuss system softened his voice and gently led the demoness by the hand, leading her out of the meditation room. In Seuss system's heart, the meditation room was not considered a home. It could only be described as a place for cultivation and for emergencies. He wanted to bring Krisha back into the sunlight, so that the tormented Krisha can enjoy warmth and food. The young girl seemed to want to say something, but ultimately said nothing, just silently holding onto Seuss system's big hand. He followed closely behind, stepping in Seuss system's shadow to move forward. Where you are my home. These were the words the witch had hidden in her heart and had not spoken. After leaving the meditation room, Department Sue personally cooked and prepared a sumptuous meal for Krisha, who was completely awake. The young girl hadn't had much of an appetite originally. The meal in the Nehu system was extraordinarily tantalizing, so she ate a full 2/3 of her meal in a single moment of carelessness. This is a level well above the usual meal size. Krisha was beyond bewildered. She couldn't understand why her appetite had suddenly become enormous. Department Sue observed all of this. It looks like it's the demonic bloodline in Krisha's body that's taking effect. Her body is evolving and metamorphosing. So naturally, she needs more replenishment. Thinking this way, Department Sue smiled and comforted Krisha. telling her not to take it to heart. The fusion of the devil and the god, a path that no one has ever trod before. The physical aspect of the change is only the first step. At a later time, Krisha should show many more incredible, even cognitively challenging quirks. You succeeded in saving the witch and performed a miracle that surpassed all others, equalizing order, equalizing chaos, even equalizing the world. You can't imagine what the witch will do when she grows up. Maybe she'll be the one who's above it all. You think of that future and laugh as you prepare a feast for the witch, who chews quickly and fills herself up. On the second day, you conduct an examination for the restored witch. You are surprised to find that the witch's already extraordinary magical talent has been horribly enhanced. No less than mortal intelligence, and even more exaggerated. Not only that, the witch's weak body is also continuing to get stronger. Although the outer appearance has not changed, but the inner has transcended the human. From now on, you no longer need to worry about the witch cold fever. You're happy and relieved. All this time, you've been worried about Krisha's personal safety, thinking she's not strong enough to protect herself. But the witch's new changes will make you drop your heart completely. You live with Krisha in the city of Vagar with a relaxed and happy mindset. And you are hopeful for the future, thinking that you and the witch can live in seclusion in Vagar for a long time until you have more power. 2 years later, an incident originating from the witch caused a slight disturbance in your peaceful life. The 13th year of simulation. Sue is 27 years old and Krisha is 19 years old. The changes of time inevitably bring marks to the body. Even if Department Sue possessed life magic and his body was filled with an abundance of vitality, his face, his body, and his limbs still had some of the vicissitudes and maturity that came with age. It's par for the course. It's also normal. But, not Krisha. The witch, who was already 19, still maintained the 17-year-old stance she had 2 years ago. Despite being plumped up a bit due to nutritional supplements and some physical exercise, there was no doubt that Krisha's body was no longer growing. Stuck at 17 forever. Nagisa? Or is it eternal life? Inside the courtyard of Vagabond City, Sue's system, wearing his wide mage robes, looked at the flowers that were withering in the wind not far away, feeling emotion in his heart but not too surprised. After all, back in the old days, Krisha's lifespan was just far greater. Now, but it's just a difference of hundreds or thousands of years of lifespan, stretching into eternal infinity, just as inaccessible to mortals. Chapter 58, Life is so fleeting. Such a thing as life really turns on a dime and withers away. A sea of wilting flowers swaying and struggling in the fall wind. A constant stream of petals fell from the branches, tumbling slowly in the wind, suddenly coming to a standstill, and then flying out to great distances, drifting to faraway places unknown even to themselves. The Sue system gazed at such a scene, feeling the unique sadness and despondency of autumn. He held out his finger. Clip a petal just right. The flowers in Vagar City, on the contrary, come to smell better than in Ellenson City. Is it because of the widespread belief in the goddesses of nature and life here? There is, however, a high degree of consistency in the timing of the apocalypse. The delicate flowers will eventually come to wither. The tender new green leaves will also yellow and fall. The vast majority of lives in this world are so short and hasty, and although people can live a little longer, they are ultimately too insignificant compared to the eternal gods. Like a drop of water splashing up from a vast river. Small, humble, unable to draw attention to themselves. System Sue didn't have much claim to longevity, and in fact, even if the simulation ended there, he felt completely at home. Since the simulation, he has learned many abilities and knowledge including, but not limited to, magic use, elemental mastery, mental power usage, magical artifact crafting, mystical observation, and composite multi-elemental usage. The world elemental attributes controlled by the Sue lineage alone amounted to a dozen or so, including even life and death. Only time and space remain untouchable. Isn't this reward, this achievement, rich enough? Not to mention, the Sue system was now only 27 years old, a long way from the true end of its lifespan. His gains will continue to expand before the simulation actually ends. Therefore, in the matter of longevity, Sue's system looked at the matter very openly, never lamenting over the limited life of mortals. What really made him feel relieved was instead the magical girl with an eternal lifespan. Will she be able to live on her own after she's gone? Will this be a setback? On countless late nights looking up at the moon, the man thought about these questions more than once. Mentor! A sudden shout interrupted Sue's system's thoughts. His fingers subconsciously loosened, and the half-dying petal flew away from his hand, skimming his cheek, grazing his nose, and finally landing in the dirt that had nurtured its growth. What is it? Krisha? The Sue system turned around. What she saw in front of her eyes was the magical girl who still maintained her 17-year-old appearance, her long gray-silver hair becoming more lustrous, like a waterfall of light, spreading gently down her back. A few strands of hair fell softly between the collarbones, lining that whiteness. Eternal youth brings beauty to the witch that will not fade. The Sue system felt. This should be considered a good thing. It was just that Krisha, herself, was intensely uneasy about it, fearful of the unknown changes. Mentor, I don't want to be like this. Limited life experience prevented Krisha from understanding the meaning of immortality. All she knew was that she had become different from her mentor. This is absolutely not allowed. This is a no-no. A witch's whole life is about getting closer to the sun. How can she be so far away from it? Looking at Krisha, who was so uneasy, Department Sue comforted. It's fine, Krisha, immortality isn't a bad thing. There are quite a few people in this world who dream about it. The girl was a little confused. So it's, actually, a good thing? The Sue system was silent. Unlike in the past, he answered immediately to the witch's questions. He lifted his head and looked at the sky, gazing out at the birds of prey spreading their wings and swooping over the treetops, weaving in and out of crevices with precise grace and taking grand flight in the sunlight. It's kind of neither good nor bad. The Sue system gives vague answers. There was a long life ahead, and the witch could experience it for herself before defining good and bad for eternal life. Krisha is disturbed by the changes in herself, and she has a vague feeling that she is drifting away from you. Despite your many reassurances, this uneasiness shows no sign of dissipating, which begins to redouble her efforts. The witch's strength has been enhanced. Witch's housekeeping skills have improved. Krisha is unceasingly doing her best in every way, hoping to become closer to you. You laugh and cry. And one late afternoon, tap Krisha on the head and tell her not to think too much and just live each day as it comes. Krisha heeds your words, and her busy figure is a little less busy. In the 14th year of the simulation, you are 28 years old. The witch is 20, and the witch still maintains the body and appearance of a 17-year-old. From this year onwards, Krisha began to consciously reduce the number of times she went out. Her eternal lifespan brought her unchanged appearance, but the growth of her mind continued. The witch realizes that her unchanged appearance for 3 years has caused some discussion around her. So, she chose to cut down on her outings to avoid outsiders pointing fingers at you. The immortal world has the resident pill. The magical world naturally has a similar product. For example, the blessings of the god of beauty, or the spring of life that slows down aging. However, even these transcendental items above cannot achieve true youthfulness forever. They just slow that speed down infinitely, so slow that it's hard to observe with the naked eye. Inside the human body, where the various organs are still growing and aging, Krisha is different. She was truly immortal, truly time-stopped at the age of 17. Mortals may have a hard time telling the difference, but for mages, a highly acute mental power allows them to instantly see through the difference between immortality and residency, thus cognizant of Krisha's inhuman nature. After all, can any ordinary person live forever? In the common knowledge of the magical world, the only people who can do this are the gods and a very few eldritch species. In order to avoid trouble, in order to avoid conflict, in order to avoid the peaceful life of the Sue system being shattered, Krisha chose to stay within the courtyard, no longer going out to make purchases as she had done before. This went on for 2 months, watching the witch continue to do her daily chores, work hard on her magic, and clean the leaves from the yard every day. The Sue system made a decision. Krisha, get ready to live in a different city. The sudden news was obviously beyond the witch's expectations, and that calm and bland face rarely became puzzled. Why did you make this decision? Krisha inquired blankly. The Sue system did not hide it and answered in a warm voice. Live in a different city where no one knows you and I. That way, Krisha, you can go out again. But, Krisha was even more unable to comprehend as she looked to the Sue system and suggested in a sincere tone, you don't need to do this. The witch had never been interested in going out in the first place. All purposes, all actions, are only to better help the master. Even if you are stuck in the courtyard for the rest of your life, she would only feel happy too. As such, the witch felt from the bottom of her heart that there was no need for Department Sue to move away from this new home that had been so hard to stabilize just because of her. Chapter 59, May You Not Be a Caged Bird. What is the definition of an object? In the 3 views shaped by the girl's tragic childhood, a so-called item is something that is driven at will by its owner and serves a certain purpose. There is a role to eat and a role to be left behind. A witness to wandering, witnessed along the way to escape. Krisha had seen too many objects discarded by their respective owners because they were ineffective. Despite the fact that the Sue system had said that it wouldn't abandon. Despite the fact that Sue system's words were so gentle that the witch trusted them for it. A small humbleness originating from her heart still made the witch unable to resist the urge to do something about it. Proof that she serves a purpose. Proof that she won't slow her master down. For this reason, Krisha wants to get the Sue system to give up on the idea of moving away, not wanting to make herself a burden to Sue. But, suddenly, Su Xiang spoke with a smile at Krisha's words. Krisha, do you know why birds fly? Despite the confusion in his mind, don't understand the point of the zoo department asking this question. But Krisha answered truthfully, because birds have wings. This is the simplest answer and the most essential one. Without the existence of wings, even a light bird can never soar to the sky. The zoo system nodded, affirming the girl's answer. You're absolutely right. Birds can fly up into the sky because they have wings, and wings give them unlimited possibilities. It doesn't really matter what the point of flight is or where it ends. The only thing that really matters is that pair of uninhibited feathers. If a bird is caged and its wings are bound so that it cannot stretch its body to its fullest extent, the meaning of the bird is taken away with it. There was a slight pause in the conversation. Large, familiar, warm hands covered Chris's head once more, gently rubbing the gray hair to bring expectation and affirmation. Krisha, you are now like the caged bird, bound in ways that should not be. That's not what I want to see. So come with me. I want to see, once again, what you look like uninhibited. Sue Department's voice was soft, very mild. It made Krisha fume for a long time. There was a penetrating breeze that slightly lifted the overly long gray-silver hair, and in the silence, waves of deep blue shimmered at the chest. The refracted light of the aquamarine necklace, having overused her eyes today, by and large, Krisha felt her eyes were a little sore. She couldn't understand the words of the Sioux system, because she was an item that belonged exclusively to the Sioux lineage, a shadow that lived in the sun all her life, not a bird that flew free. But, even Krisha, who had no confidence in herself, even Krisha, who felt she was worthless, had a trait that she considered excellent. Listen. Yes, just do as you're told. The unassertive witch chose to follow the Sioux system's words, pack her bags, and leave the city of Vagabond. She stepped out of the patio doors after a long time, under the sun, in the light, walking side by side with the Sioux system, being held in the palm of Sue's hand as she stepped into a brand new future. As in the late fall of that year, she was pulled out of the foul-smelling alleyway by the Sioux system. As long as there is a Sioux system around, the witch would be able to be fearless, welcome the falling flowers, head toward the flying leaves, step into the shadows of the sun, and walk toward the brand new beauty that was not envisioned. You saw what eternal life did to the witch. You are determined to change the matter. You have given up your intention of staying in the same city for a long time, and in your limited life, you want to take your witch and experience more different things in the human world. You left Wagon City and took a steam train to a coastal city further south. This is the first time the witch has seen the sea, and even though you don't see a look of joy on her face because of her emotional deficiencies, you know that the witch is in a much better mood than usual. You are convinced that you have made the right decision and have decided to settle down in a new city. City of Abogu. In the common language of the wizarding world, the allegory is the city of water. Unlike the city of Ellenson, where he used to live, winter hardly existed here. It was warm and pleasant all year round, and bordered by the boundless sea, which was rich in water-attributed transcendent materials. The waves are sparkling and the scenery is beautiful. The Sioux system is happy with the city. Great views, high elemental concentrations, and most importantly far enough away. No one knew Krisha here, and it allowed her to move freely, never having to live in a house at a snail's pace again. Sure, living in the city of Abogo is only temporary. In time, the magicians here would also notice that something was wrong, and by then, it would be necessary to live in another city. Let's go, Krisha. The Sioux system called out softly. Take the witch towards the third city of residence. Bright sunshine, surging sea, howling sea breeze. You, who have been living in Ellenson and Wagga for many years, have long been tired of seeing the icy scenes, and now that you have changed your living environment, you find yourself in a very pleasant mood. You begin to set up a magic spell for your new residence, which begins buying needed furniture. Over the next few days, you vaguely realize that the feeling of bondage is gone from the witch, as she can go out again and go to work on your purchases. This makes the witch feel that she has succeeded in doing you a favor and is a useful presence to you. You're relieved that Krisha is active again. You're worried that Krisha won't be able to get away from you, and that she won't be able to stand on her own in the future. And so you and the witch settled in the city of Apogee, and your life was calm and peaceful. But occasionally the witch was subjected to your serious education, because you often find the witch alone using water magic to go out into the sea and catch all kinds of seafood, which claims fresh seafood is more nutritious. But you still shook your head firmly and discarded the highly poisonous fish that contained transcendent toxins that could easily end your simulation. 15th year of simulation. You're 29, which is 21. Krisha still maintains the appearance of a 17-year-old girl, but because of the short time she's been here, no one suspects that something is wrong with her, and your lives remain peaceful. Your magical path has once again reached a bottleneck. You have a premonition that your spiritual power is about to break through, and you'll be promoted from Grand Magician to Grand Magician. And after that, There's the holy magician you've been longing for, and the demigods with the power of God. City of Abogu. A steamy estate near the sea. The deepest meditation chamber. The blackened floor was inscribed with a pale blue spiritual meditation formation using the blood of transcendent magical creatures. And the 29-year-old Su system sat cross-legged on it, wand flat. Invisible and surging spiritual energy was forming a blurred and distorted field around him. The elements are involved in the drawing of the elements, rising or descending, sinking or floating. The spiritual power fused with the elements through and through, as if it had broken some restriction, and the air suddenly resounded with trembling sounds. Chapter 60, The gods blocked the way ahead. The chirping grew more and more piercing, straight to the eardrums and deep into the mind. When the frequency of the chirping reached its peak, Su's system's spiritual power expanded along with it, initially resembling a babbling brook, and then transforming into a surging, angry river after a few seconds had passed, sweeping, slapping, devouring, wrapping the elements around them with abandon. It's not enough, Su's system muttered as he reached out and grabbed his wand, and a whole dozen contract spell formations appeared out of thin air, dropping elemental sprites in the void. That's since the analog wizarding world. Through elemental perception and mortal wisdom, the entirety of the elemental elves contracted by the Su system. Earth, wind, water and fire, light, darkness, thunder, and air, life, death, nature, destruction. There were too many, just too many, more than a dozen elemental elves, shuttling in from their respective elemental realms to provide the Su system with a steady stream of elemental tides, and only such exaggerated elemental tides. It was only then that Su system's extraordinary tenfold magical power, as well as its vast and surging spiritual power, could be satisfied. Boom! The elements stirred and the magic surged. Finally, in the midst of one elemental flush after another, Su system's spiritual power was purified and smoothly controlled all the irascible elements. It's not about communicating like an apprentice, nor is it to resonate like a formal mage. Rather, it's about control, overriding the elements with your own will, controlling them in all directions. Archmagician. Successful promotion. I didn't expect that this breakthrough would actually bring about such a great increase in strength. Su's system lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air as ruptures resounded around him from time to time. His spiritual power was too powerful, uninterrupted, affecting the surroundings all the time. There was more of an invisible light and sharpness between the closed eyes. This is a sign of outward manifestation of spiritual power. Su's system sat in meditation for 10 minutes to calm the joy and excitement after the breakthrough, and slowly, his eyes returned to their normal appearance of the past. Grand Wizard, Archmagician. From the name, the difference between the two realms is merely a change of character. But in terms of strength, the gap between these is like heaven and earth. The latter has already departed from ordinary spellcasters and is heading towards the direction of a god. Familiarize yourself with the finished surge of strength. Inside the bleak meditation room, Su's system spread out his palms, and there was a hazy halo of light flickering in his palms. The light was so soft and delicate that it blossomed incandescence in its faintness, gradually transforming from light into fire, and from the embers of the fire spurting forth streams of water. The power of the elements followed the will of the Su system. Fire and water, wind and earth, light and darkness, life and death. In the end, all the elements condensed into a single point, shimmering and swaying at Su system's fingertips until Su system withdrew the spiritual power controlling them, only to collapse abruptly in a soft chirping sound. This is the power, or privilege, of an archmagician, the ability to manipulate the elements with abandon, shape, stretch, and control. If one develops this control to the extreme, and adds deep spiritual power, they will form an elemental domain that belongs exclusively to them, and they will be promoted to the rank of Holy Domain Magician. It's a real scream, the Su system let out. From the Archmagician onwards, the magic system has embarked on the path of the gods, with bits and essences being raised step by step until they ignite the divine fire, exalt their authority, and become world controllers in the true sense of the word. It's a path to immortality. Condense knowledge, control rules, and understand the nature of the world. The road to the end was extremely arduous, not easier than the cultivation side. No, more accurately, there was no path to transcendence that was easy to be with. Immortal deity? TSK. It's a pity that I can't ignite the divine fire this time and experience the smoothness of ascending to godhood. The Su system sked lightly, waving his wand. He sent all the elemental elves flying around him to their respective elemental realms. The residual elements floated in the air like a dream, colorful and quite gorgeous to look at. The Su system calmly gazed at this beautiful scene. Mortal wisdom was too heaven-defying, and in just 15 years of simulation, it had allowed Department Su to advance from being an ordinary person to a grand magician who controlled the elements. In his limited mortal lifespan, Department Su could be certain that his promotion to Holy Realm Magical Instructor was a sure thing, but that's as far as it goes, let alone ascending to true God. Even if it was just a demigod pseudo-god, it would no longer have anything to do with the Su system. The mortal wisdom grants the Su line an unrivaled talent, whether it be cultivating spiritual power, learning magic, or gaining insight into the truths of the world. It gives a great deal of assistance. It's just relative. The price for acquiring this wisdom is that everything in the Su system is limited to the realm of mortals, including lifespan. Inside the silent meditation room, with the help of the yellowish light, Su Xiang looked down, looking at his hands which were already 29 years old, slender and dexterous, as if it had never changed. But if you look closely and explore, you can find the traces left by time. This long river of time is indeed difficult to cross. It's just a pity that I don't even have the chance to attempt to cross it. Su System's tone held regret as he looked up at the ceiling of the meditation room. Special steel and stone cast ceilings are exceptionally hard and durable, thick enough to insulate everything, but the Su System has very calm eyes. It was as if he had pierced through the steel and stone and seen more and more distant light, seeing the infinite and high heavenly realm, the gods who look down on all living beings with indifferent gazes. At the current rate of cultivation, with the help of mortal wisdom, even if it is extremely difficult to break through to a holy domain magical instructor, it won't take me too much time. According to this logic, I deserve to have a lot of spare time to study how to break through the limitations and allow myself to truly ascend to God. It's just a shame. The Su System sighed softly. The gods of this world have fully suppressed the laws of the elements, undetectable in weak hours. However, after advancing to Grand Magus and becoming a part of the same control of the elements, Department Su clearly perceived that the elemental laws of the magical world were extremely bland. There is no doubt that this is the handiwork of the gods, a yoke specifically designed to limit those who come after them. It makes practicing an already difficult elemental mage. It is more difficult to see the truth of the world, thereby igniting the divine fire and exalting the priesthood authority. With the limitations of mortal lifespan in front of him, and the gods blocking the path ahead of him, System Su couldn't think of any possibility of becoming a god on his own. He laughed frankly. It seems that in this life, one can only stop at being a holy realm magician. That's enough. That's enough. The Su System was already very satisfied with this result, but deep down, there was still a little bit of regret. After all, people who read netizens all year round have more or less fantasized about the glorious moment when they become immortal and become a god. Since I can't become a god, I'll learn more about other things in the time to come. After all, once in a while a red word can't be wasted on mortal wisdom. And then there's Nurture Krisha more before you die. Chapter 61, you hear the echoes of lifespan. On how to nurture Krisha. On how to train a witch. The Su System had already thought about it countless times in his mind and had a corresponding plan. The first was magic. And after Su System broke through to Grand Magician, the magic he had mastered had been raised to level 9. Further up, there are the forbidden spells used by sanctuary magicians. Department Su was prepared to impart all the attribute magic he had mastered. All the attribute magic from level 1 to 9. And even the forbidden spells he had not yet mastered, to the magical girl to learn them one by one. Balanced body and spirit, balanced bloodline and elements. Krisha's talent had become extremely terrifying, and could try to master more attributes now, instead of being limited to earth, wind, water, and fire all the time. Also, there is also the very important point of cultivation. The Su System wanted to try and cure the witch of her emotional deficiencies before this simulation was over. Click, push open the door to the meditation room. Through the corridors of light and shadow, the footsteps were slow, but very strong, like a snare drum hitting one at a time, echoing in the chest cavity that housed the heart. It startled the seabirds on the roof and shocked a few tiny insects into crawling away quickly. Krisha? Su System had just walked around the corner when he saw the long gray and silver-haired girl who had been waiting for a long time. She stood against the wall, her posture poised, her face in the shadow of the wall's covering, but a few strands of her hair showing in the sunlight, glossy and white. Mentor. Congratulations on the promotion. The magician uttered an undulating blessing, her tone as flat as white water, unadulterated by any color of emotion, so tasteless that one wondered if they had heard it wrong. But the Su System knows, that was the best Krisha could do. She had tried it before, making herself smile to welcome the Su System, and the result was a stiff, crooked mouth that was even more eerie, like a motionless corpse. The Su department was extraordinarily silent at the time. He didn't criticize or scold. It was just a euphemism for Krisha to give up the idea of welcoming him with a smile. Krisha was obedient and she did as she was told, so she reverted back to her expressionless, flat tone to the point where it sounded like a "all." Whenever Department Su advanced and broke through the realm, or delved into exploring new magic, the witch would obediently stand guard not far from the meditation room. patiently waiting for Department Su's return. Hard work, Krisha, waiting here for me all this time. It's what I'm supposed to do. Mentor. The Su system stepped forward. Rendezvous with the witch. The two walked side by side in the direction of the main hall, chatting about bits and pieces of everyday life or magical know-how in the middle of the path. Krisha, nothing happened outside while I was meditating on my breakthrough, right? Please be assured that everything is fine. Really? That's good. How's your magic practice going these days? Any problems? Yes. About water elemental-derived ice magic. Krisha's tone was calm as a machine. Expound on your doubts to the Su department. For his part, the Su system patiently taught, telling the witch where she went wrong and where she needed to strengthen. And this was how the two got along with each other. A boring and ordinary daily life. Upon returning to the main hall, the witch took it upon herself to stop her inquiry and prepare a refreshing hot drink for the Su system. She busied herself alone, in a way she thought would be useful to the Su system. Her expression meticulous as she washed the porcelain cups and dried them carefully with a clean white cloth. Only at the end was a piping hot drink poured. The liquid is light green in color and has been spiked with cleansing herbs. The flavor is slightly astringent, but it possesses a fatigue-relieving effect for mages after a meditative breakthrough. Thanks, Krisha. Su system took the cup, and while thanking Krisha, he subconsciously met the black and gold color of the beautiful eyes. He froze. It wasn't because of how peculiar the witch's eyes were. He had seen it countless times over the years and wouldn't be surprised by it again. What froze Su's system was that he once again saw his clear figure in Chris's godless eyes. Only this time it was noticeably changed compared to the time he had evacuated from Ellenson. Changes in appearance. Changes in posture. Changes in habits. No, maybe it's not that obvious either. But indeed, through Krisha's eyes, Department Su realized that his time had begun to inevitably count down. This year, the Su system is 29 years old, right at the peak of his life. But soon, in a matter of years, this body will unconsciously change into an aging form that Su Xiang himself does not even recognize. So-called life is like that. Fleeting. Is there a problem, mentor? Seeing the Su system freeze, the girl assumed that there was something wrong with the hot drink and issued a query. No, it's fine. It's just something that suddenly came to mind. The Su system shook his head and took a light sip of the hot drink, feeling the bitter liquid roll over his tongue. There was no bitterness, no sweetness at all that returned. The magic drink of the clear spirit herb only had pure bitterness, and an astringency that made the tongue tingle. The Su system drank slowly, gazing out of the room. Unlike the courtyard where I used to live, which was affected by the city's architecture and could hardly see much of the scenery, this time in Abogo City, you can see the blue sea right from your home. It was the height of the scorching summer. The sun was poisonous, the light stinging, the sun scorching the air into a twisted blur. Rumble, rumble. The central steam unit in the city of Abogu is up and running. The lofty steam, like a tower to the sky, rises straight up into the heavens, and is swept and dispersed by the sea breeze in a hot, humid, suffocating mist of water. Countless people who were playing on the beach fled as a result. Wouldn't want to put up with the heat haze. Time was short, and if someone ran slow, they would be deep in the heat haze, which was not fatal, but their body would become hot and sweaty and quite uncomfortable. Time is running out. In the bewildered eyes of the witch, the Su system said this, his voice ghostly. I don't know if I mean the people out there, or are you referring to something else? The witch didn't understand as she cocked her head, taking the empty cup she had finished drinking from Su system's hands and refilling it with a new cup of the clear spirit herb magic drink. So bitter. The Su system finally couldn't help but comment. You've successfully broken through to Grand Magician. Your strength has become even stronger and your mental power has increased to an unprecedented level. You're a little puffed up. Your bloat is gone. Feeling the blockade and suppression of the gods. The plan of ascending to the gods that you held in your heart was bankrupt before you could really implement it. But you did not feel sadness in your heart. In your opinion, it's perfect enough to have the achievement of a holy magic guide in the future. After leaving the meditation room, you meet Krisha waiting at the door. You see yourself again in Krisha's eyes, and you suddenly realize how much your appearance has changed from when you were in Ellenson City. You hear the echo of life. You're in a trance. You're disoriented. You're laughing and taking it in stride. You're ready to accelerate your plans to raise magical girls because you're not sure exactly what year your mortal lifespan limit will fall in. Chapter 62 The Rainbow Cannot Be Touched. Mentor, what exactly is time? Well, it's a joke. By and large. Joke? Yeah, more when it's too much, less when it's too little. Makes people erratic. Don't you think it's like a joke? Your training of the witch has officially begun. You have high hopes for the witch, and want the witch to learn all of your magic, for no other reason than that the witch will have more ability to defend herself. Elemental, spiritual, magical, under your careful tutelage. Krisha has traveled farther and deeper in her magical journey. Her talent has grown stronger over time, and she learns at a rate that amazes and delights you. 16th year of simulation. You're 30. Krisha's 22. The 22-year-old which still maintains the look of a 17-year-old. Still young, still fair, still full of beauty. Now, when you go out together, people tend to think of you as brother and sister. 30-year-old look makes the Su system laugh at itself. Eyes becoming calm and steady, face becoming mature. This body felt strange even to Su system himself after the years of wear and tear. After all, the real-world Su system was only in its 20s. I didn't realize that I could see what my future would look like in advance through the simulation world. Kind of looking forward to what I'll look like when I'm older. As Su Xian muttered this to himself, his gaze looked towards Krisha, who was practicing hard on her magic in the courtyard, who had been working hard ever since the cultivation program had begun. Both talented and willing to work hard. The result of this was that the witch's strength climbed rapidly. Bang! Under the watchful eye of the Su system, a loud blasting sound rang out in the compound. It was loud, powerful, and more importantly, level 7 magic. Yes, Krisha had been promoted again this year, breaking through from elite mage to grand magician. Her promotion speed, far exceeding that of before. There is no doubt that it is the forces of disorder and order that are helping Krisha. Krisha's strength has broken through again. This gives you peace of mind. You've been worried that when you're not in this world, you won't be able to protect yourself with Krisha's strength, but judging from the performance so far, it seems that your worries are a bit redundant. You rejoice in the growth of the witch, but at the same time, you are a little despondent. Vaguely, you understand why the eyes of Master Li Wanshou looked at you with complexity when you were in the world of immortal cultivation. It was exactly the same as when you looked at the Demoness, containing a variety of emotions such as anticipation, reluctance, sighs, memories, etc. 17th year of the simulation. You're 31. Krisha is 23. Thanks to your teaching, and her own horrible talent for metamorphosis, Krisha has managed to learn a new attribute, and the number continues to rise. You decided to take the witch out of Abogwa city. You choose to leave by sea and cross the vast ocean with the witch to the other side of the sea. There are two aspects to the program of training Krisha. One is strength, one is emotional. Strength-wise, Krisha worked hard and practiced over and over again each time, and new magic was quickly mastered in her hands. As long as she continued to ascend step by step, Krisha would sooner or later become a true powerhouse. So, the Su system adjusted its focus, deciding to spend more time on patching up the magical girl's emotional deficiencies. How to fill in the blanks, how it's going to be done. It's a lot to think about. Su department thought of many ways, and finally decided that he would take the demon girl to experience more beauty in the human world, slowly harboring that fragile heart. Woo! On the vast ocean, a long, melodious chorus echoed across the sky. Su system held his wand in his hand, and with a gentle staccato strike, there was majestic seawater transformed into an elemental giant whale, carrying him and the witch towards the unknown other shore of the sea. The infinite waters are flooded with blue waves, reflecting the azure of the sky. The waves were snow white, with successive ripples that impacted and combined to form a magnificent scroll, in which various transcendental fish shuttled back and forth, forming thick underwater black shadows. So beautiful. Krissa stared dumbfounded at such a scene. It was a beauty she had never seen before in her past life, as well as a vastness she had never known. The light and shadows are so beautiful, hanging across the sky in 7 colors, that it seems as if you can reach out and touch the rainbow bridge that exists in legend. The witch tried to reach out, but it failed. The beautiful rainbow looks like it is right in front of you, but it is so empty and hollow that it doesn't exist in this world. Rightfully so, no one can touch a rainbow. Seemingly associating it with something, Krisha nervously grabbed the corner of Su System's coat. There was a texture to it. It could be touched. It wasn't nothingness that didn't exist. Great. The witch was inexplicably relieved. What's wrong, Krisha? Not feeling well? The Su System asked. No, it's fine. The young girl shook her head gently, her long gray-silver hair swaying with it like a flowing silver waterfall. Her hand still gripped the corner of Su System's coat. The grip is tight, unwilling to let go. You used a level 8 spell, Water Beast Generation. You conjure up a gigantic water whale to carry you and Krisha far away, and you're ready to travel to the other side of the ocean, a land you've never been to before, and you're very interested in it. On the way, you pass through the Little Levantine Sea. This is an extremely lively sea, with ocean-going merchant ships floating everywhere, whose purpose is for the extraordinary materials in this sea. You still remember that your first gift to the witch, the aquamarine beads of the aquamarine necklace, came from the waters of the Little Lebensraum. Krisha, want the new aquamarine pearl? Thank you for your kind words, but I have one that's enough. The The magical girl with long silver gray hair said this. Her index finger and thumb came up to her chest and gently clasped the aquamarine necklace that she wore every day. Blue halos flowed and watery light fluctuated. The hazy, dreamy blue glow reflected once again into Krisha's empty eyes, giving them a brief moment of color. Krisha was indifferent to the necklace itself. No feelings for the so-called jewels either. However, she was particularly interested in the warmth and heart of the sun inside the necklace. Inside the pearl. It was unique, a one-of-a-kind with special significance. You and the witch continue on your journey. A huge water whale is traveling on the surface of the sea, and with your magical power, it's so fast that it's creating small waves. Your biao-biao behavior on the sea has scared many sea creatures, and you have accidentally caused an oceanic outburst, causing ecological disorders in this area. In the 18th year of the simulation, you're 32 and Krisha is 24. You have managed to reach the other side of the ocean. The land you have not seen for a long time makes you slightly dizzy, but at the same time, the sense of solidity makes you feel at ease. Steam dirigibles skimming the sky, roaring trains speeding past. Steam technology is also advanced here, and there are a number of churches of the gods, known for their excellent wand making and magic guide making techniques. That's why you're here. You and the witch settle in the area and begin to learn about wands and magic guides, mortal wisdom and continuous effect. 4 years later, at the age of 36, you have mastered the level of Master Wand Magician crafting, and you and the witch have left the city. Chapter 63, the witch gradually realizes something is wrong. Simulation of the 22nd year. Sue is 36 years old and Krisha is 28 years old. Compared to the previous Sue department of the whole person looks, there has been a very great change. That change is called old. Krisha is still young and still maintains her 17-year-old posture. Now, when the two go out together, no one mistakes them for brother and sister anymore. And the difference in their appearance is so great that people firmly believe that they are father and daughter. Krisha's eyes would grow even emptier when she heard similar comments. Fingers clasped unconsciously. Feeling a vague pain in my heart, but the specificity of that pain, the source of that heaviness, the witch wasn't able to describe it very well, and she could only hide behind the Sue system helplessly, deep in the shadows of the light as before, to seek that brief, that momentary peace of mind. It's okay, Krisha, let's keep walking. So comforted the scared witch by the Sue system, reaching out his palm as he did when he first met her, gently leading the witch forward. The road ahead in life is painful. It's also twisted and disturbing. Department Sue knew that it would be difficult for her to fearlessly make it to the end with Krisha alone. So, for the limited time he was still able to act, the Sue system would keep holding Krisha forward until the end of the end. 23rd year of simulation. You're 37. Krisha is 29. You are acutely aware that you are indeed not getting any younger. But your life has not suffered as a result. For mages, the older you get, the more powerful you are. And even though your body isn't as young as it used to be, the vastness of your mental power is enough to help you accomplish anything. In the same year, Krisha was promoted again. She advanced from Archmage to Archmagician, becoming a spellcaster in the same realm as you. But unlike you, the witch is not deeply blocked. You speculate that perhaps the power of equilibrium has helped the witch to counteract some of the hindrances. You exclaim in your mind, the power of equilibrium is as terrifying as it is. To celebrate the growth of the witch, as a mentor, you decided to give a gift of special significance, and you built an exclusive wand. The summer cicadas are chirping and the heat is surging. Under the sunlight, the leaves of the sea of trees shimmer with emerald luster, and when a gale blows, they turn into dark green waves with a constant rustling sound. At the roots of the thick, thriving tree, it was the Sue system and Krisha who were sitting here resting. Krisha, here's my new wand for you. Try it out. The Sue system's fingers wiped across the spatial ring and removed the brand new wand from it. The wand is elongated and yellowish brown in color. It is made from a branch of the tree of life. Comes with a recovery effect. It also increases the holder's meditation effects. In the indentation at the top is a round and crystal clear treasure bead, whose essence is the lifetime essence of an elemental goblin, which enhances the power of magic. Thank you. I enjoyed whatever you send. I like them all. Krisha took the wand, her eyes blinking, still empty and lifeless. Her fingers gently stroked the wand, feeling the grain of the wood on it and the rough feel of it. In that way, getting used to the new wand. Newly made wands don't have names. The Sue system allows the girl to choose her own name. Krisha cradled her wand in her arms, and with those blank eyes, she looked into the Sue system's face and finally gave this answer. Gray rekindling. It was Krisha's first wand, and the name of the first wand given to her by the Sue system. Krisha had accidentally lost it during the Ellenson crisis back in the day, and now she chose to give that name to the new wand. Is this a legacy? The Sue system smiled, reached out his palm, and rubbed the witch's hair. Pretty good, he said. In the 26th year of the simulation, your 40 and Krija is 32. Your body has become a bit sluggish, but your mind is still sharp. Your control of the elements is exceptional, and you're gradually perceiving the concept of the realm. You and Krija are still traveling the world. You lead the Eternal Witch to the island in the lake on the east side of the world, a terrifyingly perilous place known as the Dragon Isle, infested not only with a large number of sub-dragon species, but also with true pure-blooded dragons. You invited the witch to ride the dragon with you. Krija, don't worry, this dragon is very tame. Just do what I do. Tap gently, and they'll understand what we're saying, and listen better than any domesticated pet. The island in the lake where the dragon's whistles used to be heard. It's extraordinarily quiet today. Countless sub-dragon species crouched on the ground, shivering, and looked at the not-so-distant, terrifying master and disciple who were in the middle of a lesson with horrified eyes. Look, Krija. Only the head of the pure-blooded red dragon was visible, and Su's system smiled as he waved his wand. Level 9 ground magic, gravity field. Level 9 fire magic, flames of the vault of heaven. Level 9 thunder magic, thunder roar. Level 9 light magic, sacred thorn penetration. The small, long-handled wand, sheathed in 4 level 9 spells at once, tapped gently on the top of the red dragon's head as it whimpered in terror. Dragon scales crumbled and exploded. Dragon blood shot out, and the scene was a dragon's nightmare. But soon, under the powerful physique of the dragon race, the red dragon snapped out of its stupor and bowed its head to the Su system with a fawning gesture, fearing that it would be hit hard again. See, Krija, dragons are very tame. I understand. Mentor. The witch responded obediently, memorizing the secrets of dragon taming taught by the Su department. You taught the witch how to communicate with demons and dragon breeds with brutal personalities, and the witch realized your teachings and took them to heart. You and the witch are in a good mood after being dragon riders for a while. Afterward, you and the witch left the Dragon Isle, but your fame spread and became deeply rooted in the heads of the dragon bloods. 30 years into the simulation, you're 44 and Krija's 36. You look older, and while drinking water once, you looked at yourself reflected in the water, and a strand of gray hair appeared at your temples at some point. You froze for a moment and pulled out the strand of white hair, of which the witch knew nothing. You took the witch and traveled through a country without steam equipment. A country that still maintains a primitive atmosphere and uses human labor to farm, but it has a great landscape. The witch sees the vast expanse of golden wheat for the first time, and learns to observe the world meditatively in the harmony of the earth and the gentle wind. In the 35th year of the simulation, you're 49 and Krija is 41. The change of years and the flow of time have not affected the miracle beyond the gods in the slightest, and Krija still maintains the beautiful appearance of a 17-year-old. But her inner self has become much more mature and stable because of her long travels with you. You notice that at some point, both on the march and at rest, the witch has her eyes on you, as if worried about something. In the 38th year of the simulation, you're 52 and Krija is 44. You're ready to break through to the Holy Spirit. Chapter 64, now I'm nothing short of everything. Good morning, Krija. Good night, Krija. Good morning, Mentor. Good night, Mentor. Greetings every morning. Farewells every night at bedtime. Silently, time passed with a plaintive word. A day, a month, a year. Obviously time feels so slow when you're experiencing it, but when you look back and look at the past, it feels like decades were only a moment in time. In an instant, the witch grew up. In the blink of an eye, the Su system will be old. At the age of 52, it is not really the end of life, but Su department has already felt the decline and withering that is buried deep within his body. The good thing is, there's something to be happy about. After so many years of waiting, I finally arrived at the limit once again and possessed the possibility to go further. The realm of the Holy Realm Magician was close at hand. To break through for promotion, the Su system stopped traveling around the world. Together with Krija, he stayed in the nearest city, constantly meditating to contain his spiritual energy, striving to make a breakthrough in the best possible condition. The city is called Laish. There is a strong religious atmosphere, and many of the citizens are believers in the gods. And churches of the gods are found everywhere, with the emblems of the gods inscribed everywhere, such as the great sun motif of the sun god, the hammer pattern of the god of blacksmiths, and the vine marble of the goddess of nature. The grandest of all wonders is a sublime stone statue dedicated to the god of light, which unites the efforts of artisans, carries the prayers of believers, and stands in a sacred position above the earth. Praise be to the god of light. Praise be to the Lord of endless light. Great Lord, the humble devotee hereby invokes your blessings. May the everlasting light accompany me in my dreams. Ah, the light is on. The holy light is shining on me. Voices reverent, attitudes humble. The mortals fell to their knees before the stone statue and offered hymns to the god of light with the most fervor they could imagine. The Su system first looked at the many believers who were praying. then he looked up into the sky. In his perspective, the city, called Laish, was constantly flooding with golden vapors of faith, streaking straight into the heavens and converging to where the gods were. But, compared to that devotional faith, the aura of the gods is extremely rare. It shows, Laish, who had a large number of devotees, did not receive the favor of the gods. Mentor, why are they doing this? Beside the Su system, the magical girl let out a puzzled query. Krisha, some people can't survive on their own. They need a purpose, a faith that makes the mind sufficiently secure. And only then can the godless flesh take a step forward. It's not about right or wrong. It's just a different way of life for different people. So says Department Su, his voice becoming slightly lower as he grows older, bearing the scars of age and thoughts about the human world. The witch thought she understood, because that's what she is too. It's just that, unlike those poor devotees who don't get a response, Krisha feels lucky to be valued by fate. Now she was standing next to Su, within the sun's range of illumination. To be able to experience that precious light and heat, it fills the body and mind with warmth. Come on, Krisha, we have a lot of preparations to make before we advance to the sanctuary. Yes, mentor. Krissa followed quickly, her light black dress swaying with the movement of her legs. In the light and fire, in the wind and air, the witch followed her god. You've decided to make a breakthrough in the city of La Roche. This city is in the middle of nowhere, an insignificant place in the eyes of the gods, and you think a breakthrough here would cause less commotion. The breakthrough of the Holy Spirit magician is a sublimation of the essence, the control of the world's power. Within a specific range, you will have unimaginable control of the elements, second only to the gods in the heavens. You are 1000% wary of the gods and believe that they should have more means than just suppressing the law. For this reason, before you were officially promoted to the rank of Holy Spirit magician, you laid down a lot of back doors. Well, let's see. Large cascading cloaking magic generator, with the shadow treasure pearl as the core and the water attribute siren skull. The construction of this spell formation that briefly obscures the scent is complete, together with the astringent forbidden spell conceived in advance and used immediately after the breakthrough. It should be able to stall a little longer. In addition to these ones that mask the elemental fluctuations, earlier in the other cities, I also left some backstops that can help me create some commotion and distract the gods. 3 days later, on the outskirts of the city of Lai Yanche, the Su system stood in the boundless wilderness, eyes closed in contemplation, recalling whether the various arrangements were missing. Krisha stood a short distance away, holding her gray rekindling wand, and stood watch for anything that might interrupt the promotion. Soon, as Su's system exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath, the promotion of the Sacred Realm magician has officially begun. The wind rises, the clouds surge, the earth moves, the fire whistles, the water excites, the light flourishes, the darkness obscures, and the thunder roars. There were so many elemental attributes under Su's system's control that it was only natural that the domain he had condensed was also of multiple composite attributes. Gather. The surging spiritual energy condensed into substance, following the waving of the wand, turning into a roaring wave that covered the sky, instantly drowning the many elements in heaven and earth, forcibly polymerizing, forcibly piecing together, with absolute violence. The attributes of different elements were blasted hard into one place. Again, another blast of spiritual waves. Su's system's eyes glowed, his body exploded with chi, his spiritual power overflowing and then affecting reality, and in the clicking and buzzing of the air, his spiritual power took strong control of more than a dozen elements, compressing, condensing, and finally exploding at an extremely tiny point, expanding out of the vast field in no time. The current me, I don't lack anything. More than 10 kinds of elemental power surrounded his body. Su's system gently raised his hand, and the changes in the heaven and earth caused by the domain instantly calmed down. Just a thought. The spiritual power as vast as an ocean then restored the cranky elementals to their original state. This is the greatness of a sacred domain magus, second only to the gods, Su said as the system sighed with emotion at the power of the new power. But instead of experimenting too much, he quickly led Krisha away from Laish. At the same time, the many arrangements that were originally prepared were all unfolded in a short moment. Confusion, noisy, panic, harassment has arisen in all parts of the magical world, with countless believers pleading for divine blessings, and many faiths experiencing interruptions as a result. Greatness from heaven came down. Not one, not two, but all the gods arrived together. Invisible wills collided in the high heavens, skimming quickly around the city of Laish, but hovering for a long time, they failed to capture anything. Surface. The citizens of Laish knelt in devotion, thinking that their day and night prayers had drawn the mercy of the gods. They shouted the gods, pray for divine blessings. However, what responded to them was endless thunder, with a horrifying sound that wanted to destroy the world. It was an anger that originated from the gods. Find him, he must be found. This world will never allow any new god to divide our authority. Chapter 65, The Beginning and the End. Your plan worked. Arrangement to hide your breath so the gods can't pinpoint your location in the first place. Chaos around the world, distracting the gods as a result. After the gods determined that the power of the realm was in the city of Laash, you had already taken the witch far away and disappeared completely from the search of the gods. You were cautious. You were alert. You hid with the witch for a long time, and you didn't come out of hiding until a month later. You look up to the sky and realize that the gods have blocked the laws even more tightly. And even if you have elemental perception, it's still hard to see the true meaning of the elements. You're sorry that this means that the already scarce possibility of becoming a god is even more infinitely convergent to zero thereafter. The only thing that comforts you is that the witch's power of equilibrium is significantly higher than that of the gods, and her cultivation hasn't suffered too much. The witch is progressing at a speed you can't comprehend. Leaving the cache and entering the nearest city, you find that all the divine churches are on the move. It seems to be from the gods that they are searching for the existence of all elemental mages. You realize that your trip with Krisha is coming to an end. If you walk the world as you have done, you will one day attract the attention of the faithful mages and the gods. In the 39th year of the simulation, you're 53 and Krisha is 45. You take Krisha's hand and return to Elanson City on the north side of the world, where after decades of reconstruction, what was once a ruin is once again being built into a thriving city. Even though the city doesn't look the same, even though the people you know are no longer the same, but you still have a soft spot for this place. You have decided to live in seclusion as a means of hiding from the mad dogs of the gods and spend the rest of your life here. Decades of walking around, decades of bouncing around. After advancing to Saint Domain Magician, it was finally completely set in stone. Elanson City, the place where it all began, was chosen by the Sioux system as the final place to wrap things up. He took Krisha with him, faked his identity as an ordinary person, and settled in a house near the center of the city, with a courtyard all to himself. As before, the witch's eternal countenance no longer needs to worry about being seen through. The power of the domain was very powerful, and the current Sioux system could use the domain's life attribute and death attribute to mold Krisha's appearance and send for normal aging. This kind of trick couldn't fool the gods, but it was still more than enough to shield an ordinary mage's mental perception. Krisha, we're going to live here from now on. Yes, mentor. It might get a little boring. No problem? No, mentor. Let's go in. Then. Okay, mentor. Krisha's face was immaculate as she stepped into the new home, closely followed by the Sioux system. The witch was still young, and Elanson was still Elanson, but the courtyard rebuilt in ruins was no longer the same as the original, and the sun's decline was inevitable. The warmth of the sun was fading, making it difficult to even maintain its own temperature. In the 41st year of the simulation, you're 55 and Krisha is 47. 2 years have passed since you settled in Elanson City, and during that time, the Church of God is still frantically searching for elemental mages. You're calm and unperturbed. What does searching for an elemental mage have to do with you? A sanctuary magician? Does it matter? Obviously, it doesn't. This year, under your careful teaching, Krisha also controlled the true meaning of the realm, and the power of equilibrium came into play once again, and the witch broke through the blockade of the gods and was promoted to a holy magic mentor, without causing any fluctuations. You exclaim again, my disciple Krisha is a god. In the 46th year of the simulation, you're 60 years old and Krisha is 52. Your old face is more pronounced, but you have a good, overpowering spirituality that often makes people forget that you are aging. You continue to use mortal wisdom every year, and so acquiring a great deal of new knowledge. You have taught yourself to create the Book of Forbidden Spells. Your Earth attribute Forbidden Spell is upgraded. Your Wind Banning Spell has been upgraded. Your Lightning Ban Spell has been upgraded. You passed the Book of Forbidden Spells to Krisha, who took it seriously and, under your tutelage, began to learn powerful forbidden spells she had never been exposed to before. In the 48th year of the simulation, you're 62 and Krisha is 54. Your training program for magical girls seems to have failed. Decades of mending have not yet restored the emotions of the witch, and you have not yet seen the witch's laughter, nor the witch's tears. You're alone and silent for a long time, and you finally give up on emotional replenishment. The witch has a life of her own, and perhaps it's a good thing for her not to have emotions. The long life of seclusion made you feel so bored that you tried to sense the laws and take the road to becoming a god. But unfortunately, you failed. Too tight a blockade prevents you from glimpsing the workings of the world's nature, which means that you can't gain more knowledge, and the truths needed to become a god, and you can't see your way forward. Ultimately, it still doesn't work. Elanson City. In the den of the new courtyard, the 62-year-old Sioux system lying on his back, between the eyes closed, can already see deep folds, as well as a strong tiredness. The wear and tear that stems from time becomes more of a factor. The current Sue's system. Even without going through Krisha's eyes, she could clearly feel the decay and powerlessness inside her body, spreading little by little throughout her body. That was why System Sue had tried to impact the demigods. It was just a pity that the road ahead had been cut off and he had no viable way to ascend to God. On the contrary, Krisha's side, thanks to the marvelous balance of disorder and order, was still gaining strength to this day, as if the elements of the world were actively getting close to her. Never mind. After all, this outcome was expected. Instead of complaining about the relentlessness of the gods' methods, we should teach Krisha more in these last hours. The Sue system covered its mouth and coughed a few times. The voice was muffled. He was still in good health, but due to the limitations of mortal wisdom, all of his organs had begun to age to varying degrees. Exactly how long he could live, Sue's system himself couldn't say. In the 49th year of the simulation, you're 63 and Krisha is 55. You've discovered the witch's abnormality. Originally, the witch would only maintain her aging disguise when she went out, but for some reason, lately, even at home, she refuses to take off this disguise. You met Krisha's eyes and understood something in silence. You smile helplessly, reach out your palm, rough from aging, and stroke the top of the witch's head like you used to, claiming that you like 17-year-old witches because they're pretty that way. The witch's body trembles slightly, and her lifeless eyes reflect your aging posture. And eventually, she changes back to her original form that you like. Chapter 66, your body begins to sleep. Layers of false appearances fade away, like falling petals, like a broken mirror image. In the pale shimmering haze, Krisha's face revealed its true form. It was the face of a 17-year-old girl, not worn out by time, not haggard by the past, the delicate features still maintaining the indifference that the Sue system is familiar with. Beautiful, isn't it? Department Sue spoke out gently, his gaze full of compassion. He stood in stark contrast to the eternal witch, one as old as she could be, the other still in her prime. Invisible, the line called life and death crept in, splitting the two with a tiny gap. The atmosphere of the scene was somewhat silent, mixed with a sadness if anything. Sue Department could only rub the top of Chris's head, in this way, soothing the magical girl's constantly shivering body. Outside the house, a rustling sound rang out, the movement of falling leaves in the fall. Fall is here. It means that a bitter cold winter is not far away. 50 years into the simulation, you're 64, Krisha's 56. You begin to try to maintain your health and revitalize yourself with a shot of life magic every day. But unfortunately, your body can't retain its vitality and continues to age and deteriorate. Outside, the Church of God is still frantically searching for you. You're well hidden and undetected. In the 51st year of the simulation, you're 65 and Krisha is 57. You have some old people's hobbies, such as sitting in the sun on your porch, gazing at the outside world all day long, or planting some beautiful flowers. Krisha still serves you daily as before, making a bitter cup of the magic drink of purifying herbs when you need it. In the 52nd year of the simulation, you're 66 and Krisha is 58. You are still in good health, and although your physical functions are not as good as when you were younger, you are not suffering from illnesses. You're happy to think you might live longer. In the 53rd year of the simulation, you're 67 and Krisha is 59. The witch's cooking skills have been improved, and she often goes to the market alone to buy ingredients in order to improve the food, and now she will never recognize poisonous ingredients by mistake. In the 54th year of the simulation, you're 68 and Krisha is 60. You, unable to progress in magic, are immersed in growing flowers and plants, and you planted a patch of dragon's blood grass in your flower garden, with the dragon's blood material sponsored by an unknown red dragon, which stands beside you, wiping the blood from the gray rekindling with skill. Simulation of the 55th year. Simulation of the 56th year. Simulation of the 57th year. Years go by, as if pressing the fast-forward button of the movie, with a crazy speed to leap into the mind, and when I look back, there are only many fuzzy memories left. The Sue system's body is aging year by year. It's like sunset twilight. Although there is still light, although there is still warmth, but behind that remnant of the sun, you can already see the endless gray dead silence. In the 61st year of the simulation, Sue's system was 75 years old, and by this time, Sue's system already possessed a full head of gray hair. He sat in the doorway of the courtyard, half reclining in a lounging position. Spotted white hair, slightly luster in the sunlight, wrinkled face, is a pair of deep and calm eyes, all the spiritual power contained within them, hidden. It's suffocating, Sue said. Long ago, he knew that an aging body would be much more inconvenient than when he was young, but when the day actually comes, Sue Department realizes that the feeling of aging is far more frightening than he thought. Many things that could once be done easily, Only some years have passed. It would no longer be doable. It's also just that I'm mentally strong enough to find another way to assist in every aspect of my life with my mental powers and magic. Otherwise, this retirement life is really untenable. The wind element surged, propelling Su's system to his feet. The ground elemental sank, and all the dust on his robes bounced off. Next, Su's system's body hovered in the air, his robes bulging as he slowly flew into the houses within the courtyard amidst the gentle rapping of the wind element. Mentor, welcome back. Krisia, with long gray-silver hair, had long been waiting here for a long time, and she opened the door to the room for the Su system, and together they entered the house. On the table was a lunch that the witch had prepared in advance. The heat and aroma are tantalizing. Krisia, your cooking has improved even more. Su Department gave this comment with a smile after tasting it. Yes, thank you for your comment. I'll keep trying. The witch's voice was flat as water, but the Su system knew that this didn't mean that the witch was perfunctory. It was just that the lack of emotion prevented her from being able to reasonably express her joys and sorrows. After the meal, using wind and water magic, Krisia began clearing the dishes for after-dinner cleanup. Instead, Department Su took a step towards the living room, his pace slow, and walked over to a wooden recliner, and lay down quietly with his eyes closed against the daylight and towards the flowers and plants. He's really getting old. Physical sluggishness creates mental exhaustion. Now he was getting more sleepy by the day, especially in the late afternoon hours, and felt sleepy on a regular basis. Well, then, let's get some more sleep today. Lying on the slightly cool brown wooden rocking chair, exhaustion originating from his body quickly drowned out his consciousness, and the Su system felt that the surroundings were getting darker and quieter. Whole body and mind, whole soul, the whole self, all falling downwards at a very fast speed. Mentor. In a trance, Su system seemed to hear Krisia's voice again, and he thought that it would be an illusion. So tired. Would love to get some more sleep. Consciousness drifted in the murk. The soul was lost in the void, sleeping deeper and farther, and a long time passed in repeated shifts before it returned to the body. This is, for me. The Su system opened its eyes in bewilderment. He found himself back in his bedroom bed when he should have been lying in the living room. Did Krisia do this? Su system guessed so, subconsciously trying to make a sound, but the burning astringency originating in his throat caused him to cough violently. Cough, 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 cough. Mentor, the water is here. It was Krisia who handed over the glass of water at the crucial moment. Su's system drank it all in one gulp, the cool stream moisturizing his lips, then flowing painfully down his throat to hydrate his parched body. Thanks, Krisia. The Su system put the empty water cup down and subconsciously looked in the direction of the witch, but it was this glimpse. The Su system froze. The witch in front of her. Not only had she changed her clothes, her face was even more haggard, as if she had experienced something extremely sad. You're finally awake. Mentor, you lay down for a nap, as usual. This sleep is extremely peaceful and comfortable for you. It's as if all the fatigue and aging has completely left you. Upon waking up, you learn from Krisia that you slept for 3 whole days. You are surprised. You are dismayed, and you begin to research the reasons behind it. Mortal wisdom continues to be launched. You understand the truth that, as you grow older, your decaying mortal body can no longer carry your transcendent spirit, and therefore, the body spontaneously develops the act of slumber, allowing itself to rest. Chapter 67, I've been with you all along. Machinery that runs at high speeds can get hot from working too long. Exercising to the best of one's ability can be exhausting and painful for the living organism. It's normal, the rules that govern how the world works. And now, Su's system's situation was even worse than that. His body was aging more and more every year, and more he couldn't carry the spirit of a holy realm magician. A weak and strong situation. It makes the weak body to dilute and share the stress of the mental aspect only through slumber. This meant that in the time to come, the Su system would regularly fall into a deep sleep until the end of its life. It's irreversible. It can't be changed. Inside the study, Department Su looked at the results he had projected and fell into silence. He didn't expect that his already limited lifespan would change again because of this kind of thing, and it seemed that the upper limit of his lifespan hadn't changed, but minus the time he spent sleeping, it would really be very little. And, the Su system sighed. Who can guarantee that the next slumber won't be a true death? Looking back now, the previous so-called sense of comfort was clearly a precursor to the soul's return to the underworld. In that hazy state of soul and body, the Su system could turn from slumber to death with a single slip of the tongue. Trouble. Department Su picked up the projection paper, his eyes scanning the calculations on it, and eventually, in the silence, his fingers surged with flames to burn the paper to ash. About death. On longevity. The Su system had long been prepared to face it. The only thing he couldn't rest assured about was the magical girl who didn't understand joy and sorrow, or emotions. In this magical world, the only person Krisha could rely on and trust was Susu, and if Susu died suddenly, what would happen was completely unthinkable. The matter cannot be kept from the boy. Informing Krisha in advance might be hard for her to accept, but at least there's a buffer. If it has been kept from her, then, when the day comes that I actually die, Krisha will only be more desperate. Twist the knob to turn off the lights. The Su system left the study. You told the truth of the matter to the witch, but to your surprise, the witch did not show a difficult to accept the look. She is stronger than you think. You are relieved that you don't seem to have to worry too much about the future of the witch, and you habitually think for the witch, forgetting that the witch has traveled the world with you and accumulated a great deal of experience in life, as well as a sufficiently mature mindset to deal with matters. Mentor, what is it? Krisha, please leave it to me. The whole thing. All of them? Yes, said a calm voice that contained no color as Krisha folded her arms across her chest and sat across from the Su system. With your permission, I would like to take over all things in the courtyard, including the handling of care during your slumber. In a calm, undulating voice, unexpectedly bring a hint of determination. I will take care of you, and everything you have, the everlasting which made this promise. Then I'll work hard for you. Krisha, the Su system smiled and gave her trust without reservation. In the 62nd year of the simulation, you're 76 and Krisha is 68. With your acquiescence, Krisha has taken over everything in the courtyard, including your flowers, your books, your materials, your magic. Even you, as a human being, are in Krisha's care. You sometimes wonder if this is an alternative inheritance, and you veto the idea because you're still alive. In the 63rd year of the simulation, you're 77 and Krisha is 69. The frequency of your slumber has increased, and the duration of your slumber has grown. And in your latest slumber you slept for half a month. When you wake up and hear the passage of time from the mouth of the witch, you have an extremely strong trance. In the 67th year of the simulation, you're 81 and Krisha is 73. The half moon of slumber you once marveled at has now become your minimum slumber time, and you often wake up with a start to find that the seasons have turned. The witch is taking good care of the dragon's blood herb. You enter the courtyard to check it out and notice that the dragon's blood grass is growing extremely well, and you find undried dragon's blood from the blades of grass. You criticized and educated the witch and taught her what sustainability is, and the witch listened and decided to switch dragons for blood next time. In the 71st year of the simulation, you were 85 years old and Krisha was 77. You set a new record for slumber. This time, you slept for half a year, and when you woke up, you were greeted by a witch who was never late. Welcome back, mentor. The quiet room echoed with the aftermath of solitude. Su system's consciousness gradually cleared, and before he could fully open his eyes, Krisha's greeting came to his ears. Well, it's been a long time, Krisha, the Su system said with some hesitation. In his perception, he had simply slept, and the so-called yesterday was clear as day, but in fact half a year had passed. This bizarre dislocation of time caused Su system to feel a little chesty. Until you drink a glass of ice water, the body just felt much better, getting less and less strong. Su Xiang's eyes lowered as he looked at his hands, repeatedly looking at the creases on them and the dull, yellowed skin. Honestly, if it weren't for the fact that during waking hours, one could utilize mortal wisdom and continue to learn something new. As well, the heart was always relieved to see Krisha, wanting to teach her more and watch her grow strong enough. Repeatedly tortured slumber scenes like this one. It's actually long overdue to end the simulation. Shaking his head slightly to shake away the clutter of thoughts in his head, the Su system's gaze went to Krisha. He wanted to ask something about how Krisha was doing, in case something bad had happened during his absence that he didn't know about. Krisha, what have you been doing while I was gone? Keep you company. I mean, what have you been doing lately? I'm keeping you company. The witch's reply froze the Su system for a moment. Her voice was always so flat, unadulterated by any lies. Only the truth. I have been in the room with you since you fell asleep, only going out when necessary to take care of the courtyard for you. I was with you the day before yesterday. I was with you yesterday, and I am with you today until you wake up. Describe your behavior in awkward terms. There's no pomp and circumstance to pile on. Pristine, but extraordinarily heavy. For countless lonely days and nights, the eternal witch had sat in silence in the Su system room, expressionless, gazing at that familiar and aged face, waiting for that long-lost reunion, that long-lost warmth. 68. Final year. Why was it that every time the Su system woke up, it was always the first thing to hear Krisha's greetings? Why is it that every time he opens his eyes, he always sees Krisha's face first? The answer is simple. It's so simple that it's dismaying. With every slumber, with every sleep, Krisha would sit quietly on the edge of the bed after witnessing Su lie down, accompanying the passage of time with a small wooden chair. Meditate and sit until the sun and moon rise and fall in the sky. Wait until the seasons of the world change. Krisha accompanied in silence, waited in the solitude that was left to her alone, and sat motionless, with eyes only for the growing older figure. Pain? Boring? Krisha didn't feel it, for as the figure fell into silence, the world the witch could see was nothing but gray. She could not feel any life, nor could she see any color. She actively blocked out everything. It wasn't until the Sioux system awoke that the witch's dead world revolved and once again possessed its normal colors. I have been, always, waiting for you. The sun shone down the window into the bedroom. Due to the angle of inclination, it creates a beautiful layout that is half light and half dark. Already 85 years old, the Sioux system is showing its age. He is lying on the bed, just on the bright side. Every wrinkle, every trace of gray hair, are clearly illuminated. And not far from the Sioux system was the bedside. Krissa sat in the shadows, poised and quiet, her empty eyes reflecting the gesture of light. The calm, delicate face was clearly that expressionless, but when the light gray-silver hair swayed slightly in the wind, it seemed to be bursting with countless emotions. Waiting for you. Been waiting for you. So says Krisa Christina. She is a witch without a heart, without her own joy, without her own sorrow, and is an object that follows her master's orders all her life. So, the witch stayed by the side of the Sioux system, waiting for the Sioux system to awaken, waiting for another order from the Sioux system. That was all she had left to live for. Facing such a Krisha, facing such a witch who had waited for countless days and nights. One time, the Sioux system also didn't know whether to criticize and educate the witch so that she would stop this meaningless behavior, or to praise and appreciate the witch for that unchanging persistence. In the end, the Sioux system was neither criticized nor praised, because it doesn't matter. He gently took the witch's hand, grasping the slender 5 fingers so that they were revealed to the reach of the sun. Walk me out. Krisha, I feel like I'm losing feeling in my body after being in bed for so long. Krisha is very well behaved and obedient. Together with the Sioux system, who had gotten out of bed, she walked out of the bedroom door, across the silent, deserted porch, and finally into the sunny, green courtyard filled with flowers and trees. Sioux system walks very slowly. The feeling of weakness came from within, spreading a little to the legs. The sensation was subtle. The sluggishness of the body could be clearly felt with every step, as if it were a show that could come to an end at any moment. It's beautiful. Steeply, the Sioux system stopped in its tracks. In front of him was a flourishing courtyard of flowers and plants tended by the witch, with intertwined branches and leaves, fragrant flowers, and clusters of red-colored dragon's blood grass ambling against the wind, like small undulating waves. Krisha, you've managed it well. I'm very pleased. Thank you for the affirmation. Su Xiang looked to his side. The witch with long gray and silver hair stood quietly. She was so indifferent, with an indescribable emptiness, as if she was cut off from everything in this world. This was exactly the same as when the Sioux system first met her, but the poor girl who was skinny and bony back then, long ago, he grew into a reliable adult, looking out over the courtyard, over the flowers, over the warm sunshine, over the grown-up witch. Sioux system slowly closed his heavy eyelids, feeling the sunlight fall on his body, warming his loose, drooping skin and bringing some warmth and reassurance to himself. He, already, had nothing to worry about. Plop. You're walking with a witch in the courtyard. Everything in the courtyard, including the dragon's blood plant, which is your main concern. Everything is well taken care of by Krisha. Even if you manage it yourself, you can't do better than this. You are in a trance and once again think back to when the witch was small, and you compare them and realize that the grown-up witch is so brilliant that she no longer needs your prodding and coaching, your duties as a mentor. Perhaps it's time to end. You relieved. You sighed. You laughed softly. Since a long time ago, you have been worried about the future of the witch, and now, you can be sure that even without you, the witch can still live well. The worries that have been keeping you awake disappear. Your consciousness suddenly falls silent and your aged body falls forward, nearly falling to the ground, and it is the witch who steps in to help you in time. Less than an hour after awakening, you are once again in a deep sleep. Mentor, mentor. The sound of grief echoed through the darkness. The Sioux system was tired, so tired that even when they heard voices, they couldn't give a response, like a boat in the middle of an angry wave. His consciousness, his soul, his mind, were swallowed by the endless darkness and assimilated into eternal peace. Only a little bit of self remains, still tenacious. In the 72nd year of the simulation, you're 86 and Krisha is 78. You've been sleeping for a year since the day you fell into a coma in the courtyard, but you haven't woken up yet. Krisha doesn't say a word, just sits on the edge of the bed and waits, waiting for you to return. She witnessed another turn of the seasons in the house. In the 73rd year of the simulation, you're 87 and Krisha is 79. You're still asleep. Krisha still maintains her timeless 17-year-old look. In this year, Krisha's strength arrived at the upper limit of the holy domain magician. She tried to break through to the demigods and rely on God's power to save you, but she failed. The previous unfavorable equilibrium didn't allow the witch to break through the realm, and the witch was stuck at the holy realm magician. In the 74th year of the simulation, you're 88 years old and Krisha is 80. Some of the furniture has deteriorated and become less serviceable. The witch has paid no attention to it. She is still on guard in your room. In the 75th year of the simulation, you're 89 and Krisha is 81. The witch is still waiting. The witch is still waiting. Witch continues waiting. In the 79th year of the simulation, you're 93 and Krisha is 85. Your spirit still sleeps, but your body has aged beyond recognition, and the years have left indelible marks, plucking out everything you once had. Your face is gradually changing into a shape the witch doesn't recognize, with dull, wrinkled skin, like a rough, ugly bark. Witch stops sitting still. She gently holds your palm, feels the texture of the withered branch, once, twice, calling out to you over and over, praying for your return. You open your cloudy eyes. Chapter 69, I will still wait for you. The Seuss system is dying. Not said in the sense of a joke or otherwise embellished, but in the true sense of the word, a death that would usher in the end of the simulation. There was no need for anyone to remind him of this, and the weakness and deadness that welled up within his body when he opened his eyes again let System Sue know about it. Actually, it's a miracle to wake up again. Earlier when he was sleeping, System Sue was truly sensing that the soul was continuously detaching from the physical body and drifting towards the return of nothingness, the eternal silence called death. My current status? Probably, it's what's known as a flashback. Pain, chest tightness, suffocation, dizziness, all sorts of unbearable symptoms struck the newly awakened Sue system, once again feeling drowsy and sleepy, his heavy eyelids constantly drooping and sagging. He knows, this slumber is different. It will not wake up again. It will not continue. It is a true step into death. Thus, with a hoarse voice, Sue system called out the name of the demoness. His voice was so weak that it was subtle and imperceptible, as if it were a gentle vibration of the air, and his drooping face made his lips open and close in a difficult gesture to make a sound. Krisha. Mentor. I am. Krisha, who was still 17 years old in appearance, let out a soft response to the Sue system. It seemed to be afraid, fearful that if the sound was that much louder, it would bring pain to the Sue system. Today is a good day. The weather was clear and sunny. Brilliant golden light shone in through the windows, brightening the room, driving away the unpleasant deadness, and, more crucially, waking up the mentor who had been sleeping for so many years at last. But, for some reason, unknown to me, the heart that should be happy is thus saddened. The heart beating inside his chest was even slower without realizing it. I'm sorry, Krisha, for making you see me in such a sorry state. With the help of the witch, Sue system sat up from the bed with great difficulty with his arms propped up on the bed surface, and gave the witch a forced smile. Please, please, please stop saying that. The sadness built up in his chest, looking at the pale face of the Sue system, meeting those cloudy and puffy eyes, listening to a voice that was barely audible, as if it was going to dissipate in the next second. Krisha felt her heartstrings churning more and more. You needn't care. The witch didn't care about Sue system's aging posture. To the witch, looks and skin didn't matter. What she really cared about was only Sue system as a person. Her son. She's light. Her salvation. But aging also meant something else, and that was a fact that the witch definitely didn't want to face, but was bound to happen. Mentor, I'll prepare your lunch. Krisha stood up abruptly and left in the direction of the room door. The witch had a premonition of what was coming. She didn't want to hear it, she didn't dare to see it, and she was even more afraid to face it, so she chose to run away. But the voice from the Sue system. But it was a shout to stop the witch. Cough up, cough up. No, Krisha, I don't think I'll get a chance to eat. In the room with a heavy atmosphere, the Sue system barely smiled, and with a posture that was clearly exhausted beyond measure, he uttered words that were pretended to be light-hearted. Krisha's body trembled even more. Are you sleepy? Rest assured that I will continue to wait, no matter how long it takes. Krisha, I'll be waiting for you forever and ever. Krisha. The Sue system called out the name of the demoness with a cry. His voice was extremely weak, if anything, as if it would dissipate when blown by the wind. Finally, the witch quieted down. She stood with her back to the Sue system, not moving in place, never making any more noise, only her body continued to tremble, as if she was enduring some unspeakable pain. Come here, Krisha, there's something I want to say to you. The bitter winter will eventually come and freeze one's heart out, even if one doesn't want to face that chill. It's a given that no matter how much one resists it, winter won't dissipate just because one wants it to. Yes, The witch returned to the Su system's bedside. Sit down. The witch remained obedient and sat down on the small wooden chair next to the bed under the watchful eye of the Su system. The chair wasn't too high, and when the witch sat on it, it was at just the right height where she could have her head touched by the Su system. And so, the Su system reached out a dry, aging palm and placed it lightly on Chris's head, caressing the long, gray silver hair one last time and feeling the soft, smooth feel of it. Krisha, I'm going away for a long time next. The witch's body trembled even more, but with the soothing of his hand, he slowly regained his composure. It's been such a pain in the ass. I'm supposed to be the one taking care of you, and it turns out that for the last few decades, you've been the one taking care of me in my coma. Now, finally, it's coming to an end. You can rest and relax too. No, I don't want to rest. Please, please, please let me as an object, continue to be used by you. No matter how long it takes, no matter how hard it is, as long as you don't leave, as long as you accompany me. I'll be gone for a long time, too long to tell, so take care of yourself while I'm gone. Krisha, in the study, I've put some information that should be useful to you. The spell formation in the meditation room, I've already modified it beforehand, so even if you break through to demigod, it can still be of some use. In the table cabinet in the bedroom are some of my collections over the years. You can take them or sell them. It's all at your disposal. Stop it now. The heavier and heavier pain gradually accumulated in the witch's heart, causing her to subconsciously cover her chest as a way to hide that heart with 1,000 holes. Although the Su system didn't say it outright, though the Su system deliberately skipped that word, but how could Krisha not understand? Her mentor, the only redeemer in her life, the sun that had accompanied and illuminated her for decades, was about to fall into eternal silence. Dead. A word that was very close to the Su system, but infinitely distant from the magical girl. Just by thinking about it, Krisha's sensitive and fragile heart was compulsorily peeled away one layer after another, revealing a truly helpless posture. I don't accept. The witch interrupted the Su system with a shaky voice. This was the first time she had rebutted the Su system. I don't accept what you are saying. Your items, to be used only by you. I will wait for you, always, always, always. For the first time, there was an extremely violent tremor in the eyes that were supposed to be empty and lifeless. Lock eyes with the Su system. Rejected the Su system. The dry palm that caressed the top of Chris's head paused slightly, as if surprised by the witch's refusal. Chapter 70 Witch's Tears. Witch's Laughter. Parting is that heavy, like boulders, like mountains, pressing down on one's heart. It was hard to catch one's breath. It is only when the departure comes that one realizes that all the rehearsals prepared in advance are as light as a feather. Less than 1 in 10. Krisha prepared herself to be heckled. As an object, she blatantly defied her master's decision. This is something that can never be forgiven. The moment the words were spoken, the magical girl's heart fell into self-condemning remorse. But even so, she still had to refuse the wishes of the Su system. It is as if by refusing these testaments, one could equally refuse to part with them. Keep the Su system from leaving again. Let the warmth of the sun stay on, please. The delicate face, caressed by a withered palm, spoke with a shudder. Say no more. I will not accept it. The rejection from the witch froze the Su system for a moment. The expression on his face changed continuously, first to one of surprise, then to one of doubt, and finally to one of gentle relief, with none of the chiding that the witch had expected. Ha ha ha, ah ha 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 ha, ha cough, cough. The Su system smiled. He seemed to be in a good mood, but his weakened body made him cough violently just as he laughed out loud, coughing hard and strong. An agonized look emerged on his aging face. Mentor. Krisha hastily cast life magic to help Su system recover his body. Every faint breath, every pained look turned into an invisible sharp blade that deeply penetrated the demoness heart, causing her entire body to tremble. What's it going to take? What's it going to take to save it? Krisha didn't know, and all she could do was desperately, over and over again, use the highest level of life magic to make Su system feel better. Soon, the Su system's coughing was calmed. I'm fine, Krisha, I'm just so happy. Su system's eyelids became heavier. He half opened his tired eyes, gently taking the witch's hand and shaking her head to signal her to stop releasing her magic. She met the empty, lifeless eyes. For the first time, this is the first time, you've expressed opposition to me. Krisha, it's wonderful that you have your own ideas. Objects have no self-will, much less the ability to express opposition. And when the witch learns to oppose, it means she has regained herself, which in the true sense of the word, became man. Su system's eyes were cloudy and blurry. He could not see the world in front of him for some time, and sleepiness came rushing in, wanting to take away the last of the clarity in his eyes. Krisha. On the couch, the dying old man announced in a warm voice. You're out. The world is ushered into silence at this moment. It was so silent, so quiet that the witch couldn't comprehend it. Quiet to the point of being inwardly terrified by it, and fearful of the cruelty to come. But compared to you, I'm still far. Krisha spoke in a trembling voice, her face still expressionless, but the suppressed sadness seemed to break through her shell and echoed in the air. There are many things I still need to ask you for. I can't do anything without you. Kris's voice grew hoarse, and the immense sadness felt like a blazing fire, searing her throat. She couldn't understand. She doesn't understand. She was an object that belonged exclusively to the Su lineage, a magical girl who was loathed by the world, a useless object that could be discarded at will, humble and ugly and lowly, a shadow that would lose the meaning of its existence if it left the light. Therefore, the witch could not accept that she had been recognized by the Su family and was out of school. This meant that she would leave the side of the Su system. She clumsily counts and repeatedly lists and amplifies her own flaws and shortcomings as proof that she is not yet at the level of a master. Instead of interrupting Krisha's words, Department Su simply looked at her tenderly and once again stretched out his skinny, withered palm, gently place it on top of Krisha's head, to give it a final warmth. Gradual. The witch herself paused, no longer recounting the falsehoods that had cajoled her. The room is quiet and the window is bright, and the witch's heart is torn. True despair is never a disaster that comes out of nowhere, but a tragedy that you know is coming but are powerless to stop it. This kind of powerless torture, this kind of sitting on the end of the despair, so that Krisha, that black and gold eyes, no longer before the mysterious and brilliant, only all the empty sadness. Please, don't leave me, or, allow me, to leave with you. Krisha whimpered and finally spoke the words deep in her heart, a voice that was not mixed with any sobs, but was as bleak and sad as it could be, like a candle flame about to grow out, like a bird with its wings cut off, helplessly pleading with the Su system. The witch was ready to die, along with the Su system. It didn't matter. Nothing mattered, the world or becoming a god. In the lonely inner heart of the witch, the weight was not even a fraction of the Su system. Masaru Shiso saves the witch and brings everything to the witch. The witch was also willing to give up everything to accompany Su system to die in silence. No reason is needed. No need to hesitate. The witch was willing. Responding to Krisha was the increasingly feeble palms of the touching head, and the light, wandering voice of the Su system. Krisha, you know, I wouldn't agree to such a thing. Bedlam. Su system's breathing gradually weakened. Each breath was like a final struggle. In pain. In suffocation. Feeling the body lose consciousness a little bit, he showed his last smile to the witch. The old and ugly face, under the sunlight, vaguely reflected a few shadows of his youth. Please live well, Krisha. That's my request. There is no need to grieve for my departure. It is not an eternal farewell, but only a long separation. One day we will meet again. The powerless, withered hand, no longer able to stroke the witch's hair, lost all its strength and rested on top of the witch's head. The spark of life is about to go out. The shadow of death looms large. The Su system uttered its final words to the witch, somewhat regrettably then. Until now, I have never made you truly smile once. Steep. The Su system was stunned for a moment, his pupils slightly dilated, the sudden shock even delaying the arrival of death for a few moments. Mentor. See, here it is. My laugh. Gray silk cascaded in the golden afternoon sun as Krissa sat still on the edge of the bed, trembling and holding out her hands. The remaining 4 fingers are all bent, leaving only the index finger sticking out alone. 2 index fingers. Hook the corners of the mouth on each side. Lift gently and pull out the amplitude to artificially create a smile. The smile was so stiff, and a steady stream of teardrops sprang up, slipping from the long-filled sockets and soaking the hands in silence. Instead of laughing, it was more like wailing. Nice smile. The Su system murmured softly. His breathing stopped quietly in the calm wind, and his eyes closed wearily. This time, he'll never wake up. You're dead. Simulation ends. Chapter 71. The power of love is not unlimited. You conducted a full simulation. Your life is like a shooting star that passes by, albeit briefly, but leaves a bright enough trail. You are a sanctuary magician who is proficient in multiple elements, and your attainments in the elements are unparalleled in their comprehensiveness. You are a true elemental master. You are well versed in the communication methods of the dragons and are one of the few dragons who are in awe. You are the most knowledgeable mortal in the world, with insights and skills in many fields. You succeeded in raising the witch and teaching her to be an independent person, and you died with no regrets in your heart as the witch watched. The simulation is over. Start counting the highlights. In simulation evaluation calculations, simulated incentives being generated at back, eyes open and closed. The scene in front of him changed silently, transforming from the architectural style of the magical world to the real world. and Su's system himself was sitting on the couch in the living room. There was a slight buzzing in his head, but it quickly returned to normal, and the vigor from his young body filled his body once again. No wonder there are so many emperors in history, always thinking about returning to old age. A taste of aging. It does feel bad. Slightly clenching his fist and feeling the power surging within his body, Department Su exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. When he was in the magical world, he could clearly feel that his bodily functions were getting worse by the day, and watched himself weaken to the point where he was tired of walking. That feeling, Su Department really didn't want to experience it a second time. And I wonder, after the simulation is over, how that Krija kid is doing, Su said as she leaned back, her body slumping into the couch, waiting for the simulator settlement to complete. The Su system was a little worried. After her own death, will the weak, pathetic and helpless witch be discovered by the gods in the sky and thus return to a life of helpless flight once again? Inside the quiet house, Su system's thoughts were a bit jumbled, eventually turning into a soft sigh. Quiet to the point of being unbelievable. In the courtyard, in the house, by the bedroom bed, all things are in absolute silence. No, there was still a sound. The sound of tears dripping down. A crystallization of despair condensing and crashing to the ground thick with sorrow. It hurts. Heartache. The witch sat on the edge of the bed in a stagnant and listless manner, her hands holding the pale palm that had long been cold, wanting to use her own body heat to warm it up and keep it warm. But, useless. Completely useless. The sun, once warm, is no longer warm. The light that once brought salvation will never come again. His voice, his likeness, everything about him, was henceforth eclipsed, and even the demoness fell into a bottomless abyss. Mentor, you lied to me. The power of love is not infinite at all. Krija whispered. Hot tears kept slipping down, wetting his cheeks and finally dripping onto the cold, pale hand. She's in love. Deeply in love. Eternal love for the Su system. However, the love that was so strong that it took over her entire body and mind did not give the witch the power to save everything, and she could only watching the Su system pass away silently in front of her. In the end, only the eternal monster was left, still sitting intact, hands trembling, constantly regretting their inability to do anything about it, unable to catch the fluttering and fading flower. It hurt. It really hurt. It hurt so much that my whole body and mind were making a mournful sound, hating my weakness and humility. Mentor, I will wait for you until we meet again. Krija couldn't bear the grief in her heart any longer. She sobbed hoarsely, her 10 fingers tightly covering her desperate face, as if she wanted to cry out loud, but her throat had long since become too astringent to do so. In the end, all that was left was a steady drip of crystalline tears, creates dots of watery light on the floor. Gradually, accompanied by the witch's hoarse lamentation, the slight blankness that originally remained in the middle of the black and gold eyes began to change and distort. There was a demonic red color emerging. That's the color of blood. That's the color of the heart. That is, the color of love. The witch's eyes completely metamorphosed and took on the 3 colors of illusion of black, red, and gold, and there was an invisible and mysterious power surging within her body, helping her to open her shackles, and without a sound or a word, she was promoted from a holy realm magical instructor to a demigod. The elements moved toward her, the world drew near to her, and all things bowed their heads in a gesture of goodwill. And in stark contrast to the witch, was the aging body of the Su system that was already dead. The light wind whistles. The body turned into tiny invisible fragments, little by little collapsed in front of the eyes of the witch, taking away the last thought, taking away the last dependence. The overly weak mortal body had long since decayed beyond recognition after years of oppression from Saint Domain-level spiritual power. Now, finally the demise of normalcy. Mentor, the witch watched, sitting quietly, as if cut off from the whole world. Her heart was near death, but she decides to wait, and in her capacity as an eternal monster, she waits and searches until she meets the Su system again. And before that, Mentor's will, Krija said to herself. She remembered that earlier in the day, Department Su had explained many things, and those were all arrangements for her. Maybe it would come in handy, maybe it wouldn't, but the witch didn't care about that. She just wanted to collect all those traces and keep them with her. The magic array in the meditation room, dragon's blood in the courtyard, collection of bedroom table cabinets, information in the study. The witch acted like a mannequin, with no extra thoughts, mechanically fulfilling one of the Su system's commands. Upon entering the study, the first thing she saw was a large stack of manuscripts laid out on the desk, and was drawn to it. Most of it is filled with magic created by the Su system, as well as some research on how to become a god. Krisha stowed it away and was about to leave when she suddenly became acutely aware of another tiny corner of paper protruding from its position located on the inside of the study wall, buried deep within the many books. The witch wondered what information it was that would require the Su system to put it so deep. She gently raised her palm, and invisible mental energy instantly drew out the bulge, which in turn pulled out several thin sheets of paper that hovered in front of the witch's eyes. The handwriting on it was familiar. It was her mentor. The Su department's handwriting, no doubt. Failed again. It's really hard to break through the god's blockade. Ugh. If only I had the ability to ignore blockades like Krisha. Tried again this year. Expected failure. My body is getting older, and even if I could break through the blockade, I wouldn't be able to ignite the divine fire smoothly. So I'd have to give up. God. What a distant word. I'm out of it. My body has become more sleepy lately. I don't have much time left. I have to pave the way for Krisha's future. This is the last thing I can do. Chapter 72. Can a god be afraid? There is much more than words on paper. It's a lot of writing, and it's very dense. It's all about Krisha, about the life arrangement of the witch, including but not limited to strength enhancement, future direction, food, clothing and shelter. Every outlined word, every broken sentence, was so crooked and twisted that one could tell from it that the writer was in extremely bad shape. Suppression originating from the gods, end sherps from longevity. It makes it incredibly difficult to even write normally for the person who cares most in the heart of the witch. But even so, he continued to worry about the future of the witch, pondering the pros and cons for her, and shining a light on the path ahead. Mentor. Fingertips trembling, stroking the surface of the paper, skimming over every word, feeling the warmth from the sun. Tick-tack, tick-tack. There was a crisp thumping sound, the echo of tears crashing down on paper. Krisha stood in the study where she was alone, looking at the familiar handwriting on the surface of the paper, her eyes instantly filling with tears, the teardrops sliding down silently without making any sad sound. Outside, the sun poured freely, bringing scorching heat and light to everything, making the sea of trees dappled, making the insects and birds chirp in unison. The world is serene in the middle of summer. The witch was silent in her agony. Her eyes no longer had any light in them, and the only slight fluctuations were the silent sobs refracted by the light falling on the surface of the crystalline teardrops. I'm clearly, not worthy of you. You are the one who gave my existence meaning. That's enough. No more. The images are silent, but the impact of the sadness goes straight to the heart. The witch had never cried more quietly, more sadly, more helplessly, and she still felt, to this day, that she was utterly inferior. She didn't have the courage and had to rely on the Su system to move forward. She had no power but to sit back and watch the Su system pass away. She had no emotions and could only give the Su system fake smiles. Her life, the life of the witch, was called the life of Krisha Christina. It's so pale. Nothing can be done. Nothing can be done. Looking at every word on the paper, which Su system knew had little life to live, but still considered for her, Krisha's body trembled even more. I wanted to sink into the darkness forever. I wanted to never move again. But no, the mentor didn't want her to be like this. He was expectant, inspired, wanting the witch to spread her wings and fly free into the sky. As such, Krisha got back on her feet, obedient and listening to the Su system, ready to live by its orders. But, what's the point of living? The witch didn't know. The witch was godless, until she saw the word God on the paper. Her eyes turned slightly, and she found the meaning of her existence. I'm going to do it for. I'm going to do something for my mentor, even if it's against the gods. In a silence that was so quiet that it was frightening, Krisha moved with trembling movements and slowly removed the aquamarine necklace from her neck, rubbing it delicately for a while before placing it in her space ring. Immediately afterward, the wand appeared in the center of her hand. Crunch! The gate to the courtyard was pushed open, the rusty bolts echoing slightly harshly, and Krisha stepped out with a dull gaze, her whole body very haggard. The sunlight enveloped the witch, but all the witch could feel was cold. She was in a trance-like state of mind, didn't even notice the stones under his feet. The witch fell, and after a few seconds of lying still on her back, she pressed her delicate fingertips to the ground, palmed herself, and stood up on her own. She knew that from now on, she would never be helped to stand up. So she had to learn to stand up on her own. It's the only way to keep your mentor from worrying. It's the only way to live well. The midday sun was blazing brightly, and on this journey, light and shadow were intertwined. Rays of sunlight passed through the gaps in the dense foliage and fell on the shoulders of the ever-walking witch, as if it were a kind of silent gaze that witnessed her walking further and further away. Since then, the witch will be transformed into an eternal monster and live alone in the world. She left the courtyard forever, leaving a place that is no longer home. No one knew exactly where the witch had gone until 4 or 5 years had passed before the mortals living in the surrounding area felt something was wrong and realized that the courtyard hadn't moved for a long time. Some people were curious to look over the wall, but all they saw was a lot of dust. Such an anomaly quickly drew the Wizard Association to check it out, but they failed to find anything, and all items related to the Su system were collected and taken away by Krisia. Only empty houses remain, their doors and windows rattling in the wind, making one wonder. Eventually, the incident was characterized as a simple disappearance. Somehow, for a long time afterward, the city of Alanson was often attacked by sub-dragon species, and occasionally even by pure-blooded gargoyles. The incident became an unsolved mystery in the city of Allentown. 30 years later, under the will of the gods, the many divine churches were still searching for traces of the Su lineage, wanting to find the Holy Realm magician who had the potential to achieve a new god. But it wasn't long before a frightening incident shocked the entire wizarding world. Overnight, the entire Church of God on the north side of the world was uprooted. No, it would be more appropriately called annihilation. At the same time and in different places, great powers descended from the vault of heaven and perished the faith of the gods in peace. The gods descended in wrath. Who is it? There is already a way to death for disrespecting God. Wait, this kind of power, could it be that you have ignited the divine fire? The gods that have descended to the earthly realm are not physically located in the heavenly realm, but even so, the gods still possess great power over the mundane world. But it's the gods that are so high and mighty. With the advantage of numbers, it still couldn't help the witch. In the end, the battle was drawn and the witch left peacefully. The incident triggered a crisis of faith among the gods, with countless people viewing the witch as the one true god. So much so that the gods went berserk in order to search for the witch. Another 20 years passed. Krisia reappeared. She stood in the sky, her wand striking the void with a staccato blow, and the vastness of her majestic magic swept through the elements, creating a wild roar that flooded the world. With one blow, the entire foundation of the gods' faith was swept away. Wherever located, the Church of God was destroyed with precision. People are scared and terrified, convinced that the witch must have an unholy grudge against the gods. Even the gods thought so. No, it's too dangerous to remain in the heavenly realm. That guy will fight his way up sooner or later. If you want to fight, you guys are the ones to fight. There are gods who are fearful, and there are gods who are so afraid that they want to run away from the heavenly realm. The magical world, though large, is not the only existence in the chaos, and with the power of the gods it is easy to find new worlds or hide in the elemental planes. No god wants to fall. Terrifying magic originating from the witch that even the gods fear. But at this moment, it was too late to escape. The earth, wind, water and fire roared and roared, unknowingly wrapping and blocking the entire heavenly realm. Chapter 73, Twilight of the Gods. Mentor, the injustices you have suffered, I will return them all for you. Wizarding world. Above the vast, endless ocean, layers and layers of waves, pushing forward and backward to form one giant wave, lapping and sweeping, wanting to overwhelm that thin and frail figure. But she just held her wand in her hand and everything fell into place. Even the power of the Sea of Rage is countered by its manipulation. The so-called gods are nothing more than that. Krisia raised her head slightly. Her eyes seemed to have a sea of stars rotating in them, bright and mysterious, taking in the scandalous behavior of the gods in the high heavens. She still maintains the look of a 17-year-old that time can't affect in the slightest. The long gray and silver hair was soft and silky like a waterfall. The delicate features were cold and indifferent. The world submits to her, and all things are subject to her. The sky becomes her eyes. The earth protects her body, and the ocean carries her feet, further setting off that miraculous bit of transcendence of the gods. So, let's get started, Krisia whispered. The calm tone of voice seemed as if it was just telling insignificant trivia, but with the wave of its wand, the endless sea behind it began to roar in anger, carrying the magical girl ever higher, leaping towards the infinitely distant vault of heaven. There was a bitterly cold wind blowing. Water condenses ice. Ice shapes. The waves under the witch's feet transformed into a four-legged ice dragon, flapping its wings that covered the sky, instantly spanning an infinite distance and soaring into the sky, wrapped in endless waves of seawater fury, strongly killing within the heavenly realm. Unbridled. That is my authority. The sea god was enraged. He was the most haughty character among the gods, and immediately charged towards the witch. Together, we have no way back. The gods of the heavenly realm, led by the god of light, were operating their own laws and striking out earth-shaking combined attacks. It was light enough to vaporize the world. It was dark enough to swallow the world. The authority of the gods materialized at this moment, coalescing into the material essence, transcending magic, transcending forbidden spells, and forming the great power of the gods. But these are all equally weak in front of the witch. Die. The witch said to God to die. So God fell. The lofty skies began to fall, the roaring seas began to capsize, and the thick earth began to crumble. The four elements of earth, wind, water, and fire were entangled and mixed into one in an unnameable form, and one strand of them burst the wall of the heavenly realm, exposing the gods to the horrors of the end of the world. Poseidon was the first to die. This is followed by the god of fire, the god of blacksmiths, and the goddess of harvest. Then came Mother Earth, the god of wind and snow, and the god of death. The gods were like rice in the fall harvest season, falling to their deaths in unison, strangled by the endless earth, wind, water, and fire. Even the gods who were already in charge of earth, wind, water, and fire were no exception, with Krishna at the controls. In the equilibrium of disorder and order, earth, wind, water and fire, as well as the other elements interspersed among them, had long since ceased to be mere attributes of the world. Rather, it goes further, symbolizing the origin of all things, and the end of the world, the always that both mortals and gods will inevitably arrive at. I defy you. The dragon's roar resounded through the sky. It is the god that all dragon species in the world believe in, the dragon god who ascended to the divine order from the golden holy dragon. With its strong physical body, it briefly resisted the erosion of earth, wind, water, and fire, and its fierce light revealed itself as it pounced towards the thinly built witch. Just get close to that monster. Victory can surely be achieved. The dragon god was thinking so feverishly, but no sooner had it rushed to the witch than the long-handled wand, just in time too, reached out in front of its forehead. On it were condensed the laws of the earth, the laws of thunder, the laws of light, the laws of darkness, the laws of death, and the laws of fire. Tap lightly. Bang! The dragon god fell, ignoring the heavily smashed corpse of the dragon god at her feet. Chris's gaze was indifferent as she turned towards the light god who was the most powerful and at the same time, the one who resisted the most fiercely. My mentor said that you should never take things lightly in the face of the enemy. Krisa is always mindful of that. Thus, her eyes glowed coldly, and the power originating from chaos and order was once again at work, drawing away the authority of all the dead gods in the field and converging on herself as much as she could. The face of the god of light became desperate at a speed visible to the naked eye. Very decisive. Directly abandoning all attacks and defenses, he transformed his entire divine power into pure light and did his best to try to escape the heavenly realm. Shoo! With a soft chirping sound, a grayish pillar of chaotic light swept across the entire heavenly realm. No! I haven't transcended. I haven't achieved Lord God yet. I can't die. I can't die. The god of light roared in anger. The once holy no longer existed. There was only wretchedness and fury. He used all his means but was still penetrated through his divine body. Together with the concepts of authority, locality, and self-existence, they were all torn apart and crumbled together. Thus the heavens fell and the gods perished. Even the god of light, who was the strongest and held the most faith in the world, perished at the hands of the witch. Mentor, the share of justice that you have been suppressed by the gods, I have taken it for you. The empty void of the sky. Krishna stood steadily and spoke softly to the departed sun. It was a little late, a little rushed, but it was the only thing Krishna could think of to do for the Sioux system. Steep, there is light flowing around. The vast and profound power of the world swept over the remains of the gods after their fall, crushing them, grinding them finely, and finally gathering them into a bright and radiant crown. Invisibly, a voice appeared in Krishna's ear. That's the instinct of the world. It was the intimacy of heaven and earth. The gods who once held power and governed the world disappeared. The world needed a new administrator. So the world chose the witch to wear the crown and become the true lord of the world. However, the witch refused. This kind of stuff, I don't need. So saying, she gently squeezed her fingers around the sacred crown before her, and with a little pressure, the overlapping forces of disorder and order shattered it completely. Why? Such doubts came from the world consciousness. It is instinctive in the magical world, mechanically recording everything and knowing the passing of the witch. It didn't understand why the witch, after avenging the Sioux system, didn't want to embrace power and strength like everyone else. The witch's answer was simple. She would wait for the Sioux system until they met again. In disbelief of the world's consciousness, Krisa, wand in hand, took a gentle step forward, and stepped beyond the world, across time and space. What appeared before her was the boundless and radiant sea of worlds. They intertwined with each other, sinking and floating in the chaos that had no concept of space and time, shimmering with a different kind of luster. The witch decides to set out on a quest to find the Sioux system and in the process, keep destroying the ugly gods. There seems to be a lot of gods in that direction. Krishna cocked her head dully, sailing through the chaos. The world-given crown, when shattered, did not dissipate completely, but still hung behind her, shimmering with miraculous luster. Chapter 74, You Are the One for Him. There are mortal realm divisions for mortals. There are divisions of the realm of the gods: tiny divine power, weak spiritual power, medium divine power, mighty god's power, great divine power. The mortals dream of igniting the divine fire, possessing the divine nature, and exalting the power to coalesce the realm were only the basic conditions for becoming a god. The path of the gods was long and difficult, and the god of light had operated in the magic world for countless years, but was only a medium divine power. Before dying, resentment at not being able to become a lord god of great divine power. And now, the gods of the boundless realm no longer had to worry about advancing in strength. Chaos brought word of the death of the gods, the twilight of the gods alone. A magical woman named Krisha Christina, who wanders through the chaos and brings death to the gods equally. How dare you provoke God's mighty light? I am the king of the ancient gods. Whoever kills me, whoever dares to kill me, the beginning of the ancient world is gone. You devil seed, you already have a way to take your death. The witch's behavior rightfully drew the wrath of the gods of the 10,000 realms. There were powerful gods and great divine forces out there, and for a time they chased the witch down into the chaos, unaware of her whereabouts. But after some time, the witch returned in a stronger form. The more you fight, the stronger you get, and it never ends. I don't know how many years have passed. Even in the chaos of the unremembered years, the Sea of Worlds had changed very visibly, becoming scattered and fragmented. The signs of the witch's battles with the gods. The end result was a victory for the witch. She absorbed the authority of the chaos gods, gathering the entire concept of order and disorder, and only a very few good gods were spared by the witch, a salute that has been passed down through the heavens ever since. The time of the gods is past, and the one supreme is born. Immortality and uniqueness, omniscience and omnipotence, creation and finality. The eternal witch, who regards the crowns of 1,000 worlds as nothing, stands above the corpses of the gods, waiting for the next reincarnation of endless years. Mentor, I'll be waiting for you, all the time. Krissa murmured softly, waiting in the chaos that was hers alone. The power of time and space is revealed at your fingertips. With a single stroke, a great deal of the past materialized, all of which were bits and pieces of the magical girl's time with the Sioux lineage when she was young, and the magical girl immersed herself in such memories, allowing the false warmth to wrap itself around her. She's already tried. Even the supreme temporal power could not save the departed Sioux system. So, obediently, Krisha decided to keep waiting. Wait until the next day. Wait until the next year. Wait until the next epoch. The witch didn't know what feelings were, didn't know what freedom was the answer to. All she knew was that she wanted to wait. Mentor, immortality, it seems, is a good thing. Can I, once again, have the opportunity to meet you? In the lone stream of chaos, the eternal witch sat quietly, expressionless, as time was stopped at 17 for eternity, unable to increase or decrease, unable to pass away or stay. Behind her were billions of worlds and realms, gifted with brilliant crowns. All those crowns were crushed by the witch's refusal, and yet, they refused to leave, formed to light up the heavens and the world, sublime and divine, brand new wonders, that are exclusively the crown and seat of the Most High, but the eternal witch does not need them to prove herself. The real world. The Sioux system lay on its back on the couch, still worried about the witch's situation. I hope that after I'm gone, that child Krissa will be steady enough to know how to run fast, even if she can't beat the gods. With Krisha's talent and enlightenment, as long as there's enough time for development, there's still no problem with self-preservation. The Sioux system mused. He was relieved to know that he had been raised as a child, and that the witch who sobbed in was helpless when he died. Suddenly, a beep from the simulator interrupted Sioux system's thoughts. It was the sound of the simulation settlement completion. Ding dong. Second simulation completed. Congratulations to the host for activating the following achievements: Elemental Master, Beginning and End, Witch's Redemption, Dragon Whisperer, Physical, Twilight of the Gods Maker. His only, Elemental Master. In terms of elemental attainments, you have managed to stand at the top of the mortal scale, with a mastery of attributes so extensive that even the gods would marvel at it. Beginning and ending, you begin in Old Alanson City and end in New Alanson City, living out your mortal life in peace and tranquility. Witch's Redemption, you are the light that illuminates the witch, giving hope and future. You have an irreplaceable and important position in the witch's heart. Dragon Whisperer, Physical, you are very good at dealing with dragons, and there is bound to be bloodshed at every meeting. Twilight of the Gods Maker, your death led to the silence of the gods, and even the world was shocked by your deeds. He is the only one that the heavens and the world share, but to him, his only one is you. So many accomplishments? The Sioux system was slightly surprised. At the end of the first simulation, he only had 4 achievements, and now, there are actually 6. More achievements is a good thing. It means that the simulation was a success and the settlement rating will become higher accordingly. Just, what happened after I died? Department Su's current state was very similar to the first time he had taught Krisha, only feeling a bunch of question marks on his head, filled with inexplicability. The gods are silent. The worlds are unique. Could it be that it was that child Krisha who, after my death, exterminated the gods of the heavenly realm in a single regiment? The Su system was thoughtful. The speculation was accompanied by less worry about the future of the witch. The text originating from the simulator panel is proof enough that the future of the witch is unlimited, and the light of its existence is such that even the world must honor it. Knowing this, the Su system was completely relieved. He continued to look down. Simulation summary: you have perfectly utilized your talent to become the first person under the gods. Without a doubt, you are the strongest sanctuary magician in the history of mankind. You never broke through the blockade of destiny and took the final step to become a god, but your death led to the birth of the supreme god, and you were worshipped by countless worlds as the father of the Most High. No. 02 Simulation Final Evaluation S. Reward generation in progress. Drops. Please choose any 4 of the following 5 rewards, which will be issued immediately after selection. 1. Peak Realm within The Sims. 2. All Magic in The Sims. 3. Enhanced Elemental Perception. 4. Power of Faith Manipulation Act. 5. A Broken and Burnt Wand. Choose any 4 items. At the end of the first simulation, it's clear that you can only choose 3 items because the simulation evaluation went up from S to S. Sure enough, the quality and selection of simulation rewards is tied to the simulation evaluation. The Su system let out a soft eep. Then check out the descriptions of the different rewards. Option 1 is Strength and Option 2 is Skill. There's not much to say about these two. It's easy to see at a glance. Option 3 is an enhanced version of the Elemental Perception ability. Su system guessed that it should have risen from the original purple quality to the golden quality of the same level as the heavenly spirit root. Option 4 is the way the gods absorb faith. Option 5 is Chris's lost wand. Once the first gray rekindle. Chapter 75 Rooted Simulator Strength. After thinking about it, the co-system makes its own decisions. i.e., Option 1, Option 2, Option 3 and Option 5, respectively. They were in the realm of the Holy Realm Magician. All magic including forbidden spells. Enhanced version of the Elemental Perception talent. The first gray rekindling wand. The first 3 were for strength enhancement. The wand was for souvenir collection. And as for why they didn't choose the power of faith, the reason was simple. So-called faith. Essentially it is harvesting of wishes. Harvesting of devotions of the devotees. It was time-consuming and tedious, requiring the Su system to go step by step to establish churches, spread the teachings, and then painstakingly maintain the purity of the believer's faith. Mind you, the natural cooldown of the simulator is only 10,000 days. That is, more than 27 years, simulated once. And the strength of Su's system will grow dramatically once, while in reality raising faith for 27 years. The odds are that it will be difficult to make an inch of progress. It's obvious from the gods of the magical world. In order to purify their faith, the gods could be said to be working incredibly hard, again shaping the invasion of foreigners and the descent of miracles. But it was with such painstaking efforts that they didn't see any obvious improvement anywhere. It can be seen that trying to rely on faith to raise one's strength is extremely time-consuming. In fact, if I really want to make a streamlined plan, the magic of Option 2 can also be eliminated. After all, I have all the memories of practicing. It's nothing more than starting from scratch. But since I get to pick 4 rewards, it's always good to save more time. Ding! The reward selection is complete, and the distribution process will begin. With the Su system confirmed, the simulator's panel begins to flicker, and the text of an item is quickly eliminated, replaced by rewards that quickly materialize into reality. The spiritual power of the holy realm within the simulated world descended directly to the reality of Su system's main body. Earth, wind, water and fire, surging all around. Light and darkness and thunder gas. Beckon with your hand. An item of elemental power surfaced, coming from the void and incorporating within the Su system's mental power control. Holy Realm Magician. Breaking through in an instant. Sure enough, with the help of the simulator, the two distinctly different transcendent systems not only didn't clash with each other, but instead began to complement and help each other. Cultivation has made me ascend, and magic has made me ascend to the gods. Kind of. The Su system suddenly felt lightness in his body, a sign that his body had been evolved and his life essence had taken a leap. Without the limitations of mortal wisdom, without the joint blockade of the gods, the transcendent characteristics that a Holy Realm Magician was supposed to possess were gradually being added to Su system's body, bringing the Jindan stage of the immortal cultivation realm to break through as well. With a swoosh, the Dantian erupted with surging mana. and Su System's body shook slightly, having stepped into the late Jindan stage. With another swoosh, the Jindan was instantly limit complete. Ka-chow! The Jade Infant broke through the Dan, and the Su System broke through to the early stage of yuaning in the space of a few breaths. Not only that, all sorts of complicated knowledge turned into instincts that quickly condensed into the body's muscle memory, and with a casual move of his hand, Department Su conjured up the magic within the simulated world. It is different from the cultivation system in which greatness is attributed to one's own body. The so-called magic is actually a process of communicating with the world and controlling it, like doing a puzzle, mobilizing the elements of the world with one's own formula. That's why there are fewer mages in the real world, because the magic that the transcendental omnibus gets is all parameters from the other world, and to use it in the real world, you need to replace it with realistic parameters yourself. I didn't realize that the simulator skipped this process for me straight away, making my magic readily available. Looking at the earth, wind, water and fire suspended in his hands, the Su System was quite surprised, but when you think about it, it makes sense. The transcendents in the real world could only rely on themselves to slowly cultivate, and with insufficient reserves, their strength was naturally vapid. The Su System is a different story. He worked diligently on the simulation and changed from a simulator in one step to a holy domain magician in a second, and the solidity of his foundation was evident. That, right there, is the gap. Department Su withdrew his vast and majestic spiritual power. Then the mind moved to dispel the elements that surrounded his body, with the strength of a sacred realm magician. In the future, in the real world, I can be considered to be able to walk horizontally, and even if I meet a demigod or lose immortal level existence, I will still have the eternal teardrop to protect my life. Thinking about it this way, I seem invincible? Once again, Department Su sighed. His sister's soft food was truly delicious. He turned his hand over, palm up, and the last of the simulated rewards appeared out of thin air. A charred, gray wooden wand. The wand was rough to the touch and had been burned beyond recognition, but vaguely, there are still a few recognizable moments from back in the day. If Krisia were here, she would be happy, right? Gazing at the wand in his hand, the Su System recalled the times when he had taught the witch, long before placing it on the nightstand. The exact location is near the candy cane. Mentor, brotherhood. Somehow, Su Department suddenly trembled in his heart. His whole body shivered with excitement, vaguely, as if he heard a familiar voice echoing in his ears. Krisia? Amoli? The sun was shining so brightly outside the house, it shone into the room, slanting on Su's face. Inexplicably, in this hot summer day, Su Department could not feel half the heat. Alarmed, he glanced first at the placed wand, then at the porcelain sugar jar, confirming that there was nothing out of the ordinary about either before slowly letting go. Is this analog aftermath for me? Hallucinations in the real world due to simulating for too long? The Su System was in deep thought. With his current sanctuary strength, it was even easier to collect transcendent items and recharge new simulations. But this sudden turn of events made Department Su think that a slightly longer break before the next simulation might be better. Still need to get some rest. Even for a yuaning cultivator come Saint Domain magician, if one doesn't rest well, their body will be tired out of the illusion. The Su System held out its hand, fine-tuned the position of the wand and the candy cane, after confirming that both would not fall off, as well as not be exposed to direct sunlight. He nodded in relief and left the bedroom. Follow the progression of one more memento per simulation. I need to prepare a bigger collection cabinet, otherwise it's not good to always put it at the bedside. It's easy to get dusty. Among other things, I lack a handy wand. The strength of a holy magician allows me to cast spells out of thin air, but with the addition of a good wand, the magic power can be more than 2 or 3%. With alchemy and wand making craftsmanship, I might be able to create a weapon that is a collection of flying swords and wands. After clearing the simulation rewards, the Su System left at a fast pace. Prepare to plan for a future battle system, and a more rational, combat style that combines cultivation and magic. He didn't see that after he left, the gray rekindled and the candy canes moved slightly away from each other. Very slightly, but it was there. Chapter 76. Then I'm not eating soft food for nothing. Leaving the bedroom, the Su System suddenly felt a sense of physical relief, and the summer heat began to pound on his face. He was once again convinced that he had been hallucinating earlier. I didn't expect that the simulation would be so mind-consuming. And yes, after all, this simulation will be nearly 100 years. It's normal that one would feel fatigued. The Su System is deeply impressed. Take out a bottle of the refreshing clear mind pill. Swallowing, refining, and allowing the tired spirit to recover. Then again, the Su System left the house and headed close by to the Taiji bun shop, which was doing brisk business, and ordered 3 large meat buns to sit and eat. The food in the magical world can't be said to be difficult to eat. It's just that after staying for a long time, it's inevitable to miss the flavor of Chinese food a little bit. The crowd is loud and the traffic is moving back and forth. The big steaming meat buns were quickly served. Good. Thin skin and lots of filling as always. The sweet tofu brains are also very creamy. The Sue system nodded slightly. Warm gravy bloomed on the tongue, bringing excellent taste enjoyment. And the food soothed Sue's spirit, eliminating the previous hallucination brought about by the heartbeat. Cultivation. Magic. This time, with my cultivation breaking through the yuaning stage, the withered vine sword that I used during the Jindan period is a bit outdated. Just the right time to take advantage of the opportunity to mix and build with the wand. The magic treasure on the cultivation side does not have a fixed restriction of shape and style. What really accomplishes a magic treasure is the prohibitions and Dao patterns inscribed inside and outside. The magic side of the wand, on the other hand, is more in favor of the materials used to build the wand, and excellent wand materials will inevitably have good elemental conductivity, which will amplify the power of the increased elemental magic. When you look at it that way, fairy cultivation plus magic is totally add up. Take a big bite out of the meatloaf. The Sue system pondered in deep thought. By the end of the 2 simulations, he was long past being a clueless commoner. With both a superb cultivation side refinement art and a master-level wand-making skill, the combination of the 2 was perfectly suited to create a weapon that was common to both cultivation and magic. The only hard part is the material. The Sue system was already a holy domain magician, located at the top of the magic system, and further up was the ascension to God's eternal life, trying to find the right materials to make a weapon, more or less with difficulty. Let's see if there's one in the House of Transcendence. Sue's system took out his cell phone and slightly rustily tapped into the House of Transcendence, and after verification, the trading network that only Transcendentals could access surfaced. Good news! Uzi Tianlei Special Edition has been launched. Not 998, just 98 points. TCTD Type 1 Touch Bucket Gasification Horse Device on sale. Intelligent Mechanical Magic Turret Hot Presale. 100 fireballs per second. Let the enemy experience true despair. 6 turns of Purification Bullet. Super Gatling. By a number of senior monks teamed up to open the light. On the ghosts. Evil things with double the restraint damage. The opportunity is not to be lost once again. Limited to 555 points. Bullets sold separately. Inside the House of Transcendence. The first thing that caught my eye was the assortment of hot weapons pitches from the official. Beyond that, there were scattered individual transcendent commodities, ranging from large transcendent mounts to small weeds in the cultivation world, densely packed and dazzling. It's always been. If the real world keeps going like this, the picture is going to get a lot cleaner. The Sue system gave a sigh of relief afterward. Lock the merchandise on what attribute transcendental materials. His heavenly spirit root was wood, and the materials used to build the wand were mostly trees. So it just happened to come together to make it more convenient to carry out the research and development of sewing the flying sword in the wand. The remains of a willow tree struck by lightning? A withered trunk of an unknown tree, but extremely hard? It's just a seed, but it contains a strangely high level of wood attribute energy inside? The Sue system quickly flipped through the House of Transcendence, looking at the list of goods, the numerous transcendent materials with vague descriptions. He could not help but frown. Over the years, the Transcendent Omnibus had taken in many transcendent items of varying quality, and the fact that the descriptions of these items were so ambiguous meant that the officials did not know the true value either. Eventually, you can only set a price that is not too high or too low and list it on the House of Transcendence trading platform, to enrich the number of items on the platform. It's tasteless and tasteless and tasteless. Chicken ribs. From the descriptions of these transcendent materials, there might be ones I can use, but if I guess wrong, I'll have wasted my points for nothing. The Sue system subconsciously considered the pros and cons, but then, he reacted to something that he could totally buy all of them. In the second simulation, he developed his mortal intellect to its limits. Not to say that he enlightened everything, but he did come to the end of his mortal rope when it came to the path of magic. Full attribute magic of levels 1 to 9. Lobelia cultivation techniques. Wand forging optimization technique. Magic guide increase multiplication technique. And spiritual power purification secret method. To me, these are obsolete technologies, not many of which come in handy, but to the crown, they are great treasures of great value. In addition to the forbidden spells at the level of the sanctuary, and the secret stories about the gods, other knowledge can be traded entirely for the items I need. Running in both directions is mutually beneficial. The more Sue's system thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He wasn't afraid of exposing his knowledge and drawing trouble for himself. The bottom line is tied to strength. The current Sue system was already a holy domain magician at the top of the mortal world, so if he hit it and had to act like a weakling, wouldn't he be simulating for nothing? Wouldn't a soft meal from a sister be in vain? What a waste! Surely a sudden change in strength, and an interchangeable deal with the crown, must have required a reason. Su's system closed the website of the House of Transcendence and searched through the phone numbers for a while, quickly finding Zhang Yaogua, the director of the Transcendence Omnibus Sub-Bureau of Diffuse Mountain City. Hello, Chief Chang? Yes. I broke through again. What? You asked how I broke through? Hey, good luck. Lying asleep at home, somehow breaking through to the Yuaning stage, and obtaining a magician's inheritance. The Su system paused. Vaguely, I heard the booming sound of falling to the ground on the other end of the phone, and the sound of hurriedly taking pills and deep breaths. It wasn't until some time had passed that the opposite party spoke in shock. Passing on the legacy? You have a new legacy? This is only a few days past. Even if old brother Su your luck is good, continuously dreaming of getting an inheritance is not too. Zhang Yaogua's voice was filled with a sense of absurdity. He didn't believe, by any stretch of the imagination, that there were people in the world who were so lucky, but soon he became hesitant again. Last time, the Su system's performance in eradicating the realm ruins alone was too astonishing. In contrast to it, the acquisition of magical inheritance backfired. Thinking of this, Zhang Yaogua's mood calmed down somewhat as he let out a light breath. That's really scary. Old brother Su, what realm is the inheritance you obtained this time? Not much, just barely a Saint Domain magician after waking up from the dream. Life is like a dream. It makes sense that Sims equals dreaming. Chapter 77, The Great Red Dragon Will Never Be a Slave. If the Su system wanted to, he could go his entire life without revealing his strength. Been an extremely low-key person, but after careful thought, he gave up on such an idea. It wasn't that he was a teenager with a heart of gold, thinking of showing off as soon as he had strength, but the Su system's strength had risen so quickly that every simulation was a new metamorphosis. Ascension? Become a god? Transcendence? Su's system himself didn't know what the limit of the simulation would be in the realm of. In such a situation, disguising one's true battle power was actually of little significance, and would instead drag down further increases in strength. In this changing world, no strength equals no safety. Buns and tofu brains finished. The Su system slowly got up, and at the end of the shrouded line of sight was the bustling street with the sound of people, echoing in my ears as the diners debate over the sweet and salty nature of tofu brain. In the old days, Su department would have enjoyed this kind of life, willing to be ordinary, willing to keep a low profile, and felt that a lifetime of peace was not bad. But since going through the transcendental calamity, forced to be in a wheelchair for 5 years, Su realized that without strength, a peaceful life is like a fragile mirror that can be broken extremely easily. Instead of thinking about how to be peaceful, he should try to improve his strength and be so powerful that no one could bother him. Sure, the one that really gave the Su system the backbone to choose to open up with the officials, or soft food from my sister. Eternal Teardrop, a tenfold attribute that could be called a bug, and a protection strong enough to withstand an immortal emperor's attack. Sitting on this kind of artifact, Su's system is really do not know. He still has what low profile necessary. Even if the earth explodes in place, he can be safe and sound. Invincible. What is there to say? Oli, elder brother is counting on you in his life. Su's system lowered his head, looked at the eternal teardrops on his wrist. His mood was infinitely beautiful. Eating soft food is more than a wonderful thing. The midday sun was quiet brilliant, reflected on the eternal teardrop. The flickering hazy bloodlight was like a silent joy in response. Soon after, the strength that Su's lineage had taken the initiative to reveal was reported to the Transcendent Omnibus Bureau's General Directorate in the capital in flames through the hands of Zhang Yaogua. The strongest transcendents in China are gathered here, as well as the richest collection of superb resources. There were even countless visitors who had accidentally arrived in the midst of the world fusion and were absorbed into the Transcendental Omnibus, exchanging their strong strength for high treatment and benefits. In this regard, the Transcendent Omnibus was extremely generous, recruiting several top powerhouses. And today, the news from the Su system managed to draw the curiosity of one of the powerhouses. Oh, Sanctuary Magician? Ha! A bit of fun. The task of testing his strength is in the hands of the Great Eye. Inside the vast and shocking building, shiny gold coins are piled up everywhere, as well as colorful and vivid gems, and under the high spotlights at specific angles, the colors of the gold and silver jewels intermingle with each other, superimposing into an unparalleled light scene. It shines so brightly that it's hard to see straight. In the next second, the mountains of gold came crashing down. With a clattering sound of metal clashing and falling, the looming giants of the buried depths slowly rose to their feet, their limbs thick and their wings half spread, revealing a crimson and hideous mythic stance. In the space of a breath, a scorching fire mist gushed out, melting the gold coins on the ground into juice. I am the great sanctuary dragon, world-conquering wings of hell. Rex Sanchez Astart Nasario Acunalakia Kakarajita. Ha ha ha. It's been a long time since I left my original world, a powerful enough magician. I hope that this griffin who calls himself a holy realm magician can bring me some pleasure. GGG. Foolish mortals, feel the wrath from the red dragon. The dragon's roar resounded through heaven and earth. The hideous red dragon Rex Sanchez, who took the initiative to take on the task of testing the strength of the Sioux lineage, flapped his sky-shadowing dragon wings, and then flew to the city of Diffractive City at an uncatchable extreme speed. In flight, the red dragon vaguely felt that something wasn't right. That name called Sioux system. It seemed like it had heard it somewhere before, but it doesn't matter anymore. Feeling the dent in his head, the anger in the red dragon's eyes turned into substance, literally burning into the dragon's pupils, leaving a crimson glow in the sky. The great red dragon, the sanctuary-level Rex Sanchez, had been abused as a weakling. It has been practicing painstakingly for long years, only to find that the enemy they wanted to retaliate against was long gone. This anger, this unwillingness, this humiliation, was deeply imprinted in the heart of Lex Sanchez. It was determined to take out this anger on the other human Saint Domain magician. GGG. Poor human. If you want to blame it, blame your forefathers. The blue sky was infested with flames. Develops a dull, deep red color. The red dragon's speed was astonishingly fast, and with the addition of its own fire domain, it even surpassed the lightning in the sky dome, breaking through the air and surging forward all the way, with the clouds being left far behind, aiming straight for Diffractive City. But suddenly, Lex Sanchez glared at his dragon pupils and forced a halt to his flight maneuvers. The inertia of flying at high speed caused it to fall from the sky, smashing heavily onto a barren mountain and rolling over 10 times in succession before it managed to stop. Dragon scales that were originally shiny enough to be used as mirrors. It is even more dusty as a result. It's getting woefully out of hand. Strange. What just happened to me? The red dragon only felt its heart beating wildly, as if it was warning of something, and its body was doing everything it could to stop it from continuing to fly forward. It's hard to believe that there's some kind of danger ahead. Ridiculous. The condescension originating from the dragon race caused Lex Sanchez's eyes to narrow slightly. By the looks of it, that Saint Realm magician named Sioux System isn't some weak fellow. Ha, just what I wanted. Bullying the weak doesn't reflect my power. Exciting battles, violent suppression. Checkmate the strong enemy's hegemony. Only then will the great red dragon be able to wash away the humiliation it once felt. Lex Sanchez forcibly suppressed his trembling dragon body and once again flapped his wings in the direction of the city of Yinshan. It knew that it was now employed by the otherworldly human kingdom with some kind of guest secretary or supernumerary designation, so it wouldn't affect ordinary humans. The dragon's wings flapped between them, very carefully sheathed in wind-silent magic, as well as a stash of light that can conceal a dragon's body. The massive red dragon hid its form and silently burst into the sky above the city of Yinshan, searching for any sign of the so-called Holy Domain magician. Found it, this huge demonic force, and the deep surging spiritual power that is also hidden. There can be no mistake. It's none other than the Holy Domain magician. The red dragon grinned, revealing large, sharp teeth crisscrossing up and down. With its wings folded and its body swooping, the dragon swooped sharply towards the locked position. Prepare to unleash the red dragon's shocking first attack with a blistering blow. However, the expression on the red dragon's face suddenly froze when it was halfway into its dive, as that Holy Realm magician slowly turned around, revealing a face that caused the dragons to feel chills. Dragon Whisperer. Chapter 78, Brave Red Dragon. Not afraid of difficulties. The red dragon's breath symbolizes the red dragon's anger. The high-speed dive symbolizes the bravery of the red dragon. The sky-shaking roar symbolizes the violence of the red dragon. The great red dragon, Rex Sanchez, will prove his fearlessness and power even if he is stranded in the other world. Yes, that's the way it's supposed to be. I didn't realize it was still an old friend. It's so nostalgic. The young man's voice that made the giant dragon fearful rang out. That was the voice of the Sioux system. That was the voice of the first person under the gods. That was the voice of the demon that had single-handedly subdued the island of dragons. At this time, Sioux department just learned from Zhang Yaogua. In order to verify his strength as a Saint Domain magician, one of the top powerhouses of the Transcendental Omnibus Directorate, the Saint Domain ranked Red Dragon, was rushing to the city of Yinshan at a high speed. System Sioux wasn't the least bit panicked. After all, he had deep roots and solid strength. It's all about simulating hard on your own. Not to mention the Holy Realm. Even if a demigod came, they would be equally sure of winning. How could Sioux system not expect that the so-called Red Dragon of the Holy Realm would be the old familiar dragon within the simulation world, raising the courtyard dragon's bloodgrass's greatest booster? Karma. Wonderful. It seems that in the real world, I can continue to grow dragon's blood grass. Sioux department grabbed in the air, originally stored in the home gray rekindled wand, quietly appeared in the palm of the hand, and stored up the light of multiple elements. People are maudlin. After seeing something familiar, you can't help but perform the same action. The HUI system is no exception. Earth attribute forbidden spell, disintegrate everything. Fire attribute forbidden spell, flame burning silence. Thunder attribute forbidden spell, doomsday sounding thunder. Light attribute forbidden spell, thousand blades and threads. Same elemental attributes. Enhanced version of magic power. With a smile on his face, the Su system gently waved his wand in his hand, swinging it forward at just the right time, and the terrified dragon head crashed into itself. Tap tap, forbidden spell edition. Ding. For the moment, the world is silent, listening to the dragon's lament. Woo. Dragon scales crumbled and exploded. And dragon blood soared. How swiftly it came. How woefully it flew backwards. The seemingly fragile long-handled wand violently erupted with the power of the 4 forbidden spells the moment it gently touched the giant dragon, blasting the red dragon's head askew and driving the entire dragon's body to fly madly backwards. The air roared, the sound of the wind filling your ears. The dragon transformed into a retrograde red meteor in the air. It had absolutely no control over itself, and could only watch as it crashed into a large mountain, bursting and collapsing. Set deep inside the mountain, dust rose to the sky, and the sound of rocks rolling down the mountain was unceasing. The red dragon inevitably fell into a stunned state, but he was experienced and possessed very good head resistance and soon came to his senses. By the dragon god, I must retreat as quickly as possible. Strategic retreat. Terrified, the dragon face of Rex Sanchez struggled to climb out of the mountain, flapped its tattered scarlet dragon wings, and staggered into flight again, but it had just lifted off when a silhouette appeared in the sky. Berserk magical elements erupted from his body. Electricity burned in the fire, air blew in the wind, and crackling explosions made your scalp numb. The red dragon's eyes widened as it smiled sarcastically and took a step back. Ha ha ha, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. So what? It seems like it's not the right time for me to come. No, you're just in time. The Su system smiled. He flew high in the sky, looking down from the heavens at the red dragon shivering on the surface of the earth with a gentle expression and a kind face. Within the simulated world, the Su system was a holy domain magician achieved in his 50s, but the blockade from the gods, and the search by the church, prevented him from having the opportunity to go into full battle. And now, with the red dragon being such a punch-resistant sandbag, Department Su finally had the chance to, finally, experience his full power at the Saint Domain level. Domain. Unfold. Su system spoke softly. The supercomposite field of as many as 10 or so elements instantly spread to the sky and the earth, mercilessly squeezing out the red dragon's field of fire and creating a small world where the Su system was honored. The red dragon roared. No, you can't do that. I'm going to complain. Damn human. You forced me to do this. I'm long gone from the weakling I was back then. See what true dragon power is. Lex Sanchez growled and attacked. It had a hideous face. It's bulging with muscle. The dragon's body, which was as large as a mountain range, had crimson fire elements surging on its surface, as if it was accumulating extremely powerful dragon language magic. Even the Su system's expression couldn't help but become serious. Bang! The loud bang. Su system subconsciously unfolded his protection, but he didn't see any attacks, and as he fixed his eyes on the red dragon, he only saw it flapping its enormous wings to quickly flee. Ha ha ha, you've been tricked. This is exactly my escape route. Dragon Whisperer. Never again. Listening to the red dragon's smug voice, the Su system was slightly puzzled. Strange, do I look that intimidating to the dragon? Su system felt that it was mostly because in the second simulation, Krissa had laid hands on the red dragon so many times that the red dragon had a psychological shadow. Shake your head. Department Su lightly raised his palm in the direction where the red dragon had fled. The power originating from the domain instantly bound and tied the dragon wings, causing the other party to fall heavily to the ground, no longer able to escape. Lex Sanchez was confused. The dragon's face was humanely blank. It didn't think for a second that it would be caught back so easily. The red dragon sweated coldly, and hurriedly made a fawning gesture, praising Su system for catching it well, praising Su system for catching it wonderfully, fearing that he would die here if he wasn't careful. As I recall, your name is Lex Sanchez? No, 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 it's too formal. You can just call me Red, the red dragon said as he rubbed his two dragon claws together. Meek, well-behaved, but not cute. The overly fierce face made the gargoyle only counterproductive no matter how much he feigned pity. Don't worry, I'm not interested in your life. Su system smiled, seeing through the worry in the red dragon's mind. The reason why I grabbed you and left you behind is just to test something. Thank you for your great kindness. The red dragon was overjoyed. but it soon realized that it was rejoicing too soon. The test Sue system was talking about was having the red dragon as a target to try to dodge and block the forbidden spells attack. Forbidden spells were not uncommon in Saint Domain level magic battles, and Lex Sanchez had fought against human Saint Domain magicians before, and had seen quite a bit of forbidden magic. But, gulp. The red dragon swallowed nervously, looking at the 20 forbidden magic spells that descended in the air at the same time. Suddenly raw and relieved, he smiled. The dragon god is above. My. Rex Sanchez Astart Nasario Acunalakia Kakarajita. Not a coward. Brave red dragon. Not afraid of difficulties. Feeling that 20 forbidden spells were not out of the question compared to its own little life, the red dragon roared and growled, draining its body of its full potential. The maximum power dragon language magic and red dragon spit were made to counteract half of the forbidden spell. Immediately afterward, he quickly flapped his dragon wings, desperately dodging the attacks of the forbidden spells, testing the attack range and attack speed of the forbidden spells for the Sue system. Chapter 79, Finding the Tutor. The test on forbidden spells ended quickly. The HUI system has a good grasp of its own abilities. It just lacks peer comparison. With the red dragon's help, Sue's system had a number in his mind, knowing which echelon he was on, as well as the specific real-world effects of the many forbidden spells. As expected, compared to other sanctuaries, my strength is undoubtedly supermodel. This is manifested in the form of 10 times the amount of magical power, near omnipotent control of attributes, and a composite field with even more suppressive power. In addition to these, the Eternal Teardrop provides unrivaled protection. Well, it's not bad. When the cultivation side of the realm rises up, my battle power will become even more exaggerated. This is the noble value of soft rice. 1 hour later, away from the barren outskirts of the city of diffusion, the Sue system looked at the poor red dragon that had slumped to the ground. The wand gathers green light and heals the red dragon's injuries with life magic. The earth was scorched black, the mountains were shattered, and the red dragon was lying on its back in a huge crater, motionless, in a tormented state of breathlessness. However, with the influx of life magic, the wounds on the surface of the dragon's body healed quickly, and the vertical-shaped dragon pupils regained their lucidity. As for the dragon's blood that oozed out, instead, they floated out of thin air and were brought together in a ball controlled by spiritual power. It was put away separately by the Sue system. Regarding the dragon's blood grass, the Sue system didn't really have much use for it, especially now that it was already a holy domain magician. The dragon's blood grass had no gaining effect on the Sue system. The reason why I'm still thinking about planting is more because I'm used to doing it, itching not to plant some. I don't know if there are any other western dragon species in the real world. If not, we'll have to take blood from Rex Sanchez in the future. Sue system's gaze was ghostly, staring so hard that the red dragon resting on the ground jerked awake, fingers lightly hooked, like an abyssal sea of surging spiritual power. It directly moved the thick red dragon in front of it, frightening the other party even more. Don't worry, I won't go back on my word. I won't kill you if I say I won't. Around the grounds of the battle, it was filled with tan dust. The sunlight irradiated, appeared hazy and hidden. Sue system palm lightly waved. On a gale out of thin air, we'll be in front of the world blowing clear. He paused and inquired to the terrified red dragon. Little Red, do you remember how you came to this world? I know. The red dragon hurriedly nodded its head, fearing that if it didn't answer, it would be gently knocked once more. Its expression meek, not daring to show the haughty disdain of the dragon race in front of the Sue system in the slightest. Sharp dragon fingers scratching his head. Think for a moment. The red dragon, Rex Sanchez, spoke in a bewildered tone. A long time passed after the gods disappeared. The sky and the earth suddenly collapsed, and before I could do anything about it, I found myself here. Suddenly disintegrate? Sue's system pondered. Was it the meaning of time and space shattering? It sounded very similar to the realm ruins. This power seemed to be so far above the holy realm that the red dragon was unaware of it and could only passively travel to the real world. It looks like there's nothing to ask from the red dragon. System Sue muttered to himself in his mind. Then another question was asked. You just said the gods disappeared. What exactly happened? You don't know? The red dragon stared with wide pupils, looking shocked. The one who boarded the dragon island with you, he alone overthrew the rule of the gods. It is the consensus of the magical world that the gods are dead, but the passing of the gods is still subtly affecting the world, especially a guru like Lake Sanchez. It was born in a time when the gods were active, beginning with the young dragon, then the youthful dragon, followed by the adult dragon. The entire dragon's life is spent in faith in the golden dragon god. So much so that now that the dragon god does not exist, Rex Sanchez still subconsciously prays for shelter. As for the witch, the red dragon felt more than a little intimidated. The witch's strength was too strong, so strong that it overrode the gods. so strong that it transcended the world. And even the gods' fanatics didn't dare to bear grudges against him, for his presence is more honorable than the gods. Following the Su system's command, the Red Dragon honestly told what he knew about the twilight of the gods, one by one. Hiss. After hearing this, System Su appeared to remain calm on the surface, but in reality, he was inhaling madly on the inside. It's not. Is this still my Krija? From the information provided by Lex Sanchez, System Su could easily tell that Krija had overthrown the gods of the heavenly realm in the 50th year after his death. Ha! Department Su began to be skeptical. Krija is that fierce? Then how come I didn't see it at all when I was alive? A rather outrageous, but probable truthful guess, floating in the Su system's mind. Could it be that it's my being alive that's slowing down Krija's development? I'm an offering. Seriously. The Su system lapsed into silence, unsure whether to rejoice in the witch's growth or be speechless at the truth that she was a sacrifice. It always feels like a little bit of egg on your face? Now I kind of understand what the twilight of the gods creator in the simulation achievement actually refers to. Su system smacked his lips, figuring everything out. He had the presence of mind to ask the witch for more information, but Red Dragon said he wasn't sure. After overthrowing the gods, the witch left the magical world alone, traveling to the mysterious and vastness of infinite chaos, a mystical realm beyond the reach of mortals. The Red Dragon only occasionally knows that the witch has become more powerful by communicating with the elemental plane, but exactly how strong, it knows nothing. Is that so? Su system did not care. He was satisfied to know that Krisa was doing well and had grown beyond the gods. The simulator had revealed some of the information, but it was ultimately too vague. Now that he knew more and more details about the process from the Red Dragon, Su system was in a good mood. Back to reality. After asking how the Red Dragon crossed over, and what happened to Krija, it's time to address the certification of the Sanctuary Magician. Without a doubt, the Su system, whose strength had hung on to the Red Dragon, had perfectly passed the examination verification. Should we continue to stay in Diffractive City, waiting for the results from the general administration side? No, this is too slow. It's better for me to go over directly. It just so happens that those magical materials are difficult to deal with in the city of Yamaichi. It would be a lot faster to just skip the House of Transcendence and deal with the omnibus general administration in the capital. Su's system mused, riding on the back of the Red Dragon Rex Sanchez and letting it carry him to the capital. What he failed to realize was, as the use of gray rekindling deepens, the surface of the wand, which was originally only temporarily borrowed, that had been scorched by the fire, was undergoing some kind of unknown change at a very slow pace. The shimmering light flickered as if echoing something. Mentor. Find. It's here. Wait. Chapter 80. The witch is on her way here. Already found it. There is no longer a need to wait. Whether it's a lonely, sad fall or a bitterly cold winter, all the bad will eventually dissipate under the wear and tear of time. The warmth of the sun has returned, and the monster of eternity has color once again. Mentor. I have finally waited for you. The surface of chaos undulates and fluctuates, eternally closing and returning to one, symbolizing the beginning of all things, but also the end of all things. It bears witness to the passage of time, to the witch's unmeasurably long wait. And now, the Supreme Magician has awakened from her eternal sleep. Long, light gray silver hair, swaying in the chaotic air currents, swept through the passing shadows of time, brushing against calm faces, rendering strong emotions in silence. What kind of emotion is that? Is it joy? Is it love? Is it anticipation? Krija doesn't know. All she knew was that dull shadows had to be returned to the light, and lost objects had to be restored to their owner's hands. And only then, did they have value for continued existence? Please wait a little longer. I will arrive shortly. The soft voice of the witch echoed in the silent chaos. The witch left. The figure crosses the infinite distance of time and space, breaks the barrier of different diversities, and goes in search of the light that returns again. Cough. On the way to the capital, the sky was blue, the wind was fierce, and Su's system rode the Red Dragon all the way towards the location of the Transcendent Unification General Bureau. But very suddenly, the Su system coughed violently and shivered at the same time. Strange. Why do I have an ominous premonition? After calming his breathing, Department Su was puzzled. Could it be that a new transcendent calamity was about to descend? It shouldn't. With his current strength, hanging an ordinary transcendent was like playing. Unless the enemy that crossed over was a god or immortal whose strength was completely above that of mortal beings, in which case it would be normal to feel bad. But I always thought it was something else. Strange. For what exactly? It can't be, is it, that the body simply wants to cough? The Su system fell into deep thought and began to search through his memory for any missing areas or details he hadn't noticed, but double-checked several times. The Su system didn't find anything suspicious either. A hybrid weapon of flying swords and wands had been conceptualized in his mind. The corresponding raw materials are just short of going to the General Directorate of Transcendental Omnibus for trading. One's own battle power and realm were also in the process of methodically rising. Su system frowned slightly as his spirit probed into the storage ring and searched the things stored inside as well. Upon seeing a large amount of dragon's blood, it dawned on the Su system. Almost forgot. I was so focused on preparing the dragon's blood that I forgot to prepare the grass seeds. Unusual grass seeds can't withstand the watering of the dragon's blood. It's just as well that the Transcendent Omnibus Bureau has a large family. So this time, we'll enter a batch of grass seeds by the way. The Su system breathed a sigh of relief. And his mind was clear. Who dash? With Rex Sanchez's sold flight, it carried the Su system all the way to the storm. Its unfurled dragon wings projecting huge and heavy shadows from high above to the ground. Sweeping through the treetops is a sea of trees churning. To travel through the mountains is to fly through the sand. Such speed. It has surpassed the biological limits of human perception and crushed a host of modern weapons. It didn't take long for the outline of the capital city to emerge before Su system's eyes. Transcendence and technology are combined. Ancient and modern overlap. Skyscrapers are interspersed with spirit boats and flying pavilions. Immortalists flying with swords fly side by side with new fighters. And martial arts powerhouses engage in close combat with Western fantasy beasts. The most developed transcendental economy. The richest resource for the transcendent. A large number of sustainable boundary markets. All of it, together, shaped the prosperity of the capital, as well as the absolute strength of the Transcendental Omnibus Directorate. Rather a lot more spectacular than what you see on TV. Standing on top of the Red Dragon's head, Su system looked down on the city on the ground, clearly seeing that there were far more transcendents in the capital than in the city of Yinshan. But quality is also good enough. Should I say it's worthy of being the capital city? Worthy of being the home of the Transcendental Omnibus General Directorate? In the old days, I would have been so envious of such a scene. The Su system lamented. Before he got the simulator, he didn't have lofty goals in mind. Simply wanting to heal his leg and have an exciting adventure. The result is unknowing. Department Su had already become a top-notch powerhouse that everyone envied with his solid analog cultivation. The exciting adventures I once fantasized about now seem like nothing more than a small fight. It was only those enchanted and transformed modern weapons, such as the Holy Light Gatling, the Heavenly Thunder Sniper Rifle, the Xuanwu-type heavy tank, the Yalong fighter aircraft and whatnot, that could slightly draw the side-eye of the Su system. But that's about it. The power gap is too wide, and the transcendental levels are disparate. From these items, the Su system did not feel the slightest bit of threat, but only curiosity about the design ideas and recognition of the maker's skill. Then again, Red, how come you chose to join the Transcendental Omnibus? The Su system looked down at the hideous dragon head at the bottom of his feet. With his knowledge of the dragons, it was only right that these big lizards who regarded money as their own preferred to rob with their hands than being hired by humans. Naturally for peace and justice. Tell the truth. Lightly tapping in the build-up. Well, I was defeated. The red dragon quickly conceded, honestly telling his experience. It was the same as what the Su system had guessed. After traveling to the real world of China, the red dragon's first thought was to rob, followed by taking over the territory and becoming a dragon lord without any evil. In the dragon's conception, this was extremely normal. To be strong is to be powerful. To be dominant is to be fierce. I am stronger than you. I should rule you. But the red dragon was quickly subdued. At the Saint Domain level, it was easily defeated in just one move by the white-haired old man who suddenly appeared, holding a sword. That is definitely a true god. The red dragon Lex Sanchez spoke in a serious tone. Definitely not because it was too weak, but because the enemy was too strong. It's not shabby that Sanctuary can't beat the gods. God? At this point in time, the Su system and the red dragon were getting closer and closer to the Transcendental Omnibus Directorate. Looking at the magnificent building, Su system stood on top of the dragon, his eyes narrowing slightly. Perhaps, that isn't a god, but a sword immortal. Gods and true immortals, great ones on the same level. From Red Dragon's description, again, with the sword and the Taoist robes, there was no doubt that it was more likely to be an immortal. It was only because the Red Dragon was trapped in cognition and only knew of the existence of gods that he recognized a true immortal as a god. That's unexpected. I didn't realize that there was actually a true immortal in the real world. No wonder the order of the real world has remained stable for so long after the Transcendence erupted. So it turns out that there are true immortals within the Transcendence Omnibus to help. It's a realistic human who got the inheritance? Or is it that the immortals of the other world have volunteered to help? Chapter 81, Wooden Sword Immortal. Roar! Red Dragon was clearly not working for the Transcendental Omnibus for the first time. When the robust mountain-like dragon body appeared, Near the transcendental omnibus, corresponding measures appeared, revealing a spacious and expansive landing area for the Red Dragon to land and rest. Chiron destroys the airport. Lex Sanchez excitedly yelled something he heard from somewhere. An acceleration. A dive. A landing dump. In a flirty pose, he managed to land on top of the ground. The excessively large impact kinetic energy caused the dragon's claws to tear out deep grooves, revealing the brute force of the Holy Realm dragon, as well as an unrivaled sense of oppression. But near the landing site, the staff is used to this scene, wasn't too surprised. They skillfully divide and conquer, repairing the damage caused by the Red Dragon. But it didn't take long for someone to notice that something was wrong, and that was the civilian who was handing over the mission to Red Dragon, who asked Red Dragon if the strength test had gone well. The Red Dragon nodded solemnly. That lord is very strong. I lost to him. The clerical staff was shocked. What? Not only was it a true holy domain magician, but it also achieved victory. This kind of thing actually happens for real. The civilian staff was shocked and delighted. His voice involuntarily trembled. Being in the headquarters, he was incomparably aware of how important the emergence of a Saint Domain combatant was to humanity. This is incredible. No. This kind of important matter. I must report it as soon as possible, and contact that Holy Realm powerhouse again. The civilian staff is just so excited. He was just about to turn away. Instead, a light sentence came from overhead. There's no need to contact. I'm here in person. A brand new sanctuary magician is born. Not a foreign race, not an otherworldly person, but a fellow Chinese in the true sense of the word, a super genius who got the magic inheritance to leap to the top. As soon as this news was spread, it caused a furor throughout the Transcendent Omnibus General Administration, especially after knowing that the Su system had arrived in person. The furor intensified. After the staff reported it, it took less than 5 minutes for the scene to be completely quarantined to keep out the Transcendents who were watching. Sanctuary? Wouldn't that make you a god soon? You mama. Darn it, so envious. Biggie, look at me. I'm your long-lost half-brother. The noise, the clamor, all kinds of envious and jealous voices came into the ears. It wasn't until Department Su followed the staff and walked into the interior of the Transcendent Omnibus Directorate that the ears gradually subsided. Mr. Su, is it okay to call you that? Could be. Inside the General Directorate building, brightly lit, the lights were circumscribed, and the silver-white metal corridors were flanked by inscriptions of Buddhist scriptures and Taoist incantations, isolating all possibilities of intrusion by demons, evil spirits, and ghosts. When the Su system walked into the place, someone had already been waiting here. It was a Yuaning stage cultivator. Compared to others, it was already a very outstanding cultivation level, and would be respected wherever he went. But compared to the Su system, it was much more mediocre. The Yuaning cultivator himself understood this, and his posture was lowered in a respectful tone. Mr. Su, please follow me. Regarding your authority in the omnibus, as well as the point benefits of the House of Transcendence, they have now been adjusted upwards, and the details can be accessed on the House of Transcendence. The process was quick, if not scary. The Su system had only taken the effort of drinking a glass of water, and the identity of the Holy Domain magician was confirmed, and both the permissions and the benefits were upgraded accordingly. No need to test my strength again? Ha, you're joking. To be recognized by that Red Dragon, there's no doubt about your strength. Also, the Su system nodded. The dragon race's condescension was well known. Whether it's the dragons of the East or the gargoyles of the West, both types of dragons hold pride in their bloodlines and hold all creatures in equal contempt. The only way to gain the respect of the dragons and make them soft is to defeat and suppress them. That's why the Directorate General of Transcendent Unification directly affirmed that Department Su was a true Holy Realm magus. The Yuaning cultivator continued to speak. Next, please follow this passageway all the way. Our director will be waiting for you there. Chief? Yes. Perhaps you have learned from the Red Dragon that it was the same immortal who defeated it with a single sword. Good. The mind's suspicions were affirmed. The one who defeated the Red Dragon was indeed a sword immortal and also served as the chief director of the Transcendental Omnibus. In this regard, Su's system held infinite curiosity in his heart. If gods, I've already seen them in the analog world, but immortals not even once. I thought I'd see it in a subsequent simulation, but I didn't realize it would be in the real world. See you. Anyway, with the eternal teardrop, there's no problem with security, and the other party can't be an immortal emperor, or else the earth wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. The Su system calmly thought about the pros and cons. Eventually, make the decision to meet. He walked along the silvery white metal passageway, and as he neared the end, the space and time around him shifted and blurred, replacing it with a natural landscape. Flowing water gurgles and bamboo leaves rub together. Just the right amount of sunlight falls from the sky and is reflected in a misty glow by the flowing water, creating a quiet and pleasantly cozy scene. Su's system looked forward, and there was a pale, thin figure dancing alone with a sword. Very old, but it's also very spontaneous. Obviously did not use any divine ability, did not use any immortal power, only a person in that calmly waving the sword in his hand. But there is nothing not chopped sharp sword power. But what really surprised Department Su was the style of flying sword in the other party's hands. It was clearly the lineage of the heavenly sword sex Mori sword peak. Unique withered vine sword refining technique. Adverse disciple. It's been a long time, and you won't even call me teacher. That sword immortal slowly retracted his sword momentum. The countless sword chi that swept heaven and earth returning to the withered vine sword. And his figure turned slightly, revealing a face familiar to the Su system. Li Wanshou, Mori sword peak master. First simulation of in-world mastery. Teacher? The Su system first froze, then laughed out loud. The disciple knows his mistake. The two men looked at each other and smiled, laughing calmly. There is no so-called excitement, nor the so-called tears of pain. Calm and light, like the old days to call the teacher to call the disciple. Sit down. Li Wanshou waved his hand, signaling for Department Su to sit down. The two of them were seated around a stone table, facing each other, and between the whimpering of the light wind, there was fresh spirit bamboo leaf infused with hot water that slowly flowed into the teacups. After exchanging a few simple pleasantries and confirming the Su system's recent situation, Li Wanshou's expression was very emotional. Although I don't know what happened. Let you this rebellious disciple come back from the dead. But the master is very happy. A smile tugged at the corners of the old man's mouth, only to be replaced with an angry look not long afterward. Slamming the table, he rose up. Pained, adversary, good for nothing. Have to learn what barbarian magic. Superficial, vulgar. The immortal way is the hallowed path. Chapter 82. The immortal world exploded. Everything has a chain of contempt. It's as big as the fuel and electricity options for your vehicle and as small as the type of platform for your game. Despise and superiority, equally present in all things. And of the many transcendental systems, immortal cultivators were undoubtedly the most condescending of the lot. And systems like magic, in Li Wanshou's opinion, couldn't even compare to a hair of the immortal way. Change. It must be changed. The old man blew his beard. What's the point of becoming a god? The old man's disciple is naturally going to ascend to become an immortal. At that time, wouldn't it be great for the master and disciple to be both immortals? Humph. You fool, it's not too late to correct yourself. Wait for me to remodel your spiritual roots. Teacher. In fact, Su department was about to explain that he was cultivating immortality and magic in parallel, and that the heavenly spirit root that was once burned out had long since been restored. But Li Wanshou moved quickly. The wind presses the bamboo, the leaves rub together, and the wrinkled palms weave in and out of the light, drawing an object from the invisible void. The emerald green light flowed erratically, like crystalline jade or tenaciously growing roots, and the original body should be some kind of rare wood-generated divine object. Based on his experience, System Su immediately judged that this was an excellent material for making wood-generated external spirit roots. No. Su System's expression became dismayed. What the old man had taken out was not raw material, but a nearly completed semi-finished product that was just short of being rooted into a person's body. This shows that Li Wanshou was preparing for this day a long time ago. The Su System can be sure. The old man himself did not expect that there would be a day when they would meet again, and his earlier surprise and joy could not be faked. So, what exactly was the old man's mindset in preparing such a set of spiritual roots in advance? Teacher, the Su System spoke softly. You rebellious disciple, what's wrong again? Li Wanshou frowned slightly. It's nothing, just a sudden urge to tell you I'm sorry. Humph, count your kid a little conscience. Not in vain for the teacher to cheat. For you to buy this Jianmu branch. The old man raised an eyebrow. A smug look. Only, just as he was holding a Jianmu branch in his hand and preparing to implant a spirit root for Su System, he was surprised to find that the wood-generated heavenly spirit root existed peacefully within Su System's body. In addition to being a sacred realm magician, System Su was also a great cultivator of the Yuanying stage. This is. The old man was in disbelief. It was enough of a surprise that the beloved disciple had come back from the dead. How could he not expect that the heavenly spirit root, which should have been completely destroyed, would be restored along with it? I guess it's mostly a blessing. Su System smiled, not revealing the existence of the simulator, just pushing everything to the greatness of the world fusion. It would be so, thanks to the old man who specially sought out this Jianmu. Li Wanshou's expression was pity. He glanced at the Kenwood branches, eyes disgusted. He casually tossed it to the Su System. In his words, it was a completely rotten piece of wood that was useless to him as an immortal. so it might as well be given to the Su system. The Su system smiled and thanked him, accepting the gift with peace of mind, the hardness of his own master's mouth. It's really the same as always. Gently shaking the teacup, Lingzhu water dances leisurely in the cup, lightly smelled with fresh aroma, lightly drunk with a thin and even warm taste. The two masters and disciples, Su system and Li Wanshou, sat facing each other, surrounded by green mountains and green water, experiencing the breeze from the breeze and the clear air that curled up and filled the air. Teacher, are you really in the immortal realm now? That's natural. In the face of Su Department's curious question, Li Wanshou couldn't help but stroke his beard and laugh, with a self-satisfied look that you finally asked me. Master's talent is not good enough to compare to your heavenly spirit root. Nay, for the master's amazing luck. Ha ha ha. Somehow, when his lifespan was approaching, he accidentally picked up an immortal pill. And not only did his cultivation break through the spirit transformation stage, getting rid of the end-of-life dilemma, but his cultivation qualifications even jumped by 1,000 miles, which is wonderful. The old man spoke eloquently. The corners of his mouth could not be restrained from rising on his seemingly bland face. To the Su system, he talked a lot about his cultivation history, what shocked the immortal cultivation world, reverse chopping the extreme realm powerhouse, talking about his ascension to immortality all the way before he managed to stop and drink a mouthful of spiritual water to quench his thirst. So, your old man ascended to immortality? Wouldn't the master be teasing? After hearing Li Wanshou's reply, System Su was even more puzzled. Then why, instead of being in the immortal world, did you come to this world? The old man's expression froze, as if he had been touched by something depressing. The corners of his mouth twitched. After a long time, only then did he spit out a sentence with difficulty. Immortal world. Gone. The old man began to recount his experience. It was on a sunny morning, when he, whose cultivation had reached the peak of mortalism, stepped into the immortal realms, receiving immortal light under the respectful gazes of countless junior disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, his mortal body ascending to immortality, and his divine soul remodeling. Everything is going so well. Everything is so natural. Li Wanshou stepped into the air and realized the way. Ascended to immortality. And in the vision of the heavenly flower and the earth's golden lotus, his body flew into the infinitely distant space and time until he was drawn in by the immortal realm. The sights of the immortal world were beautiful and mysterious, more thrilling than the descriptions in the canonical books of the various sects and schools. Immortal and ancient, the way and survival. The vast heavens surround the immortal realm, and the boundless realm sea pushes the top of its waves. That was the center of the heavens and the worlds, the ultimate place that countless seekers dreamed of, where the immortal light was bright and astounding, and the stars and buckets were huge and pressing down on the world. The attained true immortals are within the immortal realm to realize the Dharma. The supreme immortal king ruled over the infinite realm. There are true dragons soaring through the 9 heavens and unicorns treading through the 9 domains, perfectly interpreting what is the realm of the immortals. At that time, Li Wanshou was so shocked by the sight of the immortal realm that he was unable to speak, and when he came back to his senses and was so excited that he wanted to start exploring the immortal realm, accidents came quietly. Immortal world. It was cut off by a sword. Yes, literally, the boundary body was severed by a flawless sword light. An immortal exclaimed, "He has returned." Li Wanshou couldn't understand. Having only ascended to immortality, his knowledge of the immortal world was too limited. He didn't even know what he should do. The idea was to search for Su Moli in the immortal world and take care of the disciples' only relative. But the change in the immortal world was too sudden. Time and space collapsed. The immortal world exploded. And Li Wanshou, who had just ascended to the immortal world, was as weak as an ant, being pulled and swallowed by time and space, and was unable to control where he was going or staying. Eventually, as the Su system saw it, it was forced to cross over into the real world. You say, this good immortal world, how come it's gone just like that? The old man sighed. Depressed, he drank the spiritual water in one go. Although I am at the realm of true immortality, that catastrophe was too extensive. And now, no matter what, I can't find my way back. There is no choice but to stay in this realm as a guest minister. Do this what? Director of Transcendence? Li Wanshou's idea was simple. Although Earth was not the immortal cultivation realm that he was familiar with, the culture and ethos of Huaxia had many similarities with the immortal cultivation realm, so he chose to help. At the same time, the appearance of the transcendent fusion and the realm ruins also caught Li Wanshou's attention. He guessed that the Earth might have some peculiarities that attracted the descent of the 10,000 realms, and if he studied and understood it, he might be able to know the way to return to the original immortal cultivation realm. As for the fairy world, the old man who had witnessed the explosion of the immortal realm with his own eyes had already lost all hope for the survival of the immortal realm. Chapter 83. Soft food is a wonderful thing. You've had quite an experience. twisted and turned and bumpy. After listening to Li Wanshou, sparing the Su system, which had simulated many times and witnessed different landscapes, he couldn't help but be stunned for a few seconds, simply because the experience was so outrageous that it was unbelievable. First, he occasionally obtained an elixir to change his life. Afterward, he witnessed the explosion of the immortal realm and survived the catastrophe. Both of these deeds are incredible on their own, let alone together. I didn't expect that a world as powerful as the immortal realm would also have a moment of destruction and extinction. The Su system commented. For the matter of the explosion of the immortal world, he was slightly surprised, but that was all. It was impossible that the big man who had overthrown the immortal world was still quietly staring at the earth, right? Think about it and realize that this is completely impossible. After all, Earth is too weak. Compared to the immortal world, it was like an insignificant grain of dust. How could a supreme powerhouse who could manage to overthrow the immortal realm possibly stare at this insignificant gravel? In comparison, the Su system is more concerned about another matter. Teacher, can you tell me something about that kid Emily? The Su department wanted to know what had happened after the first simulation had ended. The man behind him. This is one of the achievements shown by the simulator at the end of the first simulation. Su was puzzled. Su was curious as to what his sister had done to be called he by the simulator. That child Emily? Li Wanshou pondered for a moment with a complicated expression. After that incident back then, she was simply like a different person. Avenging your death and killing demonic cultivators. She's so amazing, so stunning that she shouldn't exist. The immortal cultivation world simply can't contain her. Before reaching the realm of ascension, he was already invincible in the lower realms, cutting open the heavenly gate with his sword aptitude and breaking into the immortal realm in spite of my obstruction. For the teacher. Alas, I had thought that I would be able to find that child's trail after I ascended, but I didn't think that the yin and yang would be reversed, and that I would still miss it after going around in circles. Li Wanshou's expression was tinged with guilt. He had promised the Su lineage that he would take care of Su Moli, but the big explosion in the immortal realm would most likely result in that child's death. It's okay, teacher. I think that child, Emily, shouldn't need us to worry. The Su system relieved his own master. At the same time, out of the corner of his eye, he subconsciously glanced at the eternal teardrop at his wrist. Despite not knowing how powerful his own sister was, judging from the fact that a single tear could withstand an immortal emperor's attack, perhaps it was already on an incredible path. Emily like that. It shouldn't be weaker than the black hand behind the destruction of the immortal world. I hope that child is safe and sound. Su system said silently in his heart. He had faith in his sister, feeling that she was strong enough to keep him safe, but it's inevitable. Every time he thought back to Emily's sickly posture, Department Su would worry about her and couldn't help but think like this. What if his sister was bullied? Perhaps such thoughts were too deep, too nostalgic for the helpless. Poor sister. The Su system often feels. My sister was beside herself, following in her footsteps and eyes as she had done in the first simulation. Perhaps I really should get some rest. The Su system poured spirit water for himself. Once again, one drink. He pondered that it might be the aftereffects of continuous alchemy from before that made his spirit a bit depressed. And how could his sister keep looking at him when she wasn't even on Earth? Smiling, Department Su once again chatted with Li Wanshou, chatting about the past events of the former Heavenly Sword sect, the ever-changing changes on Earth, and the Transcendental Omnibus Bureau, as well as the boundary markets around the globe. This realm is strange, but quite interesting. Li Wanshou stroked his beard in admiration. In the past, in the immortal cultivation world, although there were quite a few novelties, but if you really want to compare, it was still the Earth where all worlds merged that was superior. Magic, fighting, metaphysics, wisdom, immortalism, undead. Too much. It's just too much. All kinds of realms have gathered here. I think that even the legendary immortal emperors would not be able to do this. The old man praised while nodding his head. Indeed divine. And I don't know what kind of power it is that has turned the Earth into this. The Su system agreed with a concurring sentence. Next, the old man talked about the purpose of the Su department's visit. Without hiding anything, System Su revealed the original goal of the transaction, which was to find the proper wood genus materials to tailor a new weapon for himself. But it doesn't seem necessary now. The Su system turned over its palm, revealing a kenwood branch gifted by Li Wanshou. Jianmu, the wood of the sky, the sacred wood that links the sky to the earth. In certain ancient texts, it is even known as the bridge between God and man, and its position and nature are not similar to the world tree in the Western fantasy world. There is such sacred wood as the raw material. Not only could the power of a new weapon be multiplied, but it could also grow with the strength of the Su system, avoiding the hassle of frequent replacements. Sensei, it has been a pleasure talking with you today, and I am ready to leave. What? You're not going to stay and spend more time with a bad old man like me? Next time for sure. Get out of here. Adversary. The two masters and disciples looked at each other, laugh out loud at the same time. Although the reunion is good, but also should not be too long. Su's system no. Li Wancho life favorite clean and happy, and do not like to be disturbed for too long. The fact that I was able to talk so much this time was purely due to the emotions that came flooding up after a long time. Really keep talking. There was no need for the Su system to initiate a farewell, and Li Wancho would start kicking people out. Then, I'll take my leave first. Teacher. Su's system turned around and was about to leave when a storage bag suddenly flew into his hand. The old man's voice followed. Inside are some cultivation resources that are useless to me, so take it and make it work. Adverse disciple. Give your master a good cultivation. Don't slack off. I am at least an immortal. How can a disciple only have a yuaning stage? If it really gets out, where will this old face go? Li Wancho grunted coldly in this manner, extremely dissatisfied with System Su's cultivation. A flutter of the sleeve robe. The unstoppable immortal power distorted space and time, blasting System Su directly out of this space. By the time Su's system reacted, he was already standing in the silver-white metal corridor, with no more bamboo forests or streams in front of him, not to mention the invisible figure of Li Wancho. It always seemed like something was wrong. The Su system stood still, looking at the storage bag in his hand. He fell into deep thought. In terms of personal strength, he had already eaten his sister's soft food, and there was no need to talk about the strength of the eternal teardrop. And now, in terms of the official forces, he also ate his own master's soft food, not only leaping to become the chief director's personal disciple, but also obtaining a large amount of cultivation resources. Does it say? Is the script he got really just a soft stream? Soft rice is good. I love eating soft rice. Su's system let out a sincere comment and put the storage bag away. Who would want to work hard if they could eat soft rice? Chapter 84. Emoli is busy. The goal of the trip has been accomplished. The materials for forging a new weapon went in without a hitch. However, Department Su was in no hurry to leave. Instead, they stayed within the Transcendental Omnibus Directorate, trading swaps with the Directorate as originally planned, selling magical knowledge that was no longer useful. The Transcendental Omnibus has the country's back, and has collected a lot of transcendental items over the years. Even if you don't need to exchange for wood genus materials, the points can be exchanged for something else. For example, suitable grass seeds for cultivating dragon's blood grass, magical beast blood for inscribing meditative magic formations, and, as yet to be simulated, anchoring mediums outside of cultivation magic. Soon, there are staff from the General Directorate who come to dock. They used a novel confidential inscription technique to record Su's magical knowledge one by one, and correspondingly, Su's department received a huge sum of 7-digit points. As well, starting today, the Su family enjoys a 20% discount on purchases at House of Extraordinary. This is not from the care of Li Wancho. Rather, the staff of the General Directorate had determined that the magical knowledge sold by the Su system was worth the price and courtesy. Unbelievable. How on earth did this happen? All magic, including level 9 magic, has its parameters adjusted to our world's values and is ready to use straight away. Great. With these new meditation ideas and magic, those magical seeds in the country will surely be able to grow up smoothly. Quickly, hurry up and get someone to test it. The staff, as well as the scholars specializing in magic, saw the magical knowledge sold by Department Su with wild eyes, as if they had seen some rare treasure. They wind up leaving the trading room. Only the Su system remained in place. Department Su didn't care about the departure of the staff. When he was in the magic world, he was also one of those who delved into magic day and night, and was able to understand the fervor these researchers had for knowledge. So, let me see what's good to buy next. System Su strolled inside the Omnibus Directorate and walked into the storage area of the House of Transcendence, observing, up close, the goods that had been placed on the site. There are transcendent products from other worlds and local inventions that incorporate technology. Crippled swordgrass? It is suspected to be an item from the immortal realm, but it is damaged and has lost its original sword energy. Doesn't matter. It's used to cultivate dragon's blood grass anyway, as long as it can be raised. Buy it. Dragon's blood? Mahayana stage demonic beasts. The distance from the transformation of the demon into an immortal. The promotion of the true dragon. Only the last step left. Its blood cold and cold, with unknown efficacy. This one couldn't have been decapitated by the teacher. It's just right. Buy it and try it out. The dragon's blood grass cultivated with the oriental dragon seed should have some new changes. Buy again, buy through, sitting on a huge amount of points, as well as a noble 20% discount. System Su acted extraordinarily bold and bought all the items of interest. One of the most bought and expensive is the anchor medium from a different world. Beyond that, to get yourself off to a good analog start, after buying anchor point mediums, Su systems would usually, incidentally, buy some related knowledge and cultivation methods. In the second simulation, it was because of the meditative thoughts prepared in advance that the Su system was able to successfully advance to the rank of magical apprentice with nothing to show for it. Well, that's pretty much it for buying. After spilling out and buying a bunch of items, the Su system looked at the nearly filled storage space, satisfied nod, turned and left the transcendental omnibus. Outside the house, the red dragon Rex Sanchez had long since disappeared, and the wear and tear on the ground that had been created by that landing had been restored to be flat. Not the slightest sign of damage could be seen. That's a pretty fast run. The Su system's spiritual power spread out, penetrating the concrete walls and sweeping through the sea of people. The search soon revealed that the red dragon was cozily hiding in some extravagant hall filled with gold and jewels, deep underground in the omnibus general administration. The expression is smug and smiling, seems to be rejoicing at having dodged a bullet. Forget it, the dragon's blood collected before was enough anyway, so let it go this time. Department Su smiled and shook his head, giving up on the idea of capturing the red dragon back, and instead waved his wand, wrapped in the whistling wind element, and quickly returned in the direction of Diffractive City. No, it's not just the wind element, there's also Thunder Magic's Thunder Burst, and Dark Magic's Shadow Sneak. In terms of rushing, it's definitely space magic that's better, but I am a combination of many elements, combining the strengths of each other's advantages, and with the help of the domain, I can't slow down much. Su System's figure swept across the sky at high speed. The power originating from the domain blocked all the strong winds blowing on his behalf, and after absorbing and transforming them, it instead made the flight speed even faster. Wayfarer. The club left a huge and roaring trail of wind, whistling and swirling white clouds, like a funnel dropping from the sky. It was transcendent greatness, a feat that countless mortals could only dream of. In a blink of an eye and a single breath, the Su Systems figure was completely detached from the capital city, heading in the direction of Diffractive City. Overly surging mental energy. It made it so that while Su System was maneuvering the flight, he still had time to think about other things, even taking out his cell phone and logging into the House of Transcendence to look for information. First it was the Heavenly Sword Sect's Boundary Ruin, then the Red Dragon Rex Sanchez, and finally the teacher. One by one, people and things within the simulation appear in reality. Although in comparison to the entire analog world, there are only a few who have traveled to reality. There is no doubt that Emily and Krisha do have the possibility of coming to reality as well. The Su System was in a slight trance. You can be reunited with your well-behaved sister, and you can meet your obedient witch again. There is no doubt that this is something to be happy about. Once the separation of life and death, once the regret of torture, can be made up in reality, although not yet know that the so-called reunion will really come. But Su Department sincerely look forward to. The fusion of worlds and the emergence of Boundary Ruins seems to be extremely unstable. I hope those two kids, they won't get caught up in the dangers associated with it. Drip. The tone originating from his cell phone interrupted Su System's thoughts. He looked down to check and noticed the House of Transcendence website on his cell phone screen, bubbling up with an extremely bright red warning message. It's a mega boundary ruin of the highest danger level? During this recent period of time, the frequency of the boundary ruins appearing seems to have become much higher. Strange. What exactly is the pattern of this? Department Su looked at the screen of his cell phone, pondering. The existence of the realm ruins can affect the stability of the real world, but not a big problem. With Li Wansho, a true immortal, at the helm, it wasn't the Su System's turn to worry. Not to mention the fact that within the General Directorate, there were multiple red dragons who were such top-notch combatants. And so, with no change in direction, Department Su continued to fly to his home in the city of Diffractive Hill. In the meantime, on the blurred line between the unreal and the real, at the crossroads of time and space, the dimensions climbed, the chaos divided. In the chasmite chaos infinitely far from Earth, the clear and cold figure stepped on the long river of light and light, holding the blood-stained wooden sword in his hand and making a stance to retrieve it. No, I should say his presence. There was a sight of shattered worlds that had been chopped to pieces. Chapter 85, The Encounter of the Fairy and the Witch. Brother, soon. Some more time. Emily will be able to come back to you. Plain whispers of infinite attachment. Already above the immortal emperors. The clear and cold figure of the realm of transcendence, possessing an ethereal immortal charm, as well as the most perfect Tao foundation. Looking down on the flow of the years and watching the change of time and light quietly, she lifted her palm lightly. Feel free to flick it. Those worlds that she had chopped up then fell one by one in order, merging into the azure planet where that personality was gradually growing. In the process, some fragments of the world's instincts survived and tried to fight back. However, It was suppressed by Su Moli once again. A world without an elder brother has no value of existence, is what she said. And with a thought that blocked karma, all the world fragments were obediently integrated within the earth. How many times has something like this been done? Specifically, Su Moli didn't bother to memorize it. Regular small worlds were as commonplace and worthless to her as the stones on the side of the road, serving only as sustenance to fill her older brother's world. The only thing I remember is the time when I cut off the immortal world. The immortal realm's volume was too great, and Su Moli used an extra ounce of power as a result. The ending was good. The heavenly Tao of the immortal world and the laws of origin were all blocked down by Su Moli, and are now being slowly fed to the earth, prompting it to give birth to the planetary will and elevate its position. Su Moli wanted to make Earth the second immortal realm in this way. That way, she might be able to come down in her own body. Rumble, rumble, chaos hummed, and the light of day was cut off. White as jade, the blood-stained and dull black wooden sword once again traveled backwards along the long river of light, picking out a side of the great world to shatter with precision from the endless world water droplets. Su Moli kept repeating such things. It's as if they don't know how to get tired. One by one, the worlds were shattered by her. And along with the living beings inside, they were thrown to the interior of the earth, forming various kinds of boundary ruins. In the process, most of the beings would flee on their own, falling into otherworldly water beads in the long river of light. Su Moli didn't stop it. Her main target is the world shard. Those fleeing beings, immortal cultivators or demonic beasts, Su Moli had no intention of paying attention to them. Her whole being, her only thought, was to return to her brother again. The heavens tremble. The worlds tremble. Su Moli traveled against the years on the long river of light, crossing time and space in the chaos, and she didn't know how long she had been walking when her steps abruptly stopped. Willow's eyebrows rose, her deep eyes suddenly flashing with dismay. Su Moli saw a scene that was a million times more bizarre. In front of her, at the other end of the long river of light, a magnificent figure no less than hers actually stepped out. Viewed from a mortal's perspective, it was a young girl with long gray and silver hair. From Su Moli's perspective, that was the supreme unification of countless laws materialized, symbolizes the beginning of all things, represents the return of all things to ruin. This is, exactly. Su Moli has never been arrogant enough to think that she would be the only supreme power in the infinite chaos. Only, she never expected that it would be in such an occasion, meeting and doing the same thing with the other party. Ding! Tap lightly. The gray and silver witch with an indifferent expression, holding an ordinary wand, calmly walks through the chaotic turbulence, crossing the barrier between infinity and multiplicity, knocking down one magical world after another. She was extraordinarily delicate, or perhaps the power she wielded was too sublime. Every knock, every bit of the crash, rather than the witch herself, the world shattered of its own volition. Some of the living beings within were all transferred into the time and space within the witch's staff, while others followed the drift of the shattered world, silently melting into the earth in a strange time and space transfer. On the surface, this fusion was far more refined and delicate than Su Moli. Inexplicably, Su Moli had the immediate feeling of losing by a head. The white-clothed, dustless female immortal was not emotionally affected by such a thing. What she was more concerned about was the other party's purpose. Who exactly are you? The Su system is the bottom line for female fairies, because the Su system is on Earth. So indirectly, Earth is also the bottom line for the female immortals. Su Moli couldn't accept that there was such a powerful person of the same level that had targeted Earth. In the chaos, the aftermath echoed. The simplicity of the voice stirred 1,000 ripples, as if she had just sensed Su Moli's presence. The witch looked up to see that it was an exquisite face but expressionless, possessing an ineffable supreme divinity, where earth, wind, water, and fire were constantly created and broken. Su Moli silently gripped the hilt of his sword, be prepared to go to war at any time. However, the other party's reply, caused Su Moli to drop his killing intent and even feel confused. I'm looking for someone at wanted, badly wanted, company. The broken voice was so calm and unruffled, but whoever it was could feel the suppressed emotions and the full expectation from it. The female fairy froze. Did you too? Krissa cocked her head. Too? This instant? This moment? Both the fairy and the witch seemed to understand why the other was here, simply because both sides thought and both sides did the same thing. So, he waits for the same people? The fairy alertly inquired who it was that Krissa was waiting for. Both are equally powerful supreme beings. Su Moli was unable to see through the other party's cause and effect, nor could he trace the other party's time, and could only vaguely perceive that the other party was the eternal supreme of the other side of the multiple heavens and earth. Thus replied Krissa, my guru, my salvation, my son, teach me the light of all that is human. Su Emily realized that what the other party was waiting for and what he was waiting for were not the same person. Her older brother is a cultivator. The body died in front of her. And the person the witch was waiting for in her mouth was obviously a magician from another time and space, with an incomparably strong connection to the witch. It was just a coincidence that the people the two supreme beings were waiting for were both located on Earth. Think about it. The female fairy dropped her guard. Once again, he returned to his previous bland appearance, walking on his own for ages, stepping into the heavens and picking out a suitable immortal cultivation great world. Perhaps it was out of sympathy for the witch, with so much of the same pity. On the way out of here, before traveling to more distant places, the female fairy kindly reminded that it was possible to go ahead and be by the side of someone close to you by means of a projected consciousness, in case the main body could not descend. Why don't you use it? Krisha queried, disbelief running through her calm eyes. Su Emily was silent for a moment, and finally said nothing, just left alone. She still can't let go of the knot from back then. Feeling that I have victimized my brother. The witch gazed at the increasingly distant figure, feeling that the other party was harboring secrets in her heart. But this had nothing to do with the witch, who only wanted to project her consciousness and return to accompany her mentor. Chapter 86, Earth's Ascension and Expansion. The Su system has changed residence. It was only when he returned to the city of Yenshan that he realized it as an afterthought. In the original house where he lived, there was no land to grow dragon's blood grass. Not to mention, he was also going to acquire a larger collection cabinet, which the narrow bedroom obviously could not fit. It's just going to have to be a different house. Nostalgically, he glanced at the old house. System Su walked the various rooms, taking away the items he needed one by one, and afterward quickly bought a lush green courtyard through the channels of the Transcendent Omnibus Bureau in Diffractive City. The new patio has a slightly larger footprint, with a quiet green cane frame, a calming pool, and brightly colored flowers. The water crashes down the stony steps. A cascade of falling water is formed. The water splashed and ticked, and the clear and thin curtain reflected the young face of the Su system. This is a good location. The dragon's blood grass will be good to plant here. Su system flexed his fingers and flicked them, and the grass seeds of the sword grass shot out, hitting the depths of the soil one by one, followed by filling them with Jiao dragon blood and red dragon blood respectively, divided at intervals by a wigwam stone. The sun was in full bloom, and the land bathed in dragon's blood emitted a faint odor, crimson and pure. Su's system turned to leave. The first step of planting the dragon blood grass had been completed. All that was left to do was to wait patiently until the grass seed absorbed enough dragon blood to break out of the ground on its own. Until then, just let it go. Bedroom, study, living room, kitchen, cultivation room. Su's system walked into his new home, his mental power controlling the furniture and rearranging it to his liking. At the same time, the numerous transcendent materials and items that had been stored up were placed in an orderly manner, with the jacket sealing formation to avoid the loss of spirituality within. Wands and candy canes, on the other hand, follow a predetermined plan. Bought a larger collection cabinet and stored each in a compartment. The Su system was arranged in analog order, with her sister's candy jar in the first compartment and Krisha's wand in the second. The addition of the two making the collection cabinet less cold. A new life. And so it begins. Before the start of the third simulation, Department Su gave himself a long vacation as a way to slowly digest the various gains within the magic world. He began to cultivate. The spiritual power at the level of the sacred realm drove the growth of the realm of the Yuaning stage. A small change in 3 days and a big change in 7 days, coupled with the tenfold cultivation effect of the eternal teardrop. Su system's realm breakthrough was as smooth as eating and drinking water. He began to forge weapons. Inside the cultivation room, Department Su took out the storage bag gifted by Li Wanshou, from which he controlled a strand of Great Sun Essence flame, supplemented by the fire elemental elves on the magic side, and together they burned the branches of Jianmu. Gradually, the wooden strips were rooted in the flames, slowly absorbing the divine power with rejuvenation of the Su lineage. After half a month of nourishment, the Su system revitalized the Jianmu branches. Another half a month of forging was used to establish a mental imprint and mana connection with it using the refining technique of the withered vine sword. Kenwood is just too hard. If I were a teacher, with the power of an immortal, I might be able to do the molding and changing of shapes, but for me, just refining and using it gives my full strength. Looking at the twig-like, rather strange-looking Jianmu in front of him, System Su fell into deep thought. He had wanted to forge the Kenwood branches into flying swords, but now it seems that it mostly won't work. One has to fall back on using the original shape of the branch and trimming it a little to make it look a little smoother, without compromising the final use anyway. Thinking like this, System Su quickly finished refining the Jianmu branches. It resembled a sword but not a sword, a staff but not a staff, and its slightly elongated appearance even somewhat resembled a stick. System Su tried, simultaneously pouring in immortal cultivation mana and magical spiritual power. The effect was unexpectedly good. The two transcendental systems' powers blending peacefully without affecting each other's release. I told you there was something to be ate up about cultivation plus magic. The Su system was satisfied. The only shortcoming of the Su system was also made up for when he had a weapon in his hand. You can go in for an attack, but you can go out for a defense. Being able to practice with more peace of mind. He lived alone in the courtyard, spending most of his time in seclusion, and only occasionally would he make a trip out to eat some food or deal with the new territory's ruins in the vicinity of Diffractive City. It was worth mentioning that with Su Department's identity as a Holy Realm magician established, Director Zhang Yaogui of the Diffractive Mountain branch always unconsciously brought some respect when speaking to Department Su. It was kind of an invisible divide. Not deliberately, not actively, but subconsciously. Even though Su Department had emphasized many times that there was no need to change his attitude during the conversation, allowing Zhang Yaogui to regain some of his easygoing manner. The sense of distance, if any, made Su Department understand that the old Zhang brother he once was would never return. It's always been, well, a little boring. Inside the bedroom of the courtyard's new home, the windows were like picture frames, firmly framing the sunlight that filtered in from the outside world, and the golden light haloed the surroundings, slightly lighting up the tip of Su System's nose. He sat in a reclining wooden chair, his eyes looking sideways at the tall, brand new collection cabinet. More accurately, is looking inside at the candy canes and wands. Subconsciously, the appearance of his sister and the witch, as well as the bits and pieces of the life they used to live together, floated before his eyes. After spending a lot of time in the analog world, I'm not too used to the real world instead. The brilliant sunlight, the slightly chilly breeze, and the swaying branches and leaves outside the window conspired to spread the youth's self-talk. Within the first simulation, Su Department and Su Mo Li spent time together. In the second simulation, the Su system and Krisha lived together. Department Su had saved them, but looking at it from another angle, they were also accompanying Su. Now, moving out of the original small, sealed security of the old house, living alone in this empty courtyard. Inexplicably, a wave of loneliness welled up in the heart of Su Department. Shaking his head, he swung away the distractions in his head. Department Su took out his cell phone and skillfully logged into the House of Transcendence. Oh, is Earth expanding again? Just as he entered the website, Department Su let out a soft eep, his eyes drawn to the latest story on the front page. It was a report from the Directorate General, which detailed how much more area had been added to the planet in the last week, and the corresponding number of boundary ruins. The Earth is ascending. The Earth is getting bigger. This is the latest earth-shattering, yet expected, result of research by the scientists of the Transcendental Omnibus. The so-called realm ruins are essentially fragments of other worlds, getting the many realm ruins to join the fusion. Will the Earth remain the same as it was before? The answer is no. The Azure Earth, familiar to modern humans, is now absorbing the fragments of the realm ruins step by step, transforming them into its own essence. It changes every few days and grows in size extremely fast. Along with this, there are tons of otherworldly beings, as well as transcendental material that has never been heard of before. The setting that originally existed only in novels, where Earth was the place where all worlds converged, now seemed to be becoming reality step by step. Chapter 87 Reunion with the Witch. Perhaps, as the Earth's fused boundary ruins become more numerous, I can see Emily and Krisha once more. The Su system slowly got up. Empty room. The only sunlight in the unrestrained pouring fell on the Su Department of open and close eyelids, slightly lined with the past deep and scattered hair. Turn your head slightly, looking out the window at the rustling clumps of leaves. The reality of the time change was reflected in the eyes of the Su system. Get the Good Life simulator and open the first simulation when the point in time was a hot summer day. After opening the second simulation, summer is winding down. And now, once again, more than a month has passed, and the once sweltering summer has been blown away by a cool breeze, leaving behind an autumn that represents a crippling fade. Time. It's marvelous, growth-inducing and stagnant. Outside the window, there were flower petals floating down with the wind, and as Su system gazed at such a scene, he suddenly laughed out softly. When it comes to cold fall days, in addition to loneliness and isolation, they also conjure up images of stomach-warming food. And the Su family is preparing to shabu-shabu some beef and lamb for dinner today. He stepped out of the bedroom, through the courtyard planted with dragon's blood grass, pushed the door open and leave. On the street, there are flaming red maple leaves dancing on both sides. The fallen leaves are scattered and spread on the ground, and many ordinary pedestrians can be seen exchanging and moving forward. There are couples snuggling and laughing and showing off their sweetness. There was a family of three holding hands with each other in a cozy atmosphere. There are friends chasing each other and having fun. The sound of people coming to the house on their own adds color to the lonely, silent autumn day and makes the cold wind less noticeable. Such light. It made the Sue system recall the two tiny figures that would stand at the doorway waiting for him to return home during the cold winter months. It's just a shame that you don't see it in the real world anymore. It's better to think about what ingredients to buy. Today you can buy more and eat enough at once. Sue system walked inside the superstore and quickly shopped for the items he needed. After checking out he went straight home. There was nothing he wanted to play for entertainment. No extravagant hobbies either. To System Sue, wasting time doing those things was far better than having a good meal or continuing to cultivate in seclusion. The former gives a good culinary experience, while the latter can truly enhance strength, which is far superior in the eyes of the Sue system. Kaching dash. Kaching dash. Every rise and fall of the shoe would step on the dry fallen leaves with a crisp echo that was uniquely the fall of autumn. The Sue system marched at a slow pace, carrying a shopping bag full of ingredients. But the next second, his steps stopped. The stop was sudden and surprising. After a long time, Sue department walking on the road home, once again saw that, quietly standing in the courtyard door, good behavior waiting for his return of the indifferent figure. I'm back, mentor. The witch's voice remained as calm as ever. There was no ebb and flow, no ripple, like a quiet stream flowing past your ears, taking everything away silently. It's hollow, but it's good. The reunion was so sudden, without warning or sign, but when it happened it seemed so natural that it didn't even need to be a surprise. What kind of attitude? What kind of words should be used to welcome back the witch? Welcome home, Krisha. After Sue's system froze for a moment, his eyes softened and he extended his palm to the witch not far away, palm facing upwards in a simple inviting gesture. Once upon a time, he and the witch met in the fall of the analog world. Now he is reunited with the witch in the fall of the real world. Everything seems to be an echo of fate. Mentor. The witch, who was as quiet as a mannequin, had her body trembling slightly as she took one step, two steps, and took the initiative to walk in the direction of the Sue system. Mixed color eyes of black, gold, and red, colorful and beautiful. It bursts with a rush that Sue has never seen before. Krisha? Sue's system thought that the magical girl would hold the palm of his hand, but the way things were going was far beyond his expectations. The witch's pace gradually quickened, walking fast to the point where it seemed like running. The pounding of her footsteps echoing, stepping out with every violent beat of her heart, and finally crashing into Sue's arms without a word. Heartbeats seem to mingle in this moment, and time is frozen in timeless infinity. Krisha hugged the Sue system tightly. Hug it hard. Mentor, I finally see you again. I've been, always, waiting for you. You didn't lie to me. We really met. Autumn is the season of sorrow, a heartbreaking time for remembering the past, but at this moment, partings are ushered in with a flip of the switch, and the witch is welcome to the reunion she's been waiting for her whole life. The wetness soaked through Sue's system's blouse. Those were tears from the witch. She embraced Sue's system, embracing him extremely tightly, as if she wanted to integrate herself within Sue's system's body, never to be separated again. Sue department only needed to look down to clearly see that Krisha's delicate face was now filled with tears, which were not sadness, but rather a tear of joy. The tears were warm and bitter and flowed freely, speaking of the emotions in the witch's heart in a different way. Sorry to keep you waiting, Krisha. The heaviness was moving, and the Sue department's voice was slow and comforting. The palm of his hand reached out and gently covered the Miko's long, silver-gray hair as he had done countless times before, rubbing it to give it a sense of security. Steep. A rustle of applause rang out around them. It's getting louder and fiercer. It was at this point that Department Sue realized that the surrounding area had already gathered a lot of watchful passers-by. They seemed to misunderstand something, and some of them burst into tears, while others applauded loudly and offered all kinds of blessings. System Sue was speechless and could only quickly return to the courtyard with the demoness. By the time she returned to the courtyard, Krisha's mood had stabilized, and she expressed her apologies to the Sue system for the unnecessary trouble she had caused. It's okay, Krisha. That doesn't matter. Sue's system's voice was soft, his palm attached to the stream of water, wiping the tear tracks on the witch's face clean. Krisha didn't move a muscle. Quiet, well-behaved, sitting still to watch the Sue system in action. The godless eyes could only see the face of the Sue system. The witch herself was actually unclear as to why her body would involuntarily shed tears after meeting the Sue system, having clearly resolved not to bring trouble to the Sue system before they met. Why, exactly, is this? Is it because the item is back in the owner's hands? Is it because the useless shadows are once again bright? Or is it because of finding a loved one? The witch wasn't sure, and she didn't feel the need to think about it. The time of drifting alone was over. The cold and lonely days were gone, and from now on, she would only have to follow the orders of the Sue system. Mentor, the gray and silver-haired witch suddenly spoke. Why, Krisha, what's the matter? The Sue department inquired. Can you please? Once again. Krisha turned over her palm and took out the aquamarine necklace that she had been taking off for years, the bright blue light flickering in her palm. Put the necklace on for me. Chapter 88, The Eternal Shackle of Love. As a young girl, the witch was subjected to the ill will of the world, for which she closed herself off and fled from the foul and dirty world. But there is a man who has devoted his life to unlocking the shackles on the witch. He made it. With the limited life of a mortal, he accompanied the witch to the final death. Just a few decades, but in the witch's heart bloomed an eternally splendid flower. From that moment on, the witch was free, and the individual named Krisha Christina was free. When the Sue system lives and dies in front of the witch, when the one in the witch's heart disappears, the shackles on Krisha crumbled as much as they could, and she reacquainted herself with human emotions, shedding tears in silence and becoming what the Sue system had hoped she would be, the uninhibited, free-flowing bird of prey. But Krisha didn't want that, didn't like that. Mentor, please help me, put it on again. Krisha pleaded softly, handing the shimmering aquamarine necklace into Sue's palm. The shackles that the Sue system had spent their entire lives trying to unlock for the witch chose to put it on again. The yoke this time, called eternal love, possesses a heaviness that outweighs all things in the world, and is an eternal bondage voluntarily imposed by the witch. She never wanted, never again, to be separated from the sun in her heart, just want eternal companionship. Krisha, why did you take the necklace off? The Sue system took the necklace, a little puzzled. Cleaning up your trash for fear of dirtying it, was how the gray-haired witch replied. Garbage? The Sue system felt something strange. Again, I can't say. He decided to put the necklace on for Krisha first. Krisha, keep your head down a bit, the man said as the autumn courtyard, tinged with orange, slowly walked behind the witch and gently lifted the long gray-silver hair with the palm of his hand. Hair escaped from her fingers like miraculous light through her palm. Light and smooth. Autumn breeze caresses. Warm sunshine and happiness. That familiar feeling of having worn the necklace for the witch on New Year's Eve seemed like yesterday. And in a trance, the Sue system smiled. Each of his hands squeezed one end of a secret silver chain strap around Krisha's pale neck. It meets at the back of the neck, overlapping and fastening with a crisp click to complete the final securing and closing. Necklace, put it on. Thank you. Krisha whispered her thanks, her voice so small that it seemed to dissipate with the autumn wind, but it was extraordinarily clear. Your necklace. I love it. Love it. The fall winds had become more violent. Whistling and whining, it blew Kris's long gray silver hair dancing loose in midair. But that didn't make the witch unsightly. Rather it further accentuated the godless longing and exquisite brokenness. Her skirts swayed in the wind, and her tunic was blown about, chest hanging down the aquamarine necklace, reflecting the hazy dreamy glow. That is the light of the gemstone, but also the light of love. Embellished with the witch is not good at expressing the heart. It's nice to like it. It's pretty, isn't it? The Sue system smiled. The more he looked at Krisha in front of him, the more emotional he became. The unaltered 17-year-old face, and the indifferent-like face that made Krisha look unchanged. It was familiar and joyful, despite being reunited a world apart. Inside, there is no rustiness. The past and the present, the unreal and the real, completely blurred all in this moment. It's windy outside. Let's go inside. Sue system took the witch's slender white fingers and led the bewildered woman into the warm and cozy home. The witch has a home again. Enter the house. The Sue system was thinking of pouring some hot water for the two, but was stopped. Please leave it to me. The gray and silver witch, who always maintained her 17-year-old appearance and always had a girlish posture, said to the Sue system with a serious face. After a long time, the Sue system once again met the eyes of the witch. More than the black and gold color of before, the blankness in Kris's eyes had dissipated, filled with pure bright red. Erica's eyes reflected the posture of the Sue system. It's young, energetic, without the limitations of words, being on both the cultivation side and the magic side of the realm. The Sue system had long since stopped needing to worry about longevity. Then it's in your hands, Krisha, Sue said, not arguing with the witch's insistence. Yes, please, Krisha responded calmly. She walked into the kitchen alone, her eyes scanning back and forth, showing incredible understanding despite her first descent to earth. Within moments, one learns how to use all the implements. No magic generation was used, and no right to use can be created. Krisha acted as she had before, like she had lived in the magical world with the Sue lineage, maneuvering the various utensils to boil water for tea with skillful poise, meticulous and serious. Soon, a cup of well-brewed hot tea was handed over by Krisha in front of the Sue system, and a small porcelain plate was thoughtfully placed at the bottom of the cup to serve as a heat insulator. Thanks, Krisha, Sue said as the system blew lightly on the hot surface of the tea and took another sip. Slightly hot, but just right for a chilly fall day. The tea passes through the gaps between the teeth and finally converges on the tongue, releasing a faint aftertaste. It's peaceful. It wasn't intense. It's like the life between the Sue system and the witch, back in the magical world. With the strength of the two, it was entirely possible to realize a more extravagant life, but neither Department Sue, nor Krisha, had any thoughts of changing their peaceful lives. Peaceful life contains simple beauty, little by little, drop by drop. They are rare and precious things. Krisha, sit down. Sue's system let the magical girl sit down. Since handing over the hot tea, Krisha had been standing beside her, quietly waiting for Sue's system's next order, with those hands crossed over the small of her back, standing in an unbelievably upright position. No matter who looked at it, they would only think it was a maid. Yes, Krisha sat down in response. The dreary fall day was gradually beginning to dim, and the lights in the living room were turned on by the Sue system, flooding the room with a yellowish haze and casting an afterglow on the witch's long, gray-silver hair that fell over her shoulders. Slap! Sue's system put down the teacup he had finished drinking from, and the bottom of the cup touched the porcelain plate for a moment, making a crisp ringing sound. With a puzzled look on his face, he asked Krisha about the confusion that had been weighing on his mind for so long. Krisha, where did you come from? To see your figure, to hear your voice, to feel your presence, so I come to you. The witch's answer was simple. In a calm, indifferent tone, say what you did. But, is it really as easy as it sounds behind such a short answer? The Sue system feels that this is largely not the case. Hard work, Krisha, Sue said, the emotions contained in her voice complicated. Not hard work. Krisha shook her head dully. It's all worth it just to see you. Just to be reunited with you. The rest doesn't matter at all. Yes, none of it matters. You are the only special one. The aquamarine set in the center of the necklace, like real undulating waves, sometimes calm and sometimes furious, reveals the heart of the witch. Chapter 89, Fine-Tuning from the Witch. Krisha, can you tell me what happened after I died? The Sue system continued to ask questions to the witch. He was curious and puzzled as to what had happened to the witch at the end of the second simulation to cause the word Supreme God to appear on the simulator's settlement panel. Yes, after you leave. Krisha flicked her lips, and in a calm tone, she told the story of the death of the Sue system, starting with the discovery of the manuscript in the study, and then to uproot the churches of the gods and eradicate the belief in gods. Then came the fight to the heavenly realm. Krisha's tone was even and contained no emotion, like a mechanical repetition of a word-for-word account of the past. When he heard Krisha crushing the crown of the magical world, Department Sue had fallen into silence with a skeptical expression. He had actually become a sacrifice? But the witch brings much more than that to the table. Expedition to chaos, crusade against the 10,000 worlds, and meet the gods of the heavens. Krisha was a fierce mess. That dazzling battle record, that amazing breakthrough speed, made System Sue suspect for a moment that the magical girl who could sling the chaos gods was not the same person as the magical girl he knew so well. It's incredible. After listening to Krisha's narration, Department Sue looked at that calm and well-behaved face, and no matter what, he couldn't connect with the so-called Supreme Demoness, a supreme god who was above the great divine forces, the Time Lord who symbolizes creation and the end, eternal immortals beyond chaos? Sue did not understand God, and the only knowledge he had of God was the tiny bit of divine power released by the God of Light when Ellenson destroyed the city. He couldn't imagine what kind of might those more hideous and sublime powerful and great divine forces would control. Even less imaginable, possessing these horrendous names, truly overriding the heavens and the realms of the Devil's Daughter. How incredible an existence would she be? In the end, Sue Department's heart only left a plausible impression. Strong, super strong, super strong. It's good to be safe and sound. After marveling at the growth of the magical girl, the Sue system reached out his palm and gently rubbed the top of the magical girl's head. His voice was soft, full of heartache and compassion. Regarding the strength of the witch, Department Sue actually didn't care. What he was more concerned about was the thrill of the witch's journey. It was good that everything was safe and sound, as originally planned. The Sue system was trying to keep Krisha safe and sound in the magical world, live peacefully in a reclusive way. How could he not have imagined that his own death would bring such a stimulus that it would make Krisha dare to overthrow the gods and go down a path not envisioned by the Sue system? Is this a crooked blessing? The Sue system felt that it didn't really count. If time could be turned back, even if he knew that the magical girl would become a supreme god, the Sue system would not have let the magical girl go on a killing spree. He was more concerned about the safety of the witch's life than his so-called power. That, and that alone, was the only thing that the Sue system cared about extraordinarily. Tom. Sue system's index finger flexed and gently tapped the witch's smooth forehead, admonishing her. Don't be so reckless in the future. Yes. The witch froze and covered her forehead. Despite responding with his mouth, the look on his face made it doubtful if he was really listening. The living room was so empty and the lights were a little dim, and the two of them were sitting in a way that should have been filled with infinite depression and loneliness. But somehow the admonished witch only felt at ease. She was aware of the reason. Because of the Sue system, because of her son, it accompanied her, bringing peace of mind and warmth to the witch. Next, the Sue system started asking about other things. Get a brief overview of how Chris's life has changed since the end of the second simulation, and her power authority as a supreme god. Steeply, an important question occurred to Department Sue. Krisha, is it your own body that sits here and talks to me? The Sue system's face was hesitant. The Earth is so fragile that it is undoubtedly in a league of its own compared to the vastness of the stars in the universe. Even if it began to ascend, even if it began to expand, it was far from the point where it could withstand the supreme god. But how did the Krisha in front of her do to explain it? Here's how Krisha replied. I met a good Samaritan. Good Samaritan? Yes. He teaches and reminds me that I can project consciousness, and it is a piece of my consciousness that sits here talking to you. So it is. It dawned on the Sue system. No wonder the witch could ignore the essence of the supreme and descend on the fragile earth. Simply because what appeared before her was but a minuscule wisp of the witch. So much for being able to reunite with Krisha early. A big thank you to that nice man indeed. It must be a great god with a good heart and an equally unnameable power level, right? Indeed a good person. Sue system let out a sigh of relief. He had thought that in the transcendent system, the stronger the strength tends to be the more indifferent in nature. But he had never imagined that there was still the existence of such a helpful person. The Sue system did not see it. The eternal teardrops that inadvertently showed as he moved his wrists caught the attention of Chris's hollow eyes. Kind of familiar. In the time that followed, Department Sue led Krisha around the courtyard, briefly understanding the layout of each room and selecting a new bedroom for her. On the way, Sue system jokingly said that he would rely on Krisha to protect him in the future. After all, the current witch was frighteningly strong. Su Xiang was originally trying to liven up the atmosphere, but the witch seemed to take this seriously, following step by step, like a shadow following the light, guarding Su Xiang's side very seriously. Study, kitchen, practice room. The rooms go by one. The final destination was the Sue system's room. Pushing open the door to the room, the first thing that caught the witch's eye was the huge and striking wooden collection cabinet, the interior of which held familiar gray rekindled wands and plain candy canes of completely unknown significance. Mentor, this is. Krisha's tone revealed confusion. Surprised, Krisha. The Sue system took out the key and opened the glass doors of the collection cabinet, from which he took the burnt and blackened wand. The wand you lost back then, which coincidentally came back to me, was meant to be a souvenir, but now that you're back, would you like it back? After all, it was supposed to be yours. Listening to the Sue system's question, Krissa shook her head by a subtle margin, locking her eyes on the first compartment's candy canes, voice bewildered. Mentor, what is that? The Sue system replied. How can I put it? It's hard to explain. It's kind of an important memory, even though it looks like just a regular jar of candy. The witch seemed to understand. She vaguely understood something. She's not stupid. The clumsy witch was smarter than ever when it came to matters concerning the Sue system. After receiving permission from the Sue system, the witch slowly stepped forward and slightly adjusted the position of the sugar jar and wand. Now, the wand's position changed to first place. Chapter 90, Do I Name Myself? Regarding Krisha's behavior, the Sue system did not understand the meaning. He didn't quite understand why Krissa, who had always been emotionally aloof, had made a point of adjusting the position of the candy canes and wands. Was it simply to look bad? The Sue system didn't care too much about it, just switched the order and the candy canes remained. I believe that even if Emoli was here, he wouldn't say anything about it. Let's go. Krisha, it's time to prepare dinner. Yes, mentor. The sun sets noticeably faster in the fall. Outside the house, the sky was dark and heavy, dotted sporadically with orange and yellow sunsets, the last remaining light from the sun, soft and slow, brushing the ground like a brush. Just right. The tall vertical window through the kitchen illuminated the witch's indifferent face. That golden remnant of the sun not only did not erase the snowy whiteness of the skin, but instead showed its details more clearly, so clear that you could see every tiny fuzz. Mentor, please let me do it. No, Krisha, it's better if I do it. Department Sue felt that reuniting with Krisha in reality was a cause for celebration, and he planned to cook himself, but the witch seemed to hold the same thought. In the end, the dinner was a collaboration between the two. Charcoal grilled spirit chicken, stewed dragon beast meat, ginseng and vermilion fruit soup, and small fried dead spirit mushrooms. The wide, flat table was filled with steaming, superb meals, and the chill of autumn was banished by the entanglement of their heat. Snapdash. Su department turned on the bright overhead light. By the end of cooking, the sun's rays were dimming and the moon was beginning to hang high in the sky, so the only way to keep the house bright was to turn on the lights. I didn't expect to be reunited with Krisha in the real world. This feeling seems. The Su system pulled out the dining room chair and sat down, looking directly across the room, at the witch who was staring at him with empty eyes. Involuntarily, the corners of Su system's mouth rose a little. Very good. The return of the gray-haired witch made the empty new courtyard a little more lively and cozy called home, even though the witch wasn't the cheerful and lively type. Let's eat. Krisha. Yes. Mentor. The Su system took the lead in eating before Krisha picked up her own bowl and chopsticks, similarly chucking in her food. When did the witch learn to use chopsticks? The Su system remembers that chopsticks were still the witch's lifelong enemy until the end of the second simulation. That is to say, did the witch learn it alone in the time since his death? The relentless passage of time eventually forces one to grow up and learn things that one would not have been able to in the past. Krissa. Su snapped, chucking a piece of soft stew into the witch's bowl. What is it, mentor? Krisha was a little confused. It's fine. Just wanted you to eat more. Su's tone was gentle as he watched the everlasting witch open her small mouth and slowly bite off a bit of the stew to chew on. Dinner was uneventful, with no so-called surprises, but in the soft clatter of clattering dishes, it echoed with an indescribable clarity. It was the one and only thing that the witch had thought about, worked for, and wept for, and wanted. Great. Halfway through the meal, Krisha suddenly uttered such words. Her voice was very soft, but Su's system's current ear power was able to capture it clearly. What's too good? It was wonderful to see you again. Hearing Krissa's reply, Department Su smiled. Speaking of which, Krisha, have you thought about what you've been doing since you came to this world? Keep you company. Deja vu answer. Once again, it was passed from the mouth of the witch to the Su system. I'll be with you tomorrow. I'll be with you the day after tomorrow. I'll be with you the next year. And I'll still be with you the next decade. There were a few strands of gray-silver hair that fell from Krisha's forehead. Silky. A tiny amount. Not much, but just enough to cover up the flowing fluctuations of that pair of brilliant eyes, making it impossible for the Su system to see clearly what exactly was hidden in the depths of those eyes, only vaguely recognizable as his own. Like this? Listening to Krisha's flat voice and feeling that pristine, clumsy utterance once again, Su's system was stunned for a moment, his face soft and helpless. Indeed it is something you would say, Krisha. I see, and since it's your choice, I won't stop it. The witch has become a god. The Su system itself was also a holy realm magician. The witch could stay in the courtyard as long as she wanted. So-called finances, so-called food and lodging, were no problem for the two. Dinner is over. Like in the wizarding world, Krissa took it upon herself to clean up the dishes, choosing to manipulate her magic and clean them up a little bit, despite the fact that it was something that could be solved with a thought for her nowadays. In her words, it's a sense of ritual in serving the master. Looking at Krisha like this, looking at Krisha who was so busy, like she had rediscovered the meaning of existence and was glowing in an exclusive way, Su's system felt that life in the real world seemed to have become interesting and no longer boring. It's just a shame. System Su muttered. What appeared here is not Krisha's original body, but rather a thought, a projection of hers, to the supreme witch. Even a wisp of intent is projected just as well as a real life form, but that's how people are. After knowing it's fake, one can't help but think about touching the real thing. You needn't worry, the witch said so as she heard the Su system's words and came with a cup of hot tea after the meal, placing it flat on the table. I will accelerate the ascension of this world until it can bear the descent of my being. The Su system subconsciously very capable. Krisha. Hot tea to drink lightly, but it was immediately followed by a violent coughing out of the Su system. Cough cough cough. Cough. The Su system pounded his chest with his fist and looked up at the well-behaved standing 17-year-old witch with an incredulous gaze. Krisha, what did you just say? Department Su felt as if he had heard something unimaginable. Krisha, accelerate the ascension of this world. So it's not a mistake? The Su system's expression became stunned. He had thought that the girl picking off the chaos gods was already shocking and fierce enough, but now it seemed as if the Earth's aura revival had something to do with Krisha as well? Krisha came to Earth because she was on Earth herself. Krissa ascended for Earth in order to come to see herself in her own body. Rounding down, Su's system stared wide-eyed. The one who caused the Earth's aura to revive and broke his legs back then was actually himself? I maimed myself? And this operation? Facing the shocked, inhaling Su's system, the witch shook her head by a slight margin, which claimed that there had been a transcendental resurgence on Earth before she had performed the ascension for the planet, and she wasn't going to take the blame for maiming her mentor. Chapter 91 Krisha and Su Moli. Inside the living room, an expressionless Krisha, telling the Su system about ascending for Earth. In the old days, when the witch first discovered Earth, the planet had fallen into a state of transcendental descent. The witch, more than anything, serves as a driving accelerator, wanting the Earth to expand enough to carry her. Please, I did not wantonly slaughter those innocent lives, Krissa explained, summoning her own wand. The material of the wand was incredibly plain. It was still the same gesture that the Su system had given to Krissa back then, but the power of the Most High opened up an eternal space and time within the Grey Rekindling, and all the worlds that had been transformed into the Earth's sustenance, and the living beings lived in them peacefully. There are only a very few that are recognized by the witch as having a special role to play, or those that do not wish to survive the time and space within the staff, such as a certain red dragon, would fall to Earth with the pieces of the magical world and become a part of the Aura Revival era. This, Su system lay on his back on the couch in the living room, his entire body paralyzed into it, only to feel that his brain was a little spinning from the overload of information. Good news, the self-made witch is not the mastermind. Bad news, the self-same witch is an accomplice. Lately, the frequent magical side-world ruins on Earth were almost always stuffed in by Krissa herself. That's really hard to say. The Su system was dumbfounded. It is bad to say that the emergence of the world's ruins is bad, but they are also a great impetus to the development of mankind, and the progress of civilization is changing day by day. It's good to say that the emergence of the realm ruins is good, right? And again it does bring some changes to the planet, with unnecessary chaos and conflict. But, overall, it's really good. The Su system closed its eyes in contemplation, recalling the overall changes on the human side over the years. In the old days, humans would have died and been injured by infighting. And now, humanity has become more cohesive, unanimously targeting the transcendental calamity and the realm ruins. Beyond that, the aura of immortal cultivation, the elements of magic, the chi and blood of martial arts, the intellectual devices of sci-fi, and all sorts of unbelievable knowledge have triggered a new round of technological explosions on the part of mankind. Diseases that were once certain death are alive, and stagnant civilizations are alive. It is even expected to become an immortal and a god. Compared to these benefits, the transcendental plagues experienced in the first 5 or 6 years seem to pale into insignificance. The Su system pondered for a long time, and ultimately did not call off the witch's ascension. The witch did it properly. The living beings gladly accepted the refuge of the supreme god, and only the empty remains of the world and the corpses of the gods were melted into the earth. Hello, me, everybody. All win. Just what will it be like? Sometime in the future, if the earth really grows to the point where it is big enough to accommodate the descent of Krissa? The Su system fantasized a little, marveling at that kind of future. Perhaps, that kind of earth would really become the brightest brilliant star in the heavens. Su system finished drinking the hot tea and let out a long, cloudy breath. Today, the witch gave him a shock. It's just a little too much. Department Su felt that it might take him several days to fully accept and digest these astonishing facts. Good night, Krissa. It was late at night and time to part. After washing up, Department Su said goodbye to Krissa and prepared to go back to his room to rest, not realizing that Krissa was following closely behind him at every step. The late night was silent, the courtyard was silent, and the witch's steps almost overlapped those of the Su system. The moonlight is bright and white. In the corridor, which was lit only by a small lamp, the witch acted very quietly, and when Su's system took a step forward, she would do the same. Shape and shadow. Krissa, aren't you going to go to your room? The Su's system wondered. He knew that it didn't matter if he slept or not to a witch who had become a god, but was it really necessary to follow him around 24 hours a day? Krissa paused, her long gray-silver hair swaying with it like a silver waterfall of hidden light flowing. I want to protect you. It seemed to feel that such words were too abrupt. She added, at least for tonight, please allow me to do so. Department Su cried and laughed. He didn't expect that a joke during the day would be remembered by the witch to this day. Looking at the delicate face that revealed seriousness in its calmness, after thinking about it, System Su still refused. No need. Krissa, with my current strength, there is no threat on Earth. Not always, mentor. Krissa recounted huskily. It seems to mean something. Department Su laughed and shook his head, only thinking that it was Krissa who wasn't aware of his bottom card and didn't understand the gold content of the eternal teardrop. Just kidding. He's invincible under the immortal emperor, and above the immortal emperor there's the witch. Su system really couldn't think of anything else that could threaten him on this tiny Earth. Krissa, thank you for your kind words, but I really don't need protection. The Su system smiled and let the witch go. Walk into the room alone. There was no cultivation today, but after meeting the witch, Su system's brain had received too much information and was overly tired from thinking. Thus, after Su system returned to the bedroom, he directly laid down on the bed. Go into a deep sleep. With night shrouding the sky and streetlights bright and long, nights in the real world are far noisier than in the wizarding world. The crescent moon caresses across the end of the Milky Way, pouring shimmering light onto the ground. For many young people, the real nightlife is just beginning at this point in time. The noise of people came faintly from the center of the city, sandwiched between unknown rhythmic hot tunes. What should have been a noisy and overwhelming behavior added to the loneliness of the silent night. In a situation that Sue's system was completely unaware of, the interior of the bedroom suddenly flooded with slight spatial ripples, and when it completely subsided, the witch was already sitting in the corner of the room, like the old days, like a simulation, sitting alone in a tiny wooden chair, located on the edge of the bed. His face was expressionless as he stared at the sleeping face of the Sue system. The witch was familiar, incredibly familiar with the face of the Sue system, but the Sue system of her youth, the witch really hadn't seen in a long time. She sat in silence, her eyes moving slightly as if to memorize the scene for eternity. Mentor. In the moonlight, Krisha called out softly. Why the call? She didn't know it herself, except that inexplicably, her mind wanted to cry out to the returning salvation over and over again, indefinitely. However, Krisha hadn't forgotten the real purpose of her guarding the Sue system's room tonight. Brotherhood. Equally silent, equally invisible. However, unlike the witch who appeared openly in the daytime, this time the visitor was very timid and only dared to come secretly in the dead of night. Her eyes only had Su Xiang. Her voice trembled softly, containing infinite attachment and guilt, but the next instant, she realized the presence of another person in the room, someone who shouldn't have existed in the first place. Chapter 92. The two eternal supreme beings are in deep thought. The night was terribly still, not quiet in the usual sense. An icy killing chant suddenly filled the air, freezing even space and time. The vast starry sky no longer flows. The rushing stream of light inches forward. Everything goes to zero. Everything is suspended. Sure enough, the witch's voice was calm and bland. She took quite a few kills, but his face was expressionless, and he could not see the slightest effect. Erica's eyes glowed with a thin layer of watery light in the dim night, looking first at the soundly sleeping Sue system, then at the indifferent-looking female sword immortal. The strong killing intent originating from the other party's body made Krisha further affirm the suspicion in her heart. The one you are waiting for is the same as me. Once could be described as an accident, twice is basically certain to be a fact. The scent of the eternal teardrop in the sugar jar made the witch notice early on that her mentor seemed to have some kind of unspeakable relationship with the Good Samaritan. Scramble? Exclusive possession? Swear sovereignty? The witch had not thought so far ahead. The reason why she was guarding Sue's system's room was more out of, well, wanting to protect Sue's system. After all, Krisha knew nothing about the female sword fairy's identity, and she couldn't tell whether or not the other party was harboring malicious intent, so she crouched here. Beyond that, Krisha also wanted to know what kind of relationship there was between the female sword fairy and the Sue system. Slightly. There's so much to care about. Can we talk? The silent bedroom. Krisha slowly stood up from the wooden chair, her long hair fluttering as she extended an invitation to Su Moli, who was standing at the window. Click, click. In response to the witch, there was a piercingly sharp sound of space shattering. The killing intent had already turned into substance, oppressing the spacetime around the demoness all the time to the point that it collapsed inch by inch. Between you and me, there's nothing to talk about. Su Moli's expression became even colder. She couldn't believe what she had seen. The poor man he was so kind to help was in the same room with his brother. It had gotten to this point while she was there, so it was unthinkable to even think about it when she wasn't. Wow! The sword whistled with a long sound, avoiding the bed of Sue's system and chopping precisely towards where the witch was. Trouble! The witch deflected the attack, her small face filled with great confusion, not understanding why the other couldn't have a calm conversation. Obviously, he was so enthusiastic when he helped her earlier. Present-day violence. It even trumps the high and mighty dragons. In the midst of her distress, the once teachings originating from the Sue lineage surfaced in the witch's mind. Krisha, remember, if you can't communicate with words, force is a good option. The Sue system of dragon taming. All this time, Krisha took it to heart. She felt that the situation at hand was the right place to use this approach. And so, wand in hand, Krisha cocked her head and extended this invitation to the swordswoman. A fight? Su Moli laughed. She was laughed out of anger. She decided that the evening would be a good time to question the witch as to why she knew her older brother. And at the moment, all she wanted to do was to subdue the unknowing supreme god. Come and fight. Hair hanging over her shoulders, green silk like a waterfall, jade-like palm fingers carrying a blood-stained wooden sword. There was a rip and a crack. The space-time in the room was cut off forcefully. The fairy and the witch, two wisps of consciousness of the eternal supreme, successively rushed into the space-time fault and instantly moved to the infinitely distant starry sky to fight. Rumble, rumble. The sea of stars is turned upside down and the rules fall apart. There was a shocking and brilliant sword light that flashed briefly in the infinite darkness of the universe. 10,000 stars split in two. The rushing Milky Way is thus cut off. Is this what Guru said, the so-called immortal way? Krissa was grounded in the surroundings of the dark group of stars. Wand in hand, Tun strike the cosmic vacuum at the bottom of her feet. All things are born. All things are born. The power of time accelerated everything, wearing down that amazing sword light with incredible infinity. Then again, Krisha stepped out, twisting all the signs and silencing them. Sabotage. No fancy names. No elaborate and weird rituals. The witch's words were followed by the law, and the stars collapsed in splendor. A force of annihilation pointing directly at Su Moli's concept of existence. Wanting to strike down from the root, mediate the creation and move the stars. Su Moli's eyes grew colder and colder. She raised her index finger flatly and drew it horizontally from left to right, and a circle of space-time light and shadow around her body shattered. And the essence of the physical laws was thus inverted and misplaced, and the stars changed places and changed places. This is the art of birth and death. In an instant, billions and billions of stars crumbled from this wave. But the next instant, the crumbling sea of stars would be repaired again by Su Moli and Krisha together. Although this was not Earth, it was in the same universe as Earth, so if the fight was too fierce, it might ripple out and cause some kind of change. In fact, fairies and witches have been quite restrained. In the infinite chaos, his main body calmly looked at each other, only a wisp of consciousness to fight for victory or defeat. Otherwise, the disaster would not be hundreds of millions of stars, but hundreds of millions of dimensions of space and time. Bang, bang, bang. A cold and withering dark universe. Today was extraordinarily gorgeous, with sparks from exploding stars everywhere. It exploded, reverted, and exploded again. Such a peculiar landscape repeats itself, forming an ultimate cosmic spectacle that deeply shocks some of the observant races that have been lucky enough to witness such greatness. I don't know how long the fight lasted. Su Moli and Krisha both realized that they couldn't help each other. After fixing the star for the last time, they stopped their hands at the same time by tacit agreement. You, who exactly are you? Su Moli frowned, once again asking the words from the initial meeting. When they met in the chaos, she simply thought that the other party was in the same boat as herself, but now it seemed that things were not that simple. I'm Krisha Christina, Mentor's only disciple. The witch, with a brilliant cluster of stars behind her, replied in a calm tone. This answer clearly startled Su Moli. The formerly icy eyes flashed with very obvious dismay. How could she not expect that this supreme god from a different time and space would be her elder brother's disciple? It's not. Does that make sense? Does it really make sense that the immortals taught the god of magic? Without waiting for Su Moli to figure it out, Krisha on the opposite side asked the same question. What about you? What's your relationship with your mentor? The witch stared in silence. The answer the female fairy gave surprised her just as much. I'm Su Moli, elder brother's sister. Ha! The tutor who was considered the first person under the gods and possessed the strength of the peak of the Holy Realm actually had a sister of the immortal Tao Supreme. Is this kind of thing really true? The two eternal supremes are grounded in the silence of the universe. Eyes slightly glaring. You looked at me and I looked at you, both seeing the disbelief in each other's eyes. Can't help but venture similar thoughts. Does brother really have only one disciple? Does the mentor really only have one sister? Inexplicably, the fire between the two supreme beings dissipated without a trace. In its place, there was a long contemplation. Chapter 93, Stop Fighting. Perhaps it is an alternate reincarnation, uniquely the ability of the elder brother. The same flowers bloom in different worlds, whether you, or I, know the same person. Su Moli made the final decision. The tone is complex. To her, this was good, meaning that her older brother remembered her completely. But looking at the magical girl directly across from him, at the magical girl that he had personally sent to his elder brother's side, Su Moli couldn't be happy again. Obviously she was here first. Obviously she was the first. If only she had been more decisive. Su Moli was suddenly silent. There is both guilt about what happened back then and unease about the way things are going today. She was a little unsure if she was going to maintain her original plan of not reuniting with her brother until her own body descended. Repeatedly in hesitation. In indecision. Eventually, Su Moli's figure slowly dissipated in front of Krisa, his consciousness returning to his body and falling into a long period of reflection. Krisha's sudden appearance managed to interrupt the original plan of the female fairy. Strange people, but it sure is a good one. Standing in the universe for a long time, the witch gave this comment. She was the emotionally indifferent witch, the shadow that could not survive without the sun, unable to understand, or identify with, Suemo Lee's attitude of obviously caring, but hesitating to meet each other. Now, with her mentor's troubles resolved, the witch decides to remain by her mentor's side. Buzz dash. Space trembled. Krisha took a step forward with her wand in hand, and the surrounding space and time shifted, and by the time it stabilized again, it had returned from the vast universe to the Su system room. On the bed, the Su system was protected within a magic boundary. Sleeping soundly, the witch stared at the face for a long time. It seems to be remembering. It seems to be recalling. It wasn't until the sun showed signs of rising in the east that she took the small wooden chair with her and calmly disappeared into the spatial ripples, returning to the room that the Su system had picked out for her. The witch didn't want to give the Su system a bad impression. Unwilling to let the Su system see him, he sneaked into the room even though he was clearly not allowed to enter. May you be well, mentor. The indifferent, ethereal goodbye echoed and dissipated in the air. Dreams are silent, like a silent abyss. Dreams are magnificent, with colorful fantasies. After lying down on the soft bed, Su system's consciousness quickly sank, falling in layers of blurriness until it crashed into the hazy, illusory world of dreams. Whitish, sprawling, like a big, crooked, huge white cloud. Is this really a dream? Su's system hesitated. He felt conscious, rather than dreaming. It was more like the state of a yuaning going out of the body and meditating to communicate with the world. What the hell is this? Just as the Su system was wondering, blank worlds as vast as a sea of stars quietly emerge in color. The colorful and mysterious dream reflected the reality of the mind, revealing the incomparably familiar figure of Su's system. Heavy snowfall, chill to the bone. It's winter in Black Rock. The white snowflakes are beautiful in the mouths of the rich, and when they fall on the shoulders of the poor, the lightest bit will turn into a heavy burden. Brother, why don't you come back? The tiny figure huddled in the doorway of the cabin, two small hands over the mouth, constantly give themselves a breath, and from time to time, will look toward the end of the road, as if waiting for something, even though the tip of her nose was frozen senseless. Department Su was stunned. Lee? He subconsciously reached out his hand, wanting to help the petite figure brush away the snowflakes. But it makes the dream change. In the wave of her hand, the young 5-year-old girl grew rapidly, changing into the sickly form of a 13 or 14-year-old, lying flat on her cave bed alone. The eyes were dull and filled with tears, as if they had lost all hope. Sorry, brother. It was Lee who dragged you down. The clip in front of you. It seemed to be within the simulation world, unknown to the Su system, with Su Moli as the main viewpoint. At that time, the Su system was still searching for medicine in the outside world, and the sickly girl woke up alone in the cave, facing the empty and cold room, as well as the internal weakness of her body. She fell into deep self-blame. It felt like he was the one dragging down the Su system. It's fine, Su responded softly, even though he knew that this was a dream that wouldn't give any feedback. Then again, the dream continued to change. The clouds are raging and changing the sky. This time, what appears is no longer the sight of Su Mori, but the story of a magical girl with long gray and silver hair who walks the world alone after the end of the Su system's life. She walks in the corners of the world, and the corners of the world store her stories. Like a ghost, forgotten, alone into the unknown. Mentor, what exactly am I supposed to do? The confused witch looked up at the sky. The sun was blazing, but not the witch's sun. She was at a loss, not knowing where to go. In the silence of the Su system, the dreaming Krisha began to try and carry on the memories she shared with the Su system. She had dominated the world's dragon seed and cultivated a pile of colorful dragon's blood grass. She had marched alone on the sea, watching illusory rainbows dangle, but couldn't touch them. She had briefly settled in a small town somewhere and filled her house, which was just her own, with Su department household items, creating the illusion that the Su department was still alive, and try to do behaviors that might be complemented by the Su system. Mentor, look, I can use chopsticks well too. It won't just drop like it used to. Quiet at the table. The witch's fingers were no longer clumsy, and she used her chopsticks skillfully, picking up a piece of wraith meat and placing it in the empty bowl of the opposite seat. The sunlight casts down heartlessly, but it didn't bring warmth to the witch. It was all she could do to keep paralyzing her ego through this deception and provide herself with the motivation to keep going. Lee, Krisha, dreams project the past. In the real world, the Su system has been reunited with the witch and has faith in the safety of his sister. But his heart is still touched when confronted with such images. The simulation is real. The experience is there. People and stories create unique emotions. These are unforgettable. However, just as Department Su was getting sentimental about it, the dreamscape images surged once more, and images of Su Moli and Krisha appeared at the same time. Not at a young age or an analog. Instead, it's complete and utter, strong posture at the end of both simulations. The The Su system froze, only to see the image of her sister and the student engaged in a fierce battle, fighting to the point where the stars exploded and space collapsed. The more they fought, the more ferocious they became, quite literally destroying the entire universe. Stop fighting, you guys. Dreamland's Su system tried to stop it, but the volatility of the battle was so overwhelming that it directly engulfed him. The screen is broken. Dizziness struck. In the slightly blinding early morning sunlight, System Su opened his eyes, his face slightly tired. Was it really a dream? However, with my current realm, I shouldn't be having this kind of weird and strange dreams. Could it be some kind of foreshadowing? Chapter 94, Soft Rice from the Witch. When things go wrong, they go wrong. The Su system walked over to the window and sat down. Early morning sunlight, like a fine silk through the mist, evenly for the world cloaked in gauze. In this piece, Su department pondered the truth behind the dream. Mo Lee. Krisha. Why would I dream that the two of them are fighting in the universe? Could it be that it's because Krisha adjusted the position of the candy canes so that they're not in first place? Su system's brows furrowed as his fingers gently pressed against the armrests of his chair. His eyes went to the collection cabinet, looking at the sugar canisters blocked off inside, and the first gray rekindle. In a long contemplation, many speculations and ideas come to mind. But again, because it's so bizarre, instead, they are afraid to be sure. After all, there are so many interpretations possible for a plausible dream. Kaching dash. The sound of the door opening interrupted Su's system's thoughts. It was Krisha coming. Mentor, breakfast is ready. The magical girl who pushed the door and appeared with a calm tone that had no rise or fall, reminded Department Su to eat. Krisha had changed her outfit today. A plain white long skirt underneath. A pale black outer lining, simple and pure. Overall neither fancy patterns nor busy patterns. But it's such simple clothing. When the witch wears it, she has her own mysterious awesomeness that even the autumn wind harmonizes with it. Hard work, Krisha. It's what I'm supposed to do. Mentor, wash up, wipe your face. Everything goes fast with the help of magic. The Su system walked out of the room and walked side by side with Krisha, heading together to where the kitchen was, and soon enough, their first breakfast in the real world began. Krisha, I had a dream last night. Maybe you can give me some thoughts? Midway, the Su system drank the millet porridge prepared by the demoness. Ask the witch, one of the protagonists of the dream, what she thinks of the dream. Krisha paused in her movements, meeting Su's system with those empty black, gold, and red eyes. I'm sorry, but I can't understand your dream, because it wasn't a dream at all, but an exact fact that happened. As she spoke, the witch moved naturally, pouring a glass of warm milk for the Su system. Krisha chose to hide what happened last night, despite her good intentions to keep her own mentor safe. In all seriousness, she did sneak into her mentor's room as well. The witch hesitated. If she spoke of such a thing, it would be distasteful to the one she loved most. Is that so? Perhaps. It's because I've been so tired for the past 2 days. The Su system had no doubts. Decide to take your time and ponder it later. But immediately afterward, Krisha asked another question. Mentor. She spoke with an expressionless, half serious, half stubborn face. I feel that your safety is something that needs to be taken seriously. Security? The Su system smiled. He didn't expect the topic of last night to be brought up again by the witch. Krisha, you're really overthinking this. There are very few people on Earth right now who can engage me in combat, let alone jeopardize my personal safety. The Su system held up his wrist and showed the witch his eternal teardrop, roughly introduced, the plug-in like heaven-defying attributes, and the super-strong defense that could block the attacks of immortal emperors. However, this did but further deepen the witch's insistence. Last night, Krisha had witnessed, with her own eyes, Su Emoli appearing inside the Su system's room in a silent manner. Things turned out well in the end. Both sides are on the same side. But after the event was over, the witch couldn't help but worry in her mind. What if the visitor wasn't her mentor's sister, but a real enemy? As well as the most important point of all, I can do it too. I can do it to help for my mentor. The face of the eternal 17-year-old girl showed a stubbornness that had not been seen in the Su system, as if she was secretly fighting with something. But it didn't take long for the delicate features to become blank. Failed to seal God for his mentor. Like a fragile illusion collapsing. Like a very thin mirror shattering at the touch. A silent fluctuation suddenly swept over Su system's body, leaving no traces behind and dissipating straight into the nothing sky. Krisha, what did you just do? The Su system inquired suspiciously. The demoness explained that just now, the demoness was preparing to use the power of the supreme god to enchant the Su system with divinity, crowning the bitterness and becoming an eternal deity in the true sense of the word. But somehow, the supreme authority, which was supposed to be invincible, was unable to seal the gods on the Su system. It was as if there was some indescribable power in shielding the supreme magician's enchantment. Krissa was puzzled. Krissa was confused. This was the first time she had met something she couldn't do since becoming a supreme god. It's okay, Krisia. I think I probably know what it was. And you needn't be concerned, it wasn't your fault. Sue Department's voice was soft, comforting the witch. At the same time, in front of his eyes, the simulator panel, visible only to him, surfaced. If the Sue system was correct, the power that shielded Krisia from being sealed as a god was none other than this mysterious good life simulator. No problem with the authority of the Most High God. Enshrining the Sue lineage is also doable. However, the current Sue lineage was already bound to the life simulator, and enthroning Sue lineage was equal to enthroning the simulator. Obviously, the eternal supreme demoness, whose power did not override that of the simulator, was the result of the failed sealing. The Sue system didn't feel anything about this and didn't feel lost and disappointed. With his current talent, ascending to immortality and power ascension to God were inevitable things around, but the time was just sooner or later. But Krisia was concerned about it. Mentor, this is a gift from me to you. From nowhere, Krisia summoned a pile of radiant, shimmering points of light, the divine authority of the endless worlds, the supreme crown seat on which the eternal worlds converged. Slender white fingers fumbled inside. Keep trying and keep adding, until we reach the upper limit of what the earth can carry. Krisia, what are you? Sue's system was in shock, feeling that the image in front of her, inexplicably, looked familiar, as if she had experienced it somewhere before. Mentor, please take it. The witch's voice was light. In the midst of the flying gray hair, a necklace of cohesive light was controlled by the witch and landed in Sue's palm. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the special item, Crown of the Most High, Crown of Supremacy. Item description, the heavens are witness to his coming. The worlds honor his eternity. Celebrate. This is his past, the embodiment of his glory and greatness. Item effect, magic power increased tenfold. Elemental perception effect increased tenfold. Damage to gods increased tenfold. Damage to dragon and sub-dragon species increased tenfold. Law perception effect increased tenfold. Elemental power increased tenfold. And the effective perception on time and space increased tenfold. Chapter 95, The Witch Presses Her Head. The simulator panel is still refreshing. The abilities originating from the Supreme Crown are demonstrating invincibility one by one. Crown of Supremacy synchronizes the eternal lifespan once a day, making the wearer's lifespan eternal and unlimited, unable to be eradicated or dispelled. And the Grim Reaper cannot deprive the wearer of this gift. Fixed once a day. Temporal perception provides the wearer with 24 hours of temporal talent to use and sense the power of time and space, regardless of the limitations of enlightenment or race. Refreshed once per day. Absolute immunity nullifies attacks of great divine power and below. Permanent supreme pendant. When the wearer performs the ceremony of ascension, he or she will 100% ignite the divine fire, 100% condense the divine nature, 100% achieve the true God, and obtain all the powers allowed by the supreme God. Requirements for use, his only, his all. Ha, I'm on soft food again? It dawned on Sue's system that there was no wonder he found the scene in front of him familiar. Krisia's act of gifting the Supreme Crown was clearly the same as when her sister gifted the Eternal Teardrop. And, I don't know if it was intentional or accidental, the Supreme Crown also has one or two more ability bonuses than the Eternal Teardrop. Not a lot, but a definite head press. Glowing with a hazy light, the necklace of illusion condensed from concepts and authority, as if compressed by dots of starlight, fell into the palm of Sue's hand, like an infinite number of small worlds linked together. Vaguely, the Sue system can perceive the existence of the Hangsha magnitude from it, the crown of the Most High. So that's how it is. It's not that the worlds of the heavens mold the Eternal Supreme, but that the Eternal Supreme reigns over the worlds of the heavens. Feeling the vastness of the greatness within the necklace, the Sue system was incredibly emotional. The shocks that had been brought about since Krisia's return had been one after another, and in just 2 days, the Sue system had been hit multiple times in a row. Mentor, here's my return. Krisia sat upright, her delicate face still cold and indifferent, not diminishing by half in the sunlight, and spoke softly to the Sue system. The Sue system understood what she meant. The aquamarine necklace that was once given to the witch is returned in this moment with a crown of supremacy. It was the only best the witch could think of to bestow. Thank you, Krisia, I love this gift. In the witch's gaze was fixed. Sue's system felt the witch's nervousness from it. Does the emotionally apathetic witch also feel apprehensive and nervous about whether or not she'll accept a gift? The Sue system smiled, always only able to reflect his godless eyes. His gaze moved with Sue's system's movements, looking at Sue's system, until the necklace was fully put on. A very nice gift. A big help. Krisia. Wide, warm palms, gently placed on top of Chris's head. rubbing it from side to side to take away her inner apprehension and unease. The Su system shook its head. Krisha's worries were so unnecessary. How could he possibly refuse Krisha's gift? For one thing, it was a token of Krisha's affection. A cherished thing given by a young girl after long years of waiting. Secondly, this was a superb soft meal given by Krisha. Would the Su lineage, who had already eaten his sister's soft meal, mind eating his own disciple's soft meal? The answer is that it must not be. I've been walking on thin ice all my life. And magic cultivation is all about hard work. Su department leisurely sigh. Right hand spread 5 fingers. Strange space fluctuation flickers. Originally placed in the living room of the water cup. In the silent disappearance. Wait until the reappearance. Has been in the hands of Su department. Space magic. Practiced in moments. The supreme crown's temporal perception. The tenfold increase effect of temporal cultivation. And a little bit of insignificant effort together contributed to this miraculous scene. Soft food. So flavorful. The Su system concluded. Krisha blinked dumbly. She didn't really understand what the Su system was talking about, but she could tell that her mentor loved the gift, so the witch's mood followed suit. After breakfast, Krisha was still cleaning the courtyard slowly, in her own way, with an exclusive frequency, just as she had done in the wizarding world, even though it would have been a thought for her to accomplish. Instead, the Su system walked into the study in the new courtyard. The wood grain of the bookshelves was clearly visible in the sunlight. And the wide lattice rails were filled with heavy ancient books on the magic side or Tao Dharma scrolls on the immortal cultivation side, with a spirit sealing boundary on the outside to prevent decay. After passing through the narrow center gap, it was the wide desk that belonged exclusively to the Su department, filled with dense manuscripts or crumpled up scraps of paper. The Su system pulled out a chair and sat down, while taking out the eternal teardrop and the supreme crown to compare the differences between the two. A sister's soft meal, a disciple's soft meal. Both provide a tenfold bonus to their respective attributes. That much is the same. After this time, the main changes are in the temporal talent and the 100% godhood. The former opens the way for me to be able to move from pseudo-omnipotence to true omnipotence. Space magic has been acquired 1 or 2 times. Time magic is slightly more difficult and needs to be worked on later. As for becoming a god 100% of the time, this point directly solves the problem of future promotion. All I need to do is to slowly polish my spiritual power and naturally arrive at the godhood bottleneck. Other than that, Su system's gaze moved away from the supreme crown and focused on the eternal teardrop. Or more accurately, pondered the existence behind the eternal teardrop. That kid, Mo-Li, what the hell is he doing now? Back in the day, the Su system had always felt that his own sister might have traveled to other worlds, and only the eternal teardrop had accidentally arrived on top of Earth with the descent of the realm ruins. However, Chris's behavior in failing to seal the gods suddenly made the Su system feel that something wasn't right. He remembers it clearly. Before the second simulation, shortly after acquiring the eternal teardrop, there had also been an inexplicable experience of being swept away as if by something. The HUI department at the time carefully examined the situation and did not find any problems. Think of it only as a momentary illusion. But looking back now, I probably went through the same thing back then that I'm going through today. Su system's palm cupped the eternal teardrop, gazing at the pale red teardrop-shaped crystal, its bright surface reflecting his face. Only, it wasn't sealing the gods at that time, but becoming immortal. That child, Mo-Li, has most likely been by my side all along. It's just that I didn't know about it and mistakenly thought she was far away in the other world. This Shakti. The Su system recalled last night's strange dream. He had been obsessed with why his sister and his disciple, for good reason, had fought. Now touching on it, instead, I get a whole new perspective. Fighting or friendly. The only possibility that Su Mo-Li would have a connection with Krisha was Su system himself. In other words, Su Mo-Li was observing Su system, and the people and things around Su system. That explains it. But the boy, why won't he come out to see me? The empty, silent study. The Su system was in deep thought. Chapter 96 Red Dragon Trembling. Not daring to speak. The first simulation totaled 19 years, and the Su system spent 18 years with Su Mori. The second simulation totaled 79 years, and the Su system spent 73 years with Krisha. From a mere span of time, the life coexistence between the Su system and the witch, the life experience within the second simulation, far outweighs that of her sister. If we take out the time when Mo-Li suffered from the heavenly calamity and was forced to lie in bed in a coma, the siblings spent even less time together. Then, is it possible to draw conclusions? A far less emotional relationship with your sister than with a magical girl? The Su system felt that this was not the case. Emotions are not exactly the same as each other. Some will shine with prolonged companionship, while others will highlight eternity with the passing of a moment. In Su department's heart, about Mo-Li, About the sister he had watched grow up since he was a child. There had always been a place reserved for her. That's a stupid kid, obviously cold to the point of shivering, but insisted on waiting at the door for the Sue system to return. Obviously, she was still young, but she struggled to hold an umbrella to protect Sue from the rain. Obviously, he is on the verge of death himself, but he is worried that his illness is dragging down the future of the Sue system. Stupid? Very stupid. Silly? Very silly. Like this stupid little cutie. How many are there in the world? Sue's system felt that there should be more than one of them, but the only one who had truly connected with him and snuggled up to each other for warmth in the immortal cultivation world was Sue Moli. Krisha has unique memories that belong to Krisha. Similarly, Sue Moli has memories that are uniquely Sue Moli's. Those memories, those experiences, together they pile up into unique emotions that are precious and beautiful. Outside the window came the twittering of birds, flapping their plump plumage as they weaved through the gaps of dead fall leaves, looking for warm places to go where new leaves were sprouting. The sun shines into the study at an odd angle, slanting through the double casement wooden windows. It landed on the face of Sue's system's slowly closing eyes, falling on the blood-red crystalline tears of eternal mourning. Moli, is she complaining that I went too far back then? That's why she refuses to see me. Inside the study, sighs echoed in the quiet space. Back in the old days, Department Sue had vaguely speculated that his sister was most likely around. Just a few tries and no response. And now, he was finally certain that his awkward and easy-to-cry sister was indeed close by, just unwilling to come out and meet him. Is it a complaint? Is it anger? The Sue system didn't understand what the girl was thinking, but he knew that something had to be done. The misunderstandings that had been made within the simulation, the sad words that had been said to the girl. By now, it was time for the Sue system, as the older brother, to answer to that stupid girl. Just, what would it take to see, once again, the familiar figure that was deliberately hiding? Sue Department quietly gazed out the window, thoughts along with the fluttering dead leaves, turning pages of thought in the wind. After a long time, the door to the study was pushed open by Krisha. Mentor, please have some tea. The witch brought the afternoon tea. The porcelain cup moist and white, the liquid piping hot and taking on a familiar pale green color. Thanks, Krisha. Sue subconsciously accepted and took a sip, the long-lost bitterness quickly assaulting the taste buds. It's the flavor of the clear herb magic drink. It's so bitter. Sue's system felt his tongue go a little numb. Thanks to the refreshing effect of the clear spirit grass, his mental energy was a little more active, and the speed of his thinking was a little swifter than usual. But here's the thing. As a Holy Realm magician, did Department Sue really need this boost? Krisha, is there a problem? Mentor, don't ever make afternoon tea with cleansing herbs again. Yes, I understand. Please. Krisha, wearing a long black and white fluffy dress with her hands hanging down to hold her cup and saucer, listened carefully to the Sue system. Those gorgeous eyes were still empty and lifeless. It still only reflected the silhouette of the Sue system. It's quiet. It's pure. Not changed by time. Not blurred by age. The city of Miyama is cold and lonely in the fall, but perhaps it was the addition of the witch that made the courtyard seem vibrant instead. In the sunlight, the dragon's blood grass glowed with a faint luminescence, and with an irrationality that defied the seasons, it grew incomparably vigorous and swayed. Dragon's blood herb, red dragon's blood herb. These two very different types of dragon's blood herbs, under Krisha's care, revealed a completely different magnificence. The former had a faint sea odor and possessed the miraculous effect of conferring dragon's blood, and after snakes and fish swallowed it, they would thus metamorphose into the lowest level of demon cultivators, thus possessing the faint possibility of purifying their bloodline and advancing to true dragons. The latter is reddish and hot, and when taken by beasts it will metamorphose into a sub-dragon species, and when taken by humans it will gain fire elemental perception and become an excellent fire mage seed, due to the overly promising growth, resulting in a multitude of harvests. The Sue system also sold a batch of dragon's blood herb for this purpose. Of course, a new planting of dragon's blood grass requires new dragon's blood to nourish it. When the red dragon flew tremblingly to the city of Yenshan and saw the witch's figure, he directly slid to his knees at the speed of light. Claims that as long as you don't kill it, it's acceptable to draw as much blood as you want. The witch accepted the red dragon's request openly. Finding the teachings of the Sue lineage quite useful, the dragons were indeed docile, and would even offer up dragon blood on their own accord. The red dragon trembled, not daring to argue. The daily routine of the courtyard, the house chores, and the planting of the dragon's blood herb are fully tended to by Krisha, but the pace of life in the Sue system doesn't make it any easier. After getting the necklace that the supreme crown was transformed into, the Sue system is almost non-stop for a moment. The whole day closed about the courtyard's cultivation room, groping for the use of space magic and time magic. Under his hard work, a few basic use of space magic has been skillfully controlled by him. Spatial teleportation for short-range battles and long-distance spans. A spatial chop used to attack the enemy and a spatial barrier used to defend against the enemy. The use of the attack aspect and the defense aspect can only be described as icing on the cake. And I'm not lacking in either of those means. What's really key is the use of instantaneous movement and teleportation. With the help of space magic, the next time I need to go out of town, I won't have to fly slowly. As for time magic, this is indeed difficult to control for a while. Perhaps only when I become a god will I be able to truly utilize the power of time. Early morning almost 2 months later, the Su system slowly got up and stopped its cultivation state. After 2 long months of diligent cultivation, he had advanced to the transformation stage in addition to his skillful control of spatial magic, which was an unexpected small gain. At that time, the sky was slightly dark, as if there was a thunderbolt descending, but it was shattered by a ray of light from the witch's eyes, and returned to a clear and bright sky at a much faster speed, getting away with it. Splat, splat. Su's system walked out of the cultivation room and returned to his room. Looking at the collection cabinet that caught his eye and the sugar jar that had reverted to its first place, he sighed softly. That kid, Emoli, still won't show up? Chapter 97, Emoli? Emoli. Rustle, 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 was the sound of dead leaves rubbing together in the courtyard. Time is passing quickly. The point in time when Su's system reunited with the witch was the cool and breezy beginning of autumn. But 2 months passed and it came silently to the end of the withering autumn. It won't be long before a cool, harsh winter even replaces fall altogether. The feeling was subtle. Time is like a flowing mass of water that passes through one's fingers, and everyone can clearly perceive the disappearance of time without a sense of substance, until there is very little water left in the palm. It was only in hindsight that I realized how quickly time was running out. Inside the bedroom, the Su system walked over to the tall collector's cabinet and looked at the candy canes and wands inside, falling into a long contemplation. Over the past 2 months, he had not only been practicing, but had also put in a lot of effort trying to get his sister to show up in the real world. But it's a shame. The other side did not respond. The Su system could only judge through some of the finer details that the other party was still paying attention to them and had not really left. However, the Su system was really out of options. In the past 2 months, he had called out Su Emoli's name more than once, and had communicated with Krisha to return the candy cane's position to first place. But no matter how she went about it, the girl showed no sign of showing herself. Is it still angry about what happened back then? Is it the grudge in your heart that still refuses to let go? Because of what exactly? Unable to communicate face to face. Unable to understand his sister's true thoughts. Department Su could only use his own thinking to guess the reason why the other party refused to show up. But everything is useless. The Su system was about to start its third simulation. The girl still had no intention of showing up. Department Su didn't even know where the other party was at the moment, and whether or not they were looking at him. Who? The sound of the softly chirping wind flowed into his ears. The Su system opened the door of the collection cabinet and took out the porcelain sugar jar from it, placing it, along with the eternal teardrop, on the small wooden table in the bedroom. It was the only item that had any connection to her sister after the first simulation ended. In the former case, it was a candy gifted to his sister by the Su system. The latter, a tear gifted to the Su system by her sister. Speaking of which, I don't think I've ever eaten the sugar inside, Su said, pulling out a chair and sitting down, looking at the cylindrical pale green sugar jar with a reminiscent expression. In the first simulation of the cultivation world, almost all the candy he bought was given to Emoli, because Su's system thinks these candies are not considered delicious. Just somehow the girl extraordinarily likes these candies. Every time she sees it will be very joyful. Take one and see. The Su system lifted the lid of the candy jar and removed a white hard candy from the very top of the candy pile. The candy enters the mouth with a light malt aroma and a very thin flavor of glutinous rice flour. The texture is hard and can only be licked slowly. Sweet, all the while interspersed with acid if anything. Was this kind of candy considered delicious? The Su system thought it was okay, good as a snack, but far from addictive. That kid, Emoli, wouldn't be deliberately acting like he likes candy just to make me happy, would he? The Su system's movements paused, his face hesitant. He suddenly recalled, in the first simulation, the model the girl showed was so intelligent, so precocious, and sometimes more stable than a real adult. At that time, Emoli hadn't spread the word within Mori Sword Peak that he liked to eat candy. From start to finish, she would only accept candy from the Su family. It's just that the Su system never looked into this in detail. Unilaterally, I felt that my own sister liked candy, so I bought a lot of candy. So it seems that I really am an incompetent older brother. Su Xiang reclined back slightly, his entire back pressed against the backrest of the wooden chair, his eyes gazing at the ceiling. The reason the boy accepted it time and time again was simply because he was afraid I would be sad. Am I a bit too dictatorial? Not only did he seldom ask for that child's opinion, but he also defined her life without authorization, hid her from the fact that he was shaping her outer spiritual roots for her, and fabricated lies to deliberately cold-shoulder her. The wooden table by the window was illuminated by the sunlight, illuminating a line of detailed texture. Porcelain jars filled with sweets, blood red in warm teardrops, all illuminated to a glowing surface. The Sue system was silent. The Sue system was silent. He felt as if he had found the real reason why his sister refused to show up and meet in the real world. The pressure and shock of what he had done was a little too much for a little girl, especially leaving the Heavenly Sword sect before dying. The words that were purposely said to Emily. There is no doubt that for Emily, who was longing for and attached to the Sue system at the time, it was a heavy puncture in the spirit. Sorry, Emily, it's me, as an older brother, who didn't do enough. The candy releases a sweet flavor in the mouth that echoes with bitterness. After a long silence, the Sue system's lips parted slightly, and he spoke out to the empty room, though he wondered if his sister was watching. Just an apology from the heart, just a regret in my heart. It made the Sue system say it involuntarily. Drip dash. The Sue system gently closed the lid and restored the candy jar to its original state. But it was then that a crystalline wetness came from the back of his hand. Is it sweat? How can you be hot enough to sweat when it's so cold in the city of Yosemite in the fall? Is it rain? How can it rain when it's sunny on the outside patio? So what, exactly, is this sudden wetness? Brother, I'm sorry. It's clearly me, clearly the one in the wrong. A heavy feeling came from his shoulders, a young girl's sob, a long-lost, capricious reliance on his own brother. Jade lotus root-like arms stretched out from behind her, crossing her arms around Sue system's neck. Sobbing, Department Sue froze, then his expression gradually softened, gently taking the girl's palm. His voice brought a passing familiarity. Welcome home, Emily. The girl cried even more violently. Unlike the silent tears that fell from the witch, it was a release of repression to the extreme, crying loudly and woefully. Sue Molly harbored infinite guilt and self-blame for the death of the Sue system. But now, she heard an apology from Department Sue. This contrast, this comparison, caused her psychological defenses to crumble and reveal her vulnerability. Outside the room door, the witch with long gray and silver hair carried a tray with an indifferent expression, and on the tray was the hot tea she had prepared for the Sue system, as well as the corresponding dessert. As per usual, Krisha would have chosen to go straight into the room, but the sobs originating from Sue Molly stopped Krisha's movements. Just this once, one time only, the forgiving witch turned away and did not push her way into the house, choosing to leave her precious time to the Good Samaritan, who would only give her one more chance. In the future, Mo has feelings for the witch and will not allow the other's recklessness. Chapter 98, Sugar is no longer expired. The young girl was still crying out the aggression in her heart, crying out the guilt in her heart. From that broken speech, Department Sue finally realized the real reason why Emily had delayed meeting him. It is the remorse of witnessing the death of a loved one and being unable to do anything about it. It is the escape of becoming a heavy burden and being unable to accept the cruel truth. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. It's all my fault. I'm the one who victimized my brother. Obviously I'm the one in the wrong. Obviously I caused my brother to lose his life. The one who should really be apologizing. Obviously I'm the one who should be apologizing. Sue Molly's voice grew more and more mournful, gradually turning into pure weeping. She flopped onto Sue System's back, burying her head into Sue System's shoulder, all of her remorse turning into crystalline tears, wetting the shoulder that provided her with a place to rely on. The once sickly young girl has become a being beyond eternity. But to this day, she still couldn't forgive herself. I can't forgive myself for causing my brother to be killed, and I could do nothing about it but howl in despair. Emily. The voice from the Sue System once again rang in the girl's ears, causing her body to tremble. Is her brother going to reprimand her? Would her brother not accept her change? Everything the fairy had feared had not come to pass. Slow, gentle words, like warm spring light caressing the cheek. It's been hard being alone, hasn't it? I'm sorry, I was the one who was too late. The man didn't mean any blame. On the contrary, his voice was full of compassion, constantly comforting the insecure girl. But such words are like sharp jabs, straight to and through Sue Molly's chest heart. It made her cry even more. Fall is chilly and the upcoming winter is even more freezing. Changes in time bring external changes. Compared to the end of the first simulation, Sue Molly's appearance had changed slightly, and that change was named maturity and loneliness. The Sue System rejoiced in the girl's growth and pitted the cost behind it. A little. 2 clicks. The Sue System sat and reached out his hand, his palm resting lightly on the tiny head that was crying mournfully at that shoulder, slightly rubbing the top of his head. like he comforted his sister as a child. It's good to be back. No need to beat yourself up or feel guilty. Let bygones be bygones. Su Department's voice was gentle. The young girl did not answer. Only the sound of crying became weaker and weaker, and the strength of embracing Su's system increased. The heaviness, the tightness, meant that the helpless little girl in tears, once again had to rely on. Once again, she had a hero who would step on the thorns and face the sun with determination to save her. Brother, will you still leave Emily? A shaky, uneasy voice came from behind. Never again. Not a lie, but the truth. Receiving the desired answer, the girl's emotions seemed to ease a lot, but she still wrapped her arms tightly around Su Xian's neck, resting on Su Xian's shoulders from behind, completely refused to let go. Inexplicably, Department Su felt that the scene in front of him was somewhat familiar. Because of what? I remember. Like I experienced it somewhere. Su's system searched his memory and soon realized that there had been a few times when he woke up early in the morning and felt his body smothered in panic. That feeling was the same as it is now. In other words, the so-called ghostly pressure on the bed did not exist, and the discomfort all along was due to my sister's quiet behavior in the middle of the night? The Su system smiled, laughing both at the truth of this farce and at his own sister's petty temperamental behavior. After an unknown amount of time, the young girl finally stopped crying under Su system's gentle caresses and consolations, and she was held by Su system's hand as she settled down on the other side of the wooden table. Now, the Su system finally saw the young girl's full face. Strange? Not really. Still the same familiar, crybaby little girl. Familiar? Doesn't seem to be. Unlike the eternal 17-year-old witch, Su Moli would still grow even though she had cultivated immortality, making her appearance eternal. A bit taller, longer hair, and a bit more cooler than the Su system remembered. Back then, that, chasing after Su Department asked people to grow life short sister, in the passage of time, has grown to the point of their own experience of life. Trance-inducing. It's beautiful. The Su system spoke softly, helping the girl dry the tear tracks on her face, making that face clean again. Thanks, brother. Deja vu words, different tone. When Su Moli was young, his voice was incomparably lively, with the innocence of a child. And now, the grown-up girl was a little put out, the long reunion making her slightly formal, not even knowing what to say. Emily, have a candy. The Su system decided to ease the awkward atmosphere. He opened the candy jar again and took out a brown fudge from it, handing it to Su Moli, who was sitting beside him. Aha! The girl responded nicely, taking the fudge and popping it into her mouth. The flavor of the candy was not outstanding, but one thing is special. The thoughts contained within will never expire again, because the person who gave the candy its meaning, the only brother his heart had ever held on to, was sitting beside him at the moment, gazing at him tenderly. Brother, the candy is delicious, and Emily loves it. Finish the fudge. Su Moli flashed a smile at the Su system. For once, there was something familiar about the expression on her face, tinged with some of the sappiness of her childhood, with the flawlessness of her sickness, as if she were back in time, just smiling and laughing. 2 lines of tears slid down uncontrollably again. It made the cheeks wet again. It's good that you like it. There's still a lot of sugar left. We can take our time later. The Su system's movements were meticulous, slowly wiping away the tear stains on his sister's face, wiping away the wounds left by the passing years. How happy the siblings were in their childhood lives in the first simulation. After the simulation ended, Su Moli's heart was as sad as it could be. The Su system tries to repair the heart that is full of holes, but the girl shook her head. There was no longer a need to fix it. There was no longer a need to cover it up. And the moment it actually appeared in front of the Su system, the icy cold heart took on warmth once again. Just by looking at the Su system, just by looking at it, the girl would feel great satisfaction. Is that so? Anyway, it's good that it's okay. The Su system smiled. Subconsciously, he wanted to touch the girl's head, but he suddenly remembered that the sister in front of him had already grown up and gone through long years of cultivation and killing, so perhaps she had long since grown out of this kind of child coaxing trick. So, the Su system withdrew his hand again. Unexpectedly, Emily took the initiative to hold Su system's wrist and lowered her head, letting her palm rest lightly on top of her head. Brother, remember? Remember what? When I was a child, I used to complain to my older brother that he touched my head too much, which caused me not to grow taller. There is such a thing. So why are you still? Now that Emily is grown up, she doesn't need to become taller. The girl whispered. The eyes looked at the Su system, but it was as if they were looking away from something. Chapter 99, The one who overthrew the immortal world is my sister? Su Moli was in a much better mood. It's so sudden and subtle. The Su system was unsure why the change had occurred, so he opened his mouth to ask. What's the matter, Mori? Nothing, just a feeling of joy in my heart to be reunited with my brother. the girl's eyes with a smile. In the reflection of the sunlight by the window, the face of the coldness subsides a few points. More cute and innocent as a child, albeit briefly, though only for a moment. Then she once again returned to being a cool female immortal. Meanwhile, the courtyard kitchen was awfully quiet, and the witch was silently using her time powers to pause the passage of time for hot tea and dessert, sitting in place and staring at the door of Sue's room, so that it could be delivered to the mentor later, in perfect condition and in time. Lee, can you tell me what you went through after the great battle of the Heavenly Sword sect? Inside the bedroom, with the warm light slanting slightly, Department Sue asked Sue Molly questions regarding his own sister's deeds in the immortal cultivation world. System Sue had already learned a rough idea in advance from Lee Wancho, but surely the people involved know more details about such things. The Sue system was curious. At the end of the first simulation, how did my sister go from being an ordinary immortal cultivator all the way to the immortal realm by killing her way through? And how did she keep getting stronger and stronger? So much so that even her tears could become so anticlimactic. What elder brother wants to know? Lee will tell them all. Sue Lee lightly nodded her head and began to recount for the Sue system the series of things that had happened after the Heavenly Sword sect's demonic cultivator invasion incident. Leave the Heavenly Sword sect. Hunt down and kill all the demonic cultivators in the immortal cultivation world, collecting heavenly materials and treasures, and creating their own Taoist magical abilities. Sue Molly's tone was calm, and the experience he recounted was highly consistent with the information provided by Lee Wancho, but with more details and a stronger sense of immediacy. When he heard this, Department Sue's expression was fairly calm, but immediately afterward, his own sister's experience in the immortal world caused Department Sue to gradually widen his eyes and even fill his head with questions. Before reaching the immortal realm, he opened the heavenly gate with his sword to break into the immortal realm, and fought against the immortals of the realm gate without losing a battle. After entering the immortal path and achieving true immortality, can you retreat calmly in the face of an immortal emperor? Is my sister so fierce? Department Sue was already winded. How could he not expect that Krisha's fierce mess of a battle record could be matched by anyone? And that person was also his own sister. Unheard of. Just become an immortal and you can withdraw from an immortal emperor's hands and not lose? Really? Ha, ha, ha. The Sue system's face looked calm, but in reality, it was inwardly setting off waves of shock, having been so astonished by the girl's battlefield achievements that he didn't know what to say. Sue's system had not yet become an immortal and knew very little about the battle prowess of immortals. But that doesn't stop it. System Sue knew the power and greatness of the immortal emperor. That was the apex that stood at the top of the entire immortal realm, the uppermost person who ruled over the heavens and the worlds and suppressed the entire immortal realm. However, it is such a stunning talent, put into which world our supreme hegemony of the existence, but was forced by his own sister 50-50. This kind of thing is just incredible. The Sue system silently opened the candy canes, throwing a candy in his mouth to suppress the shock. But the sister's account, far from being over, what follows is not only more informative, but also delivers an even greater sense of impact. The immortal elixir that the teacher picked up, was it you who secretly sent it there? You did the same thing when the immortal world was split apart, in order to elevate the earth? From the beginning, there was no such thing as the man behind the curtain. Or was the man behind the curtain you? The immortal emperor's fall was also cut by you? Ka-chow. Surprised, the Sue system violently bit down on the crushed candy, fragments escaping the inside of his mouth. There was so much information that came flooding in at this instant that Department Sue didn't know whether to spit on Lee Wancho's so-called luck first, or be shocked at his own sister's heaven-defying strength. Good news. Lee Wancho was able to ascend to immortality thanks to the blessing of his own sister. Bad news. The life in the immortal world that Lee Wancho hadn't yet had the chance to experience was spoiled by his own sister. This is really, how can I put it? It's kind of mind-numbing. The Sue system took a deep breath, rubbed his swollen temples with his index finger. Perhaps it was because, having been shocked by the witch's deeds only a short while ago, this time around, the Sue system was quick to accept the various things her sister had done. Killing an immortal emperor was outrageous. Destroying the immortal realm is a stretch, but it's not incomprehensible to put it on the weak side of cultivation. The so-called immortal realm, in its essence, was actually just an advanced cultivation world. Destroying it wouldn't affect anything, much less cause the path of immortality to be cut off. In comparison, the Sue system was more concerned about another thing. Lee, when you were destroying those small worlds and making the earth ascend, you didn't affect too many living beings, did you? Of course not, brother. The young girl's face was flat and her tone was natural as she replied to the Sue system. Where the Sue system can't see it, the little finger behind the young girl's back, gently outlining. In this instant, karma reversed time and space. and the kind beings who had once died inadvertently during the process of chopping up the world as a result were resurrected by Su Moli with a single thought, or integrate into the cultivation side world market on Earth, or sent to other small worlds of the heavens. As for those demonic cultivators, as well as senseless ferocious beasts, they fell into the underworld end forever. Well, it's good that you have a number. Hearing Mo Li's affirmative answer, Su Xian's expression was slightly relieved. He wasn't a purely good person, but he wasn't interested in killing innocents either. Realm after realm of living beings died. It sounds truly appalling. Luckily, his own sister is not that kind of murderous nature. Still like when he was a child, kind and lovely and rich in morals. But, looking at it this way, Earth's aura recovery is inseparably related to me even if I didn't start it. The Su system's fingers rubbed the eternal teardrops in contemplation. What can be ascertained at the moment is that both the cultivation side and the magic side of the realm ruins appeared on Earth because of him, and looking at it from another angle, he has already become one of the black hands behind the changes on Earth, though it wasn't what the Su system itself wanted. Mo Li, there's something else I want to ask you. Go ahead, brother. At the time you discovered the Earth, the phenomenon of aura revival on the Earth, had it begun yet? When I came, the visions of this realm had already manifested. Is that so? I know. His tongue licked the candy, softening its wrapping and slowly swallowing it down his throat. The aftertaste reverberates in the mouth. Warm and sweet. Su's system closed the lid of the sugar jar, his eyes closing slightly. The descent of the aura revival. Both Mo Li and Krisha only played an accelerating role. So who was the real initiator? Is it hard to believe that the transcendental omnibus research is wrong? The first wave of aura revival was not an invasion from the otherworldly world, but a revival of the Earth itself? Or, perhaps, an influence from another source? It's not a big problem. With Mo Li and Krisha around, no matter what happens, even if the Earth explodes in place, it can be recovered. Chapter 100 Recharging Martial Arts Side Simulation. Love things will grow flesh and blood from their struggles. Fill the hollow chambers of your heart, dipping colorless bones. The power of love, which may not be infinite, is for some the only thing that keeps them alive. The patio seems a little warmer today. The Su system looked out the window, and the depression of fall became less obvious. Is it because the joy of being reunited has dulled the cold? Or, to be more specific, it was the two supreme existences that made even the withering silence of the fall not dare to come close. Mo Li, I'll take you to someone. After talking to Su Moli, after unraveling each other and getting to know the girl's recent situation, Su led her out of the bedroom, wanting his sister and the witch to get to know each other, to avoid the intense situation of the dream world, where they fought to a standstill. However, after the two met, the silence was like an invisible hurricane. It quickly scraped every corner of the courtyard. The warmth fades fast and something colder than fall arrives, a chill that reaches right down to the soul and makes you shiver inexplicably. Su Moli and Krisha stood silently, their gazes crossing through the Su system's bodies. Every look, every gesture, seemed extraordinarily indifferent. I am Su Moli, elder brother's sister. I am Krisha Christina, a disciple of my mentor. Under the watchful eye of the Su system, the first meeting between the two girls ended hastily. They seemed unconcerned about each other's presence, and after the brief introductions were made, the atmosphere was once again chilled. Both sides had a tacit understanding that neither side mentioned that battle of the stars. No, you can't say it's cold, either. The witch has moves. She brought hot tea and dessert. The hot tea had a mellow aftertaste and the dessert was delicious, but the witch had only prepared a portion for the Su system. Afterwards, Department Su had asked the witch how she viewed Su Moli. The witch replied this way: feels like a poor, good-hearted man. Poor goody two-shoes? Listening to Krisha's reply, the Su system wanted to say something, stopped saying something, and felt that the answer was a bit subtle. However, it was at least certain that Krisha had no ill feelings towards Mo Li's arrival. And so, the Su system found another time to ask her sister, who had grown up, what she thought of Krisha. My sister's response was more subtle. Lucky guy. But, don't hate her. Lucky? Where's Lucky? The Su system found that there seemed to have been an early encounter between his sister and his disciple, but it was good to see that the two had no ill feelings towards each other. Su Shangna's hanging heart finally dropped. So it seems that the images of the fight in the dream won't appear. But how? Exactly. Did Mori and Krisha know each other? Could it be that it was the two who met in the heavens and the worlds after achieving supremacy? The Su system guessed, not thinking about it in detail. The past doesn't matter anymore. What's more important now is to keep your eyes on the future. Department Su had prepared a bedroom for Mo Li to live in, and there were quite a few empty rooms in the new courtyard, so even 4 or 5 more people would have no problem living there. Only, unlike Krisha, who lived in the courtyard all day, Su Mo Li's appearance is intermittent. She is often preoccupied with the great cause of the ascension of the earth, working her way up through the ages to be able to come down in her own body. Appearance. Either accompanying the Su system or studying the dragon's bloodgrass in the courtyard. During his younger years living in the Heavenly Sword sect, Su Moli had also loved flowers and plants, only to give up this hobby later on when changes occurred. Now, under the influence of the Su system, it was inexplicably regained. What a wonderful, peaceful life. Courtyard. The Su system let out a sigh of relief and took a light sip of the hot tea handed to them by the witch. A calm and peaceful day like this was exactly what he wanted the most. Well, if one ignored the collection locker mutation. Swish dash. The gray rekindled wand switched to first place. Swish dash. Sugar Shaker changed to first place again. I don't know when. The collection cabinet fell into Schrodinger's first bit state. Every time Su's system's eyes opened and closed, it caused the first grid to change. Gulp, gulp. The Su system gulped down the hot tea. Ignore the collection locker's mutation. At first, he had managed to get the witch and her sister to rein it in a bit. The witch was obedient. Her sister was understanding. And they would never give the Su system a hard time. And so it was. When the Su system is in the bedroom, the collection cabinet becomes all quiet and what it should be. And when the Su system is absent, such as it is now located in the living room, the silent battles will begin again quietly. The kids are getting older and it's not easy to control them. Su system put down his teacup, the bottom of the cup colliding slightly with the tabletop, emitting a faint tremor. He conjured up the simulator panel that only he could see. Start thinking seriously. What world to choose for the third simulation? With my current cultivation speed, whether it's ascension to immortality on the cultivation side or immortal ascension to godhood on the magic side, it's just a matter of time. But, you can never have too much of a thing like strength. Since the simulator can help me with both multiple transcendental systems, it would be a shame not to put it to good use. The Su system mused. Flipped through the introductions to the different worlds. He was now well off. And whatever anchor medium he had was ready in his storage space early on. So he just had to pick a world to simulate. Cultivation of immortality is cultivation, which makes me realize the workings of heaven and earth. The meditation of magic gives me mental access and stable control over the elements of the world. These two paths dissect the nature of the world almost cleanly, and it would be better for the system of the third simulation not to duplicate these directions. Thoughts. Looking for contrast. Su's system a period of screening, and finally put his eyes on fantasy and martial arts. The metaphysical side and the martial arts side are among the more alternative of the many transcendental systems. This is because these two systems focus especially on the physical body. One fist blasted open the path of life and death, and the chi and blood dominated the sky to subdue the 9 specters. All the Tao, all the laws, it all comes together in one punch and one kick. This was why the Su system had picked Shinfeng and Wu Dao. Spiritual roots allow me to sense the chi of heaven and earth. Meditation allows me to pass through the gods without hindrance. And on this path of the master of the laws, I have already stepped out an extremely long distance. Essence is complementary. And nowadays, my biggest shortcoming is the essence of my body. The Su system deliberated for a moment. From the two options in front of him, he locked on the martial arts column. The same transcendental system that hammers the physical body. There is also a difference between each other. Shin fantasy is mostly a mixture of the laws of heaven and earth and a strong physical body. Chi and blood martial arts are more focused on mining the human body's secret treasures, which is suitable for the Su system to penetrate the essence, chi and spirit, and to embark on the bright road ahead of the composite transcendental system. Then, start recharging. Su system's finger lightly wiped the storage ring. From it, he poured out a bunch of transcendent items from the martial arts side. Ding! Martial arts side anchor point medium loading, plus 1%, plus 1%, plus 1%, plus 1%. Chapter 101 Third Simulation. Open. As the Su system watched, the simulator's progress bar slowly rose until it reached its peak before stopping. Every little bit, every drop, it's all recharged from the transcendent items on the martial arts side. It's a solid kryptonite simulation. Budo side anchor media loaded. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the number of simulations. Please ask if you want to carry out the simulation and start a wonderful simulated life. Number of simulations currently available. 1. The simulator beeps and the panel loads text in sync. Densely packed. Without hesitation, Department Su decisively checked the button to start the simulation. The rewards he received from the second simulation had long since been digested. And now, the addition of a third simulation was just what he needed. Simulation in progress. World line projections in progress. Locked traversable worlds. Analyzed as martial arts side worlds. Word generation in progress. Word generation complete. Please host choose 3 words for the Sims character talent. Word levels are white, green, blue, purple, gold, red. Persistence, gold. Your efforts will be rewarded. And the longer you stick with something, the more rewarding it will be. Powerful as an ox. Green. You are as strong as a plow ox and are known as a strong young man in all the villages. Evolution of martial arts. Purple. A long time creates miracles beyond the ordinary. Your martial arts will evolve like life, with a small chance of metamorphosing into a higher level of martial arts. Black and white. Punk. White. You mix in black and white, have a hefty reputation for ferocity, and are the most feared punk in the neighborhood, but are highly susceptible to attracting the enmity of young chivalrous men. Stick mastery. Blue. You are very good at the use of stick weapons, especially the cleaving stick, poking stick, and standing stick, and the stick blossoms you dance out can even block flying arrows. Chi and blood charge. Purple. You have a naturally good body, with vigorous and exuberant chi and blood like smoke. Unusual ghosts and demons can't get close to you, and you sit at night like a baking oven. This time the word feeling, kind of generic? Sue's system quickly browsed through the simulator panel, looking slightly puzzled at the 6 words displayed on it, but he was quick to release it. The appearance of the red words was not supposed to be easy. Gold and purple words are the premium stuff in normal simulations, and it's not impossible to get as many as 6 whites if you're incredibly unlucky. This simulation, with the sticking word in place, the barest of guarantees is still there. The Sue system quickly picks the right words. They are persistence, gold, maneuvering martial arts, purple, and chi and blood charge, purple. 1 gold and 2 purple. Match each other. This, then, was the final combination of the Sue system's 3rd simulation. Word selection complete. Will the simulation begin? Okay. As Sue's system turned on the simulation, the familiar feeling of detachment struck again. Perhaps because Sue's system's strength had increased, this time the simulation was not as dizzying as before. He saw it. Seeing myself out of my original body, the world came to a standstill. Everything was absolutely still. The sister and the witch seemed to have sensed something, but their movements were so slow and silent in the eyes of the Sue system. In the end, Sue's consciousness is completely detached from reality and flies to the endless line. The stars are misty, and that's an infinite number of possibilities. Each thread implies a very different time and space. Wrapped up in the simulator, Sue crashed straight into one of the threads, and fell deeply into it with a gesture he could not control. Number 03 simulation officially begins. You open your eyes and find yourself sitting in the living room of your home. You don't see Sue Mo Lee's figure, or Krish's, but you do see another familiar and unmistakable booming gesture. You're fast and agile, running ahead to the 2nd floor. It didn't take long for the heavy truck to collapse the 1st floor wall with an unstoppable force, but that's no threat to you on the 2nd floor. You laugh. Your smile suddenly freezes. The truck suddenly morphs, the front end morphing into a head and chest, the body morphing into a waist and legs, and blasts you away with a lightspeed punch and a magnificent robotic gesture like you've never seen before. You were hit hard by a big rig. Consciousness is muddled, like being dumped mercilessly dozens or hundreds of times in a tumble dryer. When Department Sue opened his eyes again, the scenery of the world had already changed, and floating before his eyes were brand new buildings and landscapes that he had never seen before. You've been given a painless crossing package. Waking up, you find yourself in a whole new world. This is a world dedicated to martial arts. There are no flying immortal cultivators, nor fancy and gorgeous magicians. There is only the development of the ultimate chi and blood martial arts. Fists can shake the sky, kicks can shake the earth. This is a world where the power of the body is utilized to its fullest extent, and where greatness is returned to the body. You marvel at the wonders of the chi and blood martial arts path. But the discomfort coming from your body quickly makes you realize that you are not in a wonderful situation. Your body changes to that of a 16-year-old, with a slightly thinner physique, but very full of chi and blood. You're hungry, and your first task after crossing over is to solve your hunger problem. Dust and sand in the sky, horses whinnying, whistling wind. The Sue system struggled a bit to get up from the ground. He stood up straight and looked about him, and found a dense growth of grass and trees, with luxuriant foliage, and a spacious gravel path left alone in the center, which now and then was swept by people at speed on horseback. Those horses are not like ordinary horses. Eyes red and ferocious. The horse's body was covered with greenish-black scales, stamping the gravel road with flying smoke. I remember. Read it in the information purchased by the Transcendental Omnibus. Those are green scale horses, a specialty of certain martial worlds, a hybrid offspring of the green scale fierce fish and the bitter cow horse. Inexpensive and low difficulty to breed. One of the most common horses on the martial side. The Sue system craned his neck in place and moved his shoulders again. Head down the gravel road. He planned to find towns, villages, and other places to live first, and slowly sort out the state of the world before moving on to the next step. Eyes downcast, the stones at his feet looked broken. It seems to be a bit over the upper limit of its capacity because it has been trampled by strong horses for many years. it feels a little subtle. In the last simulation, the steam engine was extremely well developed, and even without magic, civilization was infinitely more modern. In contrast, this simulation of the martial arts world has a strong sense of dreaming back to ancient times. But it's normal. Cultivators of the Qi and blood martial arts system tend to focus on strength growth and neglect the spiritual and wisdom aspects. It is indeed a bit difficult to expect them to develop a civilization. At this instant, Department Su recalled Wang Dali of the Transcendent Unity Bureau in Diffractive City. Wang Dali's so-called superintelligence. It's basically just a super strength hit to beat up the disobedience. TCH, maybe this time, I'll be a mangaka too. Chapter 102 Martial Arts and Demons. The unpleasant smell of blood filled the air. Pungent, stinking, and surrounded by traces of dried blood. The fragmented remnants of the sword refracted bright white spots in the sunlight. More, either deeply embedded in the trees lining the road or buried in the weeds by the wind and sand. The Su system moved forward along the gravel road, but the more he walked, the more defiled the path became. As if it had been through some fierce battle, Su system's brow furrowed as he slowed his travel speed. What happened here? Thinking back to what he had seen earlier, the hurried figures that hurriedly drove their horses, Su system guessed that perhaps some kind of battle had taken place in front of them. Is it person to person? Or does it say, you're on your way to find the town, and you find traces of a fierce battle? You are wary and slow down, while picking up a barely functional stump of a knife from the side of the road. Just in case, you walk slowly, you keep walking, insisting on launching in. Blood rushing to the sky launching in. Your persistence brings you a slight increase in endurance. Your blood and chi are filled so that you are not weakened by hunger, and you travel a little faster. After 45 minutes of cautious walking, you manage to reach a town. You asked around and found out that this is Qingyo Town, which is located in the outermost part of Dakian, bordering on the 100,000 mountains where demons live. The traces of flesh and blood you see, and the destruction of the fierce battle, are all the work of demons and warriors. This is an extremely horrific wave of demons. Qingyo Town was destroyed by demons for the most part, and many mortals were brutally abused and killed. And this is the truth of the strong bloody odor you smell. Rip dash. The battle between the martial artists and the demons continued. There were well-built, topless, lean and sturdy men who stepped on the ground and leapt high into the air, chopping out harsh and whistling heavy chops. The light of the blade lengthened to meet the great sun, strongly chopping off the neck of the horned manticore, causing its head to soar and fall in blood. Good swordplay. Worthy of being sect leader G. This tiger slaughtering blade technique is truly a masterpiece. Ha ha ha. You all are too kind. Some onlooker martial artists clapped their hands. Many of the people also cast eager glances. The man surnamed G was obviously very pleased with this, laughed loudly, and chased after the other direction with a knife. This was the Qi and blood martial arts, and the character of the practitioners was mostly bold, and when they encountered a battle, their blood would boil, and they couldn't help but want to tear apart all the enemies that stood in front of them in the most violent way possible. Compare this with the cultivators who practiced the 100 arts of cultivation. Compare that to a wizard who uses knowledge to control the world. The martial artist appears to be too extreme, taking the skill points of this transcendental system and adding them to the physical body. Artifacts are bitterly weak, and flesh and blood sore? Sounds like it could be interesting. After observing for a while, Su's system endured his hunger and walked into Green Ox Town. Before the simulation, he had prepared himself early on, regarding various types of cultivation methods, which included the martial arts side. Whether it's a technique for cultivation or a martial art for life and death combat, everything in mind. However, before actually practicing, System Su needed to find a place to land while more carefully and deeply understanding the background of the world of the third simulation. You're taking an important first step. The town of Qingyo, ravaged by demons, is in need of young laborers, and you make use of your healthy body with a lot of energy and blood to exchange your labor for the first money. You buy food, gorge yourself, and succeed in eliminating your body's hunger. In the time to come, you follow the original plan of silently accumulating money while learning about the situation of the Dakian dynasty from the people on the sidelines. At the same time, you began to insist on learning the Dakian script, turning to books and consulting ancient texts on your own. Stick around for the launch of Heaven Rewards Hard Work. Your persistence paid off. You studied hard for a month, and briefly mastered the mainstream script of the Dakian dynasty and several ancient scripts. Now, you have the most basic knowledge of the world. This is a boundless and vast world that knows no limits, where the human race hammers itself with chi, blood, and martial arts, and through countless generations, it has passed on the flame, opening up an exclusive safe place for the human race. Dakin, born of necessity. The Dakian dynasty was an extremely powerful dynasty that ruled over the territory of the human race and maintained the stability of the human race. Under the rule of Dakian, The life of the human race was full of order, and there was no return to the dark and difficult times of the ancient times. But outside of Dakian is the 100,000 mountains where countless demons and monsters are entrenched. The mountain abyss is soaring and the peaks are soaring. Spirits, monsters and demons abound. The 100,000 Great Mountains is a forbidden land in the absolute sense. Even a martial arts powerhouse of the human immortal realm wouldn't dare to step into it at will, simply because of the endless demons inside, which are simply impossible to remove. Places bordering the 100,000 mountains, such as remote areas like Qingyo Town, are more likely to be infested by demons from time to time. You've come to your senses and understood the circumstances of the Green Cow tragedy. To mortals without power, living in a remote place like Green Ox Town was undoubtedly dangerous. Elderly people or children all yearn for the deeper counties of Dakian, but the court of Dakian has imposed restrictions on this, prohibiting people from moving at will. Therefore, it had to stay where it was. But the Su system is different. I have perseverance and maneuvering, two phrases that complement each other, and if used properly, this simulation will never be less rewarding. And in the lineage of Qi and blood martial arts, the most important thing is actual combat in life and death. Living here is more suitable for me to practice martial arts. Between the flow of his mind, System Su quickly made arrangements, but he didn't rush to start cultivating the so-called Qi and blood martial arts. The essence is the exploitation of the human body for mining. The Su system had just crossed over. Its body was weak and ordinary, and it also lacked medicines to fill up its Qi and blood, so it would first settle down for a period of time. You've chosen to settle in Greenbrier Township. Your daily labor, exchanging your labor for money, your perseverance, your sweat, is quite impressive. Due to your long labors, your fitness has risen, day after day, month after month. You persist in swinging your fists and kicks for a long time, and even though you don't have the added power of Qi and blood, your comprehension of the basic punches and kicks becomes deeper, and your body begins to memorize the techniques of powering up your punches. A year and a half has passed. You have accumulated a small fortune, and you judge that it is time to cultivate the Qi and blood martial way. You've spent all your money to buy yourself medicine to strengthen your blood, in a specific order and technique. Make a serving of Qi and blood powder, as well as a corresponding medicinal bath that can help you stimulate your body's Qi and blood. You're double-barreled and using both. Your Qi and blood potential is rapidly stimulated, instantly breaking through the first confinement of the mortal body. Your Qi and blood surging throughout your body, your sinews and bones chiming together, and stepping into the first realm of the martial arts path. A year and a half is as quick as a flash. The Su system sat cross-legged inside the dilapidated wooden house, red all over, subcutaneous surges, running the real martial arts true power that he had redeemed from the real world. The escaping Qi and blood are slowly collected back into the body and, at a specific frequency, circulated and rotated through the body, forming a long river of rushing Qi and blood, passing through the chakra realm. It is accomplished. Chapter 103, Forging Body 5 Realms. Innate 3 Realms. The realm division of Qi and blood martial arts. The fifth realm of body forging was the very beginning and at the same time the most basic. Open the veins, toughen the tendons, forge the bones, ease the marrow, and change the blood. These 5 realms are collectively known as the Hotian forging. As the name suggests, it was designed to refine and polish the body of the martial artist, making the physical body constantly surpass its limits in the process, giving birth to a constant stream of vast Qi and blood. Then after that, it is the return of the Hotian to the innate. The Qi and blood of an innate martial artist is like a calm lake when it is quiet, and like an angry river when it is moving. Every punch and kick is wrapped in astral energy, and the strongest can even step in the air and chop the enemy. Viewing reason, containing prana, and seeing God. These are the 3 realms of the innate. In popular folklore, the 3 realms of the innate have more grounded names, namely, Patriarch, Grand Patriarch, and Supreme Grand Patriarch. I'm still a little too weak right now, putting aside the more later realms for the moment. Just the forging body 5th realm alone requires me to slowly polish it. Like human immortality and all that, it's something that needs to be considered after a long time. Inside the cabin, the Su system got up and collected his energy, exhaling a long mouthful of white breath turbid air that slowly dissipated in the air. The pulse passage realm was only the first, insignificant, minor realm in the Qi and blood martial Dao. But a martial artist is a martial artist, ultimately transcendent to mortals. From now on, the life and routine of the Su system would no longer have to be confined to boring physical labor, as it had been before. Thanks to your innate Qi and blood, you've successfully entered the first realm of martial arts, and your veins are all connected by your Qi and blood, forming an uninterrupted cycle of the circumference of the heavens. Now you can't do Taoism or magic, but your flesh has been strengthened like never before. The surge of Qi and blood makes you happy, and when you clench your 5 fingers into a fist, The surging power makes you feel as if you can punch to death an immortal cultivator or a magician of the same level. But you didn't get carried away by the increase in power. The realm division of Chi and Blood martial arts. From bottom to top, there are 5 realms of body forging and 3 realms of innate. And only after successfully walking through these 8 realms can you achieve the martial arts path of human immortality and witness a more wonderful world. You, who are only in the pulse passage realm, are obviously not qualified to be proud of yourself. You know full well that your future holds infinite possibilities. But until the future arrives, potential is just potential. You packed up all your belongings and left the old, dilapidated cabin you were living in, and quit your old job at the same time. You've started practicing martial arts. You start sticking to the grind. You first became an assistant instructor at a martial arts school as a transition, and the income from the assistant instructor allowed you to live without worry while being able to purchase better Chi and Blood medicines. In the 3rd year of the simulation, you were 18, and you quit your job as an assistant professor. Your persistence pays off. Your martial arts evolve in mediocrity, and you cross the tough tendon stage directly from the original passing veins realm to become a bone-forging martial artist. Now you can punch with a terrifying sound, and with your amazing blood bonus, you can take on an ordinary blood-changing realm martial artist. You have successfully crossed the class line and purchased a home in Greenbrier Township. You didn't start a martial arts school, and you didn't choose to join a sect, but you had a steady monetary income. Some have heard of your rapid advancement and have visited to offer gold and silver, only to ask you to instruct their children. In the 4th year of the simulation, you were 19 years old, and your cultivation broke through again, arriving at the marrow stage. Effort is rewarded, persistence is rewarded. And over the years, with the return of persistence, as well as your own deep Chi and Blood, you have crossed several stages in a row, successfully offsetting the disadvantage of practicing martial arts at an older age. But the last 2 stages of the 5th realm of body forging, the easy marrow and blood exchange, continue to hinder you, and you begin to experience the torment of a normal martial artist. It's only a purple talent after all. The boundary-breaking bonus from the Chi and Blood rushes are still providing a boost, but it's already much slower. As for sticking to the word, you can't get it up fast enough. Green Cow Town. Inside the new house, Sue Department waved his arms, hovering and unfolding like wings, and slowly pulling the whole body tendons and bones, to achieve the strange light of bone rising and flesh descending. Unlike the ease of the first 3 realms, the 2 realms of marrow transformation and blood transformation went even deeper into the essence of the Chi and Blood martial path, and thus were much more difficult to cultivate. The marrow is what creates blood, and blood in turn circulates throughout the body. When the bone marrow is concentrated and refined, the blood can be renewed, which in turn fully nourishes one's internal organs, making the whole body usher in a soaring evolution. This is the principle that the latter returns to the first step in the transcendence of the martial arts. All of the greatness, all of the transcendent characteristics, are gathered in the tendons, bones, blood, and flesh. Between the roar of Chi and Blood, one could even suppress evil spirits out of thin air. Feeling that it is difficult to advance in martial arts, you chose to take the initiative to approach the 100,000 mountains to search for those weaker demons in front of the astonished and surprised gazes of other people. You've been searching every day and you're good at finding demons. You keep practicing martial arts every day, and you've improved your skills. Your fist, sword, and stance have been successfully checked and mended in the battle with the demon, and you have now become more skillful. In the analog world, the Su system belongs to the outright black family. Neither the household registration of the Dakian dynasty nor the so-called family relatives. This kind of thing would have been fine. After all, strength is the name of the game, and that's how it came to be in the wizarding world. But the problem is that, compared to the civilized system of the magical world, there are magicians' associations that provide channels of inquiry and mutual assistance. The world of martial arts was undoubtedly primitive and backward, and the Su system had no means of purchasing feats and martial arts techniques, and even if they could be purchased, they were mostly big-ticket items. As such, the techniques in martial arts that Su's system currently practiced were all from the real world. The grade wasn't high, but it was good enough for him right now. They are Long Fist of Blood and Chi, 5 Thunder Blade, and Light Hong Kong Fu. These demons look similar to the demonic beasts in the immortal cultivation realm, and if we have to say the difference, it's that they look a bit more vicious. It's because the demonic beasts in the immortal cultivation world are mostly good at spells, and the demons here, they prefer physical attacks? In a barren valley closer to Green Ox Town, Su System's hand rose and fell with his sword, the cold, chilling light flickering away, attached to the whistling rainbow halo of Chi and Blood, and forcefully decapitated a deer-shaped demon. Its horns were extraordinarily large and thick, the pupils were scarlet, sharp teeth dripped saliva, a look that wanted to tear and chew the Su System apart. However, a vicious demon would also die. and as Su System's long blade severed his body, the deer-shaped demon collapsed to the ground, the violence in his eyes dissipating into nothingness. Dust and sand splattered and debris rumbled. Su System frowned slightly as he looked at the fallen demons and then at the surroundings that were shattered beyond recognition after the intense battle. Just the demons at the very edge of the 100,000 great mountains have this kind of strength. If there are more of them, and they are more powerful, can the Great Qian really withstand them? The Su System was in deep thought. He vaguely felt that there was some kind of marvelous check and balance between the 100,000 mountains and the Great Qian. Could it be that there was some super old monster within the human race that was strong enough to deter all the demons? Chapter 104. Finally not a little girl raising a little girl. Big brother Su, you've gone to kill demons again. Yeah, Ox. How's it going? Hey, I'm still the same as always. Wherever there's work to be done. Back to Greenbrier. A long, loud roar tore through the dull red evening sky. This sunset isn't pretty. The sky was gloomy, like a ghostly domain spreading, and the sun's residual heat couldn't penetrate the layers of darkness, and eventually only a blurry red could be seen. On the way home, Su was greeted warmly by many people. There are even some older grannies who use the Su System as chat fodder. A-series. This child is good at everything, and can make money and no martial arts. Is too honest, easy to suffer, need to find a hard-working mother-in-law. Ha, the Wang butcher's family in the next town over seems to have a daughter. Why don't we set her up with A-series? You're senile. The next town over is long gone. Ah yes, see how I forgot. The next town gave way to demons last year. A martial artist's physical fitness is reflected in every aspect, including listening. The Su System gradually drifted away, but his ears, however, caught every word of the people's discussion in the rear. Is it difficult? Not really. Embarrassed? Even less so. Listening to the content of the old people's chatter, Department Su felt more. In fact, pity. The feet paused and looked up at the sky. Su System's eyes gazed calmly as the dome lost even the last of its red color, completely turning into thick ink, rendering a depressing picture in deep and shallow shades. It was the suffocating pressure of life and death, but also the numb and helpless struggle. Since the first year of the crossing, the town of Greenbrier has been rebuilt, but you find that the rebuilding of the town of Tsing now has never ended. It has always continued, because in the spring and winter seasons of every year, large-scale demon tides would erupt, with powerful demons pouring out of the 100,000 mountains and frantically attacking marginal human gatherings like Qingyo Town. The dog swallows the sun, the fox eats the sperm, the corpse corrupts the demon, and the tiger helps the devil. In the face of those powerful and horrible demons, even martial artists with thick blood and chi are difficult to resist, and only the innate or above can engage in battle. It stands to reason that a small town like Qingyo Town has neither the presence of an innate martial artist nor the assistance of the Dacian army. So you witnessed, every year, the cycle of ruins and rebuilding in Greenbrier. You use your own personal experience to disprove the historical accounts and books, which are false statements, which are hypocritical whitewash. And the establishment and opening of Dacian did not make all people safe. People in Qingyo Town, all towns in Dacian bordering the 100,000 mountains are in a state of fear. Such a heavy drawing. No more little girl raising simulations by the looks of it, though it still doesn't go well with the good life. The degree of danger in the world of martial arts greatly exceeds your imagination. While you are vigilant in your heart, you persist in exercising your flesh and blood. Your practice became slow, but you prevailed, and every day you rose a little. Your martial arts skills are very green, but you're good at sticking to it, and you're becoming more skillful every day. You keep swinging your fist day and night. You're standing in winter and summer as one. Stormy sweat bears witness to your efforts, and lean muscles interpret your will, both physically and in terms of realm, to persevere and grow. In the 5th year of the simulation, you were 20 years old, and the town of Green Ox was hit by another wave of demons, from which you survived. In the 6th year of the simulation, you were 21 years old, and there seemed to be fewer acquaintances in Green Cow Town, and you still survived. In the 7th year of the simulation, you were 22 years old. You became a famous martial artist in the neighborhood. Even if you didn't intentionally collect them, there would be people who would offer to give you gold, silver and medicinal herbs, but you were still stuck in the easy marrow realm. As if you lacked something, spring goes to fall, flowers bloom and fall. More than 6 years have passed since the simulation of the Su System. It's now the 7th year. Progress in the martial realm wasn't exactly smooth. Su Systematic had been stuck in the easy marrow realm for 3 years, but he was at peace with his mind and had a premonition that the blood transformation realm was close at hand. If he could peek through that bottleneck, System Su was certain that he could break through to an innate martial artist with a bang in a much shorter period of time. There is no lifespan limit for this simulation, and the Qi and blood martial arts are good at prolonging life. There is no rush, no hurry. There is plenty of time for me to hold on. another solid return. System Su walked through the streets, sensing the chi and blood flowing within his body while contemplating his subsequent cultivation. Martial artists, courageous and refined. Maybe I should really go the reckless route this time and punch the sky and all of it? The Su system sulked and quickened its pace home. He was prepared to practice and cultivate again, both to trigger the adhering words and to examine himself to find the reason for the delay in breaking through the blood transformation realm. Crunch! Push open the heavy reddish-brown wooden door. The Su system enters the home of the Green Cow Town. The path was paved with square stone tiles underfoot, flanked by walled houses piled up with green bricks, and willow trees drooping around them, casting a gaping shadow that splashed in the wind. There are no so-called calligraphy, painting and antiques, and no delicate carvings. The Su system of homes is simple to the point of simplicity. Everything was geared towards cultivation, freeing up as much space as possible for the Su lineage to hone their martial arts and refine their chi and blood even when they were at home. Bypassing the two-man-high training lapis lazuli stone, System Su went straight to the inner room, preparing to empty his mind to cultivate the chi and blood martial Dao. Yes, that's the way it's supposed to be. Seems to have seen something strange. Doubt briefly flashed across the Su system's face before it became silent immediately afterward. He closed the door to the room silently, took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and opened the door to the inner room again. It's not a hallucination. It didn't go away. The girl, whose body was dyed red with blood and looked extremely injured, fainted quietly like that in the Su system's room. Fell from the sky? The Su system looked up slightly and saw that the roof had been smashed out of a huge cavity, broken tiles fluttering in the wind, broken beams dropping wood shavings, and an unobstructed glimpse of the outside sky. The Su system was not wrong. This time it really wasn't a little girl raising simulator, because the girl who fell into his house was a grown-up teenager, estimated 16 or 17 years old. A martial artist from a nearby village or town? No, this clothing doesn't look like something an ordinary person would wear. It's more like it's from a county in the belly of Diqian, either rich or noble. Was he attacked by a demon and seriously injured? Or were they attacked and ambushed? Red and white power suit robes with a coat of delicate and hard light armor. Pretty, but not soft. Delicate, but not fragile. The fiery red figure, not simply dyed red by blood, but that body of clothing dress, full of such as a fiery heroic spontaneity. This, coupled with the lance that rolled to the side, further emphasized his status. Gilt sharp. The grip is ebony. Kind of interesting. It's actually still a blood transformation realm. Things are starting to get interesting. Chapter 105, Fugitive? You return home and are about to practice when you realize that you have an unexpected guest in your home. That's an unidentified, seriously injured girl. You treat her briefly to stop the bleeding wound, while placing the girl's weapon at a distance, just in case. Your treatment had an effect, and after only half an hour, the young girl in the blood transformation realm woke up from her coma. Her consciousness is panicked, still in a pre-coma state of nervousness, and subconsciously, she tries to strike out at you, who is in the same room, attacks in a critically injured state, too weak and feeble. Plus, the Su system had prepared for this and had taken away the lance in advance. The young girl woke up with an attack that was easily blocked by him. Confused, puzzled, shocked, on her pretty face, she changed her expressions one after another, eventually turning them into embarrassment and a sarcastic smile. So what? How about I say sorry? The girl had stunning looks. Every contour of her face interpreted the word beauty, but her demeanor was rather big-headed. The Su system could see that the big, grinning stance was as much a disguise as it was a real one, despite the girl's efforts to pose as unsuspecting. But the fluttering eyes made it clear that they didn't trust the Su system, and subconsciously tried to look for the weapon lance. Apologizing won't be necessary. Inside the room, System Su drank a mouthful of tea unhurriedly, and said this to the young girl's astonished and surprised gaze. Since you're awake, then leave on your own. In the first simulation, the Su system adopts Su only because the baby can't survive on its own. In the second simulation, the Su system adopts Krisha because objects without feelings can't survive like people. And this time, the young girl from the blood-changing realm who had fallen out of nowhere clearly possessed a mature outlook on the three aspects of life, as well as superior strength, and Department Su didn't feel the need for him to do anything. Quiet, terribly quiet. The young girl was so surprised that she couldn't speak, as if she hadn't expected at all that Department Su would simply kick her out. The insects outside the window were silky and the rattling of the crisscrossing willows was quite audible, further amplifying that dismay. The big grin on his face retracted, replaced by a serious and earnest expression. The young girl looked Su system up and down, as if she was confirming Su system's identity, judging the purpose, judging the pros and cons. Dazed and confused eyes flashed. It finally dissolved into a desperate attempt. I am the first daughter of the Ding Yuan King of Great Qian, Wu Shui. the Ryaoan sheriff, who has been enthroned by the current saint. I was accidentally counted by criminals, seriously injured and fell here. You quickly help me to return to the capital. When I meet with my father, I will surely grant you a great official. The young girl, or rather, the sheriff Wu Shui, suddenly clutching the Su system's arm, his eyes widened and he said in the fastest and most urgent tone, "This moment." Su system as if he heard, Vini 50, "Let go." The Su system said, pulling away from the young girl with a calm expression. "You don't believe me? I believe it. After all, your clothes, and that weapon, are very strong proof of identity. Then why don't you help me?" The girl is confused and disconcerted at the same time. According to the script, at this point in time, shouldn't the Su system just bow their heads and shout to follow them to the death? Inside the quiet house, the sunlight penetrated the partitioned windows, illuminating the dust in the air. The Su system shook its head, delivering a heavy blow to its naive worldview with a sermon the young girl had never heard before. In this world, there's never a reason why you have to help anyone. I saved you because I wanted to. I'm not helping you because I don't want to. And there's something else I think I need to remind you of. Boom boom boom. Su system was about to say the second half of his sentence when there was a sharp knock on the door from outside the house, so he stopped moving. The young girl was told to lie down on the bed and rest, while she herself went out to open the door. The knock on the door was an acquaintance. "Anyo, what brings you here?" Crossing the stone threshold, Su system looked at the naive young man in front of him and was quite surprised. Anyo's full name is Zheng Tainyo. At 20 years old, he is 2 years younger than the Su system within the simulation. With a simple personality, droll in a silly way, and thick eyebrows, he seems to be quite a simple and honest image. Big brother Su. Under the stormy sun, the simple man smiled with his teeth exposed, sweat soaking his shirt. He gasped and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "I'm here to give a shout." The Su system was puzzled. "Say a word?" Anyo nodded. "Yes, Big brother Su. There are many officials coming to town, saying that they are looking for some kind of fugitive." Bang! Bull's words fell. There was an extremely loud falling sound from inside the house. The simple man scratched his head. "Big brother Su, what are you doing in this house? How a noisy movement." The Su system laughed. "It's fine. It's just a rattler." Anyo suddenly realized, so it's a black rat. Big brother Su is powerful. The rat in the house is also powerful. Such a big movement must be a good big one. The movement in the room continued, accompanied by the subtle sound of teeth rubbing together. Nyo was curious in his mind, but with the reminder of the Su system, he focused on the story about the fugitives again. The official said that the fugitive is a female doll, from the capital, looks honest, but is actually a murderous female devil. Boom, boom, like a fist pounding the ground. "Brother Su, what do you think that girl child from the city will be like?" "That, I can't say." Hey, my mother said, the city girl must have twice as thick arms, waist like a bucket, a slap will be able to call several people to death. Otherwise why would they be wanted by the government? Ox giggled happily. Share your own experiences and insights with the Su department. Not noticing in the slightest, the oddness of Su system's expression, and the muffled sounds that grew louder and louder in the room. The thumping was constant, but with patience. "Alright, I know. Hard work ain't you. Go back." The Su system smiled and let the Hanyu leave, then closed the gate. "Wait until he returns to the house." Wu Shui was already gritting her teeth. Cackling sounds echoed in the room. Her fists were clenched with a look of wanting to hit someone but not daring to do so. Obviously, black rats and bucket-thick waists. Such remarks pierced her heart, but the young girl still had her senses, and soon realized another thing of vital importance to her. Fugitive? What's going on here? I became a fugitive? This can't be. The young girl's expression was in disbelief, and her fingertips trembled slightly, showing the shock that turned her heart upside down, completely unable to comprehend the present situation and the shocking change in reality. "That's what I wanted to say to you before." Su system's expression was calm as he closed the door of the house, isolating the possibility that the outside world could check it out, and sat down slowly. "If you're not lying to me, the fact that someone in your position would be attacked is an impossibility in itself. Unless, of course, your identity has changed." Chapter 106, She Gave Too Much. The Su system's voice was calm, recounting established facts, but it was words like these that made it difficult for the young girl recuperating on the bed to accept them. What the hell? Wu Shui's eyes were blank, falling from the high and mighty sheriff to a fugitive. The sudden change of identity and the sharp turn of fate overwhelmed her to the point where she forgot about her own injuries. "This can't be right. Obviously I'm the one who was attacked and the wanted one is me. It's not right. It's very wrong." The robe still emitted a faint smell of blood. Wu Shui muttered, her right hand covering her head. her brows locked, a look of being unable to accept the truth. A martial artist's eyes are supposed to be bright and firm, but now the young girl had only a hollow confusion and a vague trembling fear. The fact that the officials are searching for you means that the person who attacked you came from the Great Qian court. The Su system said the rest of the words, perhaps targeting you alone, but more likely, targeting the one behind you. Wu Yingxue has a background. Her father, the Ding Yuan king of Diqian. Department Su had heard of that man's name, a seeing god powerhouse of the third realm of the innate, with his body's orifices clear and residing in the divine, only half a step short of the human immortal realm. If something happened to Ding Yuan Wang, then the attack on the young girl would make sense. After all, it's a direct lineage and it's hard to escape the relationship. Eyes dull, lips slightly open. Wu Yingxue half a day cannot say complete words, until completely silent. The news of being a fugitive from justice was too bizarre. There are a lot of extremely bad possibilities metaphorically behind it. One of the most frightening things is that the Diqian emperor could not tolerate Ding Yuan Wang and began to liquidate everyone up and down the royal family. Just thinking about one or two of them made it difficult for the girl to take in the enormity of the shock, and she sat on the bed with her head down, looking at her hands in confusion. Look at the whitish nails. Look at the lines in your palm. Dazed and disoriented in a daze. In the end, it's just a young tree that hasn't weathered the storm. Su system sighed softly in his heart. The girl seemed to be sprightly and sharp, acted seriously and cautiously, and would still be wary of the Su system when she first woke up. Everything was so mature and steady, but in reality, how mature can a girl as young as 16 be? Some people are born early. At a very young age, one is more confident and better at conversation than others. It was an illusion, the scanty life experience, the shallow past experience, failed to give the girl any sufficient carrying capacity to accept sudden accidents. And so, the girl is self-absorbed. Fragile? The Su system doesn't feel it. What befell the girl's head this time was indeed so shockingly bizarre that even the Su system was taken aback. The books in Greenbrier are partially inaccurate, but the vast majority can be trusted. According to the records inside the book, the royal bloodline of the Great Qian dynasty's court is unified in their cultivation techniques, and after stepping into the innate realm, they will even possess the royal family's exclusive green dragon astral energy. Because of this, princes and nobles are honored with dragon tattoos. 8 or 9. The boy does come from a royal family. Walking out of the inner room, he left a separate space for Wu Yingxue. Su system gripped the lance leaning against the door. Applying a little force, the heavy lance was lifted by him, gleaming in the sunlight. That ray of light, like the whisper of a light touch, penetrate the silent gun. On the surface of the floor tiles projected a hazy shadow of a dragon pattern. This exquisite artisanal skill and the dragon pattern, which was exclusively royal, were enough to prove the girl's identity. System Su shook his head. He couldn't imagine what had happened to cause something to happen to King Ding Yuan, and along with it, the young girl was attacked in an ambush. Is that kid really okay? The Su system mused. Just then, the sound of a wooden door opening came from behind him, and Wu Yingxue, whose armor was stained with blood, walked out of the room. The 16-year-old is strong-natured, and after a brief period of bewilderment, she picks up the fight. He decided to return to the capital in person to find out the truth after recovering from his injuries. Before that, can I stay here? Wu Yingxue's eyes revealed strength as she earnestly pleaded with Department Su. I need time to recuperate from my injuries. Please rest assured that I will pay. The Su system was about to refuse. 2 bottles of pills were forced into his hand. That was a Qi and blood earth elixir that only innate martial artists were qualified to touch. The 7th year of the simulation. You're 22. 7 years have caused your strength to skyrocket. And you are the envied young genius in Green Ox Town, where the number of martial artists is scarce. Businessmen curry favor with you, punks fear you, and you're known as the Green Ox Swordsman. Green Cow Town is your place, and the sword is your usual weapon. You fearlessly rush to the front line of the demon tide in spring and winter every year, raising war by war and sharpening yourself with the help of the onslaught of a large number of demons. But in the eyes of others, this is a selfless demonstration of your protection of everyone. The people of this town are grateful. In the same year, you accidentally picked up a young girl. She claimed to be the first daughter of Ding Yuan Wang, only 16 years old as the Blood Realm martial artist, talent and understanding of the upper generation. You didn't mean to get involved, but the girl gave too much. You're out. You confirmed the intensity of the official search. You realized that the Chen dynasty did not care much about Qingyo Town, and the so-called search was only a verbal inquiry. You accepted Wu Yingxue's pills and allowed her to stay at home to recuperate. The vast majority of the time, the girl would sit alone in her room, contemplating the future in silence. Occasionally, she'll brace her slightly aching limbs and struggle to walk down the hall to watch you swing your fists for exercise day after day. Your unchanging, unrelenting training, shocking the girl's young mind. She's never seen anyone who can keep up with ordinary punching every single day like you do, and she wonders if you're stupid for doing such a thing. 5 fingers clenched into a fist. Build up your strength and strike forward. The moment the punch was thrown, there was a crisp whimpering sound. It was the wind from the powerful fist, which struck the fallen leaves just in time and impartially, and the chi followed it as the face of the fist struck the tall green steel stone. Rumble, rumble. The stone shook violently at first, then quickly changed to chattering. A rush, a slowdown. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Who dash? Su's system stood still, slowly retracting his stance of throwing punches, hot air exhaling with his breath, the essence in his eyes sharpening and forcing his way. Finally, with the assistance of the chi and blood earth pill, I have successfully completed the marrow transformation. The Su system's face was relaxed, but at that moment, the young girl stepped out of the side house. She frowned, seemingly displeased with the Su system's workout methods. Surname Su, it's useless for you to practice like this. I have a set of family heirlooms. The girl spoke out, wanting to impart a set of secret martial arts techniques from the royal family in return for the Su system's gift of shelter. However, just as Wu Yingshue's palm subconsciously rested on the rough surface of the green steel stone, the huge boulder turned into pieces and was blown down by the light wind. Chapter 107. How can you eat the flesh and blood of a demon? God rewards you for your perseverance and hard work, and brings you real progress. You feel the heat of the sun in your daily morning punches. In the daily twilight punches, you feel the sun and moon turn. Mundane punches, evolving in repeated stances. Your understanding of martial arts and boxing became deeper. 7 consecutive years of uninterrupted swinging has led to the metamorphosis of the long fist of blood and chi. Congratulations, you have realized the fist of blood and chi. Your punches roar like a great sun. Your blood is as strong as an oven. Successful promotion to the blood transformation realm ushers in an astonishing increase in your strength. And from now on, you will have no fear of demons below the innate level. A young girl's face was frozen in shock when she saw you blow up the green steel stone with a single punch. She seemed to misunderstand something and thought you were hiding something, even though you repeatedly explained that it was just an ordinary punch. Teenage girl's attitude toward you changes. She earnestly and sincerely asks you to teach her how she managed to throw such amazing punches without any profound martial arts skills and supreme techniques. The girl no longer calls you Mr. Su, but Mr. Su, the one who achieves is the teacher. You are already older than the 16-year-old Wu Yingxue, and the martial arts skill is even more powerful that she can hardly understand. Therefore, Wu Yingxue directly asked you for martial arts instruction. You're slightly embarrassed that all your strength comes from your own perseverance, and you don't know how this is going to be taught. Wu Yingxue hands over a bottle of true chi pills. The function of the elixir is to substantially increase the success rate of a martial artist in the blood transformation realm. Reversing from the Hotian to the innate, you suddenly feel that you're a good teacher. You began to teach Wu Yingxue based on your own experience, not because of anything else, but because of your goodness. The days of recuperation went by slowly. As the saying goes, it takes 100 days to hurt. In order to ensure that her strength returned to its full strength, so that she could return to the capital in the most perfect position to investigate the truth of her attack, Wu Yingxue had been hiding in the Su family's home to rest. The mountains are cascading and the forests are covered in shade. Located in Qingyo town on the border of Daqian, the lofty veins of the 100,000 mountains could be clearly seen, resembling a thick shadow that pressed down on people, making it difficult for them to breathe. For Wu Yingxue, who grew up in the imperial capital, such a landscape is new and oozing at the same time. 100,000 mountains. It was also called the Cave of 100,000 devils. Tens of thousands of different types of demons existed inside. Real, supremely evil beings that chewed on human bones and drank human blood painfully. In the past, Wu Yingxue had only read about it from the books, but now that she had witnessed the existence of the 100,000 mountains with her own eyes, she realized that the demons were countless times more terrifying than in the books. And life on the borders of Daqian was tougher than expected. Had she not been attacked and wanted by the authorities, the young girl would have probably returned to the capital earlier, unwilling to endure this torturous life. Mr. Still eating this today? Green Cow Town. The warmth of the sunlight spilling over the earth was quiet and silent. Wu Yingshue's words were like throwing stones in the lake water, breaking that summer quiet, and it seemed incredibly difficult. Uneven planked dining table. There were 2 bowls of rice pudding on the table, as well as a bowl of tantalizing-looking meat. However, the young girl looked at rice paste with mere disgust. The gaze that looked towards the meat, on the other hand, completely turned into fear and trepidation. And if it wasn't for the fact that the Su system was sitting across from her, she would most likely have lifted the table directly. Difficulty. The blood and flesh of a demon. How can it be used for eating? Of course it's possible. The Su system responded flatly. Wu Yingxue expressed her disbelief at this. In the previous days, she had already experienced it once, and that taste was hard to describe. However, Su system's performance of chewing the meat with a big mouthful made the girl doubt her judgment again. Maybe it's really good? Maybe the last time was an accident? Why don't you try it again? The 16-year-old girl's heart stirred. Her stomach rumbled and she couldn't help but pick up a piece of braised demon meat with her chopsticks and throw it into her mouth to try and chew it. So sour. So hard. Blah blah blah. Wu Yingxue bitterly spat out. She couldn't imagine how System Su managed to swallow the demonic meat with an unchanged expression and calmness, as well as the other people in Green Ox Town. After receiving the demonic flesh and blood gifted by the Su system, they would reveal expressions of incomparable happiness. Why is it, sir, that you and the rest of the town don't eat better? As far as I know, the Dakian in recent years has had favorable winds and rains, and should not have lived so frugally. Facing the girl's doubts, without slowing down, System Su swallowed the black unknown substance in his mouth. The eyelids opened to reveal well-defined eyes. There's no reason for it, and it's not as complicated as you think. It's just simply that I can't eat. Qingniu Town is located at the border between the 100,000 Great Mountains and Diqian. Nominally, Qingniu Town is a part of Diqian, but it's too dangerous and not many caravans are willing to come. And the annual spring and winter tides of demons further ravage the town's crops and livestock. And in the end, it becomes what you see. Demon meat is hard to eat? Indeed. The Su system does not deny this. The flesh and blood of most demons were either poisonous or carried their own demonic aura, and the few that could be eaten were difficult to swallow. But it was this very small amount of demon meat that allowed countless border towns like Green Ox Town to continue to survive on the difficult border. Wu Yingxue froze for a long time. 16 years old, she grew up in the imperial capital. It is impossible to understand why this suffering exists. Once again, she asked, life is so hard here. Why don't people move to safer counties? You don't know? The Su system glanced at the young girl who was heroic and spontaneous, but revealed her naivety. At this moment, Wu Yingxue had already retrieved her lance. The tip of the gun is sharp. The gun body hides the light. With that red and white robe and light armor, it looks so strong and handsome, as well as so untainted by the world. Also, I don't think you've been exposed to it before. The Su system paused, uttering lurid statements that the young girl had never heard before. The reason is simple, the court won't allow it. Regarding the household registration, regarding the people, Diqian has a very strict set of rules, especially a town like Qingniu Town, which borders the 100,000 mountains, falls into the category of absolutely not being allowed to move its citizenship. Violator, felony. Plain words pack a strong punch. Wu Yingxue's pupils contracted, and her whole body and mind trembled violently as a result. This isn't forcing the people here to go. The young girl didn't say that cruel word. That word is horrible. So horrible that the young girl was afraid to say it outright. This was an extremely distorted contrasting conflict with the common sense that she had grown up cognizant of, that the human race was living in peace and happiness under the protection of Diqian. She asked this with a last inexplicable hope. Didn't the court send anyone to take care of it? The Su system calmly replied, yes, every year they send people to collect the taxes. Chapter 108 Relationship between Diqian and the 100,000 Great Mountains. There are 13 states in Diqian. The state is different and prosperous. For example, Tianling Prefecture, where martial arts schools flourish, Nanyang Prefecture, where great scholars of the way are often found, and Guangdao Prefecture, where waterways are well connected. The taxes of the 13 states are an important pillar to keep the Great Qian running. It's a matter of course. Officials and the people, boat and water, the survival of the two, all rely on taxes and the maintenance. Is it really necessary to levy taxes for a situation like Qingniu Town? Like all the villages and towns in similar situations along the borders of Dakian, these existences that don't belong to any one of the states? Believe any normal person, even a 6-year-old child. It is also possible to conclude that the levy should not be imposed. But Diqian did it anyway. The answer is obvious. The high and mighty emperor of Diqian doesn't care about the life and death of these border towns and doesn't even station his army here. It's also funny to say that the Dakian army, which is supposed to protect the human race, is stationed at the gateway to Dakian's abdomen. Hold back the demons that try to cross the border. At the same time, it holds back every civilian trying to escape from hell. Wu Yingxue felt her throat a little dry, like dust and sand scraped the land. Dry and rough, how can? Are the people here? Are they saying that they can only live on their own? An overly bizarre truth that completely shatters the inner trinity. The 16-year-old girl jerked to her feet. She braced her hands on the rough wooden table and leaned forward slightly. looking at Department Su with trembling eyes full of shock. How can such a thing be? There are obviously so many people here. Not only is there no protection, but there are levees, so how could anyone be alive in such a situation? The sunlight from outside the house cast in, illuminating the plain white skin of her arms and amplifying the trembling. 10 fingers gripped the surface of the table tightly, the force synchronized to the body, and with each minute, each second, the red and white robes bulged to the point of bobbing up and down. Ka-chow, ka-chow. That's the broken simplicity of a teenage girl's triple vision. It was the sound of a wooden table being scratched with finger power. In Diqian, becoming a martial artist is a privilege, such as being exempt from certain taxes. At the same time, a martial artist's own great strength was the greatest base to face demons. It's just that reality is often cruel. The chi and blood martial arts of the martial arts world, compared to other transcendental systems, was already very easy to start. But there was still a threshold. Not everyone could achieve something. And even more so, not everyone had a good gong method. In this world, the vast majority of people could only cultivate the most common nurturing yuan gong. It's a lousy gongfu. Anyone, in any location, can find this book, officially publicized by Dakian. A basic gong method to simply run the chi and blood to grow chi in daily life. That's all. That's all. Wanting to become a true martial artist. Wanting to avoid the levies of Diqian. Wanting to have the strength to resist the demons. It was extremely difficult for the people of Green Oxford. This world is full of falsehoods. Only pain cannot lie. In the face of the young girl's incredulous expression, Department Su did not answer directly, but instead reminded the young girl, allowing her to perceive the truth on her own. What you see with your own eyes may be an illusion. What you hear with your own ears could be a hallucination, but the pain that is hidden in people, in things, in the withering silence, cannot be faked. Wu Yingxue had also been in Qingniu town for some time. Even though she had never set foot outside of the Su family home, that didn't mean that she couldn't observe the strange little border town. She had seen, with her own eyes, the silly way in which Anyo had jumped for joy when he had received the demon's flesh and blood from the hands of the Su system, and she had also seen the disoriented way in which a mother had held her baby in a trance, not knowing what the future held for her. Wu Yingxue was completely silent. The young 16-year-old sheriff, a lotus flower rooted in clear water since childhood, sees filthy black mud for the first time. Thank you for your teachings. What I said earlier was just stupid. Wu Yingxue apologized to Su Xiang. With chopsticks in hand, she picked up the demon meat she had spat out earlier, chewing in silence and swallowing in earnest. A mouthful of rice paste and a bite of demon meat. Do not stop moving until the bottom of the bowl is empty. Who? The dragon-tattooed big gun was held by the smooth and delicate palm. The young girl alone carried the gun towards the courtyard, collapsing and shaking and stabbing and picking. The gun danced fast. Her heart declared her anger. With the sound of the whistling wind, the leaves that fell in the courtyard swept up and flew. Dance with that fiery figure. Although her nature is a bit quick and naive, it's rare to have a bare heart. Su System silently took a bite of braised demon meat, his heart's evaluation of the young girl a bit higher. It is normal for people to make mistakes, especially past experiences that often limit one's thinking. Wu Yingxue can recognize his mistakes, and make a move to spit out the meat and regulp it. It was enough to prove that she was not simply a hothouse flower, much less a hypocritical commodity who verbally played along. But how should I put it? The world is as black as a crow? The Su System's teeth chewed on the dark meat, lubricated by saliva, and the disassembled shreds of meat were swallowed with difficulty down his throat, dropping into his stomach with a gurgle. Demon meat is really bad, but the current town of Greenbrier couldn't be in better shape. As Su System ate, he pondered the relationship between Diqian and the 100,000 mountains. This sacrifice of a portion of the population is almost of the same nature as the Ellenson incident in the wizarding world. To make a quick connection. No, rather, a more egregious incident. The gods don't create disasters as often as they should in order to demonstrate the preciousness of their miracles. And in my last simulation, the destruction of a city like Ellenson City only happened once. The process by which the gods create disasters, manifest their power, and reward their grace is often once every few hundred or thousand years. More often than not, the gods of the magical world are indeed the guardians of mankind. He sustains the world, being himself the manifestation of order, and forms a coexistence with mankind. But the world of martial arts is different. System Su put down his chopsticks and frowned slightly. In the eyes of the demons, people are just pure food and have no status to speak of. There might be some kind of agreement between Diqian and the demons, or maybe it's simply tacit understanding. In short, all the people living on the borders were abandoned by Dakian early on, becoming a reserve of flesh and blood for the demons. Only this can explain a series of bewildering operations in Dakian. Finish eating. The Su System walked out of the room. The first person she saw was Wu Yingxue, who was dancing with a fierce and powerful spear. Then, it was behind Wu Yingshui, the dark mountain range that was obviously extremely far away from each other, but revealed a deep sense of oppression. Towering mountains, one after another, stood in vicissitudes, rolling together, like a stunning black dragon lying on the ground, bowing its spine to encircle the territory of all the ethnic groups. What a ed-up world. Chapter 109, The Departing Girl. Your voice is calm, but your words are exceptionally sharp, like a sharp knife stabbing a young girl who is not yet familiar with the world. The layers of false pretenses fall away to reveal the real world, the ugly, bloody, brutal reality that the young girl has never seen before. Man and devil, person to person, enemies, companions, trust, betrayal, a variety of concepts, like a chaotic vortex of wrong colors, crushing people's thinking, entrenched in Wu Yingshui's mind, making her confused, making her at a loss for words. At the age of 16, Wu Yingshui couldn't bear the collapse of her outlook on life, but she was strong enough to carry a gun alone. She is acutely aware of how extravagantly she spits out meat. In Qingniu town, in countless similar towns, there are many ordinary people who are worried about a mouthful of food. Despite being a stranger, despite not knowing each other, the kind maiden felt ashamed of her wastefulness, and swallowed the spat-out meat again. As she demanded of herself, your opinion of teenage girls has risen. The relationship between the Dacian court and the 100,000 mountains makes you wary. You speculate whether there will be deeper involvement between the two sides. And what else is hidden in this world? You think, you find. You have come to the reliable conclusion that the Dacian court may not be powerful, at least, not nearly as powerful as the demons in the 100,000 mountains. This is the only way to explain why Dacian, which is sitting on a killing army, would silently indulge in the slaughtering behavior of the demons, and even take the initiative to help. This bizarre situation creates a sense of urgency in your mind. You silently increase your training, keep throwing punches every day, and polish your chi and blood every day. Your chi and blood domination fist has become more refined. Boom, boom, boom. The wind of the fist was so great that the sea of trees rang wildly. The refreshed blood flowed through the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, flushing the limbs and bones, causing the surface of the skin to take on a light moist red color. With Su System's punching movements, the blood surged like a tidal wave, traveling back and forth to the body's organs over and over again, causing the entire body to shed its bones and step into the metaphysical realm of myriad transformation. This is the blood change realm, the final hurdle in the return of the Hotian to the innate. The so-called Wudao never refers to mere muscular strength, but rather sinew, bone, skin and membrane, and even deeper, all-encompassing metamorphosis. Flesh and blood ascended. Flesh and blood became the way, transforming heaven and earth with their own bodies. Fierce, bully, boom. Another ordinary swing. Su System's vigor was like releasing a bow, a punch that caused the wind to rise and fall, shaking out huge reverberating explosions. At this time, the bystander Wu Yingshui was already winded. Your strength progresses slowly, but each day it rises. In the perception of normal martial artists, this is something that goes against the common sense of martial arts, and most of them can only rely on the occasional aura as a way to achieve progress in their martial arts. But you're different. Wu Yingshui thinks that you are an incredible martial arts genius, born with thick blood, not to mention that you also have a speed of progression of martial arts that surpasses the world's understanding. Albeit slowly, but steadily, time passes day by day. The girl who was once seriously injured and had a miserable appearance, her injuries were finally healed. Before leaving, she chose to stay longer to learn the true meaning of martial arts from you. Even though you have repeatedly emphasized that all you possess is persistence and not much in the way of advanced martial arts skills, Wu Yingshui hands you 2 vials of true chi pills. You've been teaching Wu Yingshui in more detail. Su System's current martial realm was the 5th realm of the forging body's blood transformation. Wu Yingshui was likewise in this realm and did not need relevant pointers. And so, after removing the difference in weapons and being unable to teach sword techniques, the only things that the Su system could teach were boxing and body techniques. Some time ago, the Su lineage had been initially taught, but the young girl at the time had not yet recovered from her injuries and was very limited in the amount of learning she was able to perform. Now, the Su system intended to teach some techniques in more depth. Relax your mind and remove distractions. When you swing, don't think about how your punch is going to go, but sense the flow of blood, the resonance of sinew and bone. The forehand is not fine. The backhand is powerless. Loose feet, not one decent move. Repeat, who do you think you're going to hit with that kind of punch speed? In the compound where only 2 people live, Wu Yingshui was dressed in a strong suit for martial arts practice, gasping for breath and gritting her teeth, listening carefully to Su Department's teachings, mobilizing her chi and blood over and over again to swing her fists straight at her. The Su Department is very strict. The girl herself asked for it. Returning to the capital to find out the truth was a dangerous operation, and she wanted to increase her strength as much as possible as a way to ensure that the operation was foolproof. Yes, I'll try. The young girl wiped the sweat at her forehead and repeated her imitation of the Su system and began to swing her fists mechanically one after the other. Does this really work? Despite having witnessed the power of Su system swings on more than one occasion, the young girl was still subconsciously skeptical in her mind after experiencing this numbness firsthand. After the teaching of boxing, you quickly began special training in bodywork. There's no skill in your stance. It's pure speed, purely relying on power to break through. Uncharacteristic and vulgar. Onlookers shook their heads at the sight, but dared not take it lightly, because you're so fast you can't even see. Just as with the Su system, it's all about swinging day in and day out. Similarly, Su system's stance was actually all about running day in and day out. It wasn't running in the simple sense, but rather, it was a high-intensity resonance that squeezed the chi and blood of the entire body. The organs, sinews, bones, skin and membranes, and blood and flesh. Such an amazing way to run. The consumption of chi and blood was obviously also unparalleled and exaggerated. On the first day of training, Wu Yingxue fell to the ground in a heap due to the excessive consumption of her chi and blood, and her entire body was stained with dust. Always feel like this scene is deja vu? The Su system remembered the past of teaching water magic to magical girls. Krisia, at that time, snapped wet all over her body as her magic ran out, causing the water balloon to lose control. Could it be the way I teach? Where is the problem? It's strange how my body inexplicably shivers when I think of Krisia. Department Su picked up the collapsed Wu Yingxue and told her to rest in place for a few moments until her chi and blood recovered before she started training again. Time passes day by day. The training got a little heavier. Silent time always leads to real growth. At first, Wu Yingxue was completely unable to withstand the training of the Su system, not only because of the difficulty, but also because it felt boring. But without realizing it, she could do the same as the Su system and do a whole day of continuous training without stopping. What are the specific changes? Wu Yingxue didn't understand. She only knew that her current self was much stronger than before. From the mastery of martial arts to the smallest control of chi and blood, every aspect in every sense of the word. Now, she decides to say goodbye to the Su system and leave Qingniu Town in search of the truth about being wanted. Chapter 110, If you don't eat, you get hungry. Last day. Afternoon. The stillness of the room, as if ignited by sunlight, became noisy in the hazy light, rising and falling back and forth in the overlapping shadows. Wu Yingxue is leaving, healed from her injuries and ready to find out the truth. As such, she was packing up her own belongings. I say I'm packing, but there's really not much to bring. She had very few belongings, after all. The fall into the Su system house at the time was supposed to be an accident. No? After the young girl had been busy for a while, wrapping her lance in camouflage so that it no longer looked conspicuous, she stood still, looking at the empty room for a moment. The hissing of the summer cicadas is nearing its end. The hot sunlight cuts shadows. The 16-year-old girl stood in the room where she had lived for almost 2 months. Suddenly there was a strong illusion of being a world away. Her past has 16 years, which is wonderful in the eyes of common people, a luxury that ordinary people can only dream of. But after living in Qingniu Town for 2 months, Wu Yingxue feels that that kind of life has been over for a long time. It's as if it's not 2 months, but a year, or even longer. Inexplicably still a little upset, the young girl murmured, then closed the door and window, and by the time she opened it again, her dress had undergone a change. The original red and white robe was too conspicuous. If she wore it directly back, the girl was certain that it would not take long for her whereabouts to be discovered by the officials. So, she purposely asked the Su system to find a dress for her to camouflage. Next, it's just a matter of time. Wu Yingxue, who had finished changing, looked sideways at the hot sun outside the window. Wu Yingxue prepared to leave at night. The dark and gloomy environment is more conducive to action, can greatly reduce the possibility of being seen by the town. At the same time, it would cover up the fact that she had come out of the Su family's house. Only, right now there was still a short time before the sunset and night completely enveloped the sky. What to do to pass the boring time? Teenage girls don't know. Carrying her lance on her back and her tiny bundle, she pushed open the wooden door of her room for the last time and, with a light step, stepped over the worn and age-carved wooden threshold. Who dash? Who dash? The doorway corresponded to the empty practice area in the compound. The Su system still stood under the hot sun as usual, ignoring the cold and the heat, ignoring the clouds and the sun, and stood and threw punches in the same way day after day. Sweat drips and punches are fierce. Every punch, every roar of chi and blood shook the air with blurred distortions, like the high-pitched beating of a vibrant heart. Mister's punches are deeper. Wu Yingxue sighed in her heart. Bewilderment flashed across the small face. During this time, she had been studying under the Su system. But for some reason, the distance between her and the Su system grew wider and wider. It was a bizarre growth that was neither scientific nor martial. It was as if the Su system was the protagonist in a fictional talkbook. As soon as you start practicing martial arts, the level of martial arts will rub off on you. How is that kind of thing possible? Wu Yingxue laughed at her own thoughts. She put down her lance and bag for the moment and sat on the threshold of the room. The blazing sunlight just enough to be shaded by the eaves of the roof to provide a shady spot for the girl. The young sheriff who doesn't know how to pass the time made the same choice while recuperating from an injury. Watch the Su system practicing martial arts. Green bricks and red tiles, flying eaves and corners, with dark green unknown plants climbing all over the walls, creating a quiet and incomparable atmosphere in the time of summer and fall. The 16-year-old girl just watched, silently watching the Su system throw punches and looking away from the blackened mountains. It was an indescribable letting go, completely forget about the passage of time. After a long time, the scorching sunlight had a tendency to subside, and the sky was no longer so bright. The young girl finally couldn't help but ask the confusion in her heart. If she didn't ask it this time, she wouldn't necessarily have the opportunity to do so when she left Greenox Town. Sir, don't you really get tired of practicing boxing like this every day? I've never seen you relax and rest any day. Facing Wu Yingshue's inquiry, Su's system paused in his movements, looked up at the setting sun, and slowly retracted his boxing stance. His answer was dry. Of course I'm tired. Ha! The overly dry answer seemed to greatly exceed the girl's expectations, and her face showed her dismay. She had thought that the answer given by a hard-working martial artist like Su would be the classic not bitter, not tired, perseverance is more important than anything else or something like that. However, Department Su's reply disproved Wu Yingshue's suspicions. He stood still, constantly adjusting his agitated qi and blood, his breath resonating with his heart chambers, little by little completing the circumferential cycle. Answering the young girl. People get hungry when they don't eat. Man thirsts without water. People get cold without clothes. In the same way that I would get tired of practicing boxing every day, I would also find it hard and torturous. No one is perfect, without flaws and mistakes, without fear of hard work and exhaustion. People like that don't exist. At least not me. Collect the credit. Ping back. Take a deep breath. After Su Xiang finished combing his qi and blood, he turned to look at Wu Yingxue, who was sitting at the threshold. He never felt he was some kind of saint, much less felt the need to boast about something. From the beginning to the end, Department Su considered himself an ordinary person, only slightly more fortunate to be able to eat the multiple soft meals of his sister, disciple, and teacher. But the performance of the Su system, the words of the Su system, but it caused Wu Yingxue to fall into a long silence. The light of the setting sun ran out of its last gasp as the sun slowly fell into the distant skyline, the junction rippling with gold, the ripples of bitterness in the heart of a young girl. She felt that her previous thinking was too childish and simple compared to the Su system. It's so overwhelming. She grew up in the royal residence, and King Ding Yuan named her Yingxue, meaning that he hoped the young girl would be as quiet and beautiful as soft snow. But as things go, they often don't go as well as they should. Contrary to her name, the young girl's character is as passionate as a blazing fire. She grew up disliking women's honor and loving martial arts and chivalrous books, dreaming of becoming a warrior or general who protects the country and the people. Peaceful life in the imperial capital. The many conveniences of being a sheriff. A carefree experience from a young age. Under the mutual influence of many factors, Wu Yingxue had a shallow knowledge of the world in her heart, with only a simple distinction between human and demon. She thought that the Great Qian was good and sheltered all races. She feels that demons are bad and that the 100,000 mountains threaten people's lives. She dreamed that she could become a chivalrous woman in the storybook, cutting through 100,000 mountains with a single sword and saving the people from the fire. But it's all one-sided and ignorant thinking. After the sunset comes the rising of the full moon. The bright moonlight poured over the earth as Wu Yingxue stood up from the threshold, once again carrying her lance and lifting her bag. If it hadn't been for this attack, if it hadn't been for your teachings, perhaps, I would have gone my whole life without discovering the truth. Thank you. Chapter 111, please live. Mr. Su. It's like experiencing growth for a short moment. The childish temperament of the girl's body, steeply reduced many, no longer naive, added a slightly heavy silence. She's leaving. With only his lance and baggage, he set out alone on his way home. The moonlight was bright tonight, the stars twinkling, the stars and the moon outlined in a brilliant pattern, as if it were a grand gaze, reflecting the girl's growth. Wu Yingxue looked up at the night sky, her eyes watery and glistening as she asked Su system one last question. How many stars are there in the Milky Way in the sky? Sir? There are probably thousands of millions of them, or maybe more. So much? The girl was clearly shocked by this statistic. If I had the time, I'd love to count them. one by one, she said, smacking her lips at the slightly goofy words and tying her lance and bag further tight to prevent them from falling off. With a gentle leap, the valiant figure jumped right up to the roof. Cloth shoes rattled the roof tiles. Under the watchful eye of the Su system, the young girl suddenly turned around and showed him a bright smile. A bright and beautiful smile that made the night sky suddenly bright, dispelling the previous heaviness. Eyes as clear as the crescent moon. Voice as clean as running water. Hands behind your back. Tiptoe. Mr. Su, please live well. In a world where good and bad are not the same. The girl's farewell was peculiar. And when she finished, she directly performed light energy and quickly disappeared into the thick night color. That kind of goodbye was as brilliantly alive as the Su system had ever seen. Did the girl suddenly change her temper? No. Su felt that a more accurate description would be a 16-year-old girl finally removing her disguise and revealing her original appearance. The man is gone, and it's time to return to the warm-blooded script of battle. The Su system stared at the night sky for a long time. Suddenly laughing out softly, he returned to the house. Wu Yingshue's arrival was just an accident, and it was believed that after this time, it would be difficult for the two to cross paths with each other. System Su was preparing to return to his old life, gradually delving deeper and deeper into the region of the 100,000 mountains, relying on life and death battles and actual combat killings to continuously refine his martial arts and martial arts techniques. Beyond that, the spring and winter demon tide that occurred once a year in Xingyo town was also a target that required him to treat it carefully, which was conducive to honing his killing skills in terms of group combat. Time passes. After the injury is healed, Wu Yingxue, who is temporarily staying in your house, leaves. The young sheriff is burdened with a bizarre charge, and her heart is overwhelmed with concern, and she is determined to find out what it is. You watch her disappear into the night with a few silent blessings. Your life returns to peace, to the rhythm of your martial arts training alone before the girl appeared. Martial arts training, combat. Martial arts training, combat. You live a two-pointed life, and although the process is painful and torturous, your perseverance pays off, and your strength improves every day, which greatly grows your confidence and creates a positive cycle. Build up your strength, burst forward, swing your fist, and crush it powerfully. In the area near the 100,000 mountains, Su System's figure exploded and flashed, his feet fiercely stepping on the ground as he burst into front of a tiger demon with an extreme speed that was hard to catch. 5 fingers spread out, top to bottom. Boom! The palm pressed down on the tiger demon's head, and hard blasted into the ground to form a crater, causing dust and sand to splash and 100 trees to lose their leaves. Roar! The tiger demon that suffered a heavy blow roared angrily and struggled to get up, but the figure that suppressed it erupted with even more fierce chi and blood, holding a sword that erupted with thunderous whistles and sharply severed the tiger demon's head. The fight is over. The Su system was victorious. He stood in place, his eyes slightly closed as he kept recalling the previous battle. Whether it's boxing or swordplay, they all metamorphose from their original martial arts under the dual effects of persistence and maneuvering. The long fist of chi and blood changes to the bastard fist of chi and blood. The 5 thunder blade becomes the 9 thunder blade. But, System Su shook his head. It's too low. The starting point of the martial arts techniques I got from the real world is just too low. There aren't many martial arts powerhouses in the real world, and the powerful secret books that can be found are even rarer. Even with the help of the evolutionary martial arts, the evolution of these feats and martial arts is still extremely cost-effective. If, however, I can find good technique martial arts, supplemented by the evolutionary effects of the evolutionary martial arts, then that would be truly invincible. Here's the problem. Where would one go to find good enough and advanced enough feats and martial arts? The Su system can think of a doorway. Only the already departed Wu Yingxue, but he had already asked, and the feats and martial arts practiced by the young girl herself were all limited to the special kinds of the royal bloodline, and all of them were crippled. Royal children like Wu Yingxue could only receive more subsequent gongfu contents after breaking through a new realm. This was one of the secrecy measures of Dakian to prevent the leakage of gongfu. Forget it, it's not a big problem. Techniques and martial arts are only the outer law. The chi, blood, and flesh are the core Tao. Time will bring the answer I want. Even if I can't get the advanced techniques martial skills, relying on persistence and performing martial arts, I can still get further martial arts. When I wait until later, when my own realm rises, it's not impossible to create my own martial arts. Department Su shook off the tiger's blood from his palm and took a few steps back, holding the thick tail of the spotted tiger demon with one hand, yanking it over his shoulder. He just took one step at a time, dragging the heavy tiger demon corpse back to Green Ox Town, leaving long dark drag marks behind him. Demon flesh and blood were mostly inedible, while this tiger demon happened to be located in the edible category. Oops, it's Department's brother who's back. How nice this boy is. Ah no, Why don't you go and help your big brother Su? Okay, mother, I'll go now. The fall and winter seasons are here. The weather is getting colder and food is in short supply. When the Su system entered the 100,000 mountains, they would kill to obtain a large amount of demonic flesh and blood while honing their martial arts skills. These demons also did not know how they developed. Each one of them had a strong body, and those who were bigger than houses abounded. The Su system kills demons every day. Every day, new demon flesh and blood comes into play. Just one person naturally couldn't eat all of it, so System Su often distributed the demon meat to the people of Qingyo Town. After all, when he first came to Green Ox Town in his first year, there had been quite a few people who had helped him. The state of Greenbrier is getting worse every year. This year's winter demon tide has already taken on the scale of last year's before it has even really begun. And if it continues like this, it's simply unimaginable. The Su system sighed and handed the tiger demon's corpse to Anyo for cutting. He looked toward the location of the 100,000 Great Mountains. Even in the depressed and silent autumn and winter, the deep and fearful blackness, the continuous heavy mountain range, still not half cut down, bringing a frightening and horrible sense of oppression, pressing against the Great Chien, pressing down on countless green cow towns, pressing down on everyone who lives on the border. Su system's heart warned that perhaps, before too long, a big storm would come on strong. Chapter 112, Killing Demons and Devils, but even more so, killing people. The martial world is the third simulation of the Su system. The people here, mortals here, it's the most miserable of the three analog worlds to live in. In the immortal cultivation realm, mortals and immortal cultivators are separated from each other, ruled by normal mortal dynasties, and only occasionally do immortal cultivators come and pick off children with spiritual roots. And from time to time, there are good-hearted cultivators who are compassionate and save people, sheltering one side of the people. In the wizarding world, steam and magic run through civilization as a whole. Mages have their uses, mortals have their necessities, and the two are like tightly bitten gears, moving forward together. And the martial arts world is in bad shape. Ordinary people here don't even have the right to decide whether they live or die. The Su system had asked the townspeople of Green Ox Town or traveled to other towns and talked to other people to learn about their past. It's unexpected. The vast majority had lived in the 13 states of Dichien. It was only because of their humble status or because they had offended the dignitaries that they were exiled to the junction of the 100,000 mountains. Younger generations like Zhang Tinyo, who was born located at the border, were even more completely unaware of life inside Dichien. The 100,000 mountains are dangerous and the demons are bloodthirsty and brutal. A constant tide of demons will mercilessly destroy all the people on the border until they are all eaten up, and a new batch of sinners will be transported by the Great Chien, starting a new, never-ending cycle. Big Brother Su, what do people in the city eat? Is it also demon meat? Ox, why are you asking this all of a sudden? Hey. My mother says there's so much good food in the city that white rice tastes better than what we eat. Compared to what we eat, it's really quite a bit better. And the rice is fine. Wow, that's so good. I want to eat sweet, big white rice too. The sky was overcast and the wind was cold. The trees swayed in the wind. The earth was frozen hard, and even a stout man would have been frozen in such an environment. The foolish and thick-skinned ox, wrapped tightly in his slightly tattered robes, the tone was full of longing. When he heard Su Department's description of white rice, he couldn't help but gulp even more. He had never eaten it before, but his brain automatically fantasized the most wonderful taste, making his tongue raw. Brother Su, the tanned man asked once more, are all the lords of the city really descended from the stars of literature and martial arts in the sky? My mother said that the lords were born to enjoy the blessings, eating 10 large cakes at a meal and changing their robes 5 times a day, and that they were different from us, the muddy-legged men. Ox rubbed his hands together and hauled on a mouthful of hot air. The back of the hand is slightly purple. That was a slight side effect on the body caused by long-term consumption of demon meat, harmless but extraordinarily ugly. While martial artists can use their chi and blood to dissolve it, mortals can only leave marks for the rest of their lives. No, Ox, they're not. After a few moments of silence, the Su system reached out his palm and patted the naive Hanyo's shoulder in front of him, helping him pat away the snowflakes on it. There is no difference between the people of the 13 states of the Great Qin dynasty, the people of the imperial capital, and the people who live in Qingyo Town. The same will hunger, the same will thirst, the same will bleed and die. They are not nobler than you, and you are not lower than them. This, the Hanyu seemed to understand, and then he didn't, his face flashing with bewilderment. Unable to understand the Su system's words very well, he understood it with his own logic. The lords can eat big white rice. Brother Su said, we are the same as the lord, also known as, I'll be able to eat big white rice in the future. Anyo let out a joyful giggle and laughed for a long time until a good while had passed before handing Sue's system a basket as if in a dream. Big brother Sue, these are the vegetable meatballs my mother made for you. They're hot. Basket woven from bamboo strips is strong and durable with a clear texture. The surface is covered with a rag that gently deflects outside snowflakes from landing on the dark green vegetable clusters. The Sue system didn't refuse, catching the basket obediently. Anyo, I'll take the things. Go back and thank Auntie Zhang for me. Okay. Anyo scratched his head and turned to leave with inexplicable excitement, while Department Sue stood still, looking at the figure gradually disappearing into the distant wind and snow. Poking his right hand into the basket, he casually grabbed a vegetable ball and popped it into his mouth. The flavor is bitter and astringent, neither crisp nor savory. Sue's system, who had lived in Qingyo town for 7 years, certainly knew why. Because the raw material for the vegetable dumplings was wind-tufted grass, a plant with a rough and sour taste. It's Thai. It's revolting, it's bad, but it's the best the people of Greenbrier, in general, can get. This was the only way they could express their gratitude to the Sue system for always distributing demonic meat to them, allowing them to survive. What a ed-up world. The Sue system raised its head, looked at the cold sky, and slowly closed its eyes again. The weather is cold, but the chest is hot. It wasn't just a surge of chi and blood, but also an indescribable emotion, not knowing whether it was sympathy or anger. Time always flies. In the blink of an eye, Wuxue has left for a long time, and the cold winter has once again descended on Qingyo town. The demon tide has arrived as expected, and as you would expect, this year's demon tide is even more raging and has become even more terrifying than previous years. Demons comparable to easy marrow and blood exchange appeared frequently, bringing heavy casualties to Qingyo town. Green Cow town still exists, but in the seemingly endless tide of demons, some familiar faces have passed away forever. From the old man who once chanted about finding you a wife to your wife, to the young child who once received your instruction in martial arts. Demons kill regardless of gender. Anyone can be attacked by them. Death is inevitable. Casualties are normal. You have initially fought off the first demonic wave of winter, and the survivors, as in previous years, in no less sparse voices, express their thanks to you for protecting them. The people of this town are grateful. In the first year, he had just come to Qingyo town. After knowing the existence of the 13 states of Diqian, System Su had made a plan to enter the interior of the Great Qian to see a more exciting world like in traditional Xinfang and martial arts novels. In the back, the Su system gave up. For one thing, the gateway to the belly of Daqian was guarded by a large army, and it was difficult for Su system, who was a black family, to pass through. Secondly, System Su had discovered that the life and death practical battles in the Great Mountains of 100,000 had brought about an enhancement to the Qi and blood martial paths that was in no way inferior to the so-called resources within the Great Qian. Since then, System Su had settled down in Qingyo town and persisted in sharpening his ego. The Su system never knew what it was supposed to do. In the first simulation, his sister's heavenly doom came suddenly, and he had little free time to keep searching for a way to rescue her. In the second simulation, Su possesses the wisdom of a mortal, and spends his life breaking through the mysteries of magic and showing the witch the beauty of the earthly world. Well, what about this life? It's time to keep practicing hard, relying on sticking to the word and repairing to a full level of 10-mile slope sword god. Or, like in hot-blooded webcomics, become a solo battle stream protagonist who rules the ages. In the snowy present, in the town of Green Cow where everything is dying, facing the poor people who thanked him, Su couldn't help but recall, glimpsed from afar a few years ago, the Great Qian army that was so intent on killing, but only willing to hold down the pass. At this point, the Su system finally understood what he was trying to do with this simulation. He's going to kill demons, kill devils, and kill people. Chapter 113 Innate Realm. Instant breakthrough. The size of a human hand is limited and there are too many things to hold. The Su system never felt that he could change the world, much less that everything would go his way. He was just a man, not an all-powerful god. But one should always go and do something. If you are unhappy with something, you should change it. If you keep your head down and ignore it, the gloom in your heart will only grow. At least this time, Su wanted to try to solve the problem in a reckless way, to the extent that it is possible to do so. Make a fist, make a sword, and cut down the demons. Fire in your heart, burn yourself. The cold winter wind pierces your heart like a needle, but you only feel the heat, the invisible fire that burns away your calm and ignites your murderous intent. You think maybe you've been practicing martial arts for so long that you've grown to be a straightforward martial artist in the way you act and the way you think? You don't hate this change. There are some things that can't be done with too much sobriety, and the only way to give it forward is to be full of anger. The second wave of winter demons is fast approaching. The town of Green Cow goes on the defensive. the old and weak hide in their homes, the young and strong hold their bows and shoot, and the martial artists led by you rush out of the town to meet the incoming demons on their own initiative. Or longbow, or sledgehammer, or sword, the martial artists exploded their blood and vitality, bursting out martial arts techniques that brightened the sky, struggling to resist the onslaught of the demons, in which your performance was the most astonishing. Your Nine Thunders blade is like a thunderbolt from the sky, chi and blood attaching to the blade, cutting out a huge and brilliant rainbow halo of blade light. A single slash instantly kills 6 demons. Your strength deeply shocks the other martial artists, and even you, yourself, are briefly dismayed for a moment as you realize your strength has increased. You only broke through the blood transformation realm this year, but you're showing signs of being a rebel against the innate. You're surprised, but the battlefield is too intense for you to be distracted, and you fight the demons again. Kill, kill again, the never-ending kill. The blade light wheeled and danced, the fist force shook the sky, and the interplay of the blade and fist formed a forbidden zone that strangled all demons. The Su Systems figure quickly traveled through the icy sky and snow, using the 9 Thunder blade to gather and draw chi and blood. He formed a blood-colored blade light and forcefully killed the green-winged eagles that kept attacking in the air, followed by a quick turn back, a step, and a blast of punches. Bang! Su System power rose from the earth, shaking the snow layer scattered, fist to fist, force to force, swift and violent, and a magic ape to attack each other. A shocking scene appeared. The fist that was several times stronger than Su Systems was actually burst into a bloody mist out of thin air. The gusty winds and flying sand were enough to prove that Su Systems' strength was far superior to that of the other party. Sure enough, it's not an illusion. As the battle deepens, the bottleneck of the Hotian returning to the innate is disintegrating little by little. What, exactly, is going on here? Su Systems' eyes flickered. He could really see that his own punch just now had the beginnings of an innate martial artist's astral energy. Because of this, he was able to crush the enemy. Go on. The HUI system is decisive in seizing the opportunity. Locking his gaze on the other demons, with a burst of energy, while the hot blood in his body was burning, he chopped the thunder and rumbled. And the continuous brilliant blade light was like a sea of silver. The more you kill, the more chi you have in your heart. The more you kill, the stronger the blood boils. The high intensity of the battle, as well as the stirring and surging will, prompted the chi and blood to circulate rapidly in the body, with waves going back and forth to the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Finally, at the same time as the battle ended, the circulation of chi and blood within Su System's body was completely consummated. Without wasting any time, Su System found a quiet room nearby, sat with his legs crossed in place to practice, running his gong method to complete a large circumference. The 5th realm of body forging is mainly about refining a martial artist's physical body. The physical body is the root of chi and blood, and a strong body can only accommodate the rushing of chi and blood. But, System Su murmured, the return of the Hotian to the innate. There are other factors aside from the requirements in terms of chi and blood, to step into the innate realm. In addition to the most basic chi and blood in physical body, there are also requirements for a martial artist's heart and will. When did I? System Su paused, recalling the scene from before, when he had beheaded the demon with a full fury. So that's it. The elixir I received from Wu Shui caused my chi and blood to replenish quickly, skipping the normal accumulation stage. And the wave of demons in Greenox Town made me face my true heart straight on and cut down the demons without a care in the world. Finally, and at the same time, the most crucial point, Su System looked at the simulator panel that belonged to him alone, his voice ghostly. I've never stopped cultivating about the martial arts, stemming from the return of the adhering words to help me replenish the last piece of the shard. All the doubts were cleared up as much as possible. Su Xiang was in a stirring mood, running his gongfu to mobilize his chi and blood, causing it to continuously condense into pulp. Zip, zip. Strange sounds resounded from within, like blood boiling, like bones churning, like skin membranes bulging, like internal organs jumping. All body, all mind, all will, all refreshed by the rush of air and blood, cleansing impurities, returning to the original simplicity, reversing from the defiled acquired state to the immaculate innate state. Innate martial artist. Breakthrough at this moment. Bang, bang bang, bang bang bang. The heart beat one after another, as if a large drum was violently pounding, shaking the surrounding walls to drop dust that gently landed on the surface of Su System's body. Another jolt, and the dust bounced off again, like an efficient and precise roaring machine. Su System's body, which had already stepped into a whole new realm, was constantly blooming with a reddish halo of chi and blood, and even the world in front of him had changed. Observe the reason, observe the reason, observe the reason of heaven and earth. This is the first of the 3 realms of the innate. The first step for a martial artist to have transcendental greatness following the exercise of the flesh, to truly compare to other transcendental systems. By observing the principles of heaven, one can understand one's nature, and by observing the principles of earth, one can realize one's heart. Observe the heavens and the earth and observe yourself. Imitate the heavens and the earth and become the heavens and the earth. Inside the house, System Su stood up after collecting his energy, his fiercely drumming heartbeat gradually subsiding as all the divinity and transcendence returned within his body. He gently raised his hand. The already superhuman flesh had astral energy attached to it, easily kicking up a gale, dissipating, gathering, repeating this process over and over again until half an hour later. Su's system was barely able to control the operation of the astral energy. Compared to a mortal cultivation and magic, the martial way is indeed peculiar. Your body transforms heaven and earth. Your will transforms heaven and earth. No wonder the late stage of the great martial Tao is so fierce. A punch or kick is equivalent to a heaven and earth smashing. Can this not be fierce? Chapter 114, The Path Where All Can Survive. The three realms of the innate, to see reason, to contain prana, and to see God. Observe the principles of heaven and earth. Contain the spirit of martial arts, and see the God of the self. The essence of the three realms is a step-by-step increase. Observing the world, imitating the world, until one becomes the world. I'm now stepping into the first step in achieving the status of an innate martial artist, which can only be considered as just beginning. Crunch. After the breakthrough ended, Department Su pushed open the wooden door and once again returned to the snowy outside world. It's cold and people are busy. After the demonic tide ended, Greenox Town did not become quiet, burying the dead, healing the wounded, cutting up demon flesh and blood, and cleaning up collapsed houses. There's so much people need to do. It was too late to grieve. The emotions were numbing, and they could only clean up the hideously shaped ruins as fast as they could to prepare for the next wave of demons. The demon wave will last a long time, from winter until next spring. It's like a never-ending punishment, torturing and whipping everyone. It's not enough. It's not enough. The Su system muttered. Clarity. The heart cavity seemed to have literally transformed into an oven, with chi and blood blazing and burning, providing a constant stream of power to the Su system. Cultivation of the realm of observational reason, the astral body of an innate martial artist. After the realm breakthrough, System Su was far stronger than his own self in the blood transformation realm. However, this was not enough. Having the cultivation level of the realm of observational reason alone was far from enough. Although I don't know the depths of the Great Qian, there's no doubt that there are martial human immortals within the Great Qian, and that's an existence that's completely above innate martial artists. Human immortals are still no match for 100,000 mountains, let alone innate martial artists. Snow pressed against the eaves. The wind hits the windows. Amidst the sound of the whistling snow and wind, System Su recalled the ghastly sights that he had witnessed in the past few years. There are rooks with wings spreading to cover the sky and sweeping the dome of heaven. There were giant snakes as big as mountains, opening their mouths to swallow the starry sky. That kind of greatness, as if a mythological story had shown into reality, was far beyond the reach of an ordinary martial artist. The sound of the wind and snow intensified. Facing the flurry of snowflakes, Su slowly raised his right hand, 5 fingers straight, as a hand knife, cutting across the sky of snow and wind in front of him. Thumbs up, like a balloon deflating. The soft chirps were silky, but suddenly, the soft chirping sound evolved into a loud boom, and the snowflakes flying in the sky were like out-of-control butterflies, crashing around wildly. It was shattered and broken by the invisible astral energy. The sky and the earth suddenly cleared, and no matter whether it was a storm or drifting snow, all of them were cut down and stagnated by the Su system. Even though the familiar blizzard struck again a few breaths later, it was enough to prove that the strength of an innate martial artist that far surpassed that of a forged body martial artist. However, it was this kind of strength as terrifying as it was in the eyes of mortals. In the eyes of the stronger demons and human immortals, they were as ridiculous as ants, not worth mentioning at all. It's a long road ahead. In the 7th year of the simulation, following your breakthrough to the blood transformation realm, you advance to become an innate martial artist at an extremely fast rate. This is a promotion you didn't expect. You've done the math. According to the time you've been stuck in the easy marrow realm, it will take you at least 5 years to break through to the innate realm. But now, 5 years have passed, and you've stepped into the realm of the innate. You lament the special nature of the chi and blood martial arts path. In the immortal cultivation world, cultivators need to meditate and cultivate to avoid the birth of karma as much as possible. In the magical world, magicians need to meditate in order to empty their minds and communicate with the elements. The vast majority of the time, drastic ups and downs in moods affect the cultivation of immortality in magic. But today's battle with the demon has led to a rapid breakthrough in your martial arts realm. You suddenly realize that pure persistence, pure hard work, is certainly useful, but in this system of martial arts, The belief in oneself is equally important. You're so much stronger. You've got a lot of blood in your veins. The third wave of winter's demons has arrived. And this time, you've chosen to face it alone. You walk in the air, without any teacher, just by your own persistence. You learn the basic use of astral energy, and use it to turn into a sword, to kill all the incoming demons. You managed to protect the town of Green Cow, and the people were amazed at your strength and cheered for you. You don't feel happy. On the contrary, you look incredibly grave. In recent years, the wave of demons in the spring and winter seasons has become stronger and stronger, and there are more and more demons in the blood-changing realm, which is an extremely dangerous signal. If a demon comparable to an innate martial artist appears, it will cause serious damage to Green Cow Town. You're guarding against this by quietly increasing your martial arts training. You're lucky. All of Green Cow Town is lucky. Until spring, when the last wave of demons ended, no demons comparable to the innate martial artists appeared. With your protection, Qingyo Town successfully survived the difficult winter. In the spring, the earth awakens from the winter cold. The grass and trees thrive, except for the blackened bloodstains on the roads, engraved with winter's bloody butchery. 8th year of simulation. You're 23 years old. You have completely stabilized your innate realm. Your astral energy is condensed. Your chi and blood are like rainbows. You are as hardworking and diligent as ever, and your insistence on martial arts is not put down. But in addition to that, you're dividing up some of your time, planning future actions. You know very well that according to the frequency of demon tides in previous years, more powerful demons are bound to appear with the coming of the next winter. Innate martial artist, you are powerful, but you can't protect everyone. You've received vegetable dumplings from Nyo's family. You've received Granny Lou's bland soup. You received candy from the neighborhood children, a special kind of grass cob that was chewed with a sweet taste and was a favorite of the border children. You begin to look for a new way out, a way to protect more people from a horrible death. Why are you doing this? You ask yourself in your mind. You eat the vegetable dumplings, drink the bland soup, chew the candy from the children, and suddenly laugh out softly, thinking that this doesn't need a reason. Or, perhaps, there are reasons everywhere. You come up with a rather difficult solution. You're going to train people in martial arts so that the townspeople can defend themselves. But there's a key problem. Most of them don't have the talent to do it. They lack the enlightenment to understand the principles of the kung fu. They have poor bones and are born with weak blood and chi. So, are there any feats in the world that require neither enlightenment nor root bones that can make even ordinary mortals martial artists? The answer is no. But you're not going to give up. You have a myriad of possibilities when you have the word martial arts. You silently sought out the nourishing Yuan Gong, wanting to use this lousy Gong Fu that everyone knows as the basis of martial arts, and evolve a martial arts Gong Fu that ordinary people can also become stronger. Your continued practice of nourishing the elemental Kung Fu. You continue to refine the Big Dipper. Chapter 115, you've picked her up again. Creating your own feats is difficult. Trying to create feats that ignored qualifications and ignored roots and bones, it's even harder. Su's system had no other martial arts to draw on. No knowledgeable people to provide a boost, and the only thing he could rely on was himself, and the few techniques he had brought with him from the real world. Practice. Performing martial arts. Practicing again. Performing martial arts again. The life of the Su system was dull and boring, with silent swings and silent stances in a courtyard with only one person. Only the burning sun, the whitened floor tiles, and the big trees in the courtyard witnessed his days and days, and the countless drops of violent sweat. Time. It's running out. I don't know how much time has passed. The figure that continued to swing his fist finally stopped, and a longing sigh came out. Starting from last year's winter and performing martial arts until this year's summer, the nourishing elemental technique had seen several metamorphoses, but none of them were what Su's system wanted. Feats that ignore qualifications and root bones. Can it really be created artificially? System Su knew that it would be difficult to deduce such feats, but he was unwilling to give up, unwilling to watch a fresh, familiar face pass away. Alert in your mind. Intuition from a martial artist alerts to future calamities. The next winter tide of demons will expand further, and there will be demons in your realm, or even more powerful, that the people of Qingyo Town will find difficult to fight against. You reduce some of the time spent practicing Kung Fu and put more time into deducing the Kung Fu. You're surprised that the reduced time spent practicing martial arts hasn't slowed down the growth of your strength, and even vaguely, the flow of chi and blood is one step faster. It's because your whole body, mind and soul, are following your own path. When deducing the nourishing Yuan Gong, your belief in martial arts is stronger than ever. You smile, chewing another mouthful of bitter and astringent vegetable dumplings, burying your head in the paper, gradually deteriorating nourishing Yuan Gong, pondering what can be improved from. Long hours of practicing and performing martial arts have become a daily routine in your life. But once in a while, you make a trip out of the house, or go to the 100,000 mountains, kill demons to sharpen themselves, and distribute the excess flesh and blood to the townspeople, or standing on a high place overlooking the much calmer town of Green Cow, remembering those who are no longer there. An outsider arrives. They're in a hurry, looking for fugitives as they did last year. This time, the officials searched carefully, no longer just making verbal inquiries, but entering each house to check, and rightfully so. They got nothing, ignoring the slightly dilapidated Qingyo town, ignoring the fact that its population has been reduced by half. The officials quickly left, fearing that if they stayed here for a long time, they would be similarly attacked by the demons. They rode away on their green-scaled horses, and you, as an innate martial artist, followed noiselessly behind. You watched them enter a few more villages and towns, and after the same fruitless search, they returned to the pass cursing. Vaguely, you catch the words disgusting and swine. You're looking at a black army at the gate. You're looking at the high wall that protects against both demons and people. The burning heart fire, the flowing chi and blood, sizzles some more in silence. When the Su system returned to Qingyo town, it's getting dark. A fine rain is drizzling. Raindrops struck the blackened walls, the product of a mixture of human and demon blood, and over time, formed dirty stains that were difficult to remove. No one thinks about removing it because they can't see tomorrow's future. Gradually, it rained harder. System Su strolled through the raging curtain of rain, his astral energy penetrating his body and forming an invisible shield to shield the rain, all the way to his home. The thought process from last time could probably be improved upon. The quality of the nourishing Yuan Gong is not high, but because of this, it is suitable for improvement. The only way to make sure everyone learns is to have a low threshold. The Su system pondered as they walked. He wanted to officially complete the improvement of the nourishing Yuan Gong before winter came, even though it was difficult, laborious and tedious. Crunch! Pushing open the heavy reddish-brown wooden door, Su's system entered the home. He paused slightly in his steps. In that empty and clean compound, seeing the mud that was being washed away by the heavy rain, muddy water mixed with blood, washed away a little bit by the curtain of rain, revealing the figure of Su department that did not feel the least bit surprised. "I'm sorry, sir." The miserable-looking girl coughed up blood with a bitter smile. "I may not be able to pay the reward this time. It's okay, I'm a good person." Su's system shook his head and walked forward, picking up Wu Shui, who was already unable to move. "It's fine to return it to me in future installments." The girl was staggered and seemed to want to say something, but the excessive injuries caused her to go straight into a coma. Such heavy injuries. Did you fight an innate martial artist? Su's system glanced at the girl's injuries, running his astral chi to stop the bleeding, and carried the girl into the house. Heal the wound, open the chi and blood, and simply bandage it. After doing so, Department Su waited for Wu Shui to wake up. In the days before, never having heard of this child at the border, he should have really returned to the 13 prefectures of Diqian. Is there a special access to the pass that is not guarded by the garrison at the pass? You can ask later. If we really can't hold it this winter, we can let the group leave the border and not die in Qingyo town. Su's system's eyes lowered as he gripped the girl's dragon lance. Get in front of the body. Wear at the tip of the end gun, as well as large or small openings in the body of the gun. In addition to being interested in the way the girl entered and exited the border, the Su system was also interested in the experience of the girl's departure. He was curious as to what the other party had gone through to actually cause the officials to search again, and this time more seriously and carefully. It's a good thing the border is complicated. Otherwise the kid wouldn't have had a chance to run back. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Outside the house the rain was still pouring down furiously. The crackling of the rain was like a tightly packed show, striking everything in rapid succession. Su's system was performing the martial art of nourishing Yuan Gong while waiting for Wu Shui's awakening. And this time, he waited directly until the evening. The rain stopped and the moon was dark. Seriously injured 17-year-old girl wakes up slowly. "Thank you, Mr. Su." She lies on the bed. Her eyes look at the ceiling listlessly. All the previous alert and lively, silent and wordless. Su's system was familiar with such a gaze. He had seen it on other girls. "Can you tell me what all happened?" The Su system inquired. "You've picked up the injured sheriff again. This time, the injuries she suffered were more severe and her appearance was more miserable. Even the hard texture of the dragon-patterned lance had multiple different abrasions. You guessed that the young girl faced an enemy above the innate level. You asked the waking maiden for the truth. She is silent for a long time, silent tears streaming down her cheeks, and in a dry voice of hoarse friction she claims that both parents are dead." Chapter 116. Are you planning to rebel? Rebellion. Treason. Fall back on the rebels and attack the Great Qian. Inside the room, the atmosphere was extraordinarily quiet. Wu Shui's eyes dimmed and her voice was hoarse as she uttered a word that made people feel shocked. She recounted to Department Su that after that night of parting, she had walked the borders alone, hiding in the darkness, and managed to enter the belly of the Great Qian by bypassing the pass through hidden trails. Unexpected. Wu Yingxue easily inquired about the royal residence. It was only because the news was so shocking that it had long been spread throughout the 13 states of Dichen. As the Ding Yuan king of the third realm of the innate, he was sent by the Great Qian to suppress the rebellion. But somehow, after a brief exchange of words, the Ding Yuan king turned against him and angrily helped the rebellious rebels. How is this possible? The young girl's voice was full of helplessness. Father is cynical. How could he possibly help the rebels? The rebels are evil. The rebels will start a war. Rebels can lead to civil disobedience. The young girl subconsciously came to these conclusions, knowing that the Great Qian was not of the light, but she could not rise to a favorable opinion of the rebels all the same. Only, after listening, Department Su gave this reply. Ying Shui, have you ever thought of a question? Cynicism and helping the rebels. Those two things, in fact, are not in conflict. It was late at night, and the bright moon was obscured by overcast clouds, plunging the world into darkness. In a candlelit room, Su System closed the nourishing yuan gong in his hand. His gaze turned to the young girl, and he asked to the bewildered face, Ying Shui, do you understand the rebels? Rebels. The young girl shook her head in disbelief. Is the rebel leader a dignitary? It doesn't seem to be. Whether it was a high-realm martial arts powerhouse, or a lineage gatekeeper who was in charge of the learning way, they all held important positions within Dichen, so how could they possibly start a rebellion? That's the equivalent of beating yourself up. The answer is no longer vague. It becomes quite obvious. The so-called rebels are actually the people. A group of people who can't live. Su Department voice calm, peeling off the false veneer fabricated by Dakian, and facing the truth directly. Taxes in the Dakian dynasty are very high. The vast majority of people in Xingyo town were sent to the border with the 100,000 mountains as sinners because they could not afford to pay the high taxes. Then, what happens when someone can't afford to pay taxes but doesn't want to be exiled from the border? The insurrection, or rebellion, as the government declared it, grew out of this. The Su System spoke softly, unlocking painful confusion for young girls. System Su had never met King Ding Yuan, but he knew that someone in a high position like that couldn't have just learned about the darkness of Dichen. Even if King Ding Yuan was truly a martial artist with a cynical nature like the young girl said, nor should they be so impulsive as to fall directly in favor of the rebels. It seems that the cause of this rebellion is far more tragic than I thought, so much so that Ding Yuan king can no longer endure it. Phew. The night wind was cold and blew into the house along the open window. The blowing made the candle flame sway. The blowing made the people's hearts cold, and the blowing made Wu Yingshue's face grow paler and paler. Father, tears flow first, sounds come later. Crystalline tears continued to drip down her cheeks. The young girl thought the world was a bit sick. King Ding Yuan was clearly doing the right thing, but he was sentenced to treason by the Dichen court, and the people, who merely wanted to live, had to be suppressed and killed by the army. The world, it seems, is full of problems. Wu Yingxue recounted to the Su System her experience further back. Unwilling to believe that her father had rebelled, she rushed to the royal capital as fast as she could, only to see an empty and cold royal residence. Escape of escape. Scattered. It doesn't even require a court copy. The Ding Yuan Wang Fu, which was lively and incomparable in his memory, had a ghostly mansion-like dead silence, and there were even specks of blood at the entrance. The teenage girl's parents died. King Ding Yuan was beheaded by a human immortal of the Great Qin dynasty in the rebel army. My mother was taken to heavenly prison, where she laughed and killed herself. As a result, the young sheriff was left alone, having lost both her parents and the most important member of her family. Wu Yingxue mental trance. Staggering footsteps want to leave Dakian, but encountered other people on the way to notice. Through many life and death crises, exhaust the body of the elixir. Before dragging the seriously injured body arrived in the town of Qingyo. This is what happened. The ins and outs of a teenage girl with serious injuries. Rest well. Su System helped the girl back to her feet, and once again instilled astral chi to help penetrate the girl's internal chi and blood. After doing this, he got up and left directly, closing the door to the room, leaving space for Wu Yingxue to be alone. Unlike Su Moli, unlike Krisha, Wu Yingshue's life was not tied to the Su System. She has her own three views and her own mind. Department Su knew that what Wu Yingxue needed at this time was not so much comfort, but a space that was quiet enough. That's all. Woo. The Su System strides away, the soles of his shoes making a crisp, bursting sound on the undried puddle. It mingled with the cries coming from behind them. Gradual indistinguishability. In the dangerous state of flight, the fiery emotion will remain pressed in the heart, unable to get vent. This emotion continues to accumulate until it breaks down the strong shell of the person. Uncontrollable crying in the silence of the night echoed through the compound for a long time. You learned about the secret passage from Wu Shui. You know all about Wu Shui's life. You were surprised by King Ding Yuan's behavior and had a preliminary knowledge of the instability within Diqian. With sympathy, with pity, you make room for the maiden alone. The young girl cried for a long time, until her voice was hoarse. The girl was silent for a long time and did not want to go out and move around. The next few days, Wu Shui continued to live in a closed room. No longer the previous fiery temperament. Empty eyes, stagnant face, looks like a walking corpse. What is the meaning of life? For different people, this question has different answers. Or family, or friends, or ideals, or beliefs. These precious things, co-constructing what it means for people to live. Wu Shui, who had lost both parents and thus lost her heart, knew she shouldn't be like this, but the sadness in her heart numbed her body. The Su system did not interfere. He still practiced martial arts as usual, as well as deducing the nourishing Yuan Gong. Time passes like this day by day. Wu Shui is still lost in thought. Her eyes are dull, no longer the essence of the past. She was confused. Unsure what the point of living is when you have lost both parents. Until one day, Wu Shui had the hindsight to realize that Su system would hold the most rudimentary nourishing elemental gong and think about cultivating it after practicing boxing. Sir, what are you doing? Her lips were white, and she inquired with a haggard look of perplexity. System Su didn't hide it. I want to use the nourishing Yuan Gong as the basis to deduce a gong method that is suitable for everyone. One that is not limited by enlightenment, not bound by root bones, and one that ordinary people can also cultivate. The young girl froze. Are you planning a rebellion? Chapter 117. All I know is that someone can't survive. Wu Shui was just too sad to look dull and numb. Instead of being really stupid. Through Su system's words, she instantly associated it with what kind of great changes such a feat would bring about once it appeared. The entire borderline. No, it's the whole of Diqian, which will become turbulent as a result. What confused the girl even more was whether such a feat could really be created, and why the Su system would want to do such a laborious thing. The Su system's talent was clearly very high, and there was no need to consider feats for it to be right. Is it really about rebellion? No, I'm not interested in rebellion. Su system shook his head, vetoing the young girl's idea. Several days passed. The rain and dark clouds have long since receded. In its place was a bright, blazing, sunny day. The sky was azure blue, dotted with pure white clouds, and from time to time, there would be flying birds flapping their wings and sweeping over Qingyo town in flocks. In the light of the sun, the girl's confusion became more pronounced. Then what exactly are you doing this for? It is clear that it cannot bring you any benefits. Wu Shui was puzzled. The end result of creating a gongfu that everyone could cultivate was nothing more than ordinary people being able to become martial artists. But for the Su system, that was already in the innate realm, such feats are useless. Instead of answering right away, Department Su stood in the sun-exposed courtyard, his palms making the shape of swords and vainly hacking at inconspicuous places in the air. Snort! A sound like the shattering of cloth rang out. The sharp blade of astral energy came out of his hand and severed the body of a demonic bird, sending blood and flesh flying and provoking the people in the town to cry out in shock. Big Brother Su is awesome. There's meat to eat again. Yo, quick, cut off the most tender parts and send them to the department. Okay. Cheers, leaps, and noise. The body of a magic bird is hard and difficult to cut into pieces, at least for mortals. And so, the town of Green Ox became lively. The young and old women and children with a smile gathered around to watch the adult men one after another, constantly using the knife to cut the demon bird flesh and blood, the old half a day before cutting off a small piece. During this process, the cheers of the people of Qingyo town for the Su system had hardly ever been broken, even without stepping out of the house. Wu Shui could also hear that clear and incomparable, as if it went straight to the depths of the heart's gratitude, as well as that tired weakness hidden in the voice. Xue, do you hear me? The Su system slowly withdrew its hand blade, looking sideways at the girl. That is the reason. His voice was calm, like water without joy or sorrow, but lurking beneath that serenity was, unspeakably, a suppressed flame. I have no interest in rebellion, no interest in the position of emperor, and I have no intention, much less, of becoming a martial arts forefather who teaches the world. All I know is that in this land ruled by the great Qian, in this land of demons everywhere, some people can't live with it anymore. Life, which is fading fast, there are many reasons for the passing, either eaten by demons, crushed by taxes, or killed alive. These reasons are not normal and are full of pathologies and aberrations. People shouldn't be like this. When one is hungry, one should eat. not the flesh and blood of demons. When one is cold, one should be clothed, not wrapped in a ragged straw mat. When one is afraid, one should run away, not stand still and wait to die. Man, as man, should live as man, in the manner of man. If they have no power, I will give it. Unlike the Hotian martial artists of the fifth realm of body forging, it's just a simple enhancement of the physical body. After advancing to the innate realm, the Su system, which was located in the first step of the Guanli, already possessed a special martial arts divine aberration, able to observe the changes in the workings of the heavens and the earth. It was a special kind of martial heavenly eye that allowed him to see extremely far. So, the Su department saw the fall of the demonic bird through countless walls of earth. The people were staring straight at the demon meat, their stomachs rumbling with hunger, but they still instructed the knife-wielding Anyo to cut off the most tender parts for the Su system first. Their hungry legs. After a brutal winter, the town of Greenbrier had long since run out of food. Only the flesh and blood of demons, and the weeds and trees that sprout in the spring, can be used as human rations. But, it's not enough to eat. It's just not enough to eat. As winter passed without the incoming tide of demons, Greenox town lost its most important source of food. The people were so hungry that their cheeks were plastered to their bones, showing the deep purple color of their long consumption of demon flesh and blood. But even so, they still wanted to eat. Anything goes, anything is good. They're so hungry. There is no longer any way to continue living. Live, down, go, Wu Yingshui muttered, repeating those 3 words over and over again. 3 very ordinary words, and yet, inexplicably, it made the young girl, whose body had been numbed by grief, feel the warmth of blood once again. Childhood memories hit the mind. When the young girl was still a noble county princess, watching novels and talking books and listening to storytelling, to the savior of the story, to the hero who saves the day, holding infinite reveries, she dreamed and longed to be that kind of hero one day, to be sung and loved by others with the glorious slogan of saving the world and eliminating demons. But now, the 17-year-old girl is suddenly seized with a realization. A simple live-on is worth 1,000 words in the world. Father, mothers, the king of Ding Yuan who rebelled against the rebels, his mother who died in the heavenly prison, the people who were forced to go nowhere, and the mortals who were eaten by the demons. In this moment, there were many memory images that retraced in Wu Yingshui's mind at high speed. Ultimately, it is framed in the present, in the face of Su's system, in Su's utterance of living. A luster resurfaced in the eyes that had been obscure for days. The disoriented face once again regained its heroic fighting spirit. The young girl thought. She found it by and large. With the help of the Su department, a new meaning of life was found. Wu Yingshui wants to live, and help more people to live. Sir, what's wrong? Yingshui, may I, together with you, be allowed to study the technique that enables everyone to cultivate? The sky was clear and the sun shone through the clouds, illuminating the longing in the girl's eyes. The Su system froze for a moment. Then he laughed. Good, but I can't guarantee that this path will work out in the end, and it's more likely that it'll be a basket case. It's okay, sir. Wu Yingshui took a deep breath and smiled the same bright smile. At least for now, I want to try. With you. Well then, welcome aboard, Su said. After all, Wu Yingshui came from the royal family, and even if her realm was low, her gongfu carried a remnant. But that knowledge and heritage can still help. Perhaps, with the addition of Wu Yingshui, the nourishing elemental technique would really be able to metamorphose and change into the mold that the Su system was expecting. Chapter 118, Treating People as Human Beings. Sir, there's something else I don't understand. Say it. Why did the Great Qian become what it is today? You're asking how many people still can't live. Even though it's clear that Qian has favorable winds and rains, and that the state is prosperous and rich, the man's eyes were deep as dark pools. In the center there was a point of bright light, like a starburst, faint but striking. Actually, the answer is quite simple. There are those who stand too high to see what lies beneath, and gradually, cease to think of those outside themselves as human beings. It has been proposed to manage livestock to give them some slack and avoid exhaustion. It was suggested that with more watering, more and newer grass mustards would grow in the coming year. The only thing no one has proposed is to treat people as people. Listening to Department Su's words, Wu Yingshui was stunned in place, unable to return to her senses for a long time. That's worldly real and unacceptably cruel. The girl's father was killed by a Dakian immortal. The girl's mother was poisoned by the emperor. Girl loses everything, doesn't know what's ahead or what's to come. But now, in her eyes, you see once again the familiar light, flickering with the blinking of her eyes, like a newborn fire. Wu Yingshui decides to follow in your footsteps and study Kung Fu with you. You readily agree. Since then, The young girl who lost everything has resettled in your house. Wooing Xue has provided you with a broken imperial technique. Wooing Xue has provided you with a defective royal martial art. Wooing Xue has shared with you the theories of martial arts learned at a young age, and the principles of qi and blood taught by King Ding Yuan. The young girl is still too young to understand profound martial arts theory, but she is highly gifted, and during her study of the nourishing Yuan technique with you, she often had pie-in-the-sky ideas. You're speeding up your martial arts performance. Heaven rewards hard work. Your perseverance has been rewarded. Your day and night, rain or shine martial arts practice has made your strength even further. Your astral energy more condensed. Your deduction about the nourishing Yuan Gong has gotten 2 metamorphoses. But the nourishing Yuan Gong after 2 metamorphoses is far from what you envisioned. Girl falls silent. You're used to starting over again. The road is rough. The direction is unknown. You never think that you can easily open up the road ahead. You can only slowly grind out the results with time. You comfort the girl so she doesn't have to be discouraged. Failure is the mother of success. Listening to your comforting words, the girl rekindles her fighting spirit and repeats your words. Failure is the mother of success. You listen to the girl's plausible words and can't help but ponder and wonder if you lack teaching skills. What was once lost is long gone. What was once lost no longer exists. The girl has returned to normal. Now, in addition to deducing the nourishing Yuan Gong, Wooing Xue will do other things when she lives in your house. She enters the kitchen to try to improve the rough texture of the demon meat. Ping back. That's the sound of spatulas clashing. Whoa whoa whoa. It was the sound of demon flesh tumbling. After the busyness, whether it was Department Su, or Wooing Xue, looking at the indescribable charred object in front of them, they were all silent for a long time. Ing Xue, I think it's better for you, in the future, to enter the kitchen less often. Sir is absolutely right. The young girl with a strong sense of self-esteem didn't try to be brave this time, but obediently listened to the words of Department Su, promising that she wouldn't enter the kitchen in the future. The egregiousness of her cooking skills was far superior to the magical girl Su's system remembered, even though there was no explosion, but that carbonized demon flesh. But it makes it hard to shake your head and swallow. At least, in the food-poor Green Ox town, there wasn't that much food for Wooing Xue to work on her cooking skills. In addition to martial arts, girls will spar with you in everyday life. You will suppress your own qi and blood, suppress the presence of the astral deities, and with the same level of strength of the blood transformation realm, you will go and spar with the girl to help her consolidate and deepen her martial arts cultivation. At the same time, it is also to help myself to check and fill in the gaps, and continue to refine my martial arts skills. Ha! A sudden gust of wind rose from the courtyard. It was the result of a long spear swinging and dancing through the air. The fiery red-like figure, like a true blaze, displayed fierce aggressiveness. The long spear in his hand avalanched and flung, the tip of the spear transforming into a cold aura and instantly surging forward. Ding dash! Holding a long sword of fine iron in his hand, Su's system casually lifted it, appropriately pivoting away from the lance's attack. Ing Xue, again! You're still not fast enough. Pay attention to the smooth flow of qi and blood through. Listen to the teachings of the Su system. The red and white heroic girl. Both hands will long spear dance more fierce. Wide open. Smash fall stab fling. The tip of the gun across the mid-air to form a whistling wave of air, scraping in the floor tiles flooded with white marks. Bang! 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 The shrill whistles of swords and spears clashing came out, bursting with surging wind and waves. It blew dust and sand and raised the leaves wildly. This sparring session lasted for a long time, with waves of explosions rising and falling, and the rainbow halo of qi and blood covering half of the courtyard in red, showing the aftermath of the exchange. First, Mr. Wooing Xue gripped her spear in her hand, using the body of the spear to support herself as she stood, breathing heavily and sweating fine. Inquiring to Department Su, he said, "Me this time? How many grades of evaluation can I have?" The girl's competitive streak was so strong, far superior to everyone Su had ever met, that after a sparring session, the girl would always ask Su what she thought of her. The Su system replied, "Sort of a C class, A B C D, A is the top class, B is the next best, and C is the pass. As for Ding, etc., it was a failure among failures. See, wait, I am still far away," Wooing Xue muttered, her face slightly despondent. She desperately wanted to become stronger, to have a higher realm, as a way to avenge her dead parents, and also to let more people live. She is now. There are 2 goals that are being continuously worked towards. The so-called time is something that flies by if you don't pay attention to it. 3 months have passed quietly. Summer turns cooler. Fall arrives. The young sheriff has been staying at your home for 3 months, studying the nourishing Yuan Gong with you for 3 months. In these 3 months, you have worked out 27 variations, 25 of which are completely unfeasible, and the last 2 are fatally limited. You feel powerless in the face of the coming winter. Ignoring roots and bones, ignoring gnosis, is it really impossible to create such a feat? You perform martial arts in the courtyard, uninterruptedly, from early morning to the rising of the moon, and from the setting of the moon to the morning sun. The principles of the nourishing Yuan Gong, the knowledge of the royal martial arts provided by Wu Ying Shui, your own experience in cultivation, and the figures of the people of Qingniu Town. Many things collide in your mind, and you vaguely grasp something, but you can't grasp the key. The noise outside the house interrupts your thoughts. The tax collector from the Great Qian dynasty has arrived. Chapter 119 Ox. Are you hungry? What is the name of the current emperor of Qianlong? What does the emperor look like? Who are the civil and military officials? Regarding these, the people of Qingniu Town do not know, or the vast majority of the people of Deqian know nothing about it, despite living in Deqian, despite being part of the same human race. But, for the townspeople of Qingniu Town, the highest status people they usually came into contact with were only the tax collectors who collected taxes, and the officials who arrested people. Life is gray and never bright. There is chaos ahead, no sobriety. In his own muddled state, many people did not even know what crime they had committed and were labeled as sinners and forced to come to the border from the 13 states of Dakian. But, even when they came to the border, to the town of Green Ox, they still had to pay taxes. The people of Greenbrier don't find it odd. They have lived on the land of Dakian for generations. It has always been felt that paying taxes is a matter of course, and they are willing to do so, and feel proud of it, and feel that they have a part to play in the prosperity of Dakian. Just for now, it has reached its limit. A yearly wave of demons, a yearly increase in taxes, crushing people's spines and making it difficult to stand up straight. My lord, please, we literally don't have a single grain left. The entrance to the town of Green Cow, the sparse townspeople, with fearful faces and with a gesture of great caution, begged the tax collector, who had come on horseback, to be able to dispense with this levy. The cloudy eyes revealed hope, dry palms trembled and merged. However, the tax collector, who was riding on a green-scaled horse, looking extraordinarily tall with his back to the sun, appeared so untouchable, but he grunted coldly and struck the horsewhip in his hand hard on the ground. Pop! It's crisp and loud, pumping the sand and dirt, pumping the gravel, pumping the fear out of people's hearts. A bunch of pariahs. It's already a great favor for the court to let you live. The tax collector yanked on the reins and cursed. Swine, thieves of the court, vile slaves who waste food, taxed to death by starvation. He cursed fiercely, but the yellow-faced people didn't dare to retort. They just remained standing there begging for mercy. But, we really don't have any food. Next year we'll make it up. Hungry, very hungry. Under the tax collector's ruthlessness, the people of Qingniu Town were a bit cowering and afraid. But what overpowered that fear was the powerlessness and hunger emanating from the depths of their bodies. Everything you can eat in Greenbrier, food or livestock, even weeds by the side of the road. It also goes into people's stomachs early. How can you make something out of nothing and pay enough food to the tax collector? The people begging for mercy were densely packed in the sunlight, and they were gathered together, ragged and looking rather pathetic. Gradual. There are old people who want to get down on their knees and plead. But before that, a hand held the old man first. Granny, get up. Sue Department's voice was the same as before, like a warm spring breeze, and it was as gentle to the ears as possible. But underneath that gentleness, the fire that had been latent for so long was finally no longer hidden, blazing up and burning uncontrollably. No, no, no. The old man shook his head desperately. She wanted to kneel. She wanted to beg for mercy with the tax collector, pleading with the tax collector to spare the town of Green Cow this year, the only way she perceived to be alive. However, as the old man returned his gaze to the tax collector, instead, they saw an extremely startling sight. The tax collector, who rode on a ferocious horse, taller than all and more majestic than all. He was even casually punched by the Sioux system and ruthlessly smashed to the ground, rolling over 10 times one after another. The tax collector cursed. The tax collector roared. But that's when the scene was inexplicably quiet. Department brother, how can you? The old man tightly grasped Sioux system's hand, wanting to say something but not knowing where to start. She looked blankly at the tax collector. For the first time, he realized that the original tax collector who had fallen off his horse was not tall. He was as tall as the people of Green Ox Town, and even appeared to be slightly shorter because of his overweight build. For the first time, I realized that the original dusty tax collector did not look intimidating in the least. Original. Turns out we are. Is it the same? The scene in front of them confused the people of Qingniu Town. They didn't know what to do. Should they help up the tax collector or accuse the Sioux system? Is Sioux wrong? It couldn't be, could it? How could there be a mistake in the Su system that had been protecting Qingyo Town? So, is it the taxman who was at fault? This bold idea, instantly shocked people vetoed. The tax collector on behalf of the Great Qian. The Great Qian how will be wrong it. People are a little hesitant. Eventually, a man came out of the crowd and tried to help the fallen tax collector. Just as he came to the front, he was scolded severely by the tax collector to stop. Pariahs? Lawless? Simply lawless. Is there any law in your eyes? Pariahs are pariahs, and those born will only be pariahs. You damned guys, wait to be killed by demons. The tax collector cursed so hard, the sharp, piercing voice made the green-scaled horse neigh noisily. At first, the people of Green Cow Town felt guilty, feeling that it was their fault for not being able to pay the tax, a great sin that could not be forgiven. But as the level of abuse from the tax collector rises, especially when it comes to family members, some of their faces become hard to look at. No, you're not allowed. Cursing my mother, someone erupted, and it was the man who was ready to go forward and pick up the tax collector. The tanned, usually goofy-looking ox. His eyes were red with anger and his body trembled, clenched fists trying to slam into the taxman, and yet, he was hesitant to do so. Bastard! I don't think you have the guts to do this. Attacking an official is a felony. Can you afford this crime? The tax collector sitting on the ground let out a sneering voice, like noisy ducks, quacking and quacking. One taunts ox. Bull's movements came to a screeching halt. He was silent, slowly withdrawing his fist. It was only then that the Su system walked up next to Nyo, took hold of Nyo's wrist, and reached forward again. Brother Su? It's okay, Ox, do whatever you want. But, I can't do that, Ox stammered, trying to explain to the Su system what kind of serious consequences there would be once they attacked the officials of Dichen, and how the people could fight with the officials. Yeah, the people can't fight an official, even a minor official. The Su system shook its head and asked Aniu, to everyone present, Aniu, are you hungry? Hungry, Ox answered quickly. Want to eat? Sweet big white rice. I want to eat. Bull continued to answer quickly. Then strike your fists out. Thus spoke the Su system, with an ethereal voice that seemed to come from the heavens and bring the echo of a waking dream. Ox, he is no nobler than you, and you may strike him as he has made you suffer from starvation. Chapter 120, The Great Qian in Civil Conflict. The arrival of the tax collector took you by surprise. Have you ever thought that at the border where demons are raging, and at the present time when Dakian is in turmoil, there are still tax collectors coming to collect taxes from people who have nothing? You stopped the martial arts. You stopped practicing. Near the end of winter, the cold wind blows through the branches, and the moment it touches you, it is bounced off by the invisible astral energy. The young girl, full of rage and acting much more impulsively than you, claimed to use her lance to poke 100 holes in the tax collector. You told the girl to stay behind and hurry to the town gate alone. You saw the tax collector riding on a green-scaled horse, strutting his stuff and scolding the people of Qingyo Town. You notice familiar faces shaking with fear. You knocked the tax collector off his horse, but you know full well that this alone is not enough. In the eyes of the people of Qingyo Town, in the eyes of these poor people, the tax collector still flaunts his power and presses on everyone's heart. Simple people don't know what's high or low, and you're not going to, talk about something that's too far away. You just speak the harsh reality in a calm tone, telling people that the tax collectors are coming to take away the few foodstuffs and everyone will starve to death. It's normal for people to be afraid, fear, cowering, trembling. When faced with something more powerful than themselves, people will always be subconsciously timid. But when hunger strikes, when the parched belly twitches and aches over and over again, in the face of that approaching death, the fear in people's hearts will instead dissipate. Death is the nothingness of it all, and those who are meant to die are not afraid of anything else. Live. People just want to live. But now, the tax collector was taking away their last food, the last ration that every family left for their children, for those who were dear to them. No one ever moves to eat it, even if their throats welled up. But it is this last humility, this last piece of stubbornness. The tax collector also tried to snatch it away. Inexplicably, upon cognizance of this, Nyo's throat became hoarse and burning, as if there were invisible flames burning hot, burning Nyo constantly shivering. That simple and honest face showed an aggravation that Su had not seen before, an indescribable anger. Not only that, but a few more people stepped forward and together they walked towards the tax collector who had fallen to the ground. I forbid it. I forbid you to do it. Those rice puddings are for me to leave to mother. Not for you. It was you. I remember you. Who spoiled my sister. You're the one who robbed us of our grain. The men who came forward were once farmers with feet of clay or blacksmiths who spent their days forging iron. Among them there were even merchants of good families who had been copied in exile to the border because they had offended the county officials. And now, they have a common identity: famine. The people who are dying of hunger and are about to die of hunger and are not going to survive. You guys, what do you want to do? The tax collector seemed to be startled. He scrambled to the ground in a panic, only to fall once again due to his hasty movements. Comical in its wretchedness, ridiculous in its irony. Tax collectors are not ordinary people. He was also a martial artist, and even though he was only in the second realm of body forging, he was still a genuine martial artist. In theory, when a martial artist takes on a mortal, it is inevitable that the martial artist will have an overwhelming victory. But when the tax collector meets the eyes of the people, and meets that dung fork, hoe, and sickle, inexplicably, he was afraid. It was only at this moment that the tax collector, who used to be so high and mighty, snapped back to a fact. He is human. He bleeds when he is cut by a sword. He dies when he is stabbed through the heart by a sword. He is not an eternal monster, but a human being just like this group of pariahs. Wait. The tax collector tried to say something else, but it's too late. The despair set off by hunger, the anger at being deprived of the hope of survival, raged against the tax collector. Someone squeezed his hands, someone tied his feet, someone slammed a fist into his head, someone kicked that third leg hard. Sir, is this really okay? A familiar voice came from behind Department Sue. The young girl finally couldn't hold back her curiosity and snuck out of the Sue Systems house. But it's come to this. With the situation in Green Ox Town, there was no need to continue hiding. Wu Yingshui lightly frowned her eyebrows and looked towards the figure of the tax collector who was surrounded by the crowd, and no matter how many times he struggled, he would be violently beaten up again. Once known by the imperial courtside, Qingyo Town is afraid. The girl wanted to speak, and now she, who had earlier clamored to stab the tax collector, was worried about the consequences of the tax collector's death. The cold wind of autumn is sluggish and cold. Blowing on the wound is even more stinging. The wail of the tax collector is more and more painful. Gradually, he began to beg for mercy. Bow the head that was never noble to the pariahs he had identified. Yingshui, that doesn't matter. Department Sue understood what Wu Yingshui meant. He withdrew his watchful gaze and looked at the girl. The people of Qingyo Town, themselves, can't survive. And the Great Qian's border troops have never set foot outside the pass. People who are already dying, is not going to consider what retaliation will be suffered in the future. Wu Yingshui's eyes were slightly bleak. There has been no progress in the nurturing Yuan Gong for a long time. And if things continue like this, it's likely that everyone in Qingyo Town won't be able to make it through the winter. The Su system returned. I think I know what to do. You're lifting the veil on the people of Qingyo Town, who have never had enough to eat. They swung their fists, weak and feeble, but their fists hit the ground. One punch, another punch, another punch. The tax collector was beaten and bruised all over his body, suffering the anger that had been accumulated for countless years until he was on the verge of starvation. You stopped the fight. Not that you sympathize with tax collectors, who have committed so many crimes that even a child would be afraid of them. You just want to know from the tax collector the recent situation in Qianlong and the latest information about the rebels. The tax collector begs you for forgiveness while telling you the information you want. Dakian is in chaos. You're surprised. Year by year the ferocious tide of demons, not only the town of Qingyo was affected, around the entire borderline of Dakian, are more or less impacted. This led to many people who couldn't survive, who were hunted by demons, frantically storming the garrisons at the various passes. At the same time, within the 13 states of Dakian, some counties that couldn't stand the high taxes, also saw one revolt after another. Despite the suppression of the Qianlong army, though the people of Qianlong can move mountains with their immortal strength, but the shaking of the storm makes you suddenly realize that the people who want to live are not the only ones in Qingyo Town. You look at Nyo, and the people behind him, with their thin, bony bodies, and the dirty hoes and sickles in their hands. You vaguely understand how the nourishing Yuan Gong is to be deduced. Chapter 121 Cutie, the martial arts they all cultivate. After the questioning, Department Sue left with Wu Yingshui without directly killing the tax collector. The ultimate end of the tax collector. It was dragged away by a middle-aged man with a scarred face. The tax collector looked at his face with incomparable fear, while the others who also had a grudge against the tax collector acquiesced as the tax collector was dragged away by the middle-aged man. Wu Yingshui knew the story of the middle-aged man from the Su system. That was well before the Su system arrived in Qingyo Town. The tragic fate of what happened. The middle-aged man, surnamed Li, was once a rich merchant in the interior of Dakian, and because he offended the county officials, his whole family was exiled to the border together. Bad luck always follows. Not long after arriving in Green Ox Town, the middle-aged man's sister was targeted by the tax collector, and since then, That girl has permanently disappeared from the world. What can you do to me? It is said that the tax collector was as arrogant then as he is today, stepping on the man's head and slashing him in the face. The man had been holding back for a long time. It wasn't until today that I finally had the chance to avenge my sister's death. He bawled his eyes out while dragging the tax collector home, the miserable horse sobbing contrasting sharply with the tax collector's terrified pleas for mercy. It's simply not enough to kill 100 times. The young girl listened to the story. There was a long silence, and finally a vicious one. Her palms fluttered, her fingertips subconsciously groping for the lance, unable to resist the urge to make a move. But after gazing at the man surnamedly for a long time, she decided to let the person in question settle the matter. The dead sister can no longer be resurrected. It was the only way a man could comfort his sister in heaven. Wu Yingshui didn't want to grab it. The matter of the tax collector was thus turned over, and the town of Green Ox once again returned to its former peace and rhythm of life. The Su system and Wu Yingshui, either at home, deduced their gongfu, or traveled to the 100,000 mountains, harvesting large quantities of demonic meat while engaging in actual combat. Hundreds of people struggled to meet the cold winter with scarce materials. Nothing seems to have changed, but Anyo was aware, as were all the townspeople of Qingyo Town, that there was something unseen, quietly appearing in everyone's mind. Even the world in front of him became a little brighter. Back home, System Su quickly stepped into the inner room and picked up the original copy of the Nourishing Elemental Technique, quickly flipping open the first page and re-examining it word by word. Nourish the energy, warm the energy. If you want to improve it, make it both easy for people to get started in both Qi and blood martial arts cultivation. The Su system fell into deep thought as one inspiration after another jumped out of his mind. A merit law that ignores qualifications doesn't exist. Feats that disregard root and bone also don't exist. In everything, there are two outcomes, good and bad. There are martial arts wizards who are instantly recognizable. And naturally, there are fools who are stupid. Brothers and sisters of the same family are still different, let alone those who are not related by blood. And it is impractical to think that all of them can become martial artists by virtue of a single gongfu. But today, after witnessing a scene in which the people of Qingyo Town beat up a tax collector, you realize afterward that even people who are dying of starvation, even people who have nothing, they have something that is not weaker than normal. Even better, it's an unquenchable desire to live. It's as tough as grass. The people of Qingyo Town, indeed, do not know how to cultivate martial arts, much less how Qi and blood work, but they know. Eating. Sir, is there any connection between eating and martial arts feats? There is a connection, but there isn't. Is it true what you said about getting stronger by eating? It's not that eating makes them stronger. It's that the only way they get stronger is by eating. You and Wu Yingshui jointly deduced and created a four unlike. It is not a martial arts technique in the traditional sense. There is no fixed route of transportation. If a farmer uses it, he'll be able to move his energy while planting. When a person carrying a load uses it, he will be able to move his energy while walking. The route of Qi and blood flow is extraordinarily rudimentary. So rudimentary that even if one doesn't understand the principles of martial arts, the practitioner will unknowingly run it in his daily actions. And the root of it is eating, not a meal in the usual sense. Instead, with the will to survive, struggling unwillingly, eating these intangible and shapeless, yet real Qi and God, stimulating the body's inner essence. You're a little quiet about the result. On the one hand, you rejoice in the success of the improvement of the nourishing Yuan Gong, and truly see a future where even ordinary people can practice it. On the other hand, you feel a bit intolerant of the side effects of the nourishing Yuan Gong. The improved nourishing Yuan Gong can return usable Qi and blood cultivation as long as the cultivator's will is strong enough. But it's a flimsy, airy, fragile thing. The body can be maintained normally if it is replenished in time. But if there is nothing, self-cannibalization will occur at the end of the cultivation. Eat yourself. Burn blood. Burn life. Burn all. Can such a feat really be used? No, there's no need to think at all. It's something really useful for the dying. After the performance of the martial arts, the Su system slowly stood up. He stepped out of the room and looked up at the cold sun in the unmistakable silence, exhaling mist and inhaling air. Winter was already coming, and this time the demon tide was more dangerous than ever. System Su had recently scouted the 100,000 mountains frequently, and he could be sure that there would be great demons of the innate realm in this wave of demons. In front of a being like that, mortals won't even have a chance to escape. Slow as a mole, hard to escape. If one cultivated the nourishing Yuan Gong, even if the end result was self-cannibalization, it was still much better than being devoured by demons. If you don't even dare to take this step, how can you let everyone live? Su's system took a deep breath, feeling the cold air enter his lungs, turning around and exhaling. Actually, the time left for the Su system, for Qingyo Town, was just too little, less to start cultivating now. Qingyo Town wouldn't necessarily be able to appear as a martial artist. Sir, this gong method, does it need a different name? Wu Yingshui asked as she stood beside him. Whether it was the content, or the function, the nourishing Yuan Gong was far from the initial version, and it was obviously not good if it continued to be called the nourishing Yuan Gong. Cootie, all practiced martial arts. What? That's what it's called. The young girl was dismayed, yet found it extraordinarily apt. The birth of this technique was originally a little cutie, for another group of cuties that couldn't survive. I always feel like I've become a cutie after spending time with you. The young girl laughed to herself. Cooties, Kanya's born. The name is simple, but the content is enough to shock the 13 states of Dakian, that is capable of shaking Dakian, and even shaking the 100,000 mountain blockade of martial arts. You publicized the existence of the Kung Fu, and Nyo became the first practitioner, which he voluntarily requested. Chapter 122 The Power of the Cow. Big Brother Su, can I really become stronger after eating this? Sure, life was never good in Greenbrier. The land here is barren and infested with demons all year round, so people simply cannot get enough food. The gusting winds carried a foul, fishy odor, flying dust and sand soaked in dark blood. At sunrise, the blazing sunlight illuminated everything, and the 100,000 mountains were transformed into a quiet, dark forest, twisted and hideously dormant. As the sun set, a deep darkness spread over the world, a real hell, with demons in various postures showing their fangs. Nobody wants to live in a place like this, but people who live here often don't have a choice. People were eager to live, and now, the Su system gave the way to live, just by eating. Eat your own chi, eat your own god, and stimulate the essence within your body. It makes even weak mortal flesh possess the mighty strength of a martial artist. Hey, I believe in Big Brother Su. I'll protect my mother. The simple man scratched his head. He trusted the Su system and neither questioned the authenticity of the feats, nor did he think that Su would harm him. Rough, clumsy hands, thinking, eating the empty but surging things as the Su system teaches them to do. What exactly? Ox doesn't know much about it. Brother Su has spoken in great detail, but Neo still does not understand. He only knows that he is responsible for eating on the line. Just by doing so, he would have enough strength to protect his mother, who was growing weaker at home. Gollum, cootie. The martial arts that all can learn are starting to run. It looked like something was actually eaten inside Anyo. There was a chewing and swallowing sound coming out, and immediately after that, the dark face revealed a joyful color, like a flower blooming. I'm a success. Brother Su, look at you. I've really made it. The Hanyo's face was still dark and rough as the dirt beneath his feet, but at this moment, the light that burst from his eyes seemed to overpower the sun. A brightness that had never been seen before. Well, I saw it, the Su system said with a smile. He reached out his hand and put it on Anio's wrist, his astral energy entering his body and probing his tendons. The chi and blood are starting to circulate. At this rate, perhaps it won't be long before Anio can step into the first realm of body forging, versus normal martial arts training. This promotion is considered fast. At the same time, the cons are big. This is the path of war for war. People who cannot live. The only thing they can rely on is themselves, burning their lives and betting their all to fight for the unseen road ahead. The power of the bull, the speed of the bull, rage of the bulls. Nyo shouted in excitement, and the Su system loosened its grip, allowing Nyo to try out the new power on his own. Nyo was the first to cultivate little cute Gong. The Su system was prepared to observe it for a few more days to make sure that there were no hidden problems with the Gong method. In addition, the successful cultivation of Nyo can also play a leading role. Let the rest of Greenbrier see it. The so-called way out is real. What will the future of Qingyo Town be heading towards after the impetus of this Gong method? Standing in the autumn wind, System Su muttered. He did what he could. For those who can't survive, create paths forward that can open up the future. More, the Su system can't do it either. Merely deducing this little cutie, Gong, it consumed all of Su system's energy, causing him to be too distracted to take care of anything else. It's been more torturous than the previous 7 years combined. Chi and blood flowed throughout the body, soothing the fatigue of every sinew and bone. But while physical fatigue can be relieved, mental exhaustion comes back again and again. It took too long to push through the nourishing Yuan Gong. In every day and night that had ever passed, it had been difficult for the Su system to give birth to rest at the thought of those departed faces, acting out their martial arts in silence over and over again. Now that the big job is done, there is finally no need to continue the ordeal. Ying Shui, go back and rest. The Su system looked to his side. The young girl had been following him, those eyes bright and radiant. but it was hard to hide her sleepiness. During this period of time, for the sake of the deduction of the nourishing yuan gong, for the sake of creating hope for the people of Qingniu town to live, Wu Yingshui had provided a lot of help. The effort expended. The effort expended. Again, quite a few. In the courtyard, Wu Yingshui stretched out her left hand, resting on her right shoulder, and came to a backward stretch in place, revealing the curves of her beautiful figure. Look up at the sun. Eyes narrowed to slits. The corners of Wu Yingshui's mouth rose, and her face was filled with relief, revealing a splendor that Su department hadn't seen in a long time. But it's over. It's not worth all the effort. In the future, when everyone in Green Ox Town survives, there will be a share of credit for this warrior woman. The young girl crossed her fists. It's quite self-indulgent, and it can indeed be self-indulgent. Then, she took a step and prepared to leave, only to realize that Department Su was still standing in the same place. Is there anything else you want to do, sir? Well, I'm going to practice a bit of boxing, and then I'll go back to resting afterward. The Su system returned. The effect of sticking to the word will continue to increase over time, and if there is a lull in the process, the return effect will be greatly reduced. The Su system doesn't want to go to waste. Is that so? Wu Yingshui hesitated slightly and eventually decided to stay as well. That was what she said. She couldn't be the only one to increase her strength in the Su system. She had to progress as well, so she stayed behind to practice her gun skills, despite the fact that the Su system told the girl to go back to rest. But the girl wasn't going to listen. In some ways, the young warrior woman was extraordinarily stubborn, and the Su system could only agree to her staying. The wind whistled as the fists came out and the gun stabbed, moving and stepping, as fast as a stump. The two practiced for an hour in the compound. This is not the limit of the Su system. However, considering that, his body was indeed fatigued, Department Su decided to call it a day for today's training. After bidding the girl goodbye and exhorting her to rest at once, he returned to his room and lay down quickly on the bed. No need to keep pushing. Don't worry about the future. The whole thing relaxes when I think about it. After lying flat, sleepiness lapped at them one after the other like a tidal wave, washing away the spirit of the Su system in layers. Recalling the hard work of these days, Su system sighed in his heart, then closed his eyes and allowed his consciousness to sink into a raging sleepiness. Martial artists are people too. It will be exhausting. It will be hard work, not a year-round cold machine. In order to cope with the coming winter, it was necessary for System Su to keep his body at full strength at all times, so that he could meet the demon tide in the best possible condition. A deep, deep sleep. By the time Su system opened his eyes again, his exhaustion had dissipated and his eyes were no longer sleepy. I'm much more refreshed after a good night's sleep. The Su system is happy with the quality of sleep. He looked out the window and realized that the sun had long since set, and in its place was a curved moon that wasn't very bright, with stars dotted and twinkling around it. It was a long sleep, sleeping straight through the day and into the middle of the night. Steeply, the sound of paper snapping resounded in the courtyard, catching the attention of Department Su. Chapter 123, The Stars Are Your Lives. Beneath the starry canopy was a silence that fell upon all things. The night breeze was gentle, bringing the scent of flowers from unknown places, as well as the faint hissing of demons, which gradually dissipated into the wind. The sound of paper folding is left alone. It was extraordinarily clear in the empty, silent compound, as if it were a lighthouse on a sea of darkness. It was so noticeable that it was hard not to notice. Crunch! Su system pushed open the door to his room and walked through the dimly lit compound, easily finding the source of the sound, which was a familiar red and white robed figure, at this point in her life, was fumbling, struggling to fold an old piece of paper with 10 fingers that simply didn't listen. The Su system recognized the look of the paper from the original book of Nourishing Yuan Gong. In Little Cute, Gong was developed. The Nourishing Yuan Gong became an unneeded scrap, and no matter how much it was tossed around, the Su system wouldn't be heartbroken. He only wondered what on earth the girl was doing. Ahem. The Su system stood behind the girl, in that small space where the moonlight only illuminates a small patch. Coughing lightly a few times, he tried to get the girl's attention. Damn it, how come it just doesn't work? The girl's mouth shattered, not hearing the Su system in the slightest, as she frowned sadly, lying on the stone table and folding the paper. So, the Su system turned up the volume. Ahem. This time, 17-year-old Wu Yingshui finally heard it. As if startled, she quickly turned around and turned back, and in the process lifted the dragon lance that was placed beside her. But after seeing the Su system, the expression became rigid again. First, sir, how did you? Wu Yingshui's voice came to an abrupt end, and she, who had wanted to ask Su department why he was here, suddenly reacted that she was the one who had disturbed Su department's rest. So, an apologetic look crossed her face. I'm sorry, Sir, it's okay. The Seuss system waved its hand, interrupting the girl's apology. The quiet of the night is like a deep pool of stagnant water that swallows up all light, making everything obscure and difficult to recognize. But even so, the Seuss system still saw it. The paper, clutched tightly in the palm of the young girl's hand, was folded crookedly. Ying Xue, what are you doing? Facing the inquiry from Department Su, Wu Yingshue's expression was slightly embarrassed. The small pretty face, changing multiple colors one after another. Some hesitation. It finally came out in an embarrassed tone. I was folding flowers. Folding flowers? Is that what you woke up to do? Ah, no, actually I didn't sleep. Su's system was an innate martial artist, and Wu Yingxue was a blood change in the fifth realm of body forging. It was logical that Su's system, who was physically stronger, would wake up earlier than the girl, but he saw the girl's figure first. The answer is simple. After the daytime goodbyes, Wu Yingxue didn't sleep at all. I was trying to sleep, but after I lay down on the bed, I became unable to sleep instead, like a playful child caught in the act by a parent. The young girl smiled sarcastically as she explained in the thick of the night. The moonlight was dull and not too bright tonight, creating a faint layer of hazy light that clung to the young girl's overwhelmed fingers. It's okay, just forget it if you can't sleep. The Su system's warm and soothing voice made the girl put her heart down. Immediately after, his eyes focused on the flower. No, it's better called tattered paper. Even though the girl repeatedly emphasized that what she wanted to fold was a flower, the product of those 10 fingers crumpling was more like a scrap of paper ball casually kneaded. Facing the puzzled look cast by the Su system, Wu Yingxue said with wide eyes, because it's too dark, I can't see at all, and I didn't dare to light the lamp before for fear of disturbing Mr. Sleep. Like to prove something, as fast as she could, the girl got an oil lamp from her room. The oil in it came from a demon and was very durable. Snort! The fire leapt up, its faint glow opening up small spaces in the night, though not bright enough, albeit very faintly, but there was enough to see. 2. The palm lines and tiny marks on the hands. Watch me. Wu Yingxue took a deep breath, laid the paper flat on the stone table, and slowly pinched the edges of the corners of the paper with both hands. Step by step, carefully, shaped the paper into waste paper clumps. Starlight poured down like crushed silver, mixing with the hidden moonlight, reflecting the silence of the scene and the inexplicable rise of embarrassment. In fact, the young girl wanted to speak and stopped speaking. It seemed to be trying to argue something. Better let me do it, Su said, helplessly, picking up the ravaged ball of paper and spreading it out flat once more. The fingers hold the paper precisely, either folded or diagonally. It was fast, so fast that the young girl's eyes widened, like something out of nothing. The previous waste paper ball suddenly turned into a paper flower, a strange paper flower that would never wither and had a whitish-brown surface. Awesome! No, sir, you still know this? The young girl first marveled, then with blank eyes, she looked at the Su system. She couldn't connect the Su system in front of her, together with the image of her previous days of martial arts mastery, killing demons like butchering dogs. Used to learn some of it when I was a kid. Looking at the disbelief on the girl's face, Department Su laughed softly and explained. Awesome, Wu Yingxue chanted, holding the not-so-precious paper flower against the bright moon in the night sky. I observed it over and over again, repeatedly looking at where the petals were folded. Eyes on mane. Love it. As Su Department looked at such a young girl, he couldn't help but ask, Yingxue, why did you suddenly think that you would be folding paper flowers in the middle of the night? Actually, the girl hesitated for a moment before finally revealing the reason. The reason why she couldn't sleep was actually because she was reminded of her parents who had passed away, and when she was a child, Princess Ding Yuan had taught the girl how to fold paper flowers. Back then, I wasn't interested in origami flowers at all. Think only of saving your country and becoming a warrior. Wu Yingshue's expression was somewhat despondent. With a gentle rubbing of the fingertips, the paper flower spun in his hand. Su Department seldom in the girl see this kind of expression. In the past days, Wu Yingxue showed a strong look. Even the strongest person can be vulnerable at times. Sir, you said, in this world, where do people who die go? Wu Yingxue gazed down at the paper flowers and asked this question. The Su system looked at the girl, at the night sky above her, her eyes looking deep in the night, and answered in a soft tone. In my hometown, there is a saying that when people die, they are transformed into stars that hang in the sky and continue to watch over their loved ones on earth. And whenever the stars shine brightly, it is proof that they have come. Is that so? That's a really nice way of putting it. The girl smiled. She knew it was fake, but she liked it. Sir, teach me to fold paper flowers. I want to learn it. Chapter 124. Sir, are we going to win? The summer of escape brings cool fall when the night sky is hidden, autumn leaves that have passed away, and the sound of migratory birds waiting for winter. Wu Yingshui asks you how to fold a paper flower. You promised. You teach her very carefully, letting the young girl follow you step by step. She is very serious. The paper is turning and folding between 10 fingers. The paper is more than just paper. It's unforgettable memories. Folded up with it is the sad past. After that night, the girl still couldn't learn how to fold a paper flower, and could only barely squeeze out a flower bone. Even with your teaching, those hands that dance like a spear with great vigor would inevitably become clumsy the moment they touched the paper. The maiden is not dismayed. All her sorrows and cares have been turned over with the folding of the paper, and she is once more the free spirit you know so well. Go to bed. Early in the morning, when the sun is rising, you order the maiden, with a serious face, to go to her room and sleep. The maiden answered obediently, and took away the paper flower which you had folded, and which she particularly liked. 3 days later, the air at the border is getting colder. An Yo's qi and blood tend to stabilize, and every minute, every second, he is devouring the gods and qi in his body, stimulating the essence that is hidden in the dark. His face looks much rosier and stronger. Now, Ox is not as weak as he used to be, looks quite energetic, and can carry a hoe and work all day without getting tired. People in the town of Green Cow, attracted by the magical effect, many people have begun the practice about cuties, the practice of kung fu, except for the old people who are too weak, and the children who are still young. Almost everyone in Qingyo town has learned this amazing technique that can make them stronger, as the power of qi and blood surges through the body, feeling the body's renewed vigor. Someone is on their knees bawling. It's sad and it's joyful. What kind of emotion is that? You look at the people who are weeping with joy and think that it is probably a kind of joy to realize that you are also human. Kuti. Martial arts that all can cultivate. Equal disregard for qualifications. Equal disregard for roots and bones. Farmer, mule driver, even a manure picker. They're all equally capable of practicing. Qi and blood surging in the occluded sinews and veins. Breaking down the humility of the people of Qingyo town. Breaking down the bottleneck of the lack of root and bone enlightenment. And bringing them true power. People thank you, their eyes bursting with the desire to be born. In order to prepare for the winter tide of demons, you frequently scouted the 100,000 mountains, and in the process, you killed many demons weaker than you. The people of Qingyo town, with much greater strength, have carried up those edible demon flesh and blood, preparing to canonize them into reserve food. If the tide of demons doesn't hold out this winter, the reserve food made of demon meat will be the only ration you'll have after you leave Greenox town. Winter is coming. The end of fall was so sudden. In an instant, diffuse snowflakes fall from the sky, like countless pure white butterflies, gently pressed on everything in the world, wrapped in a layer of silver. For the people of Qingyo town, for all the human races struggling on the borderline, winter is tied to hell. The bitter cold winds will scrape away the little warmth people have, and even more demons will step out of the wind and snow and mercilessly take people's lives. In that hell, there have even been tragedies where human blood stained the snow. The day has finally come. The wind snorted. Su System walked slowly out of the compound, raised his head slightly, watched the icy snowflakes drift down from the sky, and reached out his palm to catch one or two flakes. The hand with the flow of qi and blood is warm and hot. The snowflakes fell on his palm and quickly melted into droplets. With the palm tilted, the drop slid to the ground and was again frozen into ice by the cold temperatures. It's cold. Today, Su's System muttered to himself, which is also one of the cruelty of winter. But with preparation, you can still get through it. Compared to cold temperatures, bloodthirsty demons are the real threat. Sir, will we win? The young girl in red and white power suit holding a long spear asked beside Su System. Probably will die. Su System did not say false hope, just in a calm tone, said this winter's dead silence. But we don't have a choice. Everyone in Greenbrier, they don't have a choice. Su System stepped out, his innate astral aura transforming into a virtual reality, and from afar, he slashed at the wind and snow high in the sky. The wind stops and the snow stagnates. Demons die. Oh dash! A red-feathered falcon demon with a ferocious face that swooped down on Qingyo town at high speed was cut down in the air by the Su System. Its death meant that the winter wave of demons was officially upon us. The people of Green Cow town are afraid. The people of Green Ox town trembled. However, it still followed the Su System, doing its best to resist the onslaught of the demons with that minuscule, insignificant amount of qi and blood. I'm not a coward. Kill, kill, kill. Bleeding is inevitable. Injuries are inevitable. The fight between man and demon is fraught with danger. Luckily, Su System was sitting on the battlefield and was able to support him remotely with his innate astral energy. And there was even Wu Yingshui, who was in the fifth realm of body forging. Who could roam the battlefield and help those who had exhausted their strength? Kill! Someone roared in anger, having his arm bitten off by the demon, still fighting to swing with his other hand. Kill! Some people are afraid, obviously scared to death, but when they think of their wives and children in the town behind them, their fear turns into fearlessness, and they become as cute as they can. Gong running sustenance, gushing out roaring chi and blood. Winter is coming and so is the demon wave. You lead the people of Qingyo Town to make all kinds of defense measures as early as possible, even though those are just small and dispensable obstacles for the demons. Cute. The effect of the work is far beyond your expectation. Good. Excellent. Very good. In the face of the crisis of life and death, many people burst out a powerful force, although only for a split second, but still affect the change of the battle situation. You were able to focus your mind and fight with all your might against a demon of the same level, and in the end, you managed to kill it. A ferocious beast fey like a tiger or a leopard. You're a little bit more relaxed. If the next waves of demons are only of this difficulty, you can guarantee the safety of Qingyo Town. But very suddenly, at the end of the first wave of demons, as people celebrate their victory, you feel a great threat coming from afar. Escape! Escape! It's too late to recognize and explain anything. Su's system's pupils contracted and he turned to shout at the crowd. Brother Su? Tethered brother? The people of Green Cow Town were very confused. However, when they saw the urgency of Su's system's expression, they reacted to something and returned to the town in a panic. Bring your family, bring food and water, and bring as little clothing as you have. Finally, under the leadership of Su Department, he left Qingyo Town at the fastest speed in his life, facing the sky with snow and wind, running desperately all the way. When people are so tired that they have to take a break to rest, in the rear, in the direction of Qingyo Town, skyward flames leapt up violently. Frantic! Frantic! Flames blazed, smoke rolled and filled the air, and the two were strong enough to tear through the onslaught of wind and snow, burning the sky red with that scorching heat. The Su Department saw it. There were more fire crows than could be counted hovering over the town of Green Ox, large in size and hideous in appearance, with sparks of fire bursting and flashing as they flapped their wings. Each one of them was no weaker than a blood transformation realm martial artist. That swarming fire that consumes everything with impunity and burns their familiar homes as people look on in despair. Chapter 125. To eat, to live. Lips that quivered up and down. A dry, hoarse throat. A dull, lifeless face, looking at the rising fire in the distance. It was as if the people of the town of Green Bull had their throats burned as well. No crisp sounds could be made at all. Only pure whimpering and agony remained. The eyes were filled with despair. The people at the bottom were the most capable of suffering, and a life of hardship often accompanied them throughout their lives, even if they were exiled to the border and were neighbors with dangerous demons. People didn't feel any better. It's nothing but a life of suffering, made a little more bitter. Exiled to the border by the great Xian, the people of Qingyo Town didn't break down. Neighboring with the dreaded demon, the people of Green Cow Town didn't break down. They're like weeds, stubbornly rooted in the border. It did everything it could to survive. However, human beings are not cold, unfeeling machines, so how can they keep suffering without breaking down? Right here and now. Right here and now. The people of Qingyo Town finally couldn't bear it and looked at the burning town and the flames, falling tears of despair and helplessness. Brother Su, my family is gone. My family is gone. The dark man who always smiled nervously in the past, carrying his aged mother on his back, he let out a cry he had never heard before. A cry of pain and hoarseness. That's where he grew up and lived. It was also a precious place that he regarded as wonderful. Now it's gone. Everything's gone. Bull Balden cried like a child, so helpless and sad. Get up, ox. The Su system stepped forward and helped the Hanyu hold the old man steady, then patted his shoulder, locked eyes with the pair of blank, lifeless eyes, and spoke softly. Let's go, Brother Su. Where are we going? Go eat, go live. Short words with great appeal. People who have lost everything, always move on. They don't know the ideals, they don't know life, but they know the importance of the word food and are fascinated by it, not by choice. Followed that back into the snow and wind. Wu Yingxue gazed at such a scene for a long time until the group almost disappeared into the wind and snow. Only then did she come to her senses in hindsight and quickly followed. Sir, wait for me. Green Cow Town has disappeared. In the physical sense, burned to ashes by a flock of vicious fire crows, leaving nothing behind. You looked at the scene of the burning town of Green Cow, and at the disoriented people, and decided to leave the crowd and leave the winter border together. You left. The people of Green Cow Town followed you out. Wu Yingxue once asked you why the people listened to you so much, and you denied it. Eating and living are instincts that everyone craves, and all you're doing is guiding people in that direction. That's all. The winter borderline is infested with demons and you have encountered them many times, but fortunately you are amazingly strong and have managed to stop them every time. You decided to lead the people along the pathway provided by Wu Xue into the hinterland of the 13 states of Dakian. It's the only way you can think of to keep more people alive. The journey to the exit isn't long, but that's only for you and the maiden. For the people of Green Ox Town, this windy and snowy journey is really a bit too long. You had to take extra time and be vigilant and attentive to avoid people going missing on the road. On the way, you meet other towns also rooted in the borderline. Compared to Green Ox Town, this town is even more tragic, with broken limbs everywhere, sprayed blood staining the snowy roads, and collapsed and skewed building ruins smashing through all the demons that attacked this place have left, leaving the town empty and silent. You enter the town and search, and find no usable supplies, but you do find a handful of people who have managed to escape from the demons. Standing in front of me, can it really be considered human? Tattered clothes, disheveled and awful hair, hollow eyes as bad as they were, no matter how much it was called out, there would be no response. Obviously, the blows suffered by these few people were even better than those of the people in Green Ox Town. Xue, bring a piece of jerky over here. The young girl quickly handed over a piece of jerky. That's made of demon flesh. Su's system tore it open with his fingers little by little, and wrapped it with astral energy and chi blood to heat and soften it, and stuffed it into the mouths of the surviving people one by one. Feeling the food in their mouths, they finally reacted and chewed mechanically. This world, it's really not giving a damn. The Su system sighed. There were a lot of demons in winter, which caused the amount of demon meat to surge, so there was no need to worry about food for the time being. As a result, the Su system was able to generously give food to the survivors. Could be more. There's nothing he can do about it. The Su system was just an innate martial artist of the realm of observance of reason. He can kill demons and people, but he can't restore collapsed towns, much less resurrect the dead. Time to move on. You gave food to the other survivors. Food reserves are plentiful, and in a demon-infested winter, can even be considered adequate? The real difficulty is never the food, but how to get through this cold winter. What surprises you is, the people you gave food to finally stumbled after you. Their desperate faces stagnant, but the scythes and pitchforks in their hands were so conspicuous. They ask where you're going and what you're going to do in the end. Your answer is alive. You're outspoken, stating that you may end up making enemies of Qian, enemies of the big people that everyone fears. Some people are shocked and call you a rebellious rebel who will be beheaded by the court adults. Some people are bewildered and do not understand why this matter of being alive has anything to do with Dakian. Your answer is simple. The world is sick. Very sick. Dakian is sick. And so are you. And that's why people can't live. What I want to do is cure this disease so that everyone can live. In a gale. In the blizzard. The Su system said this to the surviving people who were chasing after him. Some people seem to understand it. Some people don't understand it at all. The eyes flashed with confused chaos. One or two stayed where they were, choosing to remain in the ruined town. More, armed with scythes and pitchforks, joined the ranks of the Su system, with no complicated reasoning, but simply a feeling that the Su system could keep them alive. Chapter 126. Do you also know how to recite poetry? About winter. About drifting snow. It has different definitions in different people's eyes. Talents for the wind and snow to create poetry. Noble families see snow as a good omen, and some people love the snow scene, in the snowflakes flying moments to drink tea and enjoy the snow. But for the people on the borderline, for these displaced people who have lost their homes, snow, meaning torture. The world was silent. All the sounds were covered by the wind and snow, buried layer after layer, and the only thing that could be heard in the ears was the whistling wind that froze and made the body shiver. The thin clothing, thin body, can only rely on the way to warm up the group, hard to resist the cold. Light snowflakes slowly pile up. Gradually, it develops a thickness that cannot be ignored. The only good news was that under the leadership of Department Su and Wu Xue, the group of stragglers was already getting closer to the entrance of the passageway, and would be able to arrive tomorrow without any problems. Unsurprisingly, tonight is the final torture. The stragglers shivered and hugged each other tightly, wrapping their cold bodies in the fur and scales of dead demons or whatever they could find. In the midst of this howling blizzard, the only ones who managed to remain unharmed were the Su lineage and Wu Xue, as well as individual martial artists with chi and blood protection. Sir, do you still know how to heal? A little bit, not much, but you said earlier that Great Qian is sick. Everyone is sick, and you can cure that. Isn't it hard to cure a disease like that? It's not hard. Just make those who are full eat less and those who are hungry eat more and the disease will go away on its own. A small campfire blossomed into a shimmering light. With its back to the boulder, the firelight could not be extinguished by the cold wind, and it was also protected by the astral energy of the Su system. which was able to provide precious light at night. The Su system sat on the left side and the girl on the right. The two were the strongest people present. While guarding the campfire and chatting, you are actually guarding against danger. After listening to Su's answer to the question of healing, the girl pondered, thinking that such reasoning was simple, yet inexplicably full of depth. Well, no less, sir. What you say just makes sense. Unlike me, I can't do anything. The young girl sighed suddenly, arms propped behind his back. A lost look. The Su system smiled, reached out from beside the campfire, took down a piece of burnt and crispy demon meat, and threw it into his mouth to chew on it slowly. This is his dinner today. Dry choking, tasteless, rough and hard to chew, but that's the only ration for tonight. It's fine. Su system's throat surged as he swallowed the chewed demon jerky, then looked at Wu Yingxue. Yingxue, you have your strengths. They don't have to be the same as mine. But I can't do anything but practice martial arts. It can't be. Think again. The campfire seemed both bright and tiny on the bleak night, coloring the young girl's hair with 2 strands of red. The Su system encouraged the young girl in a warm voice, so the young girl frowned and thought and said in a tentative tone, besides practicing martial arts, I might also be able to chant poetry? Su's system? Now it's the opposite. The Su system won't. It wasn't that he looked down on Wu Yingxue. It was really that temperament that couldn't be associated with the word chanting poetry at all. Could it be that real people don't show their faces? Holding a rigorous attitude, Department Su decided to listen to Wu Yingshue's level of poetry chanting first. Ha! You want to hear it? This, me, it, that, or forget it. Sparks erupted and dead branches burned. Everything around them became shadowed under the illumination of that flame, further emphasizing the girl's hand-wringing and embarrassment. But she was bold enough to eventually work up the courage to recite the poem. Oh horse, you have 4 legs. Man, there are 2 thighs. I. The volume suddenly dropped sharply. The atmosphere of the scene suddenly became quiet. Even the sounds of the wind, the snow, and the fire became silent, leaving the embarrassment alone to spread in place. A few moments later, the two silently jumped to another topic. Whether it was the Su system or Wu Yingxue, they all coincidentally ignored the matter of chanting poetry. After all, that level was more or less ahead of its time. Next time, the cold wind was still cold, but it was all blocked by the chi and blood, unable to invade the body. The invisible astral aura spreads around the periphery, providing a little shelter for the stragglers. Honestly, such a subtle feeling. A world of ice and snow, where it is clear that the wind is blowing and snowing all the time, but then there is a trance of time standing still because of the prolonged repetition of the scenery. It's going to be a tough winter. System Su silently chewed on the demonic meat, thinking about his next plan in his mind. At the same time, he would also explain some about the experience of the acquired reversing the innate, in order to provide it to the young girl as a reference. The young girl had been in the blood transformation realm for quite a long time, and was only lacking a bit of insignificant, yet crucial timing. Maybe it will break through in battle, or maybe it will be a wake-up breakthrough. She was only one step away from being an innate martial artist. This is for you. System Su took out 2 bottles of true chi pills. That was the rent that the young girl had once paid, and Su's system had intended to use it up himself. But the accident had come too soon, and he had broken through to the innate realm earlier than expected. Rightfully so, this kind of elixir used to break through the innate was no longer applicable to the Su system. Just right for Wu Yingxue to use. The young girl acted surprised. She hadn't thought at all that she, whose rent was still being paid in installments, would be able to receive an elixir from the Su system in reverse. Are you serious? She inquired hesitantly. Well, take it. Holding the potion bottle in his hand, Su system reached out and swept it past the campfire, placing it in the young girl's hand. Thanks. After being stunned for a moment, Wu Yingxue quickly thanked Department Su. She's not a person with a pretentious personality. Knowing that his current self, he really needed the assistance of the true chi pill as a way to step into the innate realm as early as possible. Mr. is such a nice guy. She commented on the Su system with such a smile. And what a big fool, too. Fools who always look out for others. The young girl lowered her head and looked at the potion bottle in her hand. The body of the bottle is smooth, typically narrow at the top and wide at the bottom in a shape that maps out other things in the dim light of the campfire. There was the girl's own face, a dancing and rising flame, and a white layer of thick snow, as well as the blurry figure of the man directly across the street. All of it, all twisted and mixed with the throbbing of the campfire. That's nice. A soft voice rang out, complimenting something. The night before you arrived at the trailhead, you talked to Wu Yingxue in the middle of the night. You were shocked to learn that the maiden could recite poetry. You heard the maiden's poem and silently stopped talking about it. Considering the future battles, and the threat of the demonic tide, You give the unwanted true chi pills to the young girl to help her break through the innate realm. Wu Yingxue seems to be very happy. At night, she carried 2 bottles of pills in her pocket and went to sleep holding the dragon lance, refusing to let go for a moment. When she wakes up the next day, her level of joy has not diminished one iota, and she always smiles brightly when calling out to you, following you around at all times, claiming to protect you, even though you don't really need the girl's protection. Until you reach the trailhead. It was the gruesome sight that made the maiden withdraw her smile a little. Chapter 127. A large group of little cuties. The appearance of the so-called trail access. In reality, it was an extremely hidden stone crevice, covered by dense grass and trees inside and out, connecting the Great Qian to the border. This is not a classified passageway of the Ting Yuan Royal Palace, much less a hidden passageway containing secrets. Its nature, its birth, is a mere coincidence of nature. Wu Yingxue had discovered the existence of this stone crevice passageway by chance, and she wasn't the only one who knew about it. Many of the townspeople near the crevice knew about it. It's just that no one is going to spread it around. All of them hide it away. But now, rampant blood, broken and falling flesh, mangled bones, and sparse entrails. The scene in front of him seemed as if hell had descended. There were many bloody traces spread all around, and the grass and trees that were originally used to cover the passageway were all stained black and red with blood. Chilling. What the hell? What the hell is going on? Wu Yingxue's pupils contracted. The hand holding the lance trembled slightly. It wasn't fear, but anger. She could hardly imagine what had happened here and how many people had died to make this such a horrible sight. Calm down, Yingxue. Department Su reached out his palm and put it on Wu Yingxue's shoulder, stopping her from trying to rush into the stone crevice, the innate realm of the martial arts heavenly eye, so that he see more. Difficult to observe the details. He can be sure. Behind the passage is not safe. You've seen hell on earth. The cracks in the stone paths, which you regarded as escape routes and which should have been safe, are unusually strewn with dead bodies and broken limbs. You're keenly aware that something has happened here. You stopped the girl and the people from trying to get into the crevice. You had people spread out, searching for any clues that might be there. And soon, someone found signs of hiding in the snow. You feel your way along the signs, and in a crypt not far from a rocky crevice, you find 2 men in hiding, who look particularly frightened at the sight of your approach. You calm down and bring out the demon jerky. Your soothing was effective, and the 2 men gradually calmed down. You begin to ask questions about who they are and if they know about the change at the rock crevice. They cry and tell you that they come from Dakian villages on the other side of the rock crevice, and that unlike your actions in trying to flee the border, they long to leave Dakian. At this time, Qianlong has been in turmoil for a long time. High taxes, revolts, and harsh penalties have devastated every ordinary person who longs for peace. The villagers, unable to sustain themselves in their panic, finally decided collectively to leave Dakian and flee to this equally cruel but dangerous border without too many corrupt officials. Just such an action was soon discovered by the Dakian border army. On the other side of the rocky crevice, blocked and guarded by the army, the villagers who tried to escape were driven by swords and thrown to the border, crashing headlong into the winter border, where the tide of demons was in full swing. By now, you're the only 2 people left in this village. Angry? Angry? Unhappy? None of them seem to be. After hearing the 2 men's sobbing replies, System Su slowly walked out of the crypt where they were hiding. Snowflakes are flying and cold winds are howling. Su System's expression was very calm, seemingly not fluctuating at all. But that wasn't the case, and at the heart chambers, the blazing heart was beating stronger than ever. It showed how his heart was raging. Demons on the border are eating people. The demons of Dakian, too, are eating people. There is no place in this world, where cannibalism is not possible. Su's system closed his eyes and fell silent for a long time before reopening them. The surging heart continued to surge, the fervor originating from a martial artist urging System Su to do something, but he chose to remain calm. The situation is too bad now. You can't solve a problem with just a fit of rage. Sir, what should we do next? The young girl in red and white robes walked up, her face full of confusion. Behind her were the people of Qingniu town with the same blank expression, as well as the people of the different towns that had chosen to follow them along the way. The rock crevice is no longer passable. The other end is blocked by border troops. With such a narrow passageway, there wasn't even room to dodge once you entered. There is no doubt that the rock crevice is absolutely inaccessible. Next, in the wind and snow, Su's system's eyes turned, sweeping over the godless, numb faces, and as he swept, those faces would turn with him. The people living on the border have only 2 paths. One was to stay at the border, choosing to face the great demons of the innate realm directly, facing the endless waves of demons in the 100,000 mountains. The second is to go through the border, with those who wear armor and hold the blade of the border army as enemies, and face the once formidable big man. The Sioux system was silent. Neither path is good. Whichever way you go, someone is destined to bleed and someone is destined to die. If you have to choose, it's better to go hard over the edge. In the recent period of time, with the rebellions within the Great Qian Rising, the number of border troops had been moved away from many, unlike the black and white of the past. And the number of border troops was limited, unlike the demons of the 100,000 mountains, which were so numerous that one could feel as desperate as possible. But I can't do it alone, and adding Ying Shui isn't enough either. With my current strength, I am far from being able to fight an army with one. The best way to defeat an army is with another army. The Sioux system was a little hesitant. The people followed him to stay alive. But now, ask them to fight the borderers. Will they still be willing? Without hiding his thoughts, Department Sioux declared them openly and honestly to everyone. And much to his surprise, no one chose to leave after hearing them. Why is that? Brother Sioux, we no longer have a home. The simple man who stepped out of the crowd told the real reason. Did the people of Qingyo Town, the people of other towns, follow Department Sioux because he possessed an unimaginable charisma? The Sioux system itself felt that it mostly wasn't, nor has he ever said anything to coax the mind. The reason why people stood here and chose to follow the Sioux system was so simple as to be silent. Home is gone. No food. In this tide of demons, many had already died of heart and become walking corpses, but they were willing to follow the Sioux system to find that way forward to continue living. Come with me. Then, the wind stopped, the snow stagnated, and Sioux system smiled as he raised his long sword high. A sudden change in the rock crevice interrupts your original plan. You realize that if you want people to continue to survive, the only way is to force your way through and into the interior of Dakian. If we stay on the border, people will either be eaten by demons or freeze to death in the winter. You have no other way out. The only way to fight for the future is with your life. You laughed out loud and passed out little cuties to everyone. Kung Fu. Chapter 128. Mr. Sioux, Mr. Wu. Merits alone were not enough. One also needed time to raise the realm. And the current team is too weak. And with the quality of the army outmatched by the borderers, there is a greater need to gain an advantage in numbers. The Sioux system turned around, and the heroic young girl accompanied her. Lead the team back into the wind and snow. Who dash? Who dash? The wind gusted and blew, freezing the ears. The exhaled breath, all of it, forms a white mist. On the vast and boundless border, there are still many sinners struggling for survival and eager to live. And eating is the biggest thing in the world. So hungry people will eventually come together to form a rebellious blade. Big Brother Sioux, I'm hungry again. Ain't you? Your appetite lately, has it gotten bigger? Hey, 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 hey. I'm stupid. I only know how to eat. The sounds of conversation were gradually covered by the wind and snow. The more distant, the more subtle, until it completely disappeared into the white sky and earth. 2 months later, the winter became even colder and more bitter, with gusty winds sweeping in snowflakes that were painful to the face. Soldiers of the border army who were ordered to guard the border against demons and watch over the sinners. There was a flurry of finding tattered and rotten clothes. Wrap it around your face. Leave room for eyes and nose only. Mitsuru was a veteran. He had been stationed at the pass for some years, and his hands skillfully took up the cloth and wrapped it round and round the vicissitudes of his face. Old Sanmao, why are you wrapped up so tightly? Some of the younger recruits made fun of Mitsuru. Thinks veterans make a big deal out of it. Humph. Old Sanmao hummed on disdainfully. You dolls, how do you know how powerful White Wind Child is? Wait for the flesh on your face to rot off. His tone was so sure of himself that the recruits, who had mocked him, wrapped up their faces in hesitation. Only after seeing this did old Mitsuru nod in satisfaction, like a victorious cricket general, holding his head high. With that wrapped up ugly face, he put on his armor and walked towards the tower with his spear in hand. Good morning, old Sanmao. Mitsuru, old Mitsuru. On the way, people kept saying hello to the old Sanmao. Actually, Sancho is not the veteran's real name. His original name was a country common name similar to Doggy and Tiger. It was only after 3 incidents of being a dime a dozen in the veteran's life that he was called a Trifid by those around him, and he felt justified in doing so. Not a dime a dozen for the first time. As a teenager, I couldn't afford to bury my dead parents, much less hold a beautiful funeral banquet. The second one is a dime a dozen. It is youth, and the next door neighbor's daughter Suihua to love, but no money to pay, and finally in the old man's curse in the marriage. The third one is a dime a dozen. When he was middle-aged, his wife and son went out on the street together, and was trampled to death by a passing official's son, who still had no money to organize a big funeral, and could only be buried hastily. 3 times a dime, 3 times a life turnaround. It made the veteran grin dementedly. Caught on the road, He was taken prisoner, and in a daze came to the border crossing, wearing tough armor that he had once not dared to think about, as well as a mighty spear. Old Sanmao's cultivation talent was not good. His temples were pale and he had joined the army for many years, yet he only had the strength of the first realm of body forging, which was only slightly stronger than a mortal. The other border soldiers laughed at him from time to time, but he didn't care. Old Sanmao was very open-minded. We were born with a cheap life, and it's already a blessing to be able to practice martial arts. Feeling the very weak chi and blood in his body, Old Sanmao's complacency increased, even if it's wrapped in cloth. You can feel the smugness too. Soon, Old Sanmao skillfully mounted the tower, performing the task of standing guard, and there were other border troops on the tower, who gathered to discuss some words that Old Sanmao could not understand at all. Hey, have you guys heard? Do you mean the rebels? Or, nonsense, of course it's the rebels, to make that much noise. There are a lot of border troops in Deqian, but there has never been a major incident at the border gates, and the soldiers have long developed the habit of being lazy, browbeating about something in the winter sun. Old Mitsuru couldn't resist joining in, inquired, where did the rebels come from, and which state is in turmoil again? Old Sanmao thought it was a rebellion in the 13 states within Deqian, but the bystanders shook their heads, claiming that the rebellion did not start in the 13 states, but that the sinners on the borderline had the audacity to try to rebel. That rebel army is so fierce, but it is only a month or so, and it has even put together tens of thousands of people. Hey, I heard the leader of the rebel army is a demonic Taoist, who can make a handful of bean-scattering Taoist magic. That's why there are so many rebels. Why did I hear that the leader of the rebels is a demoness? No, there are two chiefs, one named Mr. Su Di and the other Mr. Wu Xiao. Never mind. It doesn't matter. Those rebels can't fight their way in anyway. The Great Qian border army, including Old Sanmao. There were nods of agreement. The rebels are nothing but a bunch of mudbloods, and those present, who are also mudbloods, know that rebelling against the grown-ups is an impossibility. The armies stationed at the Great Qian Pass are far superior in force to mortals. The martial arts generals responsible for sitting in on the town were at least at the innate realm. In some important locations, the scale is grand enough to pass. There are even the innate third realm of the Seeing God powerhouse. How can the rebel army composed of a mere sinful people have a chance to win? Delusional. Old Mitsuru shook his head, feeling incomprehensible for the behavior of that group of sinful people. The other soldiers around them are still telling stories about what happened to the rebels. It's exaggerated. It's outrageous. Some people said that those stragglers who had lost their homes were more vicious than the demons in the 100,000 mountains, and had stormed the other passes many times, only to fail in the end. Some say that those stragglers are evil spirits returning from hell, and even if the iron hooves trample on them, they will brazenly take up their pitchforks to stop them. It's almost like a heavenly soldier from mythology. There's no mud-slinging timidity, no matter how much he chided. There was nothing but pure murderous intent in his eyes. The audacity of it all. This in the end, what is it for? Actually even their own lives are given up. The old three hairs cannot help but ask again. Buzz, buzz, rumble, like it was an answer to old Mitsuru's question. Suddenly, in the extreme distance visible from the tower, a black wave of people appeared from nowhere, armed with different weapons, and rushed wildly towards this pass. It's the black rebels. Someone saw the muddy stinking filth. It's the red rebels. Someone saw clothing stained red with blood. It's the yellow rebels. Someone saw rotten shoes and rags that had turned the color of yellow because they hadn't been washed for a long time. The starving people chanted the word live, their eyes hollow but burning with fire, and in a formation that was not at all disciplined and disorganized. They rushed to the front of the pass in a matter of moments. Wants to do a break-in. Unbridled. The two Deqian military generals sitting at the pass roared. They were martial arts masters of the innate realm, but in the ranks of the stragglers, the same two innate astral deities erupted and confronted them from afar. Sir, watch this. My first shot after breaking through the innate. Chapter 129, Thunderbolt Dagger. You lead the starving people through the snow and wind, while slaying demons and cutting off edible demon flesh and blood. He absorbed the starving people at the border to strengthen his team. Your behavior has been quite effective, and the ranks are expanding at a very rapid rate. Wu Yingshui is surprised. Perhaps, this team is no longer the so-called starving stragglers. In conjunction with the cutie pie you passed down, it's good enough to call the army. It's just that you haven't thought about what to name a team like this, and people come up with different ideas. From the elegant to the colloquial, you think long and hard and finally give up with a smile. No matter what the name, the people who join your ranks have only one purpose, and that is to live and eat in peace. This is enough. This is enough. If you have to come up with a name, you think the army of the living and the army of the eating are pretty good. Nyo says he likes the name Eat Army. After 2 months of wandering in the snow and wind, your ranks are larger. Tens of thousands of them. Tens of thousands of souls yearning to live. A soul that has died once. In front of such souls, death is not enough to be feared, and they desire to live to the death, and seek the true way to live from the desperate situation. By practicing your little cutie, Gong, almost all of the famers stepped into the first realm of body forging, and those among them with sufficient chi and spirit even rushed to the second or third realm in one breath. Not only that, but after taking the true chi pill, the young girl was also promoted to innate in the fierce battle with the demon. Wu Yingshui is happy to tell you this news. Sir, I'm telling you, I'm an innate martial artist. Well done, Yingshui. With a gentle smile and words of encouragement, while reaching out with the palm of your hand, you help the girl brush a few snowflakes off her head. The girl hems and haws and giggles, seemingly pleased by your praise. That year, that month, that day, Wu Yingshui has her fists crossed and her expression is so dignified that she doesn't know what modesty is. But she only shows this posture in front of you. More often than not, she was the reliable Mr. Wu to whom everyone would turn for help if they had a problem. You observe silently, watching the young girl's fumbling at first, then her mastery of the situation. You're pleased with the girl's growth, but at the same time, you have a genuine desire to reverse this world, a world that forces change on all people. Your long and persistent martial arts performance has transformed your chi and blood fist. Congratulations, you've realized the Guanli True Fist. The long and persistent practice of martial arts has led to the metamorphosis of your 9 Thunder Blade, mixing and evolving with the innate astral deities. Congratulations, you've comprehended the shocking Thunder Blade gang. Your strength has become so great that every punch and kick is like a blade chopping and heavenly thunder rolling. After Wu Yingshui stepped into the innate, its awakening of the green dragon astral energy also has a far more powerful than the same level. You personally hands on the test of strength, shocked by the heavenly beings. Time flies, and you count the hours, judging that a colder snowmelt is on the way. A countdown to death for the ragged army of survivors. You're not hiding anymore, leading tens of thousands of survivors. He attacked a weak gate that had already been scouted. The military generals sitting here are 2 martial arts masters of the Guanli realm. You and the maiden have exactly 1 each. Look at the gun. The angry shouts resounded through the sky. Everyone subconsciously looked up into the sky, only to see the red and white power suit robes, as if it were a fiery and swift figure, holding a long spear and dancing in the sky, blasted out a large and hideous dragon astral energy. There are scales and claws. There are horns and a tail. It was like a real green dragon galloping across the sky. Green dragon deity? The Daqin military generals sitting at the pass were shocked and dismayed by this. The green dragon deity was exclusive to the great Qian imperial family. Why would it appear in the hands of the rebels? Soon, the 2 innate martial generals associated it with Wu Yingshui's identity. The god's color turned cold. Good guts, the remnants of the Ding Yuan province. How dare they appear here? Let's wait for this general to capture you and escort you to the capital to face the saint. The innate martial general stepped into the air. But then, in mid-air, he was forced back by a blade deity that was like electricity and light. Just forced back. No injuries? I'm still not skilled enough with the shocking Thunder Blade gang. Moreover, humans and demons are ultimately different, and I lack the experience of fighting martial artists. In the windy, snowy, pale sky, the Su Systems figure similarly stepped into the air. The astral chi was like a sword, tearing through the surrounding wind and snow. The sound of the sword was like thunder, vibrating 10 miles of iron, without the need for too much verbal communication. On the battlefield of bloodshed and death, System Su and Wu Yingshui each killed a Dacian martial general, a battle that belonged exclusively to innate martial artists and exclusively to martial arts masters. And on the ground, the army of displaced people, formed to beg for their lives, had formed a constant surging wave, storming the garrison at the pass. Kill. When the cropper who once farmed the land picks up the hoe, when the cook who burns the fire and cooks raises his cleaver, that rusty utensil, that unearthly thing that reflects white light in the wind and snow, also bursts with a power that makes one's heart palpitate. Sinful people of the district. Some cavalry rushed out of the pass and tried to break up the stragglers' formation, but the high and mighty lord was suddenly shocked to find that the lowly, who had imagined that they could be broken at the touch of a button, did not flinch at his onslaught. Instead, people frantically took the initiative to rush towards the blazing horses, raise the manure fork, the hoe, or the rough homemade rope. A brain slammed into the 4 hooves of the fiery horse. What's more, they rushed right over and tried to physically block the horses from advancing. Some people were kicked off by the horse, but it didn't matter. New people would come up, and even if they were kicked until they coughed up blood, they still went forward in a frenzied fashion. Asterisk 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 off. Get out of my way, all of you. The cavalryman fell off his horse. He is the general's tiger from the imperial capital. possessing a bright future and great prospects. From the moment of birth, he was destined to be different from the mudbloods in front of him. But now, falling to the ground, he acted lower than the mudbloods, and could only look up at their faces in horror. It was a fierce battle. It lasted until the sun set. It took a reddish halo of light coloring the sky to bring about the final fall. The army of seeking life won rightfully and lost. And when the last vestiges of light on the battlefield reflected on the earth, what was revealed were countless blood-stained corpses, and the survivors continued to move forward. In the presence of that will which has died once and seeks only to live again as a man, even the border troops in armor and blades, it's just the same, people who will die if they are killed. The so-called high and low, are absolutely equal before death. Chapter 130, The Path of Starlight, shining on you and me. Sir, did we win? Well, win. The sun was on fire, like a crimson halo of blood. Calmness reflects on the earth, illuminating the bleakness of that sad elegy, and the many blades stuck upside down in the snow. The corpses were paved into a front road for the living to continue on. Capture the towers, gather the remnants of the army, and take the pass. At this point, the battle is over. It's so good. The dragon lance penetrated the earth, like the roots of a tenaciously growing plant, rooted in the blood-soaked battlefield. Wu Yingxue just sat there, leaning on the gun and paralyzed. Her face was covered in blood, and there was a wound at her forehead, from which bright red blood continuously flowed out, staining the hair in front of her forehead and her whitened lips. Smiling down, but more blood flowed from her mouth and mouth, drop by drop, blooming to soak her clothes. It hurts. It's weak. Teenage girls are the newest precursors, inexperienced and unskilled. It was only by relying on the grade of the green dragon's astral energy that he was able to barely press his opponent to victory. This was already outstanding enough. After all, the opponent was an innate martial artist who had fought for many years. For this reason, the teenage girl truly means it and fights for every ounce of energy she has. So much so that the fight is over now. All she could do was sit helplessly paralyzed in place, watching the sun set in the west and sitting back to watch the darkness fall, but unable to move a single inch. Snap dash. Snap dash. There was the sound of footsteps, the snow layer and mud being trampled at the same time, and Wu Yingxue barely managed to open her eyes, giving a laborious smile to the visitor. Sir, I won, she said. I saw that. Yingxue, you did a good job. The Su system spoke in a warm voice. Crouched down, reaching out with his palm to wipe the blood from the girl's face, he proceeded to assist the girl's body so that she could get back on her feet. Wait. The young girl's eyes suddenly widened. What was she thinking of being stubborn at this point? Sir, there's no need to help me. I can stand up alone. Wu Yingxue's voice was so believable. Pushing away from the Su system's palm, he stepped forward himself, and, grunt, the fiery red figure, with legs softly planted in place, rolled several times in the snow before coming to a halt. Grin. The delicate face was full of confusion. The red and white power suit robes now looked even dirtier after rolling around in the snow. There were snow flurries. It floated down from the air and landed impartially on the tip of the young girl's nose. Ouch! The young girl, who was lying in a large shape in the snow, finally spat out such a word, looking much more honest. Su's system was rather helpless and once again reached out his hand towards the young girl, but this time, instead of choosing to assist the young girl, he chose to directly carry her. Stay down and don't move. Yes, sir. At the sound of Wu Yingxue's response, carrying the young girl on his back, System Su pulled up the dragon lance on the ground again and headed towards the interior of the pass. Behind him, there were many more stragglers and starving people, following into the pass, into a future where they could live. The sunset is broken, cracked by a pair of cloth shoes stained with yellow soil and silt. The cold wind is scattered, blocked by a ragged figure. The setting sun is like molten gold pouring down on the earth, quickly swept away the last remaining light, turned into a starry, twinkling high in the night sky. Sir, the Su system was walking when a young girl's voice came from behind. She quietly lay on her back, anchoring herself to Su's back in a position where her arms were wrapped around Su's neck. The voice wondered, how many ratings can I have this time today? The Su system pondered for a moment and gave the answer. B class. B class? It's an improvement from last time. Wu Yingxue laughed lightly a few times. Seems happy. However, her body was really weak, so much so that when she laughed, she inexplicably coughed, so she obediently closed her mouth again, burying her head in the Su system's shoulder. It always feels, well, down to earth. Such thoughts popped into Wu Yingxue's mind. She listens to the Su system very well, didn't think about going against it. It had been obediently lying on Su system's back, avoiding affecting Su system's walking, but that doesn't mean girls can't do other things. She squinted her eyes, narrowing them into slits as she stared at the Sioux system's neck in a very cute gesture of observation. Then another curious look was cast between the ears of the Sioux system. Watch the cold wind shake the black hair. Then, like a child too, she blew lightly into Sue's hair, laughing at the way it swayed as she blew on it. The stars tonight, they're so pretty. Laughing and smiling, wooing Shui, who was lying on Sue Department's back, suddenly realized that tonight's starry sky was exceptionally bright. There were no snow drifts to block the view. There are no dark clouds streaking across the sky. The vastness of the stars, intermingled in the girl's eyes, was so bright, so striking. It was much brighter than the night of the origami flowers. Delicate, like a calm river flowing through the night sky. Flickering, as if a small sun was glowing. Sir, I remember you saying that there are thousands and thousands of stars in the sky? Well, as I said, what's wrong? It's okay. The young girl was carried behind Sue System's back, letting out a hefty laugh. I just wanted to try and count them one by one to see if there were really that many. You can't count the stars. The stars are so infinite that the human eye inevitably misjudges them. But inexplicably, the young sheriff, who had lost everything, was tempted to try it that way. And so, she begged the Sioux system to help her remember along. Foolishly, I started counting stars. 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, blah, 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 not right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The sky is full of bright stars. The Milky Way drops endless glitter. The darkness of the world, by the stars opened up a bright road ahead. With this, Sue System carried the girl on his back and walked into the interior of the pass, heading deeper into the 13 states of Dichien. That sound of counting stars, weakening with time. It gets softer and more exhausting until it shifts completely to a light snore. Wooing Shui counted stars until she fell asleep. Sue System's footsteps paused slightly, then advanced at a more subtle pace while, at the same time, murmuring a number under his breath. 1,335. This is the number the girl counted before she went to bed. Truth be told, keeping track of that number is pointless. When the next night came, it was impossible for the girl to remember which stars had been counted. She had to start from the beginning. But she had begged the Sioux system so much, so Sioux system took note of it in passing. Strange, is it an illusion? It always seems like there are two particularly bright stars tonight. The Sioux system looked up. 2 stars were found close together in the vast starry sky, and at the same time bright, illuminating the otherwise dark road ahead for him and the young girl. The battle is over. You have won. This is an incredible feat. A triumph that shatters everyone's sense of perspective. You led a bunch of mudbloods who knew nothing at all, and managed to break through one of the Great Qian's gates, and went along into the interior of the Great Qian. On the way there are stars shining brightly, illuminating the thorny road ahead for you. You think to yourself, maybe this is the silly star counting girl, bringing you good luck. It's just that, if only the maiden were lighter, you'd carry her on your back all night and let out a deep sigh. Chapter 131, Mr. Big, Mr. Little, Mr. Tiny. The action went well after that. It went incredibly well. In the Sioux system's vision, breaching the border pass was only the first step. Behind it, there were more and more difficult challenges. However, holding this vigilant and cautious Sioux system, but 10 days later, with a look of disbelief, he stood on the walls of the city of Pingshui County. Strange, the counties within the Great Qian are so weak in defense that they were just shot down by me? And, after I broke through that pass, no other border troops came after me. What the hell? The Sioux system mused. Perhaps he had underestimated the level of turmoil within Dichien. The current Great Qian is likely to be too busy to take care of itself and to suppress other rebellions. It is the only way to explain the smooth sailing of the survivalist army. That's a good thing. The Sioux system smiled and turned to leave. You've successfully captured Flatwater County. When you arrived, Pingshui County could not even mount an effective defense against you, and you easily blew open the gates of the city and led a huge rebel army into it. Some people are horrified and think you're compelling. Some people are numb to the fact that it's just a different person ruling. But, you're neither good at demagoguery nor interested in being a ruler. Your army's bravery, its ability to sweep through the county with the force of a storm, is due to none other than the starving people themselves. That's one little cutie who just wants to live. No one is not afraid of death. Everyone will fear death. But if they can't live themselves, it doesn't matter if they die or not. In just 10 days, you've had another wave of growth in your ranks. The starving people seeking to live were like a tidal wave, drowning out the weak resistance of Pingshui County. You searched the extravagant mansion, and found the magistrates gathered in hiding, and their eyes were horrified, and they called you a rebel, holding the people hostage. You think this is untrue. The people of Green Cow Town, The other people who joined the team, in fact, never wanted to get any guarantee of honor and wealth from you, and you couldn't give it. They just wanted to follow you to live, and fill their stomachs. By the way, after capturing the city of Pingshui County, there was a lot of excitement within the survival army. These sinners who were exiled by Dakian suddenly cried out while walking into the county town. Someone proposes to go on the offensive and attack other counties in Dakian, but you suppressed the claim. You have never forgotten that the reason why you passed on the little cutie, Kung Fu, and led the poor starving people to rush out of the border. The main purpose was to keep more people alive. The winter is getting colder and the drifting snow is getting thicker and thicker. It is clear that this weather is no longer suitable for continuing the war. What people need is to rest, to eat, to get through this winter in peace. Under your arrangement, the starving stragglers have moved into the county town of Pingshui, filling up one vacant house after another, and that's the only way to get through the winter. It doesn't matter if it's crowded. Boredom is not cared for. Whenever there is a house sheltered from the wind and the snow, people show great joy. No one feels inferior to such treatment, for they were mortal creatures, and it is you who have kept them alive and in their place. New Year's Eve is approaching. You have been advised to get some rest because you, as the leader, Mr. Ko, who is highly respected by everyone, is often busy late into the night. It's not enough to just fight. While in Greenbrier, there were very few people in the Sioux system who needed shelter, and all that needed to be considered was simply how to keep people fed. The answer to getting fed is simple. Killing demons, is it? The rough, hard-to-chew demon meat barely filled his stomach. The only thing Sioux system had to do was to keep punching and slashing, then bring the dead demons back to Qingyou town. But not now. The number of people in the seeking livelihood army was too large, and everyone's clothing, food, housing, and little cute Kung Fu cultivation aspects all needed to be judged by the Sioux system, the decision maker. It's not that the Sioux system wants to be the decision maker. Rather, the people of the army of the living cannot trust any other but him. It's exhausting. I don't know how long he was busy, but Department Sioux finally detached himself from the complicated political affairs and let out a long sigh. The room was warm and burned with precious black coals. For martial artists in the innate realm, this kind of heating is not really necessary, but it was impossible to resist, and people stuffed the Sioux system over and over again. Sioux system often wondered if he could have been at peace with himself and refused those political affairs not to manage them if he hadn't had this kind of silly to cute behavior. However, there is no if or if only in this world. Sir, it's better if I do it instead, volunteered a voice from beside him. Wu Yingshui squeezed over. After this period of recuperation, she had long since regained her former vigor, staying by Sue's side at all times, becoming Sue's bodyguard while also trying her best to learn about politics. Then, Yingshui, it's all yours. The Sioux system was going to refuse, but think of all the other things that need to be done today. Just at the happy expression on the young girl's face, she left the political affairs in her hands. Yes, sir, promise to finish the job. Busy politics, constantly squeezing your free time. Fortunately, you're not alone. Wu Yingshui is quite intelligent and has taken a lot of the pressure off of you. God's reward for your long-time persistence in dealing with governmental affairs has made you a little quicker in thinking, and your speed in dealing with written documents has risen. You realize something? For the current survival army, Mr. Su and Mr. Wu are sufficient. But in the future, if more stragglers and starving people are absorbed, you and the maiden alone will not be able to manage them properly. You need more nodes. You screened the army of survivors and chose a group of people, including Ox, as the nodes you need. Some of them were in charge of fighting, some of them were in charge of planning, and some of them were in charge of raising livestock, each with their own strengths and advantages. You didn't come up with fancy names and titles, because they've thought it through. From today, I'm Mr. Tiny Bull. Wind and snow way down Flatwater County. A vacant lot. The simple man shouted in a tone of unbridled excitement. Meanwhile, around him there were more shouts of, Mr. Tiny Puppy Egg, Mr. Tiny Pocky. There was something comical about such an image that caused the Sioux system to be dismayed. But a few moments later, instead, he laughed out loud. This is not a good way of naming a person. It just sounds out of place, neither suave nor cool, but inexplicably, it's mind-blowing. The new year is coming. Ah, a new year. Hearing the cheers beside his ears, Sue's system looked up into the sky, his eyes seeming to see something more through the cold sun. The corners of his mouth, inexplicably, rose. Chapter 132. She wore a long dress. With the new year, it's time for a new look. The day before New Year's Day, the day of New Year's Eve, Wu Yingshui was still running the green dragon deity Qi alone as before, observing the heaven and earth and understanding the supreme truth, and practicing various spear techniques by swinging the long spear. Stay until the end of martial arts practice. Out of habit, She wanted to get to the center of Flatwater County, to the seat of the Sioux Department. Gonna do something about it? Actually, no. The girl just thought that other things were too boring and far better than staying by Mr.'s side, listening to his funny little stories or helping him with his political affairs. The footsteps just stepped out. Wu Yingxue found it wrong. The red and white robe on his body, as well as the exquisite light armor of his jacket, at some point, had already opened up tiny cracks, and there were even many openings present. Inexplicably, the young girl recalled the phrase, "New Year, new things," before the Ting Yuan royal family was liquidated. As a young girl of the county lord, she has endless clothes to wear every year, and must be bright and shiny on New Year's Day, and must not be wearing torn clothes. But times are different now. The young girl is no longer a sheriff. She, herself, was even less interested in dressing herself. Only, after all, it was New Year's Eve once a year, and it wasn't always nice to go to see a gentleman dressed in such rags. Get someone to sew it up. Wu Yingxue mused. She moved fast, jumping onto the roof between the rise and fall of his legs, like a light bird of prey. With a single step and a single leap, he quickly swept past one house and headed towards his destination. When they stopped, what appeared in front of them were many women doing needlework. They are either someone's mother or someone's wife, not good at fighting, soft by nature, and yet, they want to do something for the survivalist army. So, it was arranged by the Sioux department to get together and take charge of some simple chores. Young Mr. Wu? Someone saw Wu Yingxue's arrival and inquired about the purpose of the visit in a puzzled manner. The young girl did not hide, and honestly pointed to the clothes on her body, saying that she would like to ask someone to help mend them. Not too fine, just fill in the missing holes. Such a simple request, naturally fulfilled. The women took up the job with great enthusiasm. But the next development, again greatly unexpected by the young girl, was that the women pushed her from behind and forced her inside the house. Young Mr. Wu is planning to meet with great Mr. Sioux, right? We get it. We'll mend the broken leaks. And as for today, Mr. Wu Jr. will wear a different set of clothes. Wu Yingxue's eyes widened. The sudden development was unexpected by the young girl. She couldn't figure out what was happening, and by the time she stepped out of the house again, she was wearing a different set of clothes, no longer the valiant red and white power suit. There is also no manifestation of fierce external light armor. Instead, it was a plain, light green dress. The skirt rippled like a lake, showing the shape of the wind, as silky and soft as it could be, and was tied tightly at the waist by the ink-colored palace polyester, hanging down in equal lengths at the ends. Beautifully clouded fabric, swaying head bun flowers. When the young girl steps walking, as if out of the painting, graceful and soft, all without the usual big grin. The dresses are great, the decorations are great, but it's the young girls themselves who really show off this beauty. Is this really me? Wu Yingxue was a bit bewildered. She was dismayed to see her full face through the bronze mirror brought by a bystander. In Wu Yingxue's memory, she had also worn such a long dress when she lived in the royal residence, although not many times, but she did wear it. Just a memory. Either time, it didn't look as good as it does now. Is this what the elders in the house used to say? A woman is a woman? The young girl was in deep thought, greatly shocked. It's a bit of a bind, but it can't be helped. After the shock passed, Wu Yingxue frowned, gently pulling down her sleeves and tugging at her neckline. Used to fighting in strong armor, she always felt that such a long dress was too inconvenient, and no matter what she did, she didn't feel as comfortable as she usually did. But there's no way around it. On New Year's Eve, the girl herself would be ashamed to wear her original tattered power suit. I hope Mr. won't find it hard to see, the mouth murmured. The girl subconsciously tried to leap onto the roof, but then remembered the clothing change. Running and treading the rooftops with a long skirt is more or less noticeable. After thinking about it, the young girl chose to walk honestly on foot, dressed in a long dress towards the official house in the center of the county in front of the astonished gazes of the walkers. That was originally where the county officials worked and rested. It now serves as the office and warehouse of the Sioux department. The official house is spacious. It's more or less a waste of space if only one person lives in the Sioux system. It was just that people didn't want to disturb them, fearing that they would startle the Sioux system, who was dealing with government affairs and practicing martial arts. So Sioux system was forced to live alone. Everyone else, including Wu Yingxue, lived in very small places. The Sioux system is unwilling to give preferential treatment only to itself. He then converted his official residence into a warehouse, with most of the space used for storage and only a small piece left for office and rest. Mr. has been getting dumber and dumber lately, and doesn't even know how to be nice to himself. The words were muttered. Wu Yingxue made light of the situation, bypassing one of the cluttered warehouses and weaving in and out of narrow paths. He reached the door of the Sue department's room without incident. Fingers outstretched, he was about to pull the door open, but then it froze in midair. At this moment, the young girl, dressed in a long light green dress, stood quietly in front of the door, and after much hesitation, she gently straightened her hair with her fingers. The green silk on her forehead was ruffled by her. One moment to the left, the next to the right. Will it be too scattered? So she thought, over and over, relentlessly fixing her hair, adjusting the bun that held her long hair back and forth. Slender fingers pinched the collar opening and smoothed it out meticulously and patiently, though it was neat enough as it was. What's missing? The young girl pondered whether it would be strange for Mr. to dress like this today, as she was usually a brash and airy style. Well, pull the sleeves up a little. Can seem less soft. However, it's usually that style, so maybe Mr. would find it nice to change it up once in a while? The girl repeatedly agonized and hesitated for a long time over various unnecessary details. Eventually, Wu Yingshui took a deep breath and patted her cheeks. Boldly, he pulled open the door to the room. Pretending not to care, he entered the room. Sir, I'm coming. The room is empty. There is no response. Not to mention that Wu Yingshui want to see that person, only to leave a desktop pile of pending political affairs. Yes, the Sue system is not in the room. Ha! The young girl blinked. If the Sue system wasn't there, then wouldn't her earlier entanglement be meaningless at all? Did a stupid thing. Wu Yingshui wanted to punch herself, but she let it go because she was afraid of pain. She walked over to where Sue department's office was and sat down to take care of political matters, taking the pressure off Sue department while waiting for his return. Chapter 133, Oriental Specialty Poison. RIP and welcome to the new year. That's what the new year is all about. It is also a beautiful prayer for countless suffering people. Farewell to the old body. Welcome to the new. The current Sue system, for the time being, was unable to do so, allowing everyone in the Seeking Life Army to live a happy and good life. But with the change of the new year, Mr. Ko feels that there are some things that can be done. For example, a good meal for everyone in the army of the living. Ox, grab those chickens. Doggy, come on, come on, come on. Surround them. Chase, chase, after them. At the outskirts of Pingshui County, Sue system led a large group of gray-haired, hungry people, setting up a number of large iron pots and pouring water and rice into them. Not far away, a few people from Ox were even catching groundhogs. With old-fashioned experience, they quickly apprehended the groundhog. After being carefully processed and cleaned, the chicken was sliced and chopped so finely that not even the bones were spared. The number of people in the Seeking Life Army was so large that it would be quite an unrealistic thing to try to get everyone to eat meat. The Sue system could only spread the chicken meat to the entire pot of rice soup through this method, so that everyone who drank the soup could taste some meat flavor. In fact, rice is not enough either, so the only thing to do is to pour water into the rice. Lots and lots of water. To the end, even bran was added. Bran wasn't delicious, but compared to the cold and bitter demon meat, it was as precious as an earthly delicacy in the eyes of the starving people. Boom! Boom! Under the Sue system's gaze, a dozen large iron pots blazed to life. The firewood burned fiercely, making a constant crackling sound, searing the bottom of the iron pot with a hot flame, causing that boiling heat to be channeled into the water. The water began to boil. Someone steps forward and, in a careful gesture, sprinkles a little salt into the pot. The flames are high and the water vapor is gushing. At some point, people began to gather around the cauldron, staring intently at the boiling water, their throats welling up now and then. The porridge smelled faint and had too much water added to it. It was hard to smell anything from either the finely chopped chicken or the salt that had been sprinkled in earlier. Can't smell it. There's only pure water vapor. But even then, people's eyes were still eager. It was like looking at a rare and precious treasure. Holding back the stomach acid that welled up in my abdomen, swallowing my saliva over and over again, and waiting patiently for the rice soup to finish cooking. Finally, the rice soup is ready. The people of the Seeking Life Army unanimously looked at Sue system, who nodded with a smile before they scrambled to scoop up the rice soup. The rice soup was hot and 90% water. It's so hot it's woo-woo. The water you drink goes in through your mouth but out through your eyes. And the more you drink, the more you cry. Big brother Sue, it's so hot. With those big rough hands, Anyo held the bowl and drank the rice soup in big gulps. He was so hot that he barred his mouth, but he couldn't stop himself from wanting to continue drinking. It's delicious. Drink up. Ox gave this matter-of-fact comment and licked his lips with intent. Again, he ran his tongue delicately over the rim of the bowl, licking the soup stains from it. Like it, Ox? Well, like. Looking at the naive Hanyu in front of him, Department Sue instructed. It's good if you like it, but when you drink it in the future, don't be in such a hurry. Hey, I know. Big Brother Sue. Ox scratched his head and giggled. He scooped up another bowl, this time not for himself, but to serve to his mother, who was not far away. There are too many people begging for a living army, even if you keep adding water, forever. The rice soup in the iron pot was also limited, and one person could only share a small bowl, no more. The people had no objections to this, and after enjoying the goodness of the rice soup, they would gnaw on the dry, hard-to-chew demon meat once again with blissful joy on their faces, eat quickly and eat with a big smile. A heart that was once cold and withered and dead, it seemed to be completely warmed by that little bowl of rice soup. It will get better in the future. Sue Department gazed at the crowded crowd, his eyes skimming over a smiling face, his mood following much better. It's time to go back. There's still a lot of political business left to take care of. Regarding the technique, regarding the second realm of the innate, it also requires me to continue to delve into it. I have a premonition that it's not far from the realm of the embodied spirit. The Sue system turned around, was about to return to the official residence. Instead, there was a shout from behind them from Ox and the others. They came running quickly, handing over a large plate with 2 large, fat chicken thighs in the center. This is for Mr. Sue and Mr. Wu. The people said so, enthusiastically handing over plates, wanting Sue's system to take them away. Sue's system froze slightly, and when he met the expectant eyes, he suddenly realized that he was afraid he wouldn't be able to refuse people's good intentions, at least, not in one bite. And so, Su Xiang smiled, using his astral energy as a knife, slicing off a large piece of meat from the oily chicken thigh and tossing it into his mouth to chew as people watched. It's delicious. The grease bursts in your mouth, bringing with it the aroma of oil. Obviously no spices were added, but it's just too good to eat. Amazing even in the inside under the material. Sue's system muttered. Chicken legs added inside, is from tens of thousands of people's expectations. It was something intangible and formless. Yet it carried a deadly attraction. It is the characteristic poison of the East. It makes it hard to disengage from it once you take a bite. It's time to go back. Sue's system used his astral energy to cut off the remaining meat from the chicken legs and recooked a pot of meat soup. The churning from the pit of his stomach made the Sue system want to eat it all. But reason reminded the Sue system, he can't affect anything by not eating this meat. However, for these suffering people in front of us, this may very well be the last meat of their lives. No one knows how many of next year's survivalist army will still be alive. As for Wu Yingshue's chicken leg, Department Sue did not move. He is willing to give up what he has, but will not force others to be like himself. That kid had a hard time, too. During this time, she has been helping to kill demons and collect enough demon flesh and blood to ease the rations in the city. And she's helped me with a lot of the politics. In reason, the reward of a chicken leg is what Yingxue deserves, and it can even be said to be less. Sue's system wrapped the chicken leg with the astral aura. He stepped into the air and returned inside the county at an extremely fast speed. Only when he arrived at the girls' quarters, he found the house empty, dark and bleak, not even a candle lit. Strange, not at home? Sue Department was puzzled. Can only be the first to return to the official house. Push open the creaking wooden door. Wait until after entering the house. He saw lying on the table huffing and puffing young girl. Chapter 134, Sir, which one of me looks good? The room was empty and dark. Obviously the room is very small, but it was so quiet that it felt empty. Only the faint sound of breathing, the imperceptible sound of a heartbeat, continued to echo in the silence. The girl slept soundly, sprawled out on the dark brown desktop, her cheek resting on her arm, and every now and then she let out a muffled murmur. Who dash? There was a sudden rush of wind into the house along the door that the Sue system had pushed open. Not much wind, like a gentle blow. It blew the pages of the paper turning with a crash, and the hair on the young girl's forehead swaying. In the harmony of the wind and the paper, the face of the young girl was revealed, a serene sleeping face, with eyes lightly closed and the side of her nose shrugged, as if she were a quietly blooming night flower. This is, tired enough to fall asleep? The Sue system stood at the doorway. He first glanced at the sleeping Wu Yingshui, and then looked at the numerous political affairs on the desk, and it was easy for him to associate the beginning and end of the matter. Inexplicably, Department Sue wanted to laugh a little. Is the girl here to help, or to sleep somewhere else? Let her sleep some more. The young girl's sleeping face was too sweet for Department Sue to disturb. His feet stepped back, ready to wait for the young girl to wake up before serving the big, greasy, fat chicken leg, trying to get the tired girl to sleep a little longer. Just the next second, the sleeping young girl woke up on her own. Sir, Wu Yingshue's consciousness was not fully awake, and she raised her head in a daze, rubbing her eyes several times in succession with the back of her hand before she could see the Sue Department standing at the doorway. The hazel eyes brightened instantly. Sir, you're finally back. She made a noise of surprise. Immediately after, Wu Yingshui, who realized that she had slept over, had an awkward expression. 2 index fingers poked together. Eyes not daring to look directly at the Su system. Claims he accidentally slept through it and is not usually this lazy. Such a careful appearance made Department Su happy. It's fine. If you're tired, sleep more. It's not something to be ashamed of. Hearing the Su system say that, the young girl was instantly relieved. Lingering eyes looked over at the Su system, noting another thing that she had been too nervous to miss earlier. Chicken leg? Sir, why did you bring this? The Su system walked into the room. Under the girl's surprised gaze, she pushed the chicken leg over. When the new year arrives, it's always time to eat something good. I had a batch of chickens killed, and this is the chicken leg reserved for you. Whoa! The young girl's eyes burst into a crescent-shaped smile. Long-term consumption of demon flesh. It's a pain in the ass. Not only did they have to endure the inferior tasted demon meat, they also had to endure the sour and fishy flavor. Now that an oily, normal chicken leg was in front of her, the girl felt, all of a sudden, her little tummy rumbling uncontrollably. Sir, it's better if you eat. After a reluctant glance at the chicken leg, instead of choosing to eat it, Wu Yingshui pushed it back in front of Department Su. What's wrong? The Su system asked. Mr. usually works harder than I do. Not only do you have to worry about feeding and housing so many people, but you're often busy until midnight. I can't have this meat. Wu Yingshui's voice was firm as she shook her head towards Department Su. For his part, Department Su responded with a smile. Don't worry, I've already eaten, and everyone has rice soup as well. This is the share that belongs to you. Sir, you didn't lie to me, did you? Of course not. The Su system pointed to his mouth. Earlier he had taken a bite of chicken thigh meat. It's not much, but it does get eaten, and it doesn't count as cheating on a teenage girl. Hey, then I'm welcome. The young girl was simple and trusted Su system's words immensely, and she smiled heatedly as she reached out to catch the large, oily chicken thigh and took a big bite right through her teeth. The food is wide open. The exterior is gorgeous and pretty. The two are assembled in Wu Yingshui, forming a strong conflict against each other. Yingshui, your outfit is. Su system's eyes looked up and down, looking at the long, light green dress in amazement. Cough. Listen to the voice of the Su system. The young girl coughed violently as she recalled with hindsight that she had come over in a different outfit today, not her usual red and white power suit. Subconscious. Gnawing on a chicken leg is much gentler. Small bites were taken and chewed slowly in the mouth again before finally being swallowed. Although that action of nibbling on a chicken drumstick in one hand with greasy palms still seemed outrageous, it was a much better comparison to earlier. It's really nothing. Just, the previous clothes were a bit torn, so I changed my clothes and came here. After all, it's New Year's Eve. The girl smiled sarcastically and explained. So that's how it is. Su system looked up and down at the newly dressed Wu Yingshui. How can I put it? It's a bit over the top. In the past, the impression given by Wu Yingshui was that she was a chivalrous woman who acted freely and with a big grin, and was not related to a great lady or anything. But today, looking at the young girl in the long dress, the Su system thought that such a young girl would also look good. He gave a sincere comment. It's beautiful. The young girl's furrowed brow relaxed into joy. Really, sir? Well, it's true. So, which, me, looks better? The usual me? The me of today? Wu Yingshui raised her voice to inquire. She wondered if, in Su's department's mind, he preferred the usual big-hearted her or the slightly more tactful her of today. Under Wu Yingshui's gaze, Department Su pondered for a moment, finally shook his head. No, I can't judge. I think you look good in all of them. The Su system voice lamented. He did not mean to speak kindly, but it was true. Take out the two bodies of clothing alone. Whether it was the red and white martial artist's power suit or the light green plain long dress, none of them were actually considered stunning. It was the maiden's own distinction that made the two outfits stand out as extraordinary. Finally, the Su system said, I'm sorry, I just can't decide. It's fine. I'm just asking. No need to be concerned, sir. The young girl looked happier. She grinned and bit into the chicken leg a few times faster, and it wasn't long before a whole large drumstick was nibbled cleanly. The chicken thighs were not overly seasoned, but the aroma of that grease and the texture of the chicken. But it left the young girl wanting more. Sir, this chicken leg is so delicious. Wu Yingshui put down the chicken bone, her lips full of reflections of chicken oil. I'm glad you like it. You'll get another chance to eat it later, Su said as he stepped forward and wiped the girl's cheeks clean with a dampened cloth. Next, cupping the girl's equally oily hands again. Wipe it off meticulously, wiping every bit of grease from your fingers. Chicken bones. A teenage girl with a mouth full of oil. Tiny room. Together they form a calm and beautiful scene. After that, the Su system began to deal with political affairs. Although it is New Year's Eve, but there is nothing to play in the city can do, rather than continue to plan for next year's seek to live, incidentally acting out feats of martial arts going forward. Sir, let me help you. Wu Yingshui, who had finished her chicken leg, did not leave, but likewise stayed in the house to help the Su system share the busy political affairs. Chapter 135, Happy New Year, Yingshui. There's a lot of politics. The specifics aren't too complicated, but after the numbers pile up, it creates a horrendous amount of work. Su department has been dealt with until late at night, even with Wu Yingshui accompanied by the side, sitting until the body is stiff. See the eyes sore. It was good that both of them were innate martial artists. With the chi and blood running once, all the discomfort in the body would dissipate. Snort, snort. Candle flames danced and burned in the bleak room. Open up a small bright world, dispelling the darkness of the night. It illuminated the faces of the Su system and the young girl, and at the same time, it also reflected the rough walls of the house clearly. When the warmth returns in the spring, Flatwater County will be the center until the surrounding area is occupied. The Daki inside. Don't bother for now. Now is the best time. With other insurgent forces pulling attention, it will be hard to miss this time to get anything going. Surabaya County, Blackwater County, Clearwater County. Let's target these. Flip through. View. Annotate. The Su system's eyes kept scanning, arranging next year's marching route by integrating the information that was already available. He was not a genius at handling politics, much less a naturally intelligent and wise person. From the beginning to the end, the Su system had been a grounded martial artist, and was now able to handle political affairs thanks to the infinite enhancement of adherence to the word. Every so often, the Su system's ability to handle governmental affairs would be improved by the adherence back. But, the Su system has no intention of going deeper into politics. In this world, coming out is about strength. Handling political affairs is just to avoid internal chaos. And later you can let trusted people do it on your behalf. Only strength is irreplaceable. As the guide of the survival-seeking army, the Su system's current strength was far from enough. The first realm of the innate, observing the reasoning of heaven and earth. The second realm of the innate, containing the prana of martial arts. The essence of the realm of viewing reason is to utilize the perception of an innate martial artist to observe and mimic the world, allowing the chi and blood to operate in the perspective of heaven and earth. As for the embracing prana realm, after the chi and blood have finished mimicking the workings of the heaven and earth, one uses the true intent of the way of Wudao to move into the chi and blood heaven and earth, substituting the way of Wudao for the way of heaven. Only in this way can one see that God is not bad and completely perfect, the chi and blood inner heaven and earth, achieving martial human immortality. The self is heaven and earth. Dimly lit house. The Su system took care of the last of its political business. A long, cloudy exhale of relief. In his mind, many plans for the future development of the Seeking Life Army, as well as the next step in his own martial Tao, quickly flickered and intertwined. These can't be rushed, and it takes time to grind out results a little bit at a time. As for today, it's better to get an early night. Hard work. Ying Shui. Su system looked to his side, the young girl yawning, her eyes sleepy, obviously having been sleepy for a long time. It's okay, sir, Wu Yingshui said with a strong spirit. System Su shook his head and was about to tell the young girl to go back to sleep when a crackling sound from outside the house was what interrupted him. The voice is. It sounds a bit like the sound of a fire object igniting and exploding. It's more than that. The sound of a booming crowd also came from a distance. Although it doesn't sound very clear because of the distance, you can feel the joy of the people in it. Is it celebrating New Year's Eve and New Year's Day? The Su system was curious. He stepped towards the top floor of the official house, the young girl following behind, equally curious about the sounds of the outside world. Soon, as Department Su walked to the top floor of the official residence, with the difference in height, he could easily see that there were fires lit up in various parts of Pingshui County. It wasn't a house on fire or a firework explosion. Instead, it's a tower of stone standing on a base. Rough stones, stacked in layers in a specific arrangement, until they form the shape of a tall and strange tower. People throw dry wood into the stone towers. Ignite, bloom, rise. They cheered as they circled the stone tower. Watch as the blazing fire engulfs the stone tower, illuminating excited, withered faces in the bleak night. There really isn't much to do or see in Flatwater County today, and hunger presses on everyone's brain nerves, making people numb. But on New Year's Eve, which is the night of the resignation, people who are poor can find ways to celebrate that are uniquely their own. Sir, what a hoot! The top floor of the government house is very windy. The wind whistled and blew against his clothes. Wu Yingshui stood beside Su's system, her hands propped up on the wooden railing, her body leaning forward slightly as she looked into the distance with great surprise. Yes, I haven't seen In a long time. Such a lively scene. Su's system response. The eyes reflected a cluster of sizzling fire. Sparks erupted, dry wood snapped, and orange firelight pulsed through the darkness, lighting the silent sea of stars into a magnificent red-orange, leaping, blooming, blossoming. As the day wore on, the cold winds of the night howled more and more. Wind swept the fire, fire burning the wind, fire and wind in all parts of Pingshui County entangled, forming a winding dance fire dragon. Sir! Sir! Wu Yingshui looked even more excited, while his eyes were staring at the splendid flower fires in the city. His hand was pulling on the corner of Su's system's coat, constantly sharing with Su's system the divine splendor of those flames, though she could totally create a cooler image if she wanted to do it herself. But that's different. The young girl loved the scene in front of her, the sight of the people bustling about, and the fact that she was watching it with the Su system, sharing her mood in the night. The flames burned more furiously. The voices of the people in Flatwater County, however, suddenly lagged for a moment. The lull was followed by an even more exuberant cheer, for at that very moment just now, time had officially crossed over New Year's Eve to the first day of the new year. The poor people greeted each other, wish each other a happy new year. Sir! Wu Yingshui gazed at the bustling scene for a long time before suddenly turning around, wanting to say something to Department Su. It coincided with a howling wind. The wind was so loud it blurred the young girl's voice, but through the young girl's expression, and the opening and closing of her lips, Department Su was able to discern what had been said. Happy New Year, sir, erased by the clamor of the wind. It's the maiden's blessing on the Su system. The Su system gave a response. Under the vast and boundless night sky, witnessed by the twinkling of the stars, and the sound of the hunting wind. Reach out. Help the young girl insert the hairpin that was blown diagonally by the wind. Speaking to it, Happy New Year, Yingshui. The young girl is beautiful today and I'm sure she'll be even more beautiful in the new year. You had a great New Year's Eve. Since you came to the world of martial arts, this is the first time you've experienced, besides the threat of demons and the coldness of winter, a New Year's Eve with a lively and cozy presence. The maiden sends her blessings. You also bless the maiden. Under the night sky, she again pesters you to count the stars, but the luster in her eyes is no less than the stars, and you again oblige her with the number of the last time. Chapter 136. Sir, they're so good. 9th year of simulation. Spring, you're 24. Wu Yingshui is 18. The winter snow melts, the spring revives, and the snow covering the surface of the earth disappears a little more every day, gradually revealing the soil underneath. You know that the survival army is in dire need of food, and that only a large amount of food will ensure that the people will survive. You and the girl split up. One goes to the border and leads the survival army to kill the demons and harvest as much blood as possible. One stays in Flatwater County for spring planting. The young girl chose to pick up her lance and head to the border to hunt demons, which for her was the best thing to do. Mr. Su and his demon-slaying general. People are saying this about your relationship with the girl. 20 or so days later, Wu Yingshui returned with her army, having captured a lot of demon meat, but many of them were injured. The present-day border is still at the end of the aftermath of the demon wave, far more dangerous than usual. Fortunately, with the numerical advantage of the army and Wu Yingshui's innate strength, no major changes have occurred. Bright spring light pours down from the sky and shines on the barren but lively land. The dirt was turned up, leaves of grass mixed with dew. A subtle, earthy odor unique to nature flooded the room. The young girl, who had returned with a big grin, squatted down next to the Su system and watched the bustling scenes of spring plowing together with Su system. Flatwater County doesn't have a lot of plowing oxen, but there are a lot of people who have practiced little cute kung fu, the power of the bull. It's not long since the new land was reclaimed. Anyo shouted up to the sky, transforming into a human-sized earth-turner, rumbling and stamping through, violently loosening the soil with pure chi and blood. Color, big color. The onlookers let out a gasp. The oxen are stronger than real plowing oxen and are good at farm work. Sir, why is everyone so happy? The young girl who was squatting beside Su's system inquired curiously, not understanding why planting a field could be so lively. The Su system laughed softly, answering questions for teenage girls. Yingshui, there are many people who will never leave their hometowns for the rest of their lives. All they have access to is the sky above their heads, and the yellow earth beneath their feet. But the land on the border, it's unusable. It's impregnated with demon blood. It can't grow much food. Su Department's voice was soft, so light that it seems to dissipate in the wind, but reveals a heavy weight of sorrow and joy. The sinners living on the border of Dakian not only have to face the attack of demons, but also the land on which they depend for their survival has been eroded to the point that it is almost unusable. Because of this, that's why people are acting so excited. Grasping the dirt with both hands, normal earth particles escaped from his fingers, not foul-smelling, Pitch black doom soaked in demonic venomous blood. Not to mention the whipping and beating of the grown-ups from on high. The sinners, who are not treated as human beings, are finally able to breathe a sigh of relief in this turbid and evil world. Ox, save your strength. Forget you have boxing practice this afternoon? I know. Big brother Sue. The fields. Hearing the words of Department Sue, the simple man stopped plowing and giggled as he wiped away his sweat. The yellowish-brown soil particles followed its movements and were raised and sprinkled into the air, rendering the sky overhead briefly into another color. It was the same color as the earth. People who can't survive, standing on the solid and heavy ground, even if they are covered with hot sweat, even if they are covered with dust and sand, will smile from their heart under the sun. 9th year of simulation. Summer. Spring plowing is over and Flatwater County has become slightly quieter, but that quiet is short-lived. War burns freely. You still haven't waited for Dakian's army, but you've waited for the siege of the surrounding counties. You are slightly surprised. I thought it was my own move to strike. I did not think that it was the surrounding Dakin County first to attack. It looks like I underestimated the officials of Dichien. Perhaps they are not so dim. Battlefield. The Sioux system looked at the blackened army in the distance and commented with a stony expression. As the distance drew closer, in addition to the trampling of the horses' hooves, Department Sioux also heard the hissing of the leader of the enemy army. Kill. They're just a bunch of vagabonds. They're not worth dying for. Ha ha, this year is really lucky. The military honors that fell out of thin air were just picked up by us. What a big dog's guts. Not staying well outside the pass, but trespassing. Kill, kill, kill. Let them have no return. Contemptuous tone. Arrogance. Arrogant look. The Sioux system sighed and decided to take back its earlier comment. These attacking county soldiers, as well as the county officials behind them, were not at all aware of the combat power of the Seeking Life Army, and simply came to grab the battle merit. It hasn't really hit yet. Between the several counties, there was a kind of tit-for-tat fire, fearing that the other would have a higher war record, and not taking the Seeking Life Army into account at all. The war, then, needs no comment to be won or lost. You've won a great victory. Thanks to the stupidity of the surrounding counties, you are unimpeded, all the way through multiple counties, sweeping through the land of multiple counties with the force of an autumn wind sweeping down leaves. The so-called prestigious families, the so-called high officials and dignitaries, all fled when they heard of your arrival. Sir, they're so good. Wu Yingxue says to you in a complaining tone. In Wu Yingxue's vision, this year should have experienced bitter battles. She was even prepared to sacrifice. But the stupidity of the officials of Dakian almost pushed the victory to you. You guys are really hard to lose. You smile and placate the young girl, claiming that such an easy victory is what you want to see the most. It's a pity that such fools' victories only come in the early stages, and that you're about to face a real challenge as the ground you've gained grows stronger and stronger. The 13 states of Dichien have elite soldiers. It won't be long, either this fall or winter, or next spring or summer, you'll be facing the capital of your state, Xuanqi. A powerful enemy force that will determine the survival of the survival army. Pressure on your mind. The good news is that your realm is starting to loosen up, day in and day out. You insist on observing the world with the heavenly eyes of martial arts. You gradually understand the workings of heaven and earth and imitate them with your chi and blood. Now, the circulation of chi and blood in your body has been completely separated from the original technique and has become the mysterious veins of heaven and earth. You're not relying on any outside forces. The only thing I have is my dedication and perseverance as evidenced by the sun and the moon. Observe the principles of heaven and earth in order to build a foundation. Contain the spirit of martial arts to form branches. See the god of the self to blossom and leaf. It's time for me to advance to the next realm now. Flatwater County. The Sioux system led the survival-seeking army, and after consecutively capturing several counties, it once again returned to this initial county. He waited for the arrival of the fall harvest while attempting to break through the embodied spirit realm. Chapter 137. Another instant breakthrough. The method of immortal cultivation is based on controlling the great Tao. The path of magic is based on dissecting the laws. The work of chi and blood is based on self-forming heaven and earth, although all roads lead to Rome. And the end of the transcendental systems are all eternal and indestructible. The specific ways and means are still different. Flatwater County. Penthouse of the government house. The wooden window was wide open, and a strong wind blew into the room, drumming Sue's robes. Sioux system sat cross-legged, looking down at the palm of his right hand, watching as the 5 fingers clenched and unclenched, the booming power grip snorting the air. Constantly, waves of air shot from between his fingers. In comparison to when I just broke through the innate, my current power has obviously doubled several times. If we count the astral energy, I'm afraid the span of strength between these would be even more exaggerated. The Sioux system bowed its head in contemplation. The change in this is certainly related to a more robust chi and blood. But what was even more crucial was that Su's systematic view of the world's principle, which made the chi and blood operate in a manner close to heaven and earth itself. And that was why there was such a huge increase. External forces are bitterly weak, and flesh and blood soar. The artifacts are worrisome, and the flesh is sanctified. This path of martial arts is really getting more and more interesting. The Su system laughed out loud and officially began to break through the realm, performing the act of replacing the heavenly Tao's heavenly will with the martial Tao's human will. The circulation of chi and blood formed by imitating the outside world. It is inherently inertial. That was the workings of the heavens and earth, the order in which everything in the world alternated. And what Su Xing was now doing was to completely replace it with his own will, becoming the master of his own chi and blood. Not runners, but masters. Rise for me. The chi and blood rumbled back, like a wildly surging tide. Over and over again, it washed over Su's system's internal organs, soaking every inch of flesh and blood. To step into the innate realm and reverse the innate from the latter day is actually not considered difficult. Most of this effort is in the accumulation of chi and blood, but the innate three realms are different. Each realm's metamorphosis, each realm's becoming stronger, is not only tied to the martial artist's chi and blood, but also intertwined with every aspect of the martial artist. That is no longer something that can be interpreted by mere enlightenment, or roots and bones. Rather, it's a deeper level of meaning in God. I have experience with immortality and magic, and with the adherence to words. It's not so hard for me. The Su system raised its hand. The chi and blood in his body roared with more and more turbulence. In a trance, there seemed to be the sound of something shattering, clicking one after another, followed by a series of pops. It's now. The moment the chi and blood circulation collapsed, the martial Tao spirit that Su's lineage had been harboring for so long took strong control of every strand of chi and blood, stopping that instinct to recover and bringing it to a forced halt. Grand Master of Martial Arts, breaking through in a moment. The Su system closed its eyes slightly. By the time he opened his eyes again, the chi and blood in his body, which he had stopped by strangling, violently began to circulate rapidly, rotate, staggered, like a true heaven and earth. It began a never-ending cycle of self-circulation, firmly held by the will of the Su system. The eyes are like electricity, and the virtual room is full of light. The muscles and bones roar together, and the thunder rumbles. Between raising his hands and feet, he had his own surging in vast power. This breakthrough is somewhat similar to the magic system's great magician. One is in control of the elements. One is in control of chi and blood. But both, however, are heading down two completely different paths. Becoming an archmagic instructor allows one to initially control the powers of the world's elements, becoming a grand master of the embodied spirit controls. However, the inner world of chi and blood, the feeling is rather an immediate sense of infinity. The Su system sat in place for a long time, constantly familiarizing himself. The power of chi and blood surged within his body, as well as the changes in one's own strength after the martial spirit had settled into the chi and blood heaven and earth. On the top floor of the government house, the wind became more and more boisterous. It wasn't the wind from outside. Rather, it was the fluctuation of reality triggered by Su's system spreading out of his palm and the invisible astral energy illuminating and destroying in the center of his palm. Phew! The wind was so loud that things in the house were blown around, until the Su system dispersed the astral energy in his hands. It took a while for calm to return to the top floor of the government house, not as widely used as immortal cultivation and magic, but in terms of pure physical strength, it has already reached an unimaginable level. The Su system gave its final evaluation. At the Guanli realm, the Su system's innate astral energy mixed with the 9 Thunderblade to form a blade astral deity of a thunderous nature. And now, with Su's system breaking through the embodied spirit realm, he completely controlled the circulation of chi and blood heaven and earth. The original shocking Thunderblade deity once again reverted to its plain and unadorned appearance. It wasn't an empty void. Rather, it is the beginning of all things. Now, no matter when or where Su systematic was, the chi and blood heavens and earth within his body would connect his entire body, forming an eternally burning oven that brought forth an unceasing supply of power. The so-called fist technique, the so-called sword technique, were all just one of the variations. I've looked through the canonical books before, and I haven't seen the impregnation realm have this kind of ability. It is reasonable to say that the chi and blood heavens and earths of the embodied prana realm are different from each other, and are closely related to the martial artists themselves. So it is. It's the adherence phrase and the maneuvering phrase. The Su system was thoughtful. His strength in the realm of embodied spirit was more or less overmodeled. Normal impregnating prana martial artists would be weaker, and not as transcendent and divine as a Wanshan baking furnace like him. But, even if one removes persistence in performing martial arts, without the aid of these two phrases, just the chi and blood heaven and earth of an impregnation realm martial artist is astonishing enough on its own. The self-circulation of heaven and earth has almost allowed the impregnating martial artist to rise to an unprecedented height. This is unimaginable to the innate martial artists of the conceptual reason realm, as well as the body-forging martial artists. The Su system stood up, arms flicked. Another gale was generated out of nowhere, blowing out all the filth created earlier. Looking at the top floor, which had regained its cleanliness, Su system looked sideways to the outside world, as Flatwater Town's autumn grew thicker and began to be tinted with orange and yellow colors. But that's not what the Su system is looking at. Rather, it's farther. Far away from the great Qian imperial capital. Far away from the 100,000 great mountains. Far away from the huge shadow hidden in the thousands of mountains and waters. At the first realm of the innate, one has the ability to step into the air. In the second realm of the innate, Qi and blood are unceasing. Heaven and earth become and flesh is constant. The third realm of the innate, although I haven't touched it yet, I can more or less associate it with a bit of elegance. The human race's Qi and blood martial arts are not weak, and following this trend of continuous development, even the demons that cover the sky in the 100,000 great mountains will be able to have a fighting chance. But why? Since its establishment, the Qian has had to send sinful people to the border. And why? The demons of the 100,000 great mountains only form a wave of demons to prey on in the spring and winter seasons, and never penetrate deep into the interior of Qian. Is it just a mere tacit agreement or accord? Or, perhaps, harboring a greater hidden secret? The Su system lifted its steps and descended the stairs. He vaguely sensed that just as the gods of the magic world sealed the heavens and locked the earth, in this martial arts world, the same unknown secrets were hidden. This world, there's something wrong with it.